Chapter 181. After the school started, the pet care shop started to operate again. Unexpectedly, the group of people from the War Beast Administration, War Beast Medical Center, and the Beast Taming Army also returned to their shop. However, with the training last semester, they are now very good at their work, and Xia Xiaolan is also relieved to let them continue to work. Qin Jiu's eyes swept across each of their faces. She frowned and asked, "Haven't Li Ke and Xiao Qingwei come back yet?" One of them heard Qin Jiu's question and replied, "No, there has been no news from them for more than a month. Maybe this mission is more important." Although Qin Jiu was confused, he didn't ask any more questions. After all, it involved military secrets, so Qin Jiu didn't ask too much. After a busy day, everyone returned to the state more than a month ago, tired and satisfied. After the sun set, a black shadow flew outside the store. Before they could see clearly what the other party was, the black shadow was hanging upside down on the roof. Xia Xiaolan was startled by it and screamed, "Ah! There's a bat! What a big bat! Help!" Qin Jiu was bathing the war beast and suddenly heard Xia Xiaolan scream. He immediately walked to her side and asked, "What's wrong?" Xia Xiaolan pointed at Xiaoxia outside the floor-to-ceiling glass. "Xiaojiu, look! There's a bat on our roof." Qin Jiu looked in the direction she pointed and found Xiaoxia curiously looking at everything inside. But when it heard the high-decibel shouting of humans, it covered its ears in annoyance. Xia Xiaolan's voice attracted the attention of other people in the store. They came forward and looked at Xiaoxia in the eyes. Someone from the War Beast Medical Center recognized that it was the Night Emperor Bat outside and said in surprise, "Night Emperor Bat? Isn't this kind of war beast extinct?" "Bullshit! You are extinct." The people from the War Beast Management Bureau next door glanced at it and said dissatisfiedly, "It is not extinct, because they are all social creatures. It is difficult to cultivate a lone Night Emperor Bat. The effort and reward are not proportional. In addition, there are also galaxy wolves that fight at night, so few people are willing to cultivate Night Emperor Bats." But someone in the Beast Taming Army raised his hand. "The night combat capability of the Night Emperor Bat is still much stronger than that of the galaxy wolf, right?" The man nodded and said with some regret, "Indeed, in the field of night combat, the ability of the Night Emperor Bat is top-notch. It is indeed a great loss for the War Beast Management Bureau to give up their cultivation." They all regretted the decision of the War Beast Management Bureau. Only Xia Xiaolan remained sober. "Wait, if according to what you said, there are no war beasts like Night Emperor Bats now, then where did it come from?" The air seemed to be silent for a second, and everyone turned their eyes to Xiaoxia again. Xiaoxia wore a small hat today because he likes to hang upside down, so Qin Jiu bought him a small hat with a rope to fix it. Qin Jiu was surprised for a long time that Xiaoxia tied the rope when he wore it for the first time. But in the eyes of others, a war beast wearing a hat is weird no matter how you look at it. So, it should have an owner, right? Right. Who is so awesome that he has a Night Emperor Bat as a war beast? I really envy and hate it. But why is it here? Is his owner also nearby? As soon as this was said, everyone looked at the few people in the Beast Taming Army, as if they wanted to see some clues from their expressions. Several members of the Beast Taming Army waved their hands quickly. "It's not us. Our war beasts are all in the War Beast Dormitory, not with us. And when will it be our turn to own such a rare war beast? It makes sense to think so. It's already a war beast that has been abandoned for domestication. How could they, the new generation, get it? Then who is its owner?" In the crowd, a hand slowly raised up, and everyone looked at it with surprise. Xia Xiaolan's eyes shifted to Qin Jiu's raised hand, and she said in a lost voice, "Is it yours?" Qin Jiu nodded silently, facing everyone's eyes, slowly opened the door, and let Xiaoxia in. Xiaoxia fell to the ground, took a step forward and then took it back lightly. It looked at Xia Xiaolan with some fear. It didn't forget the scream that this human just made. If the other party didn't welcome it, it might get a beating. Qin Jiu saw it hesitate, and turned to Xia Xiaolan and said, "How about you show your welcome to it? It's a little afraid of you." Since she knew it was Qin Jiu's war beast, Xia Xiaolan's fear naturally disappeared. She took 2 steps forward. "Come in." Xiaoxiao then stepped into the store cautiously. Xia Xiaolan asked, "What's its name?" Qin Jiu, "Xiaoxiao, its name is Xiaoxiao." Xia Xiaolan, "Oh, okay." She bit slightly and said to Xiaoxiao with a smile, "Hello, Xiaoxiao." Xiaoxiao blinked and stretched out his paw to untie the hat's fixing rope. It clamped the brim of the hat with its right paw, put the hat against its chest, and put its left paw behind its back, and gave Xia Xiaolan a gentleman's salute. Everyone, shock! Everyone, Who knows, family members. As long as you live long enough, you will see war beasts performing gentlemanly etiquette. Xia Xiaolan was also shocked by its sudden behavior. She twisted her stiff neck to face Qingjiu. This. Qingjiu, oh, it's like this. Sometimes its behavior is quite human-like. You just need to get used to it. Others were not afraid of Xiaosao. They surrounded it and stared at it with wide eyes, trying to record this extremely rare war beast in their minds. Xiaosao felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by them, and hurried to Qingjiu for help. Qingjiu hugged it and said, Okay, don't surround it, it's embarrassed. The others slowly dispersed, but even when they returned to their workstations, their eyes were still glued to Xiaosao. Qingjiu tied Xiaosao's hat and took it to the tea room. Xia Xiaolan followed closely, and witnessed Xiaosao choosing a peach and peeling it with his claws. It also throws garbage into the trash can and wipes the table with a rag. Xia Xiaolan saw the shadow of a human on a small war beast. Did she have hallucinations because she didn't sleep well today? Qingjiu looked back and saw Xia Xiaolan standing behind her with an unbelievable look. She smiled and took Xia Xiaolan away, leaving Xiaosao to eat fruit here by himself. Xia Xiaolan, tell me, is he a human or a war beast? Qingjiu, war beast, but a little old, so the IQ is also very high, and it can imitate human behavior. Xia Xiaolan, how big can it be? It's only more than 200 years old. Qingjiu, if it doubles, it will be more than 500 years old. Xia Xiaolan, what? More than 500 years old? How can it still be alive? Qingjiu immediately covered her mouth and looked in the direction of the tea room. She found that Xiaosao didn't seem to hear their conversation and was concentrating on eating its fruit. Qingjiu breathed a sigh of relief and scolded, Don't be so casual, it will get angry. Xia Xiaolan, what a childish mind of a 500-year-old. Chapter 182. Xiaosao finished eating the fruit, washed his paws, and walked out of the tea room slowly. It shuttled among the busy people. Some war beasts who were taking a bath and massage saw it and nodded to it out of courtesy. Xiaosao would also take off his hat to return the greeting. The shop assistants and war beast owners in the store were also surprised by this scene, and they all sighed that Xiaosao was too human. And their own willful war beast actually showed goodwill to it. Incredible. Xiaosao walked to the bathtub, looked at the war beast in the bath, and called out to attract its attention. The two suddenly communicated like this. Xiaosao asked the dog-type war beast if it was comfortable to take a bath. The dog-type war beast replied that it was comfortable, and there were people here who specialized in massaging its tense muscles. Every time after the spa, it could rest well and sleep until dawn. Xiaosao got a positive answer, and it tentatively touched the medicine in the pool again. The temperature inside was just right, and the little paw felt very comfortable in it. If its whole body was soaked in it, it would be extremely comfortable. Xiaosao walked to Qingjiu, who was blowing the hair of the war beast, and it carefully pulled the hem of Qingjiu's clothes. Qingjiu felt its movement, turned around, and found Xiaosao standing behind her with a hopeful look on his face. She couldn't help but ask curiously, What's wrong? Xiaosao pointed to the pool of medicine, then pointed to himself, and made a een sound. Qingjiu thought for a moment and asked, Do you want to take a medicinal bath too? Xiaosao nodded. Qingjiu just blew the hair of the war beast in her hand dry, handed it to Lu Qin for a haircut, and looked at Xiaosao's body carefully. Xiaosao is a clean war beast. It usually pays attention to hygiene. The hair of the Night Emperor bat is short, and there are almost no tangled hairs on its body. However, no matter how clean it is, it rarely has the opportunity to take a bath. Its claws are not so flexible to clean all parts of its body. It is indeed time to give it a bath. Qingjiu hooked her finger at it, signaling Xiaosao to follow, and Xiaosao followed closely behind her. Today's appointment war beast has been cleaned. Xia Xiaolan was preparing to clean another bath. When she saw Qingjiu coming, she thought she was here to help, so she waved to her and said, Go back and rest, I can do it alone. Qingjiu, no need to clean it first, I have a little customer here. Xia Xiaolan looked behind her curiously, and Xiaosao raised his hat and greeted Xia Xiaolan. Xia Xiaolan, do you want to give Xiaosao a bath? Qingjiu, yes, it asked for it. Xia Xiaolan was a little surprised when she heard this. Ask for it? This is the first time I heard of a war beast asking for a bath. Qingjiu, it's different. It likes cleanliness and is delicate. Xia Xiaolan saw the small hat on Xiaoshao's head and agreed, It's really delicate. She suddenly had a dangerous idea. Xiaojiu, you said, the small decorations we bought before, other war beasts refused to wear them. Would Xiaoshao be willing to wear them? Qingjiu thought of the big box of treasures in the warehouse, and she smiled. I guess he would be willing. Xia Xiaolin stepped back 2 steps to give Qingjiu space, and she was already imagining the scene of Xiaoxia wearing the accessories she carefully selected. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, and she immediately rushed to the warehouse to choose accessories and clothes suitable for Xiaoxia. Qingjiu looked at her disappearing back, silently pitying Xiaoxia for a second, and immediately filled the pool with water. Qingjiu, take off your hat and jewelry first, otherwise they will get wet. Xiaoxia immediately did as he was told, but after taking them off, he hesitated about where to put them so that they would not be taken away by others. Qingjiu understood his thoughts, and put them away for him. Xiaoxia tested the water temperature of the pool, and jumped in without hesitation. When Qingjiu washed its body, it did not feel uncomfortable or resist at all, but squinted its eyes, and enjoyed it very much. Xia Xiaolin finally came out of the warehouse, holding a small bathrobe and a toy cup in her hand, and put them aside to watch Xiaoxia cooperate with Qingjiu's actions. After enjoying the service Qingjiu gave him, Xiaoxia was very satisfied and gave Qingjiu a thumbs up. Xia Xiaolin, who was standing by, finally had a chance to show up. She handed over the miniature bathrobe and said with anticipation, Xiaoxia, your bathrobe. Xiaoxia tilted his head, thinking about what this so-called bathrobe was used for. Xia Xiaolin took the initiative to explain to him. Humans like to wear bathrobes after taking a bath to absorb the remaining moisture on their bodies, and sleep only after their bodies become dry. Qingjiu heard this and said puzzledly, it has already been blown, there is no need. Before she finished speaking, Xia Xiaolin covered her mouth. Qingjiu immediately understood what Xia Xiaolin meant. Great. Even Xiaoxia, who is more than 500 years old, is trying to fool him, right? Xiaoxia also thought it made sense. He took the bathrobe Xia Xiaolin gave him, gestured a few times, and put it on himself. Because its wings and arms are connected, it tried several times, but failed to put its arms into the sleeves, and it was inevitably a little disappointed. In the end, it was Qingjiu who helped it to straighten its clothes and let it wear them successfully. The others who had finished the finishing work saw Xiaoxia and gathered around, turning on their cameras and taking pictures. Oh my god! What is this? A war beast wearing a bathrobe. My life is worth it. I will post it to the group of the management bureau so that everyone can see the exquisite war beast. Can I post it on the internet? I want to share good things with everyone. Qingjiu didn't mind. With Qingjiu's permission, they began to bury their heads in the terminal, and they didn't know what they were editing. Xia Xiaolin remembered that she had taken out a toy cup. She immediately went to the tea room, washed the cup, and poured some apple juice into it. She walked to Xiaoxia with a high-foot cup, handed it to him attentively, and said, would you like a glass of apple juice? This brand is delicious. Xiaoxia took it, shook it like he had seen humans do before, and then took a sip. After tasting the flavor, its eyes lit up, it drank a cup in big gulps, and returned the cup to Xia Xiaolin. Xia Xiaolin, who had already taken a good video, was about to take the cup, but she found that Xiaoxia was still holding the cup tightly. She pondered for a moment and asked tentatively, do you want more? Xiaoxia nodded, and finally let go of the cup. Xia Xiaolin went to refill it again. Qingjiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She patted Xiaoxia's head and asked, where did you learn these moves? Xiaoxia slapped Qingjiu's hand away with some dissatisfaction, and it stroked the top of its head in the direction of its hair. How can you touch its head casually? It messed up its hairstyle. Even Qingjiu can't mess up its hairstyle. Qingjiu didn't get nervous when she saw that it was surrounded by people, and the others were also very measured and kept a certain distance from it. She thought about it, and decided to let Xiaoxia enjoy the taste of being surrounded by stars here, and she went to clean up. New hot search terms soon appeared on the internet, sparking widespread discussion. Chapter 183. On the internet, there are mixed reviews of Xiaoxia, and the two sides are arguing constantly. So cute. I can actually see this side of the war beast. Is this really the Night Emperor Bat? How come in my impression, the Night Emperor Bat war beast has become extinct? It is not extinct, but it is rarely cultivated now. Basically, artificially cultivated Night Emperor bats are no longer seen, but there are still wild ones. No, how come I see the shadow of a greasy uncle in a war beast? A war beast so decadent, is it still worthy of being called a war beast? The person above must be a spoiler. Isn't this just teasing the war beast in peacetime? Why are you making a big deal out of it? No matter how peaceful it is, I have never seen a war beast so relaxed. Can it still fight after getting used to enjoying itself? Oh, you are talking as if you wouldn't spoil it if it was your war beast, but your war beast just refuses to cooperate, right? I am so jealous. Don't confuse the audience. The reason why war beasts are called war beasts is because they retain their combat capabilities. Look at it like this: can it fight? It's better to change its name to a pet as soon as possible. You understand again? Have you seen it fight? When it became famous, you might have been in some corner. If you don't accept it, why don't you become a war beast? Oh, I almost forgot. You have no ability, nothing. Hee hee, you have the guts to let it perform for us? And you still say it's not good enough? It's obviously a waste, and wants to save face. Don't argue for now. I'm the only one who is very curious now. Where did it come from? Since Shinji has given up breeding this kind of war beast, why does it behave so much like humans? It must have an owner. Who is its owner? Yes, who is its owner? Curiosity +1. Someone saw the comment and answered below. Its owner is Shinjio. Shinjio again? But where did Shinjio get the Night Emperor bat? That's right. It's clear from one look that this Night Emperor bat has lived in human society for a long time. It might even be older than Shinjio. How did she adopt this little thing? According to my guess, this is most likely a war beast left behind by a senior of the beast taming army, and then Shinjio encountered it and adopted it by chance. Check quickly to see if there are any retired war beasts that are similar to it. I want to eat this melon within 3 minutes. Yes, there is one, but if it is still alive, it is now more than 500 years old. The Night Emperor bat does seem to live longer than ordinary war beasts, but I have never heard of any war beast that can live more than 500 years old. What's it called? Let me check it out. Xiaosha, also called Xiaosha, if you count, the owner of Xiaosha is the master of Master Edel, the master of Edel's master. No way. Isn't this a mess? If it's that Xiaosha, then it's a superhero. The stability of Shirong Star was entirely due to it, and its master's efforts to save the entire wormhole from spreading, and it dragged it out until rescue arrived. Unfortunately, its owner was infected with the alien beast virus and died soon after. It seems that Xiaosha's name has not been heard since then. Yes, this history is also recorded in the manual of the beast taming army. We all thought Xiaosha was gone, but is it still alive? Is it possible that Shinjio just gave the Night Emperor bat this name to make fun of him? Then where did she get the Night Emperor bat from? Does anyone know? Ahem, the above, look at the hot search, the official has claimed it. Everyone clicked on the hot search, and saw that the whole network exploded again. The War Beast Management Bureau acknowledged that the meritorious war beast is cool, and confirmed that it will pay Shinjio to adopt a retired war beast. Did you see that, you sour guys? It is cool. And you asked it if it can fight. Why can't people enjoy life after retiring? You are retired and you still work? That's right, busy for most of their lives, fighting for humans. So what's wrong with enjoying a little? Let it enjoy. Let it enjoy. Who is Xing Huang? Why are all the meritorious war beasts running there? Does Edel count? I think Shinjio can be added now. Don't come to touch the master of porcelain, your family's status is not enough. Is it Beast Taming 101 now? Are you competing for them to debut in the center position? No, our old man Edel will not participate, please don't queue. Refuse to pull down, please focus on your own family. Lister saw the quarrel on the internet, he ignored it, but when he saw the heat was rising, he was relieved to turn off the turmo. Seeing his smug look, Shin Jinglan couldn't help but snort coldly, and said jokingly, why did you suddenly come out to support Shinjio? Could it be that you are still upset about the time when your junior was arranged to take photos in the corner because you didn't pay the training fee? Seeing his smile gradually disappear, Shin Jinglan was even more proud. You want to get Shinjio a subsidy through this matter, telling her that the Battle Beast Management Bureau is on the same side as her, and they should take good care of your young people? But it also needs a little expression. After all, our Battle Beast Medical Center has not received any preferential treatment for free, and you can't blame them. List was so angry that he asked with a bad face, if you have something to say it quickly. If you have something to say, far quickly. What are you doing here? Shin Jinglan didn't talk nonsense with him, handed over the light screen, and started to talk about business. You know Jin Feng, right? List asked. Is it the S-level hunting wolf of Lieutenant General Liu? Shin Jinglan nodded and continued. It was seriously injured on the Porcelain King Star, and its legs and feet can no longer recover to their previous state. After evaluation, it can no longer appear on the battlefield. After it knew its situation, suffering from mild depression, it must be retired now. Send it back to the War Beast Management Bureau tomorrow, and you can find a reliable adopter for it to see if its mental illness can be cured. Lister looked through Jin Feng's examination report and sighed, with a little regret. Feng is also our veteran. It is understandable that it will suddenly retire. It is just that it is difficult to find an adopter. After all, no one should be willing to adopt a depressed war beast now. They will show strong aggressiveness. Lister looked up and asked, "Is there any way to cure the depression of war beasts?" Shen Jinglan shook her head. "It's a pity that neither drug treatment nor physical therapy can completely cure the depression symptoms of war beasts." Lister lowered his head again, looked at this headache report, and sighed deeply. At this time, his terminal received a message reminder. He was about to check it, but when he opened the terminal, he found that the screen was still on the hot search page just now. He looked at Qinjiu's name and pondered for a moment, then asked, "In my impression, there are war beasts in the interstellar space that have been successfully cured of depression." Shen Jinglan also saw the page on his terminal, and she frowned slightly. "You mean light?" Chapter 184. Liz suddenly found a solution. It was already dawn. He smiled and said, "Yes. Send Feng to Qinjiu." Shen Jinglan. "She may not be willing to accept it, right?" Liz was not panicked at all. "If she doesn't want to, let Edel take over. There will always be a chance for them to meet." Shen Jinglan. Shen Jinglan. "Whatever you want." So on a sunny morning, Edel looked at List, who was smiling cunningly in a rage. He almost cursed. List asked someone to remove Feng's cage. He patted Edel, who was gloomy, and said with a smile, "We will leave Feng to you in the future." Edel pushed his hand away. It was not good to get angry in front of everyone. He forced a smile and gestured to the curious people around him in a friendly manner, and then pulled List to the back. He lowered his voice and protested angrily. "No, how did you think of sending it to me? Do you think I am free now? Do you know that I have to go on business trips occasionally? You sent me a depressed war beast. How can I arrange its place? If I take Lightning and Snow White on a business trip, who can accompany it? Aren't you doing this nonsense?" Lister waited for him to finish speaking in one breath, patted his shoulder, and said, "Oh, if you don't have time, you can arrange for your students to take care of it, which is not a difficult task." Edel heard this and suddenly looked up. His eyes became sharp. "You are here for Qinjiu." Lister did not deny it, and nodded. "Only Light has a depressed war beast in the entire galaxy that has been cured. Qinjiu is of course our best choice." He pretended to be familiar with Edel's shoulders and said, "I have no reason to hand it over to Qinjiu. You can take it for me." Edel just wanted to roll his eyes. "You have used the name of the War Beast Management Bureau to pressure me. How can I refuse?" Liz certainly guessed that Edel was unwilling, and out of humanitarian concern, he still applied for some benefits for Edel. It's not all bad. There is a huge subsidy for receiving retired war beasts. No one can deduct this subsidy. This will make you happier, right? Edel was not as happy as he imagined. He sneered. "I originally had a lot of subsidies, but someone didn't want to give it to me, so they deducted it with other reasons." Liz pretended not to understand and started to talk to Edel about some handover matters. Edel was forced to accept Feng. He looked at the tightly covered cage, frowned slightly, and asked, "We are already here, why can't we lift the cloth?" Lister was silent for a while, and said, "Its situation is quite special. As long as it sees something, it wants to attack until it exhausts itself. This is also for the safety of everyone and its body." Edel was even more troubled. It was already very difficult for him to adopt a retired war beast. Now that he knew that this war beast was actually a porcelain doll that could not be touched, he couldn't help but sigh frequently. Lister also knew that he was a little too much, so the subsidy he applied for Edel was 3 times the usual amount, and all of Feng's medical expenses would be borne by their bureau in the future, and the cost of seeing a doctor at the War Beast Medical Center would be free. Such a war beast like a time bomb cannot be placed in the War Beast dormitory. Edel thought about it, and decided to place it in the Beast King building. There are many rooms on the first floor of the Beast King building. Edel arranged it in one of the corners to try not to let other war beasts meet it. When Lister passed the dusty staircase of the Beast King building, his steps paused. He took a deep look at the end of the stairs, and continued to follow the others. He took the initiative to follow behind, and watched the whole process to prevent someone from going up the wrong stairs. After placing the war beasts, everyone left and Edel closed the door here again. Lister suddenly remembered that there were several children in his family studying in Qinjiu's shop, and he took the initiative to ask to visit them. Edel followed him, and the two came to the door of Qinjiu's shop, and couldn't help being a little surprised. There was a group of war beasts in front of the door on the second floor, and in the middle of them was a Night Emperor bat. The Night Emperor bat gestured vividly, and told them some adventures he had experienced over the years. The other war beasts were fascinated, and all looked at the Night Emperor bat in the center intently. Their masters called them to leave, and they would growl at them in disgust, signaling them not to disturb them while they were listening to the story. Lister pointed at the situation over there, confused. What's going on? Edel saw that Snow White and Lightning were also among them, and was speechless for a moment. Edel, I don't know either, asked Chinchio. Lister was still very concerned, and he walked and looked, his eyes could not leave them. If Edel hadn't called him, he might have hit the glass door. Lister's face was known to everyone in the War Beast Management Bureau. At this time, several young people found that their big leader had come, and immediately stopped their work, surrounded him and greeted respectfully. Hello, Admiral Lister. List smiled and responded, Okay, all good, hello. Hey, how do you feel about studying here? I can come into contact with various war beasts every day and learn a lot. Yes, we have also learned a lot of ways to get along with war beasts. We can now clean up the war beasts independently. List was very pleased to see that they liked it from the bottom of their hearts. It seems that his decision was not wrong. List encouraged, Very good, keep working hard. Yes. One of the girls with a bun raised her hand silently and asked List, Admiral List, I want to ask. When can Xiao Qinghua come back? List shook his head after hearing this. I don't know either. It depends on how long Zizit needs his help. You also know that many tasks of the beast-taming army are confidential, and even I don't know. What's wrong? The girl with a bun said timidly, It's his mother who asked me about him. Recently, his mother said that he has not been home for a long time, and she misses him. Lister said and said, I will tell Zizai to let Xiao Qinghua report to her family when she can communicate with others. The girl with the bald head nodded and thanked him. Okay, thank you Admiral Lister, I will also tell his mother. Lister walked around and found that the business model here is very good. He is considering whether to take the initiative and sign all the students of Xinhuang and let them work in the War Beast Management Bureau as soon as they graduate. Chinchio came out of the warehouse at this time and was a little surprised to see Lister. Hello? From the moment Chinchio came out, Edel felt that the cunning aura of the man next to him could no longer be covered and was about to overflow. Edel silently mourned for Chinchio, who was on the same front with him, for a second. Soon he stood on Lister's side again. I'm sorry, Chinchio. If I don't cheat you, I'm finished. Chapter 185. List's smiling face made Chinchio feel a chill on her back. She always felt that there was something bad going on under his smile. List started with a few pleasantries. Long time no see. How are your studies and work going? Chinchio replied, Both are good. List nodded and started to get to the point. Edel recently adopted a wolf-hunting beast. Its situation is special, and it cannot live in the beast dormitory with other beasts, so we arranged for it to stay temporarily in the Beast King building. Do you mind? Edel listened to him pulling himself out to take the blame, and was so angry that his back teeth were about to break. But at this moment, he could only follow List's words. He had to force himself to show a not-so-good-looking smile, and take the responsibility on himself. Chinchio shrugged, I don't mind. The Beast King building is not mine. It is the property of the school. I have no right to ask you how to use it. List smiled even more. The next moment, he changed his face and pretended to be sorry. Alas, the mental state of the hunting wolf is not very good. The anesthesia has not worn off yet. It is sleeping quietly. I don't know how noisy it will be later. Chinchio was really curious about him. Why is it in a bad mental state? List glanced at Guangming with a hint of meaning and said, like Guangming before, it suffers from depression. But its condition may be more serious than Guangming. After all, it is a war beast evacuated from the battlefield. If it is not injured, it does not need to retire. If it has not been on the battlefield, has not experienced fighting, and has not obtained any fame, it is nothing. But now it has to retire at its most glorious time because of the pain, which is indeed a bit too cruel for it. Not to mention that it is a war beast that should have fought bloody battles on the battlefield. Even an ordinary person would find it difficult to accept such a sudden change. It is not surprising that it suffers from depression. Chinchio felt sorry for it, but she also heard the hidden meaning in List's words. Admiral Lister, you suddenly told me this. It should not just be to inform me of this matter, right? You want me to take care of it. Lister was not annoyed at all when his intention was exposed. He agreed, yes, because you are the only one in the galaxy who can treat the depression of war beasts, and Light is a good example. It is a meritorious war beast, and we don't want it to spend the rest of its life in a daze. So we want to try it out. Chinchio was not morally kidnapped. She raised her eyebrows and asked, So you don't plan to notify me in advance? Are you so sure that I will take care of it? This is indeed Lister's fault. He cleared a cough to cover up the embarrassment. If you don't. It doesn't matter if you are willing. Anyway, it has been given to Edel. So just let Edel take care of it. Edel on the side. This is different from what we agreed. Chinjio's eyes moved back and forth between the two. When Lister became more and more anxious, Chinjio finally said, "You can ask me to take care of it, but don't you have anything to say?" Before Lister could react, Edel on the side had already understood what Chinjio meant and took the initiative to interrupt. There is resettlement fee. The Federation is responsible for the maintenance of retired war beasts every month, and their food, drink and medical treatment are all free. Of course, as the adopter, you will also receive an additional subsidy every month. Edel spoke quickly and anxiously. He was afraid that these benefits were not enough to attract Chinjio, and he would have to take care of this mess himself in the end. He immediately poked Lister's arm and said anxiously, "Can you show some more?" Lister saw that there was still room for negotiation, and he didn't care about the subsidy. He said, "I can also compensate you with an additional fee as its mental treatment fee. Regardless of whether it can be cured in the end, this fee will never be recovered. If it really commits suicide because of this, you don't need to be responsible for its death. Do you think this is okay?" Lister's words were tantamount to a disclaimer. This was the kind of guarantee Chinjio wanted. Chinjio had no way to ignore a war beast with injuries. She knew that she would be the first to compromise. But before it happened, all she could do was to get as much protection as possible. After all, in the Interstellar, the crime of raising a war beast to death was enough to put her in jail for a long time. Now that she could be exempted from responsibility and get a generous financial guarantee, she seemed to have no reason to refuse. She nodded silently and reluctantly accepted. "Okay, I try my best." Seeing that she was willing to accept the strong wind, Edel breathed a sigh of relief, and finally let go of the heart that wanted to kill List. List transferred the first fee to Chinjio very quickly. Chinjio was stunned when he saw the zeros on the terminal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were 5 zeros after that string of numbers. That's 100,000 star coins. Chinjio raised her voice an octave, and she asked in disbelief, "This is the fee for this month?" List nodded. Its food and transfer fees have been given to Edel, and its daily necessities are purchased by Edel. This fee is for your treatment. You can spend it as you like. Chinjio's pupils trembled. It's not that she hadn't thought that the War Beast Management Bureau was rich, but she had never thought it was so rich. This is just 1 month's salary. Chinjio suddenly felt fortunate that she didn't resist too strongly just now. Who would have a problem with money? Chinjio's awkward thoughts about being calculated by Lister instantly disappeared, and her eyes looking at Lister were much gentler. Lister, who obviously felt her change, got it, they only care about money and not people. Chinjio enthusiastically sent them away, and Jean Chung on the side stepped forward and asked, "Do they have something to ask you?" Chinjio said him, and didn't intend to hide it. They just sent a depressed retired war beast, and wanted me to help take care of it. Jean Chung heard this and his tone became serious. "Vice President, you'd better not get involved in this matter. Not every depressed war beast is as easy to cure as the light. Especially the war beasts that have been on the battlefield. It is possible that they will go crazy and tear you as an enemy." Chinjio pointed to Lightning, and Bai Shui, who were listening to Xiaosha's storytelling outside the door. How many war beasts in the galaxy can beat them? Jean Chung thought seriously for a moment, and shook his head. "I don't know, but it seems that even in the training between war beasts, they have never lost. The only tie was the internal fight between the two siblings." Chinjio spread his hands. "That's it." Jean Chung hesitated. "You don't want to take them to threaten the war beast, do you?" Chinjio: "Hey, that's wrong. What is a threat? This is a friendly exchange." Jean Chung: Jean Chung, you better be. Chapter 186. Chinjio was about to get off work, and Xiaosha was still surrounded by other war beasts. Chinjio couldn't control it, but he had to take Bai Shui and Lightning with him. Bai Shui and Lightning were older among the war beasts. Chinjio called them twice more, and they still retracted their gaze, and came to Chinjio's side. Chinjio rubbed Bai Shui's big head, and picked up Lightning on the ground. Chinjio looked at Guangming, who was fascinated by the story. She thought for a moment, and called it back. Although Guangming had never been on the battlefield, it was also a war beast with congenital deficiencies. The injured and retired hunting wolf should be able to empathize with it. Maybe it would be better for the war beasts to solve these problems. Guangming flew to Chinjio's shoulder and pecked her hair, leaving a straight line of hair. Xiaosha said that this is the latest fashionable hairstyle, and his beloved Chinjio must also have it. Since Xiaosha came, Guangming's aesthetics have undergone earth-shaking changes, and Lightning, Bai Shui and Qin Jiu have not been able to escape his fashion kiss. At first, everyone was disgusted and wanted to avoid him, but as long as Guangming showed loss, everyone in Beast would surrender unconditionally. Later, they were able to completely ignore Guangming's behavior. It's just that the target of everyone has changed from Guangming to Xiaosha. Since Lightning woke up one day and found that his hair was flying up to the sky, he immediately chased Xiaosha half of the campus in anger. Xiaosha has lived for so long, of course he has his skills. His ability to hide here, and there is second to none. In the end, Lightning still couldn't find Xiaosha, but ran around the campus for a long time, and was seen and laughed at by other war beasts for a long time. Now it was Lightning's turn to shut himself up. In the end, it was Qin Jiu who came to the Beast King building and found Lightning in a sullen state. He guessed the reason for his unhappiness based on the top of his head. Qin Jiu also punished Xiaosha for his behavior of corrupting Guangming by deducting his right to have fresh fruit for a week and only buying him expired fruit. Xiaosha was actually hurt and finally gave in, deciding not to spread his fashion Bible to Guangming anymore. Qin Jiu ignored Guangming's behavior and took the three war beasts to the Beast King building. Xiaosha, who was still chatting, saw them leaving and immediately waved goodbye to everyone, flying towards Qin Jiu in the eyes of other war beasts, who were still not satisfied. A group of black shadows approached. Qin Jiu looked at them twice and asked, "Don't talk anymore?" Xiaosha fell on Bai Shui and lay down, intending to let Bai Shui do the whole journey for him. Bai Shui glanced at it, and suddenly shook its whole body, looking like it was shaking off the floating hair on its body, but in fact it was to throw Xiaosha to the ground. Xiaosha didn't react, and fell to the ground with a pop. Xiaosha helped him up, and he pointed at Bai Shui and complained. Bai Shui seemed to be deaf, and her tail was erect and swaying, feeling happy. Qin Jiu was amused by them. She touched Xiaosha's head and said, "Okay, stop scolding. Let's go. I take you back to meet a new friend today." When the war beasts heard this, they all stopped and looked at Qin Jiu. Qin Jiu said as he walked, "It's a new war beast. I heard that it retired due to injury. You should get along well with it." Lightning and Bai Shui, as active war beasts, looked at each other and followed Qin Jiu silently. No one knows better than them what retirement means to a war beast. Their value seems to disappear. Leaving the familiar battlefield, they will become a canary without fighting ability, waiting for food and drink every day. That is better than letting them die on the battlefield. Xiaosha is also a retired war beast, but it can't remember the long-ago memory very clearly, or it can be said that it selectively forgets the pain at the beginning. It saw its master being besieged with its own eyes, but it was surrounded by other war beasts, and couldn't get out to save him. Every time it remembers here, it's like the line is suddenly disconnected, the picture in the memory becomes blurred, and its head begins to hurt. It's like some protection mechanism is turned on, making it selectively forget that memory. So in Xiaosha's memory, it seems to have retired in a muddle. It also became the canary war beast in people's mouths, but not long after, it remembered its master and began to wander around the master's residence again. It was waiting for the day when its owner would come back home as usual, prepare fresh fruits for it, dress it up. It repeated this action for a long time, and suddenly one day it seemed to remember that its owner was gone. So it left that place again and started its wandering life. At first it wanted to make friends with a group of migratory birds and go to the north where its owner most yearned for a look, but the migratory birds could not accept it as an alien, so it was attacked and abandoned. Then it went into the mountains again and lived with a group of ordinary bats for a long time. After paralyzing itself for a long time, it returned to its owner's residence. At this time, the Xinhuang orphanage had been built, and it found that there were many children in the home where there was only one person, and it was very relieved because its owner liked the bustle the most. It also parted with its partners in the mountains, and decided to stay here and live a bustling life for its owner. Thinking of the past, Xiaosha rarely felt depressed, and it followed the team at the end with its head down. Lightning saw that it didn't catch up, so he took 2 steps back and looked at it with his head tilted. Xiaosha seemed unhappy. Lightning didn't dislike Xiaosha anymore, and took the initiative to lean on it and rubbed against it. Snow White also walked to its side and stretched out her big pink tongue to wash Xiaosha's face. Guangming stood in front of it, learning to dance what Xiaosha taught it. What is that called? Oh! Ballroom dance. It wanted to make Xiaosha happy. Qin Jiu looked at these war beasts sticking together, and her heart was swollen. She squatted down, opened her arms, and hugged them all in her arms. Don't be unhappy. We will be a family in the future. Xiaosha's little red eyes moved around them, and suddenly, it shed a tear. The war beasts were in a panic, thinking that they had made it angry, and they all tried to coax it. Only Xiaosha knew why it cried. Because, after wandering for more than 400 years, it finally had a home. Chapter 187. The small episode in the middle finally made Xiaosha, the latecomer, feel integrated into the group. During this period, he was worried about gains and losses, and was afraid that such happiness was just a mirage and fleeting. So he made a fuss, and taught Guangming some things that his master would do to him in the past. He thought that if he left one day, someone would still remember the traces of his master and his existence in this world. Xiaosha wiped away his tears, hugged a few war beasts, and returned to his usual mean appearance. The beasts took the initiative to approach him, and licked his fur. Qingjiu got up, and was about to go back to the Beast King building, but she saw Jin Cheng standing not far from them, silently paying attention to the dynamics here. Qingjiu asked in confusion, "Why are you here?" Jin Cheng's eyes were withdrawn from the war beasts, and he looked at Qingjiu. "I want to go with you to see the retired war beast." Qingjiu didn't care, and led the way in front. Jin Cheng took a deep breath and followed slowly. Before Qingjiu and his party reached the door of the Beast King building, they could already hear the sound of the beasts hitting the cages inside, and there were also a few wolf howls mixed in with the sound of the cages. It was restless. Several war beasts looked at each other and rushed in at the first time. Qingjiu followed behind them, and she found that she didn't need to guide them at all. They were like radars that directly located the location of the hunting wolf. As they got closer and closer to the room at the end, the loud noises from the iron cages became clearer and clearer. Qingjiu and Jin Cheng arrived late, and several war beasts in the room were already circling the cages. Although the cages were covered with opaque cloth, the breath of the war beasts could not be concealed. The hunting wolf inside growled uneasily. It couldn't tell whether the war beast outside was kind or malicious. Since it was injured, it has never seen other war beasts. It clearly knew that it had lost its ability as a war beast. It almost instantly understood a fact that it might be abandoned. Its owner had not come to see it since it was injured. Gradually, it became distrustful of any human or war beast. Anyone approaching it was a threat. Qingjiu stepped forward to lift the cover of the cage. She had just opened it halfway when the hunting wolf inside pounced on her. Although there was a cage blocking it, Qingjiu was still startled by its sudden action and took 2 steps back. Seeing that it dared to treat Qingjiu so fiercely, Lightning and Snow White on the side had already threatened it. The hunting wolf knew that it might not be able to beat Lightning and Snow White. Its arrogance gradually subsided, and it hid in the corner of the cage, with its tail between its legs. Qingjiu nodded secretly. To deal with a violent young man, you have to fight violence with violence. Qingjiu folded the cage cloth and put it aside, standing between Bai Shui and Lightning. With Bai Shui and Lightning backing her up, she is not afraid of the wolf hunter, Jin Cheng on the side. What a man who relies on the power of the beast. For the sake of her own life and health, Qingjiu still chose to squat 2 or 3 steps away from the cage, making herself look about the same height as the wolf hunter. This is an effective way to build a good relationship with animals. You have to look at each other at eye level, and don't let them think you are a threat to them. This is a knowledge point in the pet care professional course. Qingjiu must know how serious the wolf hunter's current symptoms are. She tentatively called out, "Strong wind?" When the wolf hunter heard his name, his ears moved, and he turned his head to look at Qingjiu with some curiosity. He had never seen this human before, and this human was not in the army. Was he abandoned again? Qingjiu saw that the wolf hunter was even more depressed, and she was confused. She looked down and saw Guangming, who was closest to the cage, and she suddenly said, "Guangming, go play with your brother Jifeng." If you have to compare who is more miserable, Guangming is actually more unlucky than Jifeng. Guangming is a scout beast, but he was born blind, and even if he had the best talent, he could not join the beast-taming army. Jifeng's situation is actually much better than she thought. It's just that because of the fracture and his refusal to accept treatment, his bones are not growing well now, and his agility is lacking. Maybe for the strict elimination mechanism of the army, it is really not suitable to stay in the beast-taming army. But if it is willing to accept and cooperate with the treatment, according to the current medical technology, it can still return to the battlefield after slowly recovering. That is, Qingjiu sighed. Jifeng's master was still in a coma. If he hadn't missed Jifeng's treatment period, Jifeng might not have become what he is today. Sending Guangming, who shared the same pain with it, might resonate with it, and let down its guard. Guangming was famous for his courage. He jumped and approached Jifeng hiding in the corner, not afraid that the other party would suddenly get angry, and stretch out his claws to grab it. But in fact, Guangming was not blindly courageous. He could distinguish the good and evil of war beasts. In its world, there are light balls belonging to each life, and the color and intensity of each light ball reflect the character of this life. Jifeng, like all the other war beasts it met in Xinghuang, is a kind war beast. Guangming's approach made Jifeng nervous for a moment, but when Jifeng found out that Guangming was blind, his tense muscles relaxed obviously. Guangming took a step closer and nudged Jifeng with his little head through the cage. Jifeng was startled by his sudden touch, but did not show too much fear or disgust. Jifeng hesitated for a moment, and licked Guangming's head with his tongue. Guangming was happy, and his big wings wanted to slap Jifeng again, but because of the cage blocking it, he could only hit the cage and make a sound. Jifeng thought Guangming was going to attack him, and he let out a threatening growl in his throat. Xinjiu, okay. Guangming, you kid can't be praised. Baixue opened her mouth and yawned. It slowly came to Guangming and grabbed Guangming. At this time, Jifeng thought Baixue was going to attack Guangming and immediately scratched and bit the cage, wishing to break the cage immediately so that it could come out to rescue Guangming. Baixue put Guangming down. Guangming thought Baixue was playing with him, so he immediately changed his slap target to Baixue. Baixue let Guangming slap her expressionlessly, then she lowered her head and licked her fur. Xinjiu was silent the whole time. She understood that Baixue was demonstrating to Jifeng. She was using her actions to tell Jifeng that Guangming had no ill intentions. Jifeng stopped growling, and was still digesting the scene in front of him. Xinjiu felt that it was almost time. She secretly opened the door of the cage, then pulled Jin Chung and ran away. When she ran out of the room, she closed the door and window in one go. Jin Chung was still confused, but he was already in the corridor. The several war beasts inside looked at Xinjiu, and for the first time, their faces showed contempt for Xinjiu. Xinjiu looked up at the sky. Ahem, this is a special occasion. Special treatment. Lightning was the first to enter the cage. With every step it took, Jifeng became more nervous. Lightning walked up to it, and was about to stroke its fur, but Xiusha stopped him. Xiusha stopped Lightning and shook a finger, as if telling Lightning that this method was wrong. The next moment, he pretended to be familiar with Jifeng. Jifeng found that a strange war beast was trying to cover itself with its wings, so it turned around suddenly, opened its bloody mouth and bit Xiusha's wings. Chapter 188. Xiusha reacted quickly, and immediately retracted his hand, and flew out of the cage, cursing at Jifeng. He doesn't know the good heart of a beast. This wolf dog is not good. Very bad. Xiusha is not like Guangming, who is naturally close to other war beasts. After being attacked by Jifeng, he only dared to stick to the roof, and didn't dare to land. Lightning and Baixue looked at him with gloating, but with this negative example, Lightning didn't dare to comb Jifeng's hair rashly. It first touched Jifeng's thigh lightly with its claws. Jifeng shrank and found that Lightning didn't seem to have any malice. Its eyes were full of doubts. What does this little cold ball want to do? Little cold ball. Finding that Jifeng didn't attack it, it sat down next to Jifeng and stretched out its claws to scratch Jifeng lightly. This feeling is like. In the past, in the military camp, other war beasts sneaked around while working and secretly touched themselves. Just this small move made Jifeng classify Little Cold Ball as one of his own beasts. It leaned down and sniffed Lightning's breath, wanting to remember this new colleague. Xiusha saw this, and was full of disbelief. What's wrong with this wolf dog? He was arm in arm with it to close the distance between the two, and it still attacked him. But Lightning just poked its thigh meat, and they can get close? No. It can't accept it. Xinjiu saw Xiusha's injured appearance outside the window, and couldn't help laughing. Xiusha, have you ever thought that the method you use is a way for humans to get closer, but it is not applicable to fighting beasts? Xiusha fell on top of the cage, and looked at Lightning with grievance, and the sour taste was about to overflow. Lightning swung his tail, and looked back triumphantly. But its arrogant look did not last long. Amid Xinjiu's exclamation, it was slapped out of the cage fiercely, drawing a perfect arc in the air. It reacted quickly, and adjusted its body shape before landing, so as not to fall flat on its face. But this scene happened too quickly, and no one knew why Jifeng suddenly slapped Lightning away. Lightning was a little annoyed. It growled, and its small body expanded rapidly, as if it wanted to fight Jifeng to the death. Xiusha saw it in this posture for the first time. It looked at Baixue, and then at Lightning, with a look of shock. What? It originally thought that Lightning was Baixue's child, but it turned out not to be. Just when Lightning was about to attack Jifeng, Baixue appeared between them. Baishua squeezed into the cage. The cage that originally seemed to have enough space suddenly became crowded. A huge sense of oppression came from Baishua, and Ji Feng was frightened and actually lost control of his bladder. Baishua was disgusted and turned away. Ji Feng was left alone in the cage. Ji Feng suspected that the little cold ball was a spy. It must be an alien beast disguised as a war beast. It had never seen this little cold ball, and the white one. A lion? Tiger? Forget it, I forgot. It's just that the big white tiger has a similar aura to it. They are not good beasts. They are all spies of the other party. Qingjiu didn't understand why Ji Feng had accepted the approach of lightning at the beginning, but later took the initiative to attack lightning. Jin Chung looked at the doubts in Ji Feng's eyes, and he suddenly said, I know. It is probably not just depressed, it is very likely that it is nerve damage. It was the first time that Qingjiu heard this term used for war beasts. She asked curiously, what will happen if a war beast has nerve damage? Jin Chung, it depends on the situation. Some war beasts' nerve damage affects the flexibility of their limbs, while some damage affects their cognition of the world. I think Ji Feng should belong to the second situation. Jin Chung pointed at Ji Feng. Look at its eyes. It seems that it is still struggling in its own thoughts. It can't really tell the current situation. It has a wrong understanding of the world. It can't tell good people from bad people, and naturally can't tell enemies from friends, so it will attack all creatures that approach it indiscriminately. Qingjiu instantly felt that she had taken over a hot potato. She had a headache and asked, can it be cured? Jin Chung, yes, as long as you take medicine on time and cooperate with the examination. Qingjiu's sinking heart gradually emerged a little hope, but now no one can get close to Ji Feng, who can feed it medicine? Qingjiu's eyes fell on Guangming. Guangming did not enter the cage, but kept interacting with Ji Feng through the cage. Ji Feng showed no desire to attack it, but was unexpectedly friendly to it. Qingjiu was silent for a moment and called Lister. Lister gave Qingjiu the contact information of his work terminal, and Lister answered almost instantly. Qingjiu reported to him what Jin Chung had just said. After listening, Lister suddenly realized, so it was nerve damage. How come the people at the War Beast Medical Center didn't detect it? Too unprofessional. Qingjiu didn't know how much truth there was in his words, but now the situation had changed, and the originally agreed terms should be renegotiated. Qingjiu got straight to the point. The current situation is difficult to handle, and you need to pay more. Jin Chung, List, Jin Chung thought she would return Ji Feng directly. After all, a war beast with nerve damage is very difficult to control, and one can lose his life if he is not careful. Didn't expect Qingjiu to just ask for more money? List's idea was the same as Jin Qing's. He thought Qingjiu would refuse Ji Feng and was worried, but he didn't expect that she just wanted money, which would be easy to handle. List was very straightforward. I will give you another 100% salary. I will contact the War Beast Medical Center and ask them to reevaluate Ji Feng and prescribe medicine for him after confirming his physical condition. Qingjiu agreed, and Jin Chung saw her silly smile. Jin Chung, you agreed now? Do you know how difficult it is to deal with war beasts with nerve damage? Qingjiu shrugged and said nonchalantly, I don't have to deal with it. She pointed in the direction of Guangming. Let Guangming come. Jin Chung looked at Guangming, who didn't know that he had been sold by his master, and mourned for him for a second. List hung up the call with Qingjiu and immediately called Shen Jinglan. It took a full 30 seconds for the call to be connected. Shen Jinglan looked indifferent and said without any emotion, if you have anything to say, please tell me. List, hey! After all, my position is higher than yours. How can you talk like that? Shen Jinglan, it's okay, I'm hanging up. List, hey. Don't hang up, there's something. List asked Shen Jinglan with a slightly puzzled look. Don't you know that Ji Feng has nerve damage in the War Beast Medical Center? Shen Jinglan was neither sad nor happy, and what she said made List dumbfounded. Yes, it's in the medical records. Chapter 189. List clearly remembered that he did not see any mental damage in the file he read at the beginning. How come Shen Jinglan knew it from the beginning? There is only one possibility. Shen Jinglan concealed it from him from the beginning. List felt ashamed of Shen Jinglan's behavior. He scolded, why didn't you make it clear at the beginning? You know that war beasts with nerve damage and depressed war beasts are completely different in terms of magnitude, and the treatment methods are also different. Aren't you kidding me? Shen Jinglan was extremely calm. She was still dealing with other work in her hands, and did not raise her head. I didn't hide it. It was you who did not look through the records clearly. The last page of the medical report clearly stated that it had low-level nerve damage. Shin Jingwan's attitude made List begin to doubt himself. He suddenly was not sure whether it was because of his negligence that he did not see it clearly and caused a big mistake. However, mental damage should be reported as soon as possible. Shin Jingwan did not do so, and she also had to bear a certain responsibility. Lister, if you had reminded me, I wouldn't have let Edel take over Ji Feng. Shin Jingwan still lowered her head. I wanted to remind you, but when you said you wanted to leave Ji Feng to Qinjiu, I won't say it. After all, she stopped her work and finally looked up and looked at Lister. I also want to know if Qinjiu can treat war beasts with mental damage in addition to war beasts with depression. Lister, isn't it obvious that you are cheating me and Qinjiu? Shin Jingwan, you cheated Qinjiu first, and then I cheated you. Please figure out the order. Lister, what's the difference? Shin Jingwan said no more. She held a bottle of pills in her hand and said to Lister, find someone to help me send these to Qinjiu. This is Ji Feng's medicine. Lister was unhappy. Why? Isn't this what your war beast medical center should do? Shin Jingwan put down the bottle of medicine in her hand. Since you don't want to send it, wait for Qinjiu to come and get it. I will communicate with Edel and say, Lister refused to send you Ji Feng's medicine. If he asks what medicine it is, I will say it is medicine for mental damage. Lister glared at Shin Jingwan fiercely. Okay, I send it. Isn't it okay for me to send it? Shin Jingwan said him, and turned off the communication. Lister felt that Shin Jingwan was the biggest troublemaker in the entire War Beast Medical Center. Her ability was there, and others had no way to be unconvinced. I have been cheating Edel enough recently. If he knew that I had given him a war beast with mental damage, he might report me to the president. He was also being controlled by Shin Jingwan. On the other side, Qinjiu saw that Guangming could stabilize Ji Feng's state, and he was relieved a little. He decided to let the war beasts get along and get familiar with each other. She waved her hand, indicating that Jin Chung should leave. Jin Chung followed her, and walked to the stairs. He looked up and found that the whole staircase was covered with dust, as if no one had ever stepped on it. He asked curiously, what's up there? Qinjiu glanced back and shook his head. I don't know, Teacher Edel said I can't go up. Jin Chung raised his eyebrows and asked, Teacher Edel said you can't go up, so you didn't go up? Qinjiu stopped, and an indescribable emotion flowed through her eyes. She turned back and faced Jin Chung, with a smile on her face that was not as good as her eyes. You seem very interested in it. Jin Chung didn't see any problem on his face. He shrugged and continued to walk forward. No, just a little curious. Qinjiu watched Jin Chung walk past her. She turned around and saw Bai Shui and Lightning at the end of the corridor looking at the two of them warily. They felt Qinjiu's gaze, and silently returned to Jin Feng's room. Qinjiu looked up again, took a deep look at the dusty stairs, and followed Jin Cheng's steps to leave. Qinjiu had received the medicine sent to her by Lister the next day. She mixed the medicine in a can and let Guangming fool Jin Feng to eat it. Jin Feng, who had taken the medicine for several days in a row, was obviously not as confused as he was at the beginning. Now Lightning, Bai Shui, and Xiao Sa could get close to it. After a few days, Lightning and Snow White disappeared at the same time. Edel also disappeared with him. Qinjiu didn't care. After all, Lightning and Snow White were still active war beasts, and it was reasonable for them to follow Edel on missions occasionally. Edel didn't need to report their whereabouts to Qinjiu. Qinjiu didn't know where they went. She could only pray silently that they would come back safely. Shongtian Star, the general military region of the beast-taming army. Zysite was humming a little tune while trimming the star grass by the window. The sun was sufficient in this season, but not scorching, so the plants could grow well indoors. The assistant looked at Zysite with some concern on the side. She asked, Admiral Zysite, do you want to take a break? The trimming of the star grass can be left to others. Zysite was in a good mood. He shook his head and continued to gesture where to cut. Don't worry about me. I'm in good health now. The assistant was skeptical of his words. A few days ago, after Admiral Zysite received a top-secret package, he swept away the usual haze and became cheerful. 2 or 3 days later, Zysite, who had been bedridden, could stand up and move without any monitoring equipment. Even the doctor was amazed, and immediately arranged various examinations for him. The results of the examination were unexpected. The disease cells in Zysite's body were actually decreasing exponentially. Although they could not be completely eliminated, they were enough to support him to maintain a normal life. So Zysite, who couldn't sit still, returned to the military headquarters and began to deal with the accumulated work. The doctor said it was a miracle, but the assistant felt that Admiral Zeisight's change should be related to the package. It was a top-secret package, and the assistant didn't know what was inside. But she guessed that it might be the special treatment medicine sent by the president to him. Because it has not been put into production and use, it has to be sent secretly. After all, the president has his own medical research team, which specializes in difficult and complicated diseases. Their main focus is the most difficult to cure alien beast virus infection. The door of the office was suddenly knocked, and Zeisight turned back and gave the assistant a look. The assistant received his instructions and walked towards the door. Zeisight also said at this time, "Come in." The assistant opened the door, and she was also stunned when she saw that the other party was Master Edel, but her good professional ethics made her calm down quickly. She stepped back, made room for the door, and made a gesture of invitation to Edel. Edel stepped into the room, and Baishua and Lightning followed him in. Zeisight saw Baishua and subconsciously hugged her star grass. "Don't let it be eaten by Hua." Seeing this, Baishua showed a contemptuous look. "Tsk. It's just a rotten grass. Look at his treasure. Sooner or later, he will pull it out again." Chapter 190. After Lightning and Snow White came in, the assistant left on his own accord and closed the door for them. Hester stood in front of his starleaf grass, staring at Snow White, a potential criminal, with great vigilance. Snow White yawned loudly on the ground, not bothering to pay attention to Hester. Lightning jumped onto the table beside him, and grabbed a fruit to eat without any hesitation. Hester looked at the two guys who were more relaxed than at home, and the muscles on his face couldn't help twitching. Hester complained to Edel, "Your two war beasts are really not polite." Edel said he couldn't control them either. He waved his hand and said, "If you are unhappy, just let them go." As soon as he finished speaking, the two war beasts looked up at Hester at the same time. Hester felt that two cold rays were shooting straight at him, and he was silent instantly. He tried his best to ignore them. After confirming that Baishue would not suddenly come up and pluck his starleaf grass, he sat back in his seat and asked Edel to sit down. Edel sat across the table from him and asked, "What's the matter with calling me back suddenly?" Although Lightning and Baishue were doing their own things, their ears were secretly erected, and they all wanted to know what tasks Zizit had assigned. After all, this would affect the length of time they spent with Shinjio. Zizit did not rush to speak, but asked the assistant to serve tea to Edel first. After the assistant put down the tea and left the room again, Zizit sat up straight. Zizit looked at Edel, who had worked together for decades, and he sighed inaudibly and said, "I asked you to come here today because there is something very important to tell you." He pushed the screen on the table in front of Edel. Edel took a quick look at the contents. His face changed drastically, and he pushed the screen back immediately. Edel was glad that he hadn't read it carefully, and couldn't remember the contents. He blamed, "You shouldn't give these things to me. These are confidential military documents." Hester didn't think so. He leaned back in his chair, and turned the chair to greet the sun, leaving Edel with his back. He said, "Edel, although we get along like ordinary friends on weekdays, you are the strongest in the Beast Tamer army, and the person I trust the most. You should know my physical condition." Edel frowned. Why did he sound like he was going to tell me about his last wishes? Hester didn't wait for him to answer and continued, "Outsiders think that my sudden improvement is a medical miracle. Only I know that I am recovering from my illness." Edel immediately interrupted him. "Don't talk nonsense. You are in good health now." Hester turned around and chuckled. "Well now. It's quite good. So while I'm still awake, I need to deal with the following things first." Zizit pushed the light screen to Edel again. "I know that many juniors below are eyeing my position, but I don't trust them. I think in the entire galaxy, only you are suitable for my position." Edel said seriously, "Don't talk nonsense. Do you know that your actions will cause a big change in the entire Beast Tamer army?" Zizit shrugged and said disapprovingly, "Big change? They can't make a fuss. How come there are still people in the Beast Tamer army who don't obey you, Edel?" Edel still couldn't accept this change of identity immediately. "If you want to step down, then start selecting talents from the younger generation instead of leaving your stall to me." Hester shook his head. "It's too late. I don't have much time. I know that if I push you to my position directly, many people under my command will be dissatisfied. So I have already thought about it early on. You will temporarily handle the affairs of the beast taming army in the name of my acting commander. If I am gone suddenly, it would be good for someone to take over immediately, so that the beast taming army will not be paralyzed. When you have achieved some results, naturally no one will come. Dare to object. Edel, but you know, I'm not made for this. I like a free life." Hester interrupted him, and smiled bitterly. "Who doesn't like it? But people live with responsibilities and obligations. I know you don't like it. If not, I wouldn't be able to take this position. But, as one of the former candidates, can I take the initiative to stand up and take some responsibility at this time? Edel was silent. Even without Hester's heartfelt words, if the Beast Tamer army was really on the verge of life and death, could he still be alone? The answer is no. Edel sighed and took the light screen. He said, if there is such a day, I can do it for you. But now the most important thing you should do is to quickly train a successor. Hester did not refuse, he smiled and agreed. As long as Edel accepted his request, things will be discussed later. Who can guess the future? Hester has explained the most important things clearly, and he can finally breathe a sigh of relief. He stood up and walked to Edel, who also stood up. He put his arm around Edel's shoulders and walked out. Okay, let's talk about the serious stuff. We can relax a little. There are 2 new chefs in our cafeteria. The fish they cook is so delicious. The 2 walked farther and farther away, completely forgetting about Lightning and Snow White, who were still in the room. It's not their fault. After all, Snow White had been lying on the sofa at some point, using the sofa backrest to block herself, and Lightning was hiding under the table. The topic of the 2 was heavy, and their attention was naturally not on the 2 war beasts. After the talk, they finally relaxed and forgot about them for a while. It happened that the assistant, who had been guarding the door, was called away by others to deal with some trivial matters, and no one reminded them that Snow White and Lightning were still inside. When Snow White heard the sound of the door being closed, it secretly showed its 2 eyes behind the chair and looked at the situation in the room. Very good, everyone is gone. It stood up and walked slowly to the French window, enjoying the warm sunshine. Lightning also crawled out from under the table and walked to the window, sniffing the starleaf grass beside it. It was quite refreshing. Snow White turned around and saw Lightning's action. It was rare that she did not sing a tune against it. Instead, she took off the tender leaves on the top and handed them to Lightning. Lightning was frightened by its lowering of its head and took 2 steps back. But it saw that Snow White just put down the starleaf grass in its mouth and arched in its direction, obviously wanting to share it with it. Now it was Lightning's turn to be confused. What happened? The sun rose from the west? Chapter 191. Snow White saw it looking at it warily from a distance, but it didn't care. It had already put the starleaf grass on the ground, and it was up to Lightning whether to eat it or not. So Snow White turned around and began to pick the fresher parts for itself to eat. Lightning saw this, and took small steps forward suspiciously. It took 2 steps and stopped 2 steps, always paying attention to Snow White's movements. Finally, it found that Snow White really didn't want to trick it to come over and beat it up, so it finally stepped forward and picked up the starleaf grass and ran away. It didn't eat it until it thought it had reached a safe distance. The starleaf grass looked vigorous, and was very popular among middle-aged men. This starleaf grass of Hester was of high quality, and it was difficult to find another similar one in the entire galaxy. And under Hester's care, this starleaf grass grew well, and it looked greener and stronger than ordinary starleaf grass. He took good care of the starleaf grass, and obviously spent a lot of time on it. Starleaf grass has another name. It is also called catnip for cats. Because starleaf grass can help digestion, is rich in trace elements, and has the function of promoting the excretion of hair balls, cats will be attracted by its fresh smell and take the initiative to eat. However, starleaf grass is too difficult to find in the interstellar space, so almost no one is willing to spend a lot of money to find a starleaf grass to feed their animals. Of course, these are not within the consideration of Lightning and Snow White. They were eating happily, but Heath on the other side was unaware, and was still chatting with Edel. Until Edel suddenly realized that something seemed to be missing around him. He slapped his head and shouted, "Oh, I forgot Snow White and Lightning." When Hester heard this, his mind was working fast. The next moment, he ran towards the office building, still screaming, "My starleaf grass!" Edel was still confused, but when he heard the name of the starleaf grass, he also responded. The pot of starleaf grass in Hester's office was bought by Edel at a high price from another planet. It was because Snow White destroyed it that he had to buy it to compensate Hester. Now that Snow White and Lightning are left with the starleaf grass, there is no guarantee how much trouble Miss Snow White will cause him. He hurriedly followed Hester's footsteps, silently praying in his heart that Snow White is no longer interested in the starleaf grass. But when the 2 of them returned to the office, it was too late. Lightning and Snow White surrounded the starleaf grass and chewed it in their mouths. The originally lush starleaf grass has now become bare, with only a few branches on the base still standing, and all the tender green leaves have been eaten by them. Hester cursed in anger, Snow White. Lightning. You? 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 Edel saw that he was about to choke, and immediately stepped forward to support his body. Hester turned back and glared at Edel, and the anger in his eyes almost swallowed Edel. Edel was numb. He turned his head and saw that Lightning and Snow White were burping, and he was so angry that he couldn't speak. Ancestors. These two are ancestors. Snow White walked in front of the two of them leisurely, and glanced at Hester with disdain. Its eyes completely angered Hester. If Edel hadn't stopped him, he would have stepped forward to fight Snow White to the death. Although Lightning didn't understand what the grudge between them was, it was not stupid. Hester obviously became angry after seeing it, and Snow White eating the grass. The grass should be some treasure of Hester. Lightning sat there, oblivious to what was happening outside, licking his paws, looking calm and relaxed. It ate it. So what? If it wanted to, it could even tear down the room. The war beast made a mistake, and only Edel could clean it up. Edel tried to persuade him to buy 2 pots of better quality starleaf grass for Zysite this time, and only then could he suppress Zysite's anger. Zysite's chest was still heaving, and the assistant who had finished her work came back and saw the mess at the scene, and she didn't need to ask anything. She already knew what had happened. She immediately brought Zysite a cup of hot tea and asked him to drink a few sips to calm down. His body had just recovered a little, so he couldn't get angry. Zysite drank a sip of tea, slowly calmed his breathing, and stared at Edel viciously. Edel didn't dare to look at him, and bowed his head in silence. Zysite, look at you. How come your war beast has such a personality when others raise it? Edel didn't dare to answer, but he was thinking silently in his heart. How can it not have personality if it has been raised since childhood? How can it be compared with other war beasts? Zysite didn't expect to wait for Edel's response. He sighed and said, forget it, you don't have to compensate me. Edel looked up after hearing this, and couldn't believe what he heard. Impossible? Zysite is not such a generous person. How could he ignore the loss and directly exempt him from compensation? Seeing his suspicious look, Zysite said unhappily, what? Are you not happy if you are not allowed to accompany me? Then you. Edel shook his head and waved his hands. No, I am happy. How about this? If you don't need me to go shopping, I will reimburse you for how much money you spend. No need. Hester looked at the dead branches on the ground with some distress, and said, anyway, I can't see it for long. It's okay if it's gone. I don't have to think about it all the time. Edel thought he was hinting that his life was about to come to an end, and immediately said, don't talk nonsense. What do you mean you can't see it for long? I can still see it for many years. I send you new ones when they wither. Hester sneered. You still send me new ones? I've already prayed to God if you can control your war beasts and stop them from eating my starleaf grass. I even suspect that your war beasts are unlucky for me. Snow White shook her tail and nodded without giving any face. Hester saw the big white head shaking up and down, and he was so angry that his teeth itched. Get out. Get out with your war beasts. I'm upset when I see them. Edel agreed immediately as if he had been pardoned, and waved to Lightning and Snow White, asking them to follow him. Snow White looked at Hester with disdain and followed Edel leisurely. Lightning followed behind him, but after being attacked by Snow White last time, he was cautious this time, and stayed far away from Snow White to prevent him from kicking him away. After driving them all away, Hester used other excuses to get rid of his assistant, and sat alone in the room in a daze. This was the place where he had stayed for decades. The time here was filled with sadness and joy, and full of all kinds of memories. But, after this separation, there might be no chance to come back again, right? Chapter 192. You're here again? Xiao Xiaolin laughed helplessly, turned around and shouted, Xiaojiu, your Xiaoxia is here again. Since Xiaoxia had a bathing experience, he has come to report at least twice a week. Xiaoxia did not wear the little gentleman's hat today. He chose to wear a fisherman's hat today. He took off his hat, put the necklace hanging around his neck in it, and handed it to Xiao Xiaolin for safekeeping without any hesitation. Xiao Xiaolin took it and laughed and scolded, You are really good at ordering people around. I will charge you next time you come. Xiaoxia heard the words, made a human patting pocket gesture, and then turned over his empty hands to Xiao Xiaolin. It was using body language to say, it has no money. Xiao Xiaolin was amused by its self-righteous behavior. Xiao Xiaolin deliberately joked, Next time you have no money, I will kick you out. Qingjiu just walked out from inside. Xiaoxia saw Qingjiu's figure, stretched out his claws, and pointed at Qingjiu. Xiao Xiaolin laughed, You are so good. Come in. Xiaoxia lay down on the massage bed he liked the most skillfully, and even took the clean towel from the next door and covered his eyes with it to rest. Most of the owners of other war beasts saw Xiaoxia coming to take care of them for the first time, and they were also touched by Xiaoxia's self-conscious behavior. While taking pictures, they chatted with Xia Xiaolan. Is this Qinjiu's Night Emperor bat? It must not be the first time for it to be so skilled. Xia Xiaolan nodded and dimmed the light above Xiaoxia's head. She said, yes, I suspect it is the war beast that loves to take a bath the most in the entire galaxy, no one else. I don't know how its previous owner raised it. He almost became a human spirit. The other party also laughed. Yes, if its former owner was still alive, I would like to send my war beast there for training and learning. This is so cute. Some people were dissatisfied with Xiaoxia's behavior. A war beast enjoys more than humans, but it has already lost its fighting ability. What's the good of this? If your war beast is so decadent, you will cry. TSK, it would be best if there are no more alien beasts in the Interstellar in the future, and the war beast returns to nature. I will raise it as a treasure. Is it okay if I like it? Naive. Xia Xiaolan didn't know why the two people quarreled inexplicably, and she hurried forward to persuade them to stop fighting. Qinjiu heard their conversation, and couldn't help but look at them twice more. Then, Qinjiu's eyes fell on Xiaoxia, who was lying upright. She was actually very curious. Did Xiaoxia really lose his fighting ability because he was too old and wandered for too long? Videos from 400 or 500 years ago are basically unavailable, so Qinjiu has no chance to see what Xiaoxia looked like when he was still a war beast. It can only find some comparisons from the documentary of the Night Emperor bat. But the Night Emperor bat in the documentary was fierce and agile, which was totally different from the 500-year-old grandfather in front of him. But since it had already retired, it was not a big deal even if it had no fighting ability. Because Xiaoxia was a war beast that volunteered to take a bath, any employee could handle it, so Qinjiu did not go in Xiaoxia's direction. After she told Xia Xiaolan where she was going, she left the pet care shop. Now the one that worried her the most among all the war beasts was Jin Feng. Although Jin Feng had taken medicine for a period of time and regained consciousness, and could distinguish between humans and beasts, enemies and friends, his mood was not very high. Qinjiu thought it was because its owner didn't show up. All Qinjiu could do now was to spend more time with it, and lead it through this tormenting period. Jin Feng no longer needed to be locked in a cage. Like the other 4 war beasts, it could move freely around. Qinjiu heard the sound of animal claws falling on the ground as soon as she stepped into the Beast King building. Qinjiu looked up and found Bai Shui rushing towards her from the end of the corridor. She was very surprised. Bai Shui? You're back? Although they had only been separated for a few days, Bai Shui felt that a long time had passed. Its head was madly pushing into Qinjiu's arms, almost pushing Qinjiu down. Bai Shui was back, and lightning must have come back too, but... Qinjiu looked behind Bai Shui. There was nothing there, and there was no small black figure. Even if lightning was not there, lightning should have appeared when he returned here. Why was lightning gone today? She was just curious, and Bai Shui had already grabbed the corner of her clothes and pulled her in. Considering the current situation, Qinjiu secretly said that something might have happened to Jin Feng. She immediately ran and rushed into the room at the end of the corridor. Sure enough, the 3 war beasts were in the room, while Jin Feng stayed in the cage, with his back to the door, motionless. Lightning and Guangming were beside it, constantly touching it, but it still didn't react. This is too abnormal. After all, Jin Feng is still in a state of stress. Normally, if you touch it a little, it will also show its teeth and be fierce. Why didn't it react suddenly? Qinjiu walked to the cage, and Lightning turned his head and rubbed her ankle with his head, then pointed his claws at Jin Feng and called softly. Although there was no protective clothing now, Qinjiu could not care so much. She directly patted Jin Feng. Jin Feng? Jin Feng? What's wrong with you? Jin Feng was still motionless, and the temperature of his body seemed to be much lower than usual. Qinjiu's pupil shrank suddenly, and he turned it over with force. There was a pool of red liquid under Jin Feng's body, which was even a little condensed now. Qinjiu made a prompt decision, dialed the emergency channel of the War Beast Medical Center, and then pushed the cage to the school gate. The fact that she dialed the communication of the War Beast Medical Center also alarmed Edel, and Edel also rushed here quickly. The ambulance hovercraft arrived quickly, attracting many onlookers. They watched Qinjiu and Edel push the cage into the car and talked about it. Have you seen that hunting wolf? No. When did our Xinhuang have a hunting wolf? Teacher Edel and Qinjiu sent it to the car, so it must be their war beast. It can't be Teacher Edel's war beast, right? It could be Qinjiu's new pet. But what happened? I don't know. Did you see the blood around its mouth? It's a bit scary. It may be seriously injured. I hope nothing happens to it. In the car, the medical staff immediately gave Jin Feng emergency treatment. Except for some excessive blood loss, its other signs were relatively stable. After the medical staff gave it a blood bag, its breath was not so weak. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Edel asked, "What happened?" Qinjiu told Edel everything she had seen. Edel pondered for a moment, sighed, and said, "It still can't let go. This behavior is obvious. It wants to commit suicide." Qinjiu was stunned. Suicide? It shouldn't be. Its condition has been getting better, and better recently. Sometimes it can even quarrel with Guangming and others. Why suddenly? Edel shook his head. It should be another stress response. Think about what is different in the past few days. Qinjiu thought silently for a long time. She suddenly looked up and said, "I know. Bai Shui and lightning are not here these days." Chapter 193. Edel nodded and analyzed. It thought it was abandoned by its owner. Now it has finally integrated into a new group. Suddenly one day, it found that the members of the group disappeared, just like its owner. So its originally latent symptoms were stimulated again, and it destroyed its own body. The medical staff agreed with Edel's analysis. He said, "The war beasts at this stage are very sensitive. Any slight disturbance will be infinitely magnified in its eyes." Qinjiu thought that this would not work. They had to find a way to cure the root cause. She asked, "Teacher Edel, has Jinfeng's owner woken up?" Edel shook his head. No notification was received. Qinjiu asked again, "Do we have the right to visit?" If it was a few days ago, Edel would not be able to say it. After all, the other party was injured in the Beast Control Army while on a mission. The military must protect his personal safety, and give him a quiet and comfortable recuperation environment. And Qinjiu had no relatives or friends with him, so her visit would be considered an act of disturbing him. But now that Hester has given him half of the authority, this little thing can indeed be easily passed. "Edel, you can go to visit. What do you think?" "Qinjiu, wait for Jinfeng's condition to get better in the next few days. I will let Guangming and Xiaoxia come to see it more often. When it stabilizes, we will take it to see its owner." This? Edel hesitated. Jinfeng will still lose control if he leaves other war beasts. If he sees his master lying in bed, wouldn't it be more shocking to him? Wouldn't it really be more anxious and more determined to leave with its owner? Qinjiu understood Edel's worries. She said, "Even if it doesn't see the owner's injury, it will still seek death. So why not try a new method? Maybe waiting for the owner to recover can also give it hope." Edel finally agreed to Qinjiu's proposal. After all, Qinjiu can be said to be an authoritative expert in treating depression in war beasts. Jinfeng woke up after the rescue, but his eyes were gray, as if he had no interest in everything around him. Qinjiu walked into the ward alone. Jinfeng looked up at her, shook his tail, and lowered his head again. Qinjiu squatted down, hugged Jinfeng's head, and comforted him softly. "Silly child, if you really can't be saved, how sad your owner will be." Jinfeng's eyes finally focused when he heard the word master, and he struggled to leave Qinjiu's embrace. Qinjiu let it go and faced it. Jinfeng nudged Qinjiu's hand with his long nose, his eyes full of doubt. "Qinjiu, your master doesn't want you anymore, but he is injured and in a coma in the hospital. If he wakes up and finds you gone, he will be very sad." Jinfeng's tail began to wag. Qinjiu thought it was time. She said, "You cooperate with the treatment, and when you get better, how about we go to see your master together?" Jinfeng let out a hoarse roar, and it finally rekindled the hope of life. Qinjiu took out some meat paste from the side and handed it to Jinfeng. "Eat a little, you will get better faster." Jinfeng started eating with big mouthfuls. Seeing this, the medical staff outside the door could not help but sigh that Qinjiu was really good at dealing with war beasts. Jinfeng stopped eating after eating more than half of it. Qinjiu rubbed its head and walked out of the room. The medical staff asked her if she could come every day to help feed it and take medicine. Qinjiu agreed and prepared to leave. As soon as she walked out of the door of the medical center, she saw Guangming and Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia still had a small towel wrapped on his head, as if he had slipped out before finishing the hair care. When he saw Qinjiu, he took 2 steps forward, made a yin sound, and asked about Jinfeng's condition. Qinjiu wanted to take the towel off his head, but Xiaoxia immediately covered his head and jumped back a step. He gestured with his claws to tell Qinjiu that it was not time for the hair treatment. Qinjiu laughed helplessly. "You always ask for so many services. When will you pay?" When Xiaoxia heard the word pay, he approached Qinjiu in a flattering manner and gently rubbed Qinjiu's palm with a small towel on his head. Chinchio stretched out a finger and tapped its nose, smiling. "You are my ancestor." After that, Chinchio told him about Jinfeng's situation, and specially asked Guangming to come out here more often to accompany Jinfeng if he had nothing to do. Guangming stretched out his wings and saluted Chinchio. It was the first time that Chinchio saw Guangming do this action. She almost subconsciously turned to Xiaosha and asked, "Did you teach me?" Xiaosha also raised his paws to salute Chinchio, like Guangming. Chinchio smiled and said, "Okay, let's go. Don't go in for the time being today. It's still in the ICU. We come back tomorrow." Guangming and Xiaosha flew away by themselves, while Chinchio and Edel took the same bus back to Xinghuang. After getting in the car, Edel said, "Did you mention before that you wanted to see what Xiaosha looked like on the battlefield before?" Chinchio nodded, but she said with some regret, "Maybe the time interval is too long, and there is no video about Xiaosha on the entire internet." Edel turned on the light screen given to him by Zysite, found the information about the war beast Xiaosha in it, and sent it to Chinchio to see. Since Xiaosha has been a war beast retired for 400 years, the information is actually public. He used his authority to exercise convenience and retrieved these dusty information to give to Chinchio, which was not against the rules. Chinchio came forward and looked at the video on the light screen. On the light screen, Xiaosha's appearance was not much different from now, but its eyes were sharp, and the murderous look that faintly revealed made Chinchio a little unfamiliar. Its owner stood not far behind it, and raised his hand towards the big rock in front. Xiaosha seemed to sense some call, and flapped his wings to sprint forward. In the dark night, it can accurately find the alien beasts hiding in the dark. It grabbed a dormant alien beast hiding behind a stone, and threw it to the ground. Its owner shot at the alien beast. Xiaosha continued to cooperate with his owner, and successfully cleared the hidden threats nearby. The video only had this point, but it also made Chinchio stunned. Xiaosha's smooth movements were so handsome that Chinchio could hardly match it in the video, with the Xiaosha who always wore a small hat on his head. Chinchio was silent for a long time. She asked cautiously, "Teacher Edel, did you give the wrong video? Maybe the war beast in the video is another Night Emperor bat?" Edel shook his head. He was very sure that he had not found the wrong information. He said, "It was originally one of the only 3 Night Emperor bats left at that time. It is difficult to find the wrong one. And Xiaosha has more merits than Baishua and Lightning. There are not many war beasts in the Interstellar that can compare with it." Chinchio looked up, and looked at Xiaosha flying outside through the window. Under the illumination of the car lights, she saw that the small towel on Xiaosha's head was about to fall off, and then Xiaosha quickly raised his claws to hold down his head. This action made him fall several meters, and he hurriedly tidied the towel on his head, adjusted his posture and flew again. Chinchio, So, you mean that the super meritorious war beast loves hair oil, right? Chapter 194. Shirong is a planet with little rain, but the weather has been abnormal recently, and it has rained heavily for several days in a row. Only a few people are walking on the streets that are usually crowded with people. They walk hurriedly and leave quickly. No one wants to stay in the rain. The rain on the ground gathers together, forming small puddles one after another. A pair of black leather shoes covered with mud stepped on the small puddles, splashing water. The owner of the leather shoes was wearing a raincoat and holding an umbrella, covering most of his face. Only through the reflection of the puddles on the ground can his facial features be barely seen. He is Zysite. I don't know if even God is helping him. It's raining heavily at this time. Even if he surrounds himself tightly, it will not arouse suspicion. Because everyone is the same. He walked through the alley that only allows one person to pass through, and looked back vigilantly at the end to prevent a little tail from following him. After confirming that it was safe, he chose a direction to continue forward. Relying on his memory of the route, he finally arrived in front of a small house. 2 tattered red lanterns and a couplet were hanging in front of the door of the small house. It seemed that the place had been in disrepair for a long time. After Zister confirmed again that no one was following him, he went forward and knocked on the door 3 times. He waited in front of the door, but there was no movement inside for 5 minutes. Zister was not anxious. After waiting patiently for another 5 minutes, there was finally a knock on the door. Dong, dong, ding, dong. This was a special code between them. Zister knocked 3 times quickly, paused for a moment, and knocked twice again. The house was quiet again, but the door was still closed. After Hester waited for another 5 minutes, the door finally opened. He quickly entered the house, and closed the door. "How could it be you?" Hester took off his hat amid the woman's exclamation. He said calmly, "It's me. Long time no see, Lieutenant Colonel Yu." Yu Qingyu never thought that her contact person was Hester. Hester was also a member of the White Tiger organization. Hester put down the black box in his hand, took off his rain-soaked coat, and hung it on the balcony. He walked to the tea table skillfully and began to boil water and make tea. He looked up and asked, "What do you want to drink? Oolong? Longjing? Pu'er? Or scented tea?" Seeing that she didn't answer, Hester said on his own initiative, "Let's have some scented tea to calm the mind." Yu Qingyu saw that he was not surprised to see her appearance at all, and she also calmed down and sat opposite Hester. Zai pointed to a black box beside her. "The things you want are inside. Mr. Fei asked you to go back next month for a physical examination." Yu Qingyu glanced at the box, and then fixed his eyes on Zai. "When did you join?" Zai took a sip of the light tea, and the fragrance of the flower tea filled his mouth. He said, "Earlier than you." Yu Qingyu frowned slightly. Earlier than her, that means. Before she carried out the mission, he was already a traitor in the White Tiger organization. Then, she suddenly stood up, crossed the tea table, and grabbed Zai's collar. She glared and said, "Does my being in that ghost place have anything to do with you?" Zai was not frightened by her hysterical appearance, but patted Yu Qingyu's hand gently, and said in a calm tone, "Let go first. It's hard to say if you grab me." Yu Qingyu slowly let go of her hand. She stared at Zai's face. The hidden murderous intent made Zai have no doubt that if he answered yes, she would attack him immediately. Zai poured a cup of tea for Yu Qingyu and said frankly, "It is related. I sent you there." Bang! Yu Qingyu couldn't help but pick up the teacup in front of her and threw it at Zai's vital point, but Zai reacted quickly and slightly turned his head to avoid the attack of the teacup. But the boiling hot tea fell on him. He frowned slightly, and before Yu Qingyu attacked again, he said, "If you hadn't been sent to Mr. Fei, you would have died." Yu Qingyu's hand movement paused. She asked coldly, "What do you mean?" "Zizit, when our search and rescue team found you, you were already breathing, and even if we sent you to the hospital at the fastest speed, we might not be able to save you. So I decided to give you a shot with Mr. Fei's medicine. But you died as soon as the shot was over." Yu Qingyu couldn't understand what he meant. "What do you mean I'm already dead?" "Hester, it means exactly what it says. At that time, your heartbeat and other physiological reactions had all disappeared. You should have been sent back to the headquarters for your final farewell ceremony. But on the way to the transport, you suddenly coughed twice, and the staff who were originally transporting you were scared and ran away. Finally, I took a look at your condition with a glimmer of hope. Your heartbeat has recovered, but the heartbeat is too fast, not like the heart rate that humans should have. I thought you might still have a chance to survive, so I did not send you back to Zhongtian Star, but sent you to Mr. Fei, and announced to the public that your body was gone, and added honors." Zai handed Yu Qingyu another cup of tea and asked her to sit down. Yu Qingyu did not refuse this time, and sat down slowly. Zai continued, "What happened afterwards was similar to what you know. Tell your family about your unfortunate death. We held a funeral for you, and everyone thought you were dead. From that moment on, you belong to the White Tiger organization. You are the most perfect optimized body, and a new human being." Yu Qingyu was indeed seriously injured and unconscious that year, and she knew nothing about what happened afterwards. She only knew everything that happened after her death, after she reconnected with her family recently. However, Yu Qingyu believed Zai's explanation more than she doubted it. First, he had no reason to lie to her, and second, she really couldn't imagine that if it wasn't related to Zai, no one could take her away in that situation. In this way, Zai saved her life. It's just that she couldn't look at Zai with gratitude for the new life she had suffered so much over the years. But now her hostility towards Zai is slowly decreasing. She took a sip of the tea and said, "I want to ask you something." "Zizit, you tell me." She hesitated for a moment and asked, "Did Qingjio go to the experimental base when he was a child?" Zizit was stunned. He didn't expect Yu Qingyu to ask about Qingjio. He shook his head. "I don't know the answer to this question, but it is highly likely that there is no answer." "Why do you ask this?" Yu Qingyu fell into fragmented memories. She was unconscious most of the time in the base, and only woke up for a short while in a few cases. She seemed to find a child, who looked very similar to Qingjio in the fragments of memory. She couldn't even remember the scene when she met Qingjio. Only her face with baby fat made her feel a little familiar. Chapter 195. Yu Qingyu shook her head, and denied her own answer. Yes, how could Qingjio appear in the base? She is a student with a legitimate identity, and it is impossible for her to be a child in the base. Yu Qingyu, maybe I remember the others wrongly. Zai didn't care, explained the matter to her clearly, and prepared to leave. Before he left, Yuqingyu stopped him and asked, "Are you going to the base too?" Zyside stopped, turned around and nodded heavily, "Yes." Yuqingyu didn't say anything to blame or question. She knew Zyside's obsession better than anyone else. If he doesn't get effective treatment, he will completely disappear in the Interstellar. Yuqingyu asked, "What about the beast-taming army?" "Zizit, I have arranged it for Edel. Edel thought he only had half of my authority, but I have already transferred all the authority. If he cannot hold my position in the future, he will need your support." When Yuqingyu heard that he had finished handling the aftermath, he nodded and agreed. "Okay, but Edel is the most suitable person for this position besides you. I don't think anyone would challenge Edel." Zizit also smiled. "Yes, I will leave the beast-taming army to him. I am relieved." Yuqingyu waved to him and said goodbye. "I hope you will still be alive next time I see you again." Zizit understood the deep meaning of her words and replied, "Okay, I will try not to become an ugly monster. If that day really comes, kill me if you have the chance." Yuqingyu nodded, "I will." He put on his raincoat and blended into the rain, disappearing at the end of the street. Yuqingyu thought, "I don't know if this is the last time they will meet in this life." Since knowing that there is still a chance to see the master, Jinfeng's condition has been getting better and better. Guangming and Xiaoxiao got special passes, and they can freely enter and exit the medical center through the small door on the roof every day. The sun had just set, and the golden afterglow reflected half of the sky. Guangming and Xiaoxiao were about to set off for the medical center at this time. After all, Xiaoxiao didn't get up until dusk, and Guangming had to wait for him to get up, wash and eat before he could set off. Guangming finally waited until Xiaoxiao finished dawdling, and he couldn't wait any longer, flapping his wings and about to take off. Xiaoxiao blocked his way, and Guangming didn't understand why. Xiaoxiao picked up 2 tags from the table, one on Guangming's neck and one on his own neck. Guangming then understood what Xiaoxiao meant by stopping him. The badge is the pass for the medical center. If you don't wear it, you can't enter and leave the medical center freely. Of course, they can also ask the staff to open the door for them, but most staff don't dare to get too close to the war beasts. In the end, they have to stay far away and wait for the staff to open the door and run away before they can enter. This is too troublesome. It's better to go in and out by yourself. The two of them went out. Lightning and Snow White looked at their backs, looked at each other, and understood the meaning of each other's eyes. Snow White slowly shrank her body, became a little white ball, and sneaked out with Lightning. Jinjiu came to the store after class and found that they were all gone. He was curious about where they went. But after the guests arrived, she didn't think about where the war beasts went to play. Lightning and Snow White sneaked out of the school gate and chased in the direction where Guangming and Xiaoxiao disappeared. They crossed the street from a place with few people. Occasionally, a child would see them and shout, "There are kittens," and the two would immediately disappear from their sight. They came to the door of the medical center, looked at the huge building, and sat there in a dilemma. It's impossible to let them grow bigger to threaten the staff to open the door, right? It's estimated that they haven't been able to get in yet, and saw that the strong wind has scared several staff members to death. Xiaoxiao and Guangming don't know where they are now. Have they arrived or not? Are they already inside? Just as they were thinking about where they could sneak in, the access control on the top of the medical center was opened. Guangming poked his head out from inside and looked around, as if looking for something. Xiaoxiao called out behind it, curious about what it was doing. Guangming used his wings to support the ground, made a crawling posture, and then chirped. Xiaoxiao understood what it meant. It said Lightning and Snow White were coming too, but it walked to the edge and scanned the street downstairs. It did not see the 2 swift leopards. It carefully felt again, but did not detect their breath. Did Guangming feel it wrong? It shook Guangming's wings, telling it that it did not see the swift leopards. Guangming firmly believed that his feeling was not wrong. It jumped out and flew around the entire center. Finally, it found the sneaky Lightning and Snow White in a flower trough. Guangming landed beside them and spread its big wings to pat them. At this time, Xiaoxiao, who had chased out, saw Guangming angrily fanning the 2 beasts, and he quietly landed at a distance from Guangming. He cast an inquiring look at the 2 war beasts, wondering why Lightning and Snow White had to hide here after they came. Lightning raised his upper body, grabbed the leaves above his head with his 2 claws, and blocked his body. Oh! He is playing hide and seek. This is a branch of the War Beast Medical Center, and most staff can recognize them. If they are discovered by the staff, Edel might have taken the suspension train to find them the next moment. So he must hide himself well. Snow White pushed Lightning aside with 1 claw, and Lightning rolled out without standing firmly. Before Xiaoxiao could recover from his surprise, Snow White had already stretched out his claws and pointed at Xiao Xia. Xiao Xia tilted his head and looked at Snow White. Snow White ignored Lightning, who wanted to rush up, pointed at herself, and then pointed at the building. Xiao Xia suddenly realized, oh, they want to go in, but... Xiao Xia patted the access card on his neck. He wanted to tell Bai Xue that they couldn't go in without this card. Bai Xue pointed at Xiao Xia again. Xiao Xia knew that he wanted him to take them in, but what could he do? He didn't have 2 more cards. Lightning was ready to go, but after seeing their communication, he was no longer thinking about revenge. It returned to Bai Xue, pointed at Xiao Xia's wings, and raised his upper body, making a similar gesture of putting his hands on his waist. Bai Xue glanced at it and nodded with relief. Its silly brother finally knew not to talk nonsense. Xiao Xia, who understood their meaning, waved his hands wildly to refuse, and the next moment, the 2 siblings made a fierce expression at the same time and roared threats. Xiao Xia, eh? Who understands, you beasts? I am a 100-year-old man, and I am being bullied by 2 kids. Oh heaven! Oh earth! Please be reasonable. Chapter 196. Xiao Xia was successfully threatened. After all, if he wanted to continue to rely on his rich man, he had to accept the fact that he had to continue living with the 2 war beasts in front of him. If he didn't agree, they would hunt him down whenever they got the chance in the future. How could he live? So Xiao Xia gave in. He could only give in with tears. Xiao Xia grabbed the back of a swift leopard's neck with 1 claw and was about to take off. But before it flapped its wings, its eyes caught 2 claws with sharp nails exposed, waving at it. It quickly spread its claws and took 2 steps back. Lightning and Snow White were staring at it fiercely. The 2 siblings were in sync. Xiao Xia didn't understand what the 2 little brats were dissatisfied with. Xiao Xia waved his little claws and accused them of their behavior. The siblings also began to express their dissatisfaction. The 3 war beasts were quarreling silently. Guangming watched their fireballs begin to turn red and warm, and he hurried forward to persuade them to stop fighting. But Xiao Xia knew why they were angry. They didn't want to be picked up by Xiao Xia by the back of their necks. It would be like a kitten being picked up, which was a loss of dignity for a war beast. If Xiao Xia had whites in his eyes would probably be rolling up to the sky. These 2 little brats ordered him to work, and he was still disgusted, right? If he could beat them, he would give each of them a right hook. Xiao Xia walked between the 2 again, and the 2 beasts turned their heads to stare at Xiao Xia at the same time. Xiao Xia was a little scared by their stares, but he still found another way. He opened his left and right hands, wrapped his claws around the stomachs of the 2, and flapped his wings to take them off the ground. But because they still had some weight, Xiao Xia's flying figure was wobbling in the air, and the 2 war beasts were so scared that they hugged Xiao Xia tightly. Xiao Xia was almost suffocated by their embrace, and he issued a warning, asking them to hold back a little. After flying for a while, they finally arrived at the clock-in machine on the rooftop. All other entrances to the medical center require the information on the card to be checked and the visitor's number to enter. Xiao Xia walked to the machine and blocked Lightning and Snow White with his wings. It looked at the camera with a guilty conscience, praying that it would not be discovered. The camera scanned it for a longer time than usual, and its heart was about to jump out. At this moment, it had to admit that it was the most cowardly war beast in the world. The camera scanned several times, and it seemed that there was indeed nothing unusual. The red light on the door turned green after a beep, and the door opened. Lightning and Snow White jumped out from behind it and rushed into the door. Warning, illegal species are invading. Warning, illegal species are invading. The warning sound of the access control startled Xiao Xia. Before he could enter, the door had already closed with a swish. Xiao Xia looked up at the closed door and punched it with his fist. Guangming, who was standing beside him, was also locked outside. The warning sound alarmed the central monitoring room. The security personnel immediately checked the surveillance. They only found 2 figures, one black and one white, disappearing at the door very quickly. Just at this time, the person in charge of the center came in to hand over the work, and the security personnel immediately reported the matter. The person in charge asked it to check the surveillance of the corridor. After changing the cameras in several places, they could see clearly what the 2 figures were. The screen showed Bai Xue and Lightning trying to identify the direction. The person in charge identified their appearance and was stunned for a long time. The security personnel's current situation immediately asked nervously, "Do we need to close all the entrances to the wards?" "No." The person in charge woke up as if from a dream. He said, "Remove the alarm. They are not an invasive species." Although the security personnel was surprised, they still answered, "Yes." At the same time he lifted the alarm, Xiao Xia happened to knock on the door. As soon as the door was unlocked, it lost its support and fell straight to the ground. When it saw the door open, it didn't care about the behavior of being calculated by the door and rushed in. The person in charge called Edel and turned the camera to the surveillance screen. He asked, "Master Edel, is this your Snow White and Lightning?" Edel recognized his two little babies at a glance. He was surprised and said, "Yes, where are they?" Person in charge, "In the medical center. We saw from the surveillance that they sneaked into the center with a Night Emperor bat." Edel, Person in charge, "Oh, and after using the Night Emperor bat, they left the Night Emperor bat outside the door and came in by themselves." Edel, Edel had a headache. How dare they do that? If they go to the medical center from Xinhuang by themselves, what if they are captured by bad guys halfway? Guangming and Xiaoxia are flying war beasts, and they can't touch people in the sky, but Lightning and Snow White are not. Xiaoxia must have led them astray. Xiaoxia, who was walking in the corridor, suddenly sneezed. It rubbed its nose, looking puzzled. Strange, it doesn't catch a cold. Why did it sneeze suddenly? However, it did not take this little thing to heart, but continued to walk towards Jinfeng's room. Under Qinjiu's suggestion, the medical staff removed the restraints on Jinfeng and let it walk freely in the room. At first, the medical staff disagreed. After all, a war beast that had experienced suicide must restrict any of its actions to ensure that it would not commit suicide again. It was only under Qinjiu's strong request and Master Edel's guarantee that the medical staff chose to trust them once. It's just that there are more cameras in Jinfeng's room than in other rooms, and someone is monitoring it 24 hours a day. What the medical staff worried about did not happen again. Jinfeng's condition is indeed getting better. Now even if Qinjiu is not free to come, it will take the initiative to eat. Seeing its skinny body gradually plump up, the medical staff are also happy to see its changes. Jinfeng was walking in the room. It suddenly stopped, walked to the door, and sniffed the air gently. Today, in addition to the scent of Xiaoxia and Guangming, it also smelled the scent of lightning and snow. They are all here. So Jinfeng didn't pretend anymore, jumped onto the chair, and lay in front of the access control code box, pressed his paws on it a few times, and the door opened. The person in charge in the monitoring room, Usually, when Xiaoxia and Guangming came, the staff in the central control center opened the door for them. They never needed the war beasts to open the door themselves, and they certainly didn't think they operated the access control. But now it seems that they are the fools. The person in charge coughed lightly and said, "You need to add passwords to your access control in the future." Staff, actually, the access control of its room does require a password to enter and exit. Person in charge, Person in charge, change them all to fingerprints in the future. What era is it still using password locks? Isn't fingerprints good? Staff retorted cautiously. At that time, you said that medical staff often touch disinfectants, which makes fingerprints unclear and often cannot be recognized, so password locks are needed. Person in charge, Destroy it. Chapter 197. Jinfeng opened the door, and Baixue and Lightning went in. Jinfeng's tail was shaking fast, and Lightning walked to its hind legs and sniffed. There was no strange smell of alien beasts. It stuck to Jinfeng's side, nudging Jinfeng's body with its head to get close to it. Guangming and Xiaoxia came late, and the first thing Xiaoxia did when he entered the room was to accuse Baixue and Lightning of their bad behavior. Lightning and Baixue ignored him, and only cared about playing with Jinfeng. Xiaoxia was ignored and could only sulk by himself, thinking silently in his heart that he would leave them here for a while, and see how they flew out. Jinfeng's hind legs were not incurable, but there was a toxin of alien beasts in them, which made it difficult for it to heal. And because the residual amount was too small, the machine could not detect it, so there was a misjudgment. Only the war beasts who were very sensitive to the smell of alien beasts could find the problem. Now the toxins have been completely metabolized, and with one more operation, Jinfeng will soon be able to return to his prime. It is a hunting wolf that fought bloody battles on the battlefield, and the battlefield is where it should be. Several war beasts stuck together and reminisced for most of the day, and Edel also took a car to the center during this time. He came to pick up Lightning and Snow White. Although Edel's appearance was not in Lightning and Snow White's plan, they did not feel guilty about secretly leaving Star King, but got on the car with a swagger. Edel really had no way to deal with them, so he could only brainwash them about the dangers of leaving Star King alone. The two war beasts yawned and lay on the ground, and Edel's words went in one ear and out the other. Seeing this, Edel could only sit in his seat with a shake of his head and a sigh. Xiaoxia wanted to take Guangming to a ride, but when they arrived at the gate, Edel's car had already gone a long way. Xiao Shao looked at the direction they disappeared in with a curse, and could only fly away with Guangming. The medical staff at the medical center found that Jinfeng's hind legs recovered much faster than before, and they were very surprised. So they gave it a comprehensive examination again, and immediately arranged a second operation after confirming its physical condition. On the day when Jinfeng's hind legs were fully recovered, Edel also brought good news. Jinfeng's owner woke up. Qinjiu, as one of its temporary guardians, was the one who took the initiative to propose the plan of taking Jinfeng to see its owner. Unsurprisingly, he and Edel took the same train to transport Jinfeng. They took a chartered car, so the war beast could be transported without a cage. Jinfeng sat next to Qinjiu, like a clingy big dog, and kept playing with Qinjiu. Since Jinfeng's hind legs recovered, it has become much more lively, and has changed its appearance of a melancholy little prince. Now that it heard that it could see its master, it couldn't control its excitement, and jumped up and down everywhere. In the end, humans were defeated. Qinjiu really didn't have the energy to play with it, so she let it stay in the cage to rest. Although Jinfeng was still energetic, since Qinjiu let it rest, it consciously returned to the cage, and after entering, it didn't forget to close the door of the iron cage with its claws. This was the 100th time that Edel regretted that Qinjiu was not a Beastmaster. It was hard to imagine how spectacular it would be if Qinjiu was a member of the Beastmaster army in the future, and she cooperated with countless war beasts on her own to guard a wormhole alone. Jinfeng's owner was still in the ICU. With Edel's communication, he had an hour to meet Jinfeng. Jinfeng put on the dispensable protective clothing and rushed into the temporary single room. It accurately smelled the breath of its owner under the pungent smell of disinfectant. Its eyes lit up, and its annoying ghost was still alive. Qinjiu and Edel had not put on their protective clothing yet. Seeing Jinfeng had rushed in, they could not help but follow him quickly. When the two entered the room, Jinfeng was already lying on the bed. Its owner also sat up and rubbed its long nose, still a little weak. He laughed and scolded, "Why don't you see me for a while? You've made yourself so thin? You must be picky about food again, right?" When Jinfeng's owner saw Qinjiu and Edel, he immediately saluted Edel, "Master Edel." Edel also saluted back. Seeing that he had recovered well, his face was full of smiles. "How do you feel now, Lieutenant General Liu?" Lieutenant General Liu touched Jinfeng in his hand and sighed, "It's pretty good now. I almost thought I wouldn't see the little annoying guy anymore." Hearing this, Jinfeng gently bit its finger and shook it left and right. Its annoying ghost is really annoying, always saying unlucky things. Lieutenant General Liu finally pulled back his finger. His eyes fell on Qinjiu. He asked in confusion, "Who is this?" Edel stepped aside, leaving Qinjiu completely exposed to Lieutenant General Liu's sight. He said, "You have to thank her. She has been taking care of Jinfeng all this time. If it weren't for her, your Jinfeng might be..." Edel didn't finish his words. But as a beast man, he has seen many scenes of separation between war beasts and their masters. Most of them had similar endings. Either the war beast followed the owner and left, or the owner died of a serious illness. Lieutenant General Liu could of course guess the half sentence that Edel did not say. Lieutenant General Liu's eyes became moist in an instant, and he rubbed Jinfeng's head again. Only the remaining temperature of his palms could make him sure that his Jinfeng was indeed still alive. If Lieutenant General Liu's lower limbs were not still recovering and could not move, he would kneel down to the little girl. He nodded heavily to Qinjiu, his voice choked, "Thank you." Qinjiu waved his hands quickly, "You're welcome, I didn't do anything. And I got the cost of taking care of it from Mr. Lister, which is enough." Lieutenant General Liu shook his head, "No, this little money is nothing. As long as Jinfeng is still alive, I won't frown even if I have to spend all my savings." In this regard, Edel and Lieutenant General Liu have the same idea. As long as the war beast is safe, everything else is nothing. Anyway, the amount of money he lost because of the war beast is already enough. The three of them exchanged a few polite words, and Lieutenant General Liu suddenly looked at Qinjiu and said a little embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, Miss Qin, I have something to talk to Master Edel alone. Can you?" Qinjiu agreed very straightforwardly, and turned to leave the private ward. What they can talk about must be military secrets, and it is better for an outsider to avoid suspicion. Watching Qinjiu's back as he left the room, Lieutenant General Liu asked Edel to get closer, and it would be better not to let the hospital surveillance record their conversation. Edel approached him and said seriously, "What's wrong?" Chapter 198. Lieutenant General Liu also got his terminal back today. He opened a page that Edel was familiar with. The page was a commendation notice for outstanding young people in the Beast Taming Army, the War Beast Management Center, and the War Beast Medical Center, with more than 30 headshots of outstanding young people. Edel had also seen this notice, but he didn't understand why Lieutenant General Lu asked him to see it. He was curious, is there anything wrong with this notice? Lieutenant General Lu pointed to the headshots of two people and asked, do you know this Xiao Qingwei and this Li Ke? Edel nodded. He had seen them when he went to Qingjio's store with Lister. They were two very outstanding young people. Lieutenant General Lu lowered his voice even lower. My mission this time is to support Hani Star. Although there are no new wormholes there, the wormholes are suddenly active, and the combat capability of the alien beasts produced has doubled. Our team is overwhelmed, so we are injured and come back. Before I was injured and unconscious, I saw the two of them near the wormhole, but I remember clearly that Hani Star did not arrange for the younger generation to go to support. Edel looked serious. This matter could be big or small, and he couldn't say anything casually. He asked, did you see it wrong? Maybe you remembered their faces wrongly before you fell into a coma? Lieutenant General Lu shook his head with certainty. It's impossible to see it wrong because... His voice stopped abruptly. Under Edel's scrutinizing gaze, he struggled for a long time in his heart, and finally made up his mind and gritted his teeth and said, because they are the ones who hurt me. Edel's light gray eyes were full of disbelief, and he frowned. Impossible, how could they attack the beast-taming army? Lieutenant General Lu, I also wanted to tell myself that it was impossible, but after waking up, I checked their photos with the terminal, and I was sure it was them. Edel continued to ask, what was the situation at that time? Lieutenant General Lu told all his experiences. The alien beasts on Hani Star were indeed very powerful. They were at a disadvantage in the battle, and the alien beasts also injured him and Ji Feng. At that time, he was injured in his lower limbs, and Ji Feng also had a limp in one leg. They were hiding behind a big rock waiting for rescue. He didn't know how many of his teammates were still alive. This time the alien beast disaster exceeded their expectations, and even Lieutenant General Lu was mentally prepared to sacrifice. Although Ji Feng's hind legs were injured, he still had a certain combat power. Although he couldn't protect him, it was more than enough to escape by itself. Lieutenant General Lu had already begun to explain the aftermath to Ji Feng at that time. And at this moment, he heard someone talking. He looked over there, and saw Li Ke and Xiao Qingwei. They were not wearing work clothes at the time, and Lieutenant General Lu could not recognize them for a moment, but he always felt that the two faces were a little familiar. Lieutenant General Lu was still curious about why outsiders entered the restricted area, and he shouted, young man, leave here quickly, it's not safe here. The two people who were originally standing in the middle of the alien beasts looked at him together, and then Lieutenant General Lu saw an incredible scene. The two young men, who did not carry any auxiliary machinery, used their human bodies to fight the alien beasts, and actually tore countless alien beasts apart. Lieutenant General Lu had not yet recovered from the shock when he heard a man's voice from a distance, saying, get rid of the little tail. Then, Lieutenant General Lu saw Li Ke approaching closer and closer, and he raised his fist and smashed it at Lieutenant General Lu, who had lost his fighting ability. Lieutenant General Lu lost consciousness. After listening to his description, Edel felt that things were getting complicated. Li Ke and Xiao Qingwei belonged to the Beast-Taming Army and the War Beast Management Bureau respectively, and their transfer was arranged by Zysite. Moreover, the mission was confidential, and no one knew where they went or how long it would take for them to come back. Now it seems that something must have happened to them, making them unable to recognize their teammates and kill them. This matter was not something he could solve as an agent, and he had to report it to Zysite immediately. But he couldn't find Zysite in countless ways, and even the military emergency call channel couldn't get a response. This was not the first time Edel couldn't find Zysite. After all, Zysite was still suffering from illness, and he often went to the hospital for treatment and couldn't receive communication information. He thought about it and dialed the hospital again, but the result he got was surprising. Zysite is not in the hospital, and he has not been back for a checkup for a week. Edel had a bad feeling, so he called Zysite's assistant directly this time. Someone finally answered the call, and when the assistant knew it was Edel, he was nervous. Master Edel, Admiral Zysite has disappeared for several days. Do you have any way to find him? Edel was startled and asked, when has he been out of contact? Assistant, last week Admiral Zysite said he had something to do and wanted to go to Shirong Star to find you, and I accompanied him on the trip. Then there was a rare heavy rainstorm on Shirong Star that day. He said he would not go out for the time being and would stay in the hotel. He would come to see you after the weather got better in 2 days. After that, I stayed in the room for an afternoon. Until the evening, I came out to ask Admiral Zysite to have dinner, and then I found that he was gone. From then until today, there was no way to contact him. Edel frowned even more when he heard this. Why has he disappeared for so long, and there has never been any news? Assistant, Master Edel, you know that in this situation, releasing the news that he has disappeared will have no benefit except causing panic, especially if there are people with ulterior motives. Once this news is released, the entire beast-taming army will change, and everyone will be eyeing Admiral Zysight's highest authority. After listening to the assistant's words, Edel seemed to suddenly remember something. He immediately opened the light screen given to him by Zysight to check the authority information inside. When Zysight handed him this military light screen, he didn't care how many authorities were in it. He couldn't hold this light screen forever. He was willing to accept it just to let Zysight rest and recuperate. He only used it twice, once to find the previous video of Xiaoxia for Qinqiu, and once to arrange a meeting between Jin Feng and Lieutenant General Liu. He had never looked at the scope of authority. Now when he opened it, he was stunned. How could this be half of the authority? This is completely all the authority of the Commander-in-Chief of the beast-taming army. He had already thought about disappearing from the beginning. Put all the responsibilities on his head. He even calculated that he would not care, and would not look at the scope of authority in advance. Edel gritted his teeth, his face gloomy. Zysight is a bastard. He was tricked. Chapter 199. The embryo in the huge experimental water tank has grown the rudiments of hands and feet after this period of cultivation. Although its face is still blurry, the position and appearance of its facial features can be barely seen. A huge light screen floats in front of the water tank, with thousands of densely packed data written on it. The data on the light screen is reflected in Dr. Chui's glasses, and he carefully observes the abnormally active ones. An experimenter found that his boss had come, and he took the initiative to come over and greet Dr. Chui. Dr. Chui, you are here. Dr. Chui turned around. Why did Eve's monitoring values change so much in the past 2 days? Did you do something to her? The experimenter shook his head. We all added the same amount of nutrients to Eve according to what you said, Dr. Chui. In addition, no stimulation experiments were carried out for everyone. Eve's values have become abnormal since this morning, and we have not yet found out the reason for its change. Dr. Chui frowned and looked down at the data in his terminal. The data contained news about a new wormhole on Yi launching this year, and it was listed with Eve's previous detection values. Before the wormhole on Yi launching was generated, Eve's monitoring values also showed obvious data fluctuations, just like now. Dr. Chui had considered whether the two were coincidental or really related, but it was just an accidental incident that made it impossible for him to confirm the answer. Now Eve's values fluctuate again. If a new wormhole really appears, it may not be a coincidence. Dr. Chui must take this conjecture seriously, but he still hopes that this is just an unrelated accident. He closed the terminal and walked towards the third laboratory. Recently, I heard that Admiral Zysight from the beast-taming army also volunteered to participate in the experimental project of the third laboratory, which is exciting for the entire experimental group. After all, with the successful example of Yu Qingyu last time, and the two experimental subjects Li Ke and Xiao Qingwei who just arrived recently, they have achieved success in the first phase of the experiment, which makes them more and more confident in the project of the third laboratory. If there is another typical success case, they can publish a new article and completely get rid of the shackles of human ethics. The results of this experiment will benefit all mankind. Countless experimenters will be crazy about it. In the future, no one will get sick, everyone's lifespan can be extended, physical fitness will remain good, and the quality of life will be improved. And everyone no longer has to worry about the existence of alien beasts. Everyone can deal with the attacks of alien beasts by themselves. The Interstellar will return to the prosperous and vigorous development stage of the old world. This is the future they have been looking for all their lives. When Dr. Chui came to the third laboratory, Fei Qixia was there. In the laboratory, Zysight was wearing the life support and monitoring equipment for the experiment with the help of other experimenters. It was a tights made of electronic circuits. In addition to sensitive monitoring equipment, there were also special nutrient input needles. After all, Hester was not allowed to come out of the cabin before the end of the experiment. His livelihood could only be maintained by the instrument. As long as Hester put on the equipment, he could enter the experimental cabin to knock out the genes, and then use a special method to inject the alien beast genes for recombination. After a period of experiment, the concentration would be increased. The sound of Dr. Chui entering the door attracted the attention of others. Fei Qixia turned around and saw that it was Dr. Chui. He asked, "How is Eve's situation?" Dr. Chui did not tell Fei Qixia about his conjecture for the time being. He replied, "Everything is normal, but some values have changed to a certain extent. In the process of the experimental body's growth, it is expected that some values will change. Fei Qixia did not take it seriously, and continued to pay attention to the situation in front of him. The experimenter put on the lab coat for Zizit, and began to ask about his medication as usual. Mr. Zizit, we want to know your previous physical condition, and the changes in your physical condition after the injection of the strengthening agent. Can I ask about your medication? Zizit smiled happily. He had not felt as relaxed as he did now for a long time. He said, of course, I use the purple potion according to the instructions above, injecting one a day. Since the day of the injection, my physical condition has been improving. The experimenter asked, after the injection of the potion, did you feel particularly uncomfortable or have any abnormal feelings in your body? Zizit shook his head. No, I didn't feel anything, I just felt that my body was getting lighter and lighter. The experimenter nodded, and continued to record Zizit's words. He and several other colleagues considered Zizit's situation, and after getting unanimous agreement, he said, your body has a strong ability to accept drugs. We decided to skip the first and second levels, and directly carry out the third level transformation. There may be some uncomfortable reactions in the middle. Do you think it is acceptable? Zizit, of course, I can tolerate this discomfort. Okay, then Mr. Zizit, we are about to enter the cabin. Wait. Fei Qixia had not said a word to interrupt their communication since he came in, but now, he suddenly stopped. The experimenter didn't know what Mr. Fei was thinking, but he still stepped back silently. Zizit and Fei Qixia looked at each other, and he also wanted to know what Fei Qixia wanted to say. Fei Qixia handed Zizit the news he had just read, and Zizit's eyes were fixed on the news headline on his terminal page. Big news! Admiral Zizit has entered the recuperation period, and Edel will temporarily serve as the temporary commander of the beast-taming army. Zizit was not surprised at all that Edel would handle the special situation in this way. He asked himself that he might not be as talented as Edel in beast-taming, but when it comes to playing tricks, Edel, who likes to live in peace and unrestrained, can never beat him. He felt deeply sorry for calculating Edel's matter. If he could get out alive, he would try his best to compensate Edel. Zizit looked at Fei Qixia silently, as if he was sure that Fei Qixia still had questions to ask him. Fei Qixia asked, you have even arranged this? Zizit, well, you don't think that if I leave, you will have the opportunity to carry out a large-scale invasion, right? Fei Qixia chuckled and praised, it's quite interesting to communicate with people like you who have such crooked minds. But, aren't you afraid that I will trip you up during the experiment? Your life is in my hands now. Zizit's face was calm, and he asked instead, will you? Fei Qixia laughed, and the experimenters around him were confused. Only Dr. Cui understood their calculations. When Fei Qixia stopped, he said affirmatively, no. Chapter 200. Because he needs the success of Zizit. Only if the optimization of the top leader of the Beast Tamer army is successful, can he push this project to a bigger stage, and let all humans believe that they have the ability to transform their fragile bodies. Only in this way can he get more funds to develop the projects of the first laboratory, and pave the way for Eve to be accepted by the world in the future. He never does a business at a loss. Zizit is tacitly aware of his thoughts. If he can really optimize and promote human evolution, it can be regarded as an outstanding contribution to the human journey. Zizit asked, do you have anything else to say? No, Admiral Zizit. Fei Qixia made a gesture of invitation to the experimental chamber and said, please. Zizit was finally moved into the experimental chamber by the experimenter. The moment the hatch was closed, a large amount of carbon dioxide poured into the experimental chamber. Zizit's consciousness gradually blurred until he fainted completely. The experimenter had calculated the dosage early in the morning. They only needed to knock Zizit down, not to kill him. After confirming that he was unconscious through the monitor, the experimenter pressed a red button, and the experimental chamber of Zizit was instantly filled with lavender liquid. Confirm vital signs. Normal. Formally start the first phase of the experiment. The starting intensity of the experiment is level 3. Zizit will not wake up for a long time. Before leaving the third laboratory, Fei Qixia took a special look at the new experimental subjects number 14 and number 15. Li Ke and Xiao Qingwei were also soaking in the experimental chamber filled with liquid, but the color of the liquid in their chamber was so light that it was almost invisible. They are in the first level experimental process, but their actual combat capabilities are already very strong. However, the situation of Li Ke and Xiao Qingwei is different from that of Zizit. Zizit volunteered to participate in the experiment, while they were experimental materials that he had chosen. The most essential difference between the two is whether they are obedient or not. Therefore, When he first got them, Fei Qixia spent a lot of money to find someone to hypnotize them. Now they think that they are members of the laboratory and are willing to dedicate their bodies for the future of mankind. It must be said that soldiers have the spirit of obedience and dedication in their bones. As long as they are convinced of this identity, they will perform their tasks unconditionally. The cost-effectiveness is too high. Fei Qixia is very satisfied. If it weren't for Yu Qingyu's success, Zyside might not be willing to help with this and use his younger generation as cannon fodder. Zyside is an out-and-out old fox. When getting along with him, you must always be vigilant to prevent being calculated by him. Fei Qixia clicked on the news again, and he laughed at Edel in the picture. Look, this is a living example. Now sitting in Zyside's seat, staring at the ceiling in a daze. And Bai Shua found that no one had replenished the star grass next to it, and it was unhappy, slapping the chair leg hard, and Edel almost fell to the ground. Edel rarely got angry with Bai Shua. Don't make trouble. Now is not the time to make trouble. Bai Shua heard the impatience in his tone, and her golden eyes rolled around, and she laid down on the ground obediently. Lightning was not with Edel. It stayed on Shirong's star and chose to stay with Qinjiu. Edel didn't have time to take care of this matter for the time being. He was busy dealing with the piled-up documents, and the assistant came in from outside and handed him a cup of tea. She looked at Edel's blue eyes and couldn't help but worry. Master Edel, why don't you take a break first? Edel took off his glasses, pinched his nose, and sighed tiredly. Assistant Yi, do you think what Hester is doing is human? Heart. This old man has a dirty heart. Assistant Yi could understand that Edel is resentful. Edel doesn't like to sit in this position. After all, the beast men under him are not all obedient. If you don't have patience to deal with him, you can't guarantee the completion of the task. It's just that Admiral Hester is not here now, so he has to take the heavy responsibility. Before leaving, Hester sent a timed email, which was delivered to Assistant Yi's mailbox on time on the day when Edel found out that he was being calculated. Assistant Yi and Hester have been through life and death, and she will only listen to the orders of one person. If Hester hadn't asked her to assist Edel in this email, even if Edel had all the authority, she would not help Edel to sit firmly in his current position. After Edel found out, he scolded Zyside for a whole week. He put down his glasses, took the cup of tea handed to him by Assistant Yi, and just took a sip when a shrill alarm suddenly sounded on the screen. Warning, a new wormhole appeared on Yunjan's star. Wormhole level, a level, please immediately dispatch the Beast Control Army with a level, and above war beasts to support. Repeat, warning, a new wormhole appeared on Yunjan's star. Wormhole level, a level, please immediately dispatch the Beast Control Army with a level, and above war beasts to support. Repeat. A level wormhole. Edel's pupils shrank suddenly, and he immediately put down the teacup in his hand, and began to check the available personnel. This is the first A-level wormhole this year, and the third in history. Every time an A-level wormhole appears, it represents a major disaster, with corpses everywhere. He was also fortunate to be a member of the A-level wormhole. At that time, he did not dare to get too familiar with other teammates, because perhaps after today's shift change, the friend he just met might disappear from this world forever. I didn't expect to encounter an A-level wormhole just after he took over. Assistant Yi looked stern. She quickly came to Edel and analyzed the troops that could be dispatched now. A catastrophe is quietly coming. Qinjiu was helping Ji Feng with rehabilitation, and the sound outside the door came in. Qinjiu touched Ji Feng and suddenly moved to its ears and covered its ears. Oh my god, an A-level wormhole. This is the third one in history, right? Is Yuntangsing okay? Not so good. I have a friend who is from Yuntangsing, and he was notified to move yesterday. Planets with A-level wormholes can basically be abandoned. Rich people can leave, but how can people without money who can't even afford a ticket leave? Will there be subsidies? Alas, the Federation does have subsidies, but they can't be implemented to every household. After all, there are so many people on a planet, and not everyone can be taken care of. Then what should we do? There were A-level wormholes before, and what happened to the people on that planet later? Very miserable, as far as I know. The garrison on that planet was completely wiped out, not to mention ordinary people. It wasn't until the wormhole completely exhausted its lifespan that the planet became habitable again, but the population was almost zero, and it seemed that it had been abandoned and had not been redeveloped until now. I hope Yuntangsing can safely get through this difficult period this time. Jingfeng had been covered by Qinjiu's ears, so it couldn't hear the outside sounds, but it was very curious why Qinjiu suddenly blocked its ears. Qinjiu looked at Jingfeng with a complicated expression, and his mood gradually became depressed. Jin Feng is an S-level wolf hunter, and he must go to support it after it recovers. If it... Qinjiu shook his head violently. No! Jin Feng will be fine. Chapter 201. Qinjiu returned to school, and the students on the road were discussing the wormhole that appeared on Yun's Hangsing today. Qinjiu saw Xiaosha, Lightning and Guangming sitting together as soon as he arrived at the store, concentrating on the large screen projection installed in the store. The situation of Yun's Hangsing was being broadcast live on the screen. From the perspective, the other party should be a war correspondent. The alien beasts that ran out of the wormhole were larger than they had seen before, and there were 4 rows of white fangs under their ferocious faces, which was extremely grotesque. Xia Xiaolin also stood beside them and watched the content on the screen. She was amazed. Oh my god, this is the real alien beast, right? It looks too strange. She leaned on the counter and asked several war beasts, have you seen this kind of alien beast before? Lightning and Xiaosha shook their heads at the same time. Guangming couldn't see the pictures on TV, and it could only hear the official explanation. But it seemed to find that Xiaosha and Lightning were shaking their heads, so it pretended to see the picture and shook its head along with them. Xia Xiaolin smiled and asked, Guangming, why are you shaking your head too? Guangming didn't understand what Xia Xiaolin meant, and he was still listening to the report with his head tilted. Xia Xiaolin asked Xiaosha next to him, you have been retired for so long, if you were to encounter an alien beast now, what would you do? Xiaosha took a step back with one leg, clenched his 2 little paws into fists, and waved them at the air. Left hook, right hook, straight punch, uppercut. Qinjiu saw Xiaosha show off in front of everyone. She couldn't help covering her eyes, as she listened to the jokes around her. I couldn't look straight. It was too embarrassing. Xia Xiaolin gave enough emotional value, smiling and clapping. Good. Xiaosha is really good. Lightning also felt embarrassed to stand next to Xiaosha. It jumped off the counter, ran to Qinjiu's feet and stretched, and was then picked up by Qinjiu. Its furry little head pressed against Qinjiu's cheek and arched. Qinjiu kissed it, and then stood with Xia Xiaolin. Elade and others also stood behind the counter watching the news. Elade shook his head and sighed while watching the news report. Su Shanshan asked, what's wrong? You look like you have a lot on your mind? Elade, yes, Yun's Hangsing is very close to the planet where Lingxi Academy is located, and Xiao Feng was also urgently mobilized to support Yun's Hangsing. From the moment the news came out, I couldn't contact him. Everyone was silent. In fact, every student who chose to be a soldier will face various dangers in the future. Xiao Feng just encountered them earlier than others. Lu Qin hugged Iliade's shoulders and comforted him. You don't have to worry too much. Maybe people can't use private terminals when they are working? Didn't you hear what those guys in the beast-taming army said? Li Ke and Xiao Qinghua also went on a mission. It has been almost 3 or 4 months without any contact. This is normal, and Xiao Feng is so powerful that nothing will happen. Iliade sighed. I hope so. When their attention fell on the projection again, a familiar white figure appeared in the picture. Its golden pupils glowed, and it rushed into the alien beast pile, and bit off the neck of one of the alien beasts in a few moves. It did not stop, and quickly changed its target to continue attacking. Everyone exclaimed, Bai Shui? The scene of Bai Shui in danger made Qinjiu tremble with fear. Every time it resolved the attack of the alien beast, Qinjiu silently worried for it. Lightning was nestled in her arms at this time, staring at the projection intently. Xiaosha found 2 red ropes from somewhere, tied one to Guangming's head and the other to his forehead. He grabbed Guangming's wings and excitedly cheered for Bai Shui. Qinjiu, who accidentally saw the scene, are you two watching the game here? Is this really going to kill the beast? However, the picture did not last long. The war correspondent was knocked down by an alien beast that escaped the net. The picture began to roll, and could not see the situation in front of him clearly. A scream came from the other end of the picture, followed by the footsteps of the alien beast, and the sound of heavy objects rubbing against the ground. Suddenly, the picture seemed to be covered with a layer of red filter, and the whole picture looked depressing and terrifying. All the people watching fell into a strange silence. They knew that the Federal Army was protecting their safety at all times, but in the era without war, it was the first time that everyone faced death so directly. Not to mention, this soldier might not even have a complete body in the end. For a moment, the atmosphere was solemn, and the camera image remained on the ground. Everyone could only see the red liquid slowly flowing out from the lower left corner of the screen. The live broadcast stopped abruptly, indicating that the signal was interrupted. Someone above shut down the live broadcast. Elade, who was already worried, was now even more worried, mumbling, praying to God to bless Xiaofeng. At this time, the student union suddenly called for an assembly. Qinjiu had a hunch that this gathering must be related to the Yunjian star wormhole. When everyone came to the conference room, everyone's expression was not natural. They all watched the Federation's live broadcast, and knew that the situation on Yunjian star was urgent. Some people wished they could go to the front line to support immediately, but they were still students, and could not do inappropriate things just because of their passion. Qinjiu looked at Gu Zheng, who was sitting beside her. He was also restless like a lade. Ever since she had a conflict with him during the holiday, Gu Zheng always deliberately avoided her after school started. Qinjiu didn't care, after all, they always had the opportunity to meet. For example, now. Qinjiu knew that he was worried about Xiaofeng, and she whispered, "Don't worry, Xiaofeng must be fine." Gu Zheng was still making a fuss, and didn't want to pay attention to Qinjiu. But after hearing Qinjiu's words, the restless fire in his heart inexplicably subsided. Gu Zheng turned his head, and responded softly, "Yeah." Qinjiu's eyes passed through everyone's face, but only paused on Qinjiu's face for a moment. She hesitated for a long time, and said to Qinjiu, "Qinjiu, why don't you leave first?" Others looked at Qinjiu in unison. Even Qinjiu herself didn't know why Qianqin suddenly drove her away. She asked, "Why?" "Qinqin, because you are a pet care major, and what we are going to say next may." She pondered for a moment, and continued, "It would be better if you don't get involved." Qinjiu didn't speak. She seemed to have guessed something, and a dark light flashed in her eyes, which was not easy to be noticed. Almost at the moment she closed her eyes, Guangming and Xiaoxiao flew in from the window. Guangming landed on Qinjiu's shoulder, while Xiaoxiao landed on the table in front of Qinjiu and started to play his military boxing again. Qinjiu couldn't bear to look directly, so he hugged it and stopped its movements. She whispered, Okay, stop dancing." Xiaoxiao then straightened the small bow tie on his neck, and sat on the table waiting for them to continue speaking. Everyone looked at each other, looked at Qinjiu in confusion, and then looked at Qianqin, who was silent. Qianqin looked at the sudden situation in front of her. She knew that Qinjiu was determined to get involved, so she had to say, "Okay, then I say it directly." Qianqin projected a document in front of her, and the first line of big words fell into everyone's eyes. Voluntary support for the Federal Army application. Chapter 202. This is. The people were whispering and discussing the contents of the application. Cece interrupted their discussion and said, "This is the email I received from the military this morning. These are probably the terms you can see. The military's suggestion is that those who have A level or above war beasts." She looked at Guangming and Xiaoxiao meaningfully, and continued, "Whether you are an individual or a student, you can voluntarily sign up to join the wormhole guard work. This is a very bad omen. Originally there were 3 wormholes, and now suddenly an A-level wormhole has been added. The pressure on the military is almost too great to bear. The maximum range of the regular interstellar army is 5 wormholes, plus the part of the interns, it can barely deal with 6. But this statement is only limited to the situation where all wormholes are B-level or below. If an A-level wormhole suddenly appears among them, then this statement is completely untenable. There have been 2 A-level wormholes in the Interstellar, but the situation was not as serious as it is now. When the first A-level wormhole appeared, there was a C-level wormhole in the interstellar system. Originally, this was a situation that could be fully dealt with, but since it was the first time to encounter a high-level wormhole, everyone had no experience in dealing with it, so it caused the decline of a planet. When the second A-level wormhole appeared, the situation was much better. At that time, there was only 1 A-level wormhole in the entire interstellar system. Although there were casualties in the end, it did not cause too much disaster. Now 80% of the interstellar forces are near the remaining 3 wormholes, and temporary deployment requires someone to take over the original wormhole guarding work. In fact, less than 30% of the beast tamers have A-level or higher war beasts, and even if all of them are deployed to Yantangsing, it is not enough. And facing high-level alien beasts, the mechanical army is not suitable for hand-to-hand combat. The mechas consume very quickly, and even guns will run out of bullets one day. Only when all departments work together can the best combat power be exerted. Now they understand why Qianqin asked Qinjiu to leave. Everyone present can be said to be a reserve soldier, only Qinjiu should not step into the cruelty of war. Several first-year students know that although Qinjiu is not a saint, she can never stay out of it. Gu Zheng was the first to raise his hand. "I sign up." "Qianqin, what the front line lacks now is..." Gu Zheng interrupted her and pointed to the text on the screen. "It says that rescue mechas are needed. I can." Qianxin looked at Qinjiao with some embarrassment. If possible, she didn't want the junior brothers and sisters in the first and second grades to join in. After all, they still have a long campus life to enjoy, and there is no need to risk their lives. She hoped that Qinjiao could persuade Gu Zheng to give up this idea. But Qinjiao didn't seem to receive her hint, but raised his hand calmly. I go too. Wang Ling, Jean Chung and Lilith also raised their hands at the same time the next moment. Qianxin suddenly felt that this was the most difficult class of freshmen she had ever taught. Qianxin patted her forehead and gave up. She continued to ask, anyone else? The next moment, everyone in the conference room raised their hands. From the moment they decided on their future path, they were mentally prepared to devote themselves to the StarCraft. Qianxin looked at her junior brothers and sisters without hesitation, and nodded. I know what you think, I will submit all the applications. The day after the meeting, they received an emergency transfer notice. However, most of their destinations were not Yunzhangsing. Facing everyone's questions, Qianxin confirmed with the military again. The other party's answer was that they did not have the ability to face the A-level wormholes yet. They would set out to support the garrisons of the other 3 wormholes. More regular troops would be transferred to Yunzhangsing, and they would fill in these vacancies. Even if everyone was dissatisfied, they had to accept this deployment. Only 2 people were not in this group. Gu Zheng and Qinjiao. Gu Zheng was one of the most promising juniors in the mecha army, and Yunzhangsing was in great need of his rescue mecha. So after weighing the pros and cons, the superiors decided to let Gu Zheng go to the central battlefield of Yunzhangsing. And Qinjiao was the one she fought for. Her reason was simple. Lightning was by her side. Now, Bai Shui was fighting bloody battles on Yunzhangsing, and Lightning could not stay in Xinhuangti and live well. It had to go to Yunzhangsing. But now Edel cannot get away from Yunzhangsing, which means no one can come back to take Lightning back. If someone else is allowed to take Lightning away, they must first use anesthetics to anesthetize Lightning. Although the anesthetic may be metabolized quickly for Lightning, as he needs to go to the battlefield immediately after going to Yunzhangsing, anesthesia will obviously affect his condition and increase his chance of injury. Qinjiao's analysis touched Edel's heart, and Edel finally relented and let Qinjiao bring Lightning to Yunzhangsing. Qinjiao made a request that she should also bring Guangming and Xiaoxia. Of course, the more war beasts there are, the better. Even though the fighting power of Guangming and Xiaoxia is not strong, they can play a certain role on the battlefield, at least to protect Qinjiao's safety to a certain extent. Edel readily agreed to her conditions. When everyone was about to part at the station, Lilith muttered and walked to Qinjiao, and said indignantly, Why can't I go to Yunzhangsing together? I have trained Qiuqiu very well during the holidays. Qinjiao believed her words, because she also went to visit Qiuqiu on the first day of school. Qiuqiu's whole beast has become much stronger, and when he looked at Qinjiao, his eyes were fierce, and even Qinjiao almost couldn't recognize it. I didn't expect that in just 1 month, Lilith could train it to look so majestic, but what Qinjiao didn't expect was that Qiuqiu's eyes were sharp at that time, completely because he saw her who made him spend a month of hard time. It had resentment in its heart, so it looked murderous. Unfortunately, someone couldn't feel its resentment at all, but admired its wildness at that moment. Qinjiao calmed Lilith's emotions and stroked the young lady's hair. It's because Qiuqiu is so powerful that I sent you to Yulon Star. You see, you and Jean Chung went to Yulon Star to communicate before, and you are familiar with the situation there. And Yulon Star is a new wormhole that has appeared not long ago, and its strength is still very high. Withdrawing the regular army, the defense pressure will be very high. Teacher Edel must have considered this reason and let you go there. Teacher Edel has entrusted you with an important task. Maybe the wormhole mainly depends on you guys to defend it. Lilith looked at Qinjiao with some suspicion. She suspected that Qinjiao was fooling her, but she had no evidence. Chapter 203. But she thought about it carefully, and what Qinjiao said was not without reason. Finally, she still sorted out her emotions and waved goodbye to them. Don't die in Yunzhangsing, it will lose face for our first grade. Jean Chung quickly stopped Lilith's mouth. Don't say that word, everyone should be safe. Yu Qingyu has been paying attention to the situation here from a distance, and she looked at Gu Zheng with a worried face. Her husband had already gone to support the front early, and she was already very worried. She didn't expect that even her son would go to Yunzhangsing now. As a former soldier, she could better understand the behavior of their father and son, but as a wife and mother, she didn't want her family to be in danger. Qinjiao felt her gaze, and took the initiative to walk aside and wait. As expected, Yu Qingyu took the initiative to walk forward and look Qinjiao in the eye. Qinjiao didn't call anyone or speak, just looked at Yu Qingyu quietly. Yuqing, you didn't care about it. She said, I trouble you to take care of Xiaohong. Qingjiu, why do you think I have the ability to protect him? Yuqing Yu shook her head, intuition. She still doesn't think that the memory fragments in her mind are wrong. Qingjiu gives her a different feeling than other students. Qingjiu probably has secrets, but I don't know if it has anything to do with the organization. Qingjiu said him, and asked her to talk to Gu Zheng for a few more words. Then Qingjiu and Gu Zheng set off for Yantangsing together. This interstellar train is an express train with a short journey time, and it only takes 2 hours to arrive. Qingjiu took care of the Karsic lightning on the train, while watching Xiaosha and Guangming wandering around. She regretted for a moment, should she not bring Guangming and Xiaosha with her? Qingjiu saw Xiaosha was about to bring Guangming into the conductor's room, so she quickly threw the lightning in her hand to Gu Zheng and stepped forward to grab Xiaosha's ears. Xiaosha covered his ears, and made a dissatisfied sound. Qingjiu laughed and scolded, if you go in and scare the conductor, we will all be buried with you. Qingjiu let go, and Xiaosha took Guangming in the opposite direction. The train arrived at Yantangsing. Several war beasts left the train first. Qingjiu was at the end of the team. The moment she stepped out of the train, she stood by the door, as if she was fixed and motionless. Gu Zheng found that she did not keep up with the main force. He turned back and asked in confusion, Qingjiu? Qingjiu came back to her senses, and quickened her pace to keep up with their team, but her brows were still furrowed. Why did she feel that something was calling her since she got off the train, like some kind of call to her? And as they got closer and closer to the wormhole, this feeling became stronger and stronger. She was silent all the way, and no one thought it was wrong. Everyone thought she was silent because she was nervous. After all, the city below had become a deserted city due to emergency evacuation. This was a world they had never seen before, as they had never experienced war. Only Qingjiu knew that the source of his uneasiness was not due to the oppressive atmosphere. 3 kilometers away from the wormhole was the military camp, which was relatively safe and could provide timely supplies to the front, so the troops coming to support gathered here first. Adele was analyzing the map in the temporary room, while Bai Shui was lying on the ground gasping for air. It was too tired. It almost fainted after working non-stop for nearly 20 hours. Now that it was finally free, it fell to the ground exhausted and closed its eyes to rest. Assistant Yi came in from outside, saluted Adele, and immediately said, Master Adele, lightning is here. The snow on the ground only opened its eyes, and glanced at the door, when it heard lightning's name. It really didn't have the strength to move anymore. Adele asked, where are the others? Assistant Yi replied, they are all outside. Adele, well, let them in. Assistant Yi, yes. But before Assistant Yi could go out, a cry came from outside, hey! Who are you? You can't go there. Adele and Assistant Yi looked at each other, and rushed out immediately. As soon as they opened the door, they saw Qingjiu being stopped by several people, and Qingjiu looked anxiously at the park not far away. It used to be a leisure park there. No one had been there since the A-level wormhole disaster, and it looked extremely desolate. Now the sun has set, and it is pitch black over there, and nothing can be seen at all. Adele came out and asked people to release Qingjiu. He asked, what happened? Qingjiu hurriedly said, Teacher Adele, they ran over. Adele knew who they referred to. He said to the soldiers beside him with a serious expression, strengthen the defense here, find another team to patrol the periphery of the park, and be careful of encountering alien beasts. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the sky above the park. Qingjiu looked closely and shouted, Xiaosha. Guangming. Guangming had been circling in the air, making a sharp cry. Xiaosha suddenly dived behind a tree at a high speed. After a moment, everyone saw Xiaosha flying out with a mouse-like animal in his claws. It threw it to the open space, and the lightning that had returned to its original form also appeared from the darkness and bit the mouse's neck. The mouse struggled a few times, and then died completely. That is, a kind of alien beast, the alien rat, specializes in digging holes in the ground to find more food for other large troops. For the alien beasts, their food is humans. In other words, Qingjiu glanced at Adele, and Adele's expression was indeed not very good. There can only be 2 meanings of discovering the alien rat. First, it is no longer safe here, and their base camp has been discovered. Second, there are not many humans left on the front line, and the alien beasts need to find more food. Either answer is unacceptable. Qingjiu shouted, Xiaosha, are there any more rats like this? Xiaosha shook his head, and the light in the sky stopped chirping. Fortunately, there was only one, and it seemed that it had not had time to go back to inform them, so they still had time to move. Qingjiu told Xiaoxia again, if there are any more, get rid of them immediately, understand? Xiaoxia stood on the ground, made his classic boxing posture, jumped twice on the spot, raised his fist, and punched the body of the alien beast twice. After completing this set of movements, he stood up again, straightened his tie, and saluted in the direction of the crowd. Lightning didn't care that Xiaoxia had taken his credit, and was on guard seriously. Qingjiu was used to Xiaoxia's exaggerated style, and she raised her thumb to praise him as she promoted encouraging education. Only the other soldiers who were also paying attention to the situation here issued a deafening silence. It was just dark, and they had hallucinations? They didn't eat poisonous mushrooms. Could they be infected with the alien beast virus? Chapter 204. Li Fengxing happened to have just arrived, and seeing this scene, he couldn't help but ask Edel, are all your war beasts like this? Edel heard Li Fengxing's voice, and turned around suddenly. His savior is here. His ammunition depot is here, he smiled, patted Li Fengxing's shoulders heavily with both hands, and said, Old Li, you are finally here. Li Fengxing looked at him with a little disdain. Don't call me Old Li, this makes me old. Edel said disdainfully, if I remember correctly, you are almost 70 years old this year, right? According to the customs of the old world, you have already passed your birthday, and you are definitely an old man. Li Fengxing, you should let the average age of people in the old world live to 120 years old first. Edel shook his head. Okay, I won't make trouble with you. We don't have many bullets left. How many did you bring this time? When it comes to business, Li Fengxing's face sank. He cast a look at Edel, and Edel understood, and walked into the room with him. Edel, what's wrong? Li Fengxing looked very unhappy. He said, some time ago, Zyside applied for 100,000 alien beast toxin bullets from me. Now there is not much stock left. You can only get 10,000 rounds. But don't worry, they are being produced in an expedited manner, and we strive to have supplies every day. When Edel heard this, he realized that this matter was related to Zyside again. Edel was so anxious that he turned around in circles. He looked up at Li Fengxing and said helplessly, tell me, what is Zyside doing? Where did he go? Did he really betray the Beast Tamer army? Li Fengxing shook his head. I don't know, but the situation is urgent now. We must find a suitable solution to maintain the stability of the Interstellar. Edel has lost a lot of hair recently. He scratched his head and sighed repeatedly. A suitable plan, and a suitable plan. How do you want me to find it? Who can find a suitable plan? Give me some advice. Li Fengxing, this is what the president said. Edel waved his hand and said impatiently, so what if he is the president? You should let him come. Don't just point fingers. Li Fengxing heard this, and immediately looked around nervously. He was relieved to make sure that no third person heard their conversation. He lowered his voice and blamed, don't talk nonsense. Be careful that the walls have ears. Now is a special period. If you don't do well, you will go to jail in a minute. Edel, if I can get interstellar peace by going to jail, then I will go in immediately. But these are just angry words. He sighed as if he accepted his fate and became serious. Okay, you will move the base with us here in a while, and let Song Ji come back to get the ammunition. Li Fengxing saw the alien rat just now, and he also understood the purpose of the transfer, so he agreed. But thinking of the 3 war beasts just now, he asked curiously, is that girl Qingjiu? Speaking of Qingjiu, Edel's expression was obviously relieved a lot, and he nodded. Li Fengxing, let her go to the front line too. Edel, no. She is just a student. Li Fengxing, she has the ability. You should not let her ability be buried here. If the star is destroyed, how can there be a student or not? Who can stay out of it? Listen to me, let her go. Her 2 war beasts may be more useful than you think. Indeed, their personnel have been severely reduced in recent days, and the biggest reason is that they did not find the alien beasts that sneaked around. They do not have a special reconnaissance type A level or above war beast for sentry duty, and it will take some time to transfer them from other places. And the low-level reconnaissance war beasts are likely to be unable to find the high-level alien beasts, which is the biggest problem they face on the front line. If the S-level reconnaissance war beasts join, it may change the situation and help them reduce casualties. Edel hesitated, and Li Fengxing saw this, and did not waste any more words with him. You dare not say it, I will say it. He turned around and left, and Edel hurriedly chased after him. When Li Fengxing walked to Qingjiu's side, Qingjiu was still putting on armor for lightning. Qingjiu felt Li Fengxing approaching. She looked up at Li Fengxing, and when she saw the medal on his shoulder, Qingjiu immediately stood up and called, hello. Li Fengxing responded, hello, My name is Li Fengxing. I am from the firearms department. I have an unwelcome request. I wonder if you are willing to agree. Qingjiu, you say? Li Fengxing, I asked Edel to send you to the front. I think we need your and your war beast's help. Of course, I know that this may be for you. Qingjiu didn't listen to him and agreed directly. Okay, when will we set off? Li Fengxing was stunned. He didn't expect Qingjiu to agree so straightforwardly. He added, there is a possibility of death on the front line. You. Qingjiu, my war beast will protect me, right? When Lightning heard it, his tail swayed and his head arched into Qingjiu's palm. Edo rushed to see this and immediately cast a threatening look at Lightning. Who is your master? Lightning ignored him, and only Qingjiu was in his eyes. Edo was angry and ignored Lightning. Xiaosha made a flying kick, and then quickly wiped his nose with his little paw, shaking his fist left and right. Qingjiu, Today she found out that Xiaosha not only likes to watch spy movies, but also likes to watch old-world action movies. Li Fengxing was still shocked by Xiaosha's action. He pointed at Xiaosha and seemed to think about how to start for a long time. After a while, he said, your war beast is quite interesting. Xiaosha thought the other party was praising it, patted his chest proudly, and then gave himself a thumbs up. Li Fengxing, Li Fengxing, it turns out that if people live long enough, they can really see everything. You can even see the war beast wearing a tie and learning movie moves. Qingjiu saw that the old man started to show off again, so she quickly stood between him and Li Fengxing to cover up his behavior. Qingjiu was a little embarrassed. Sorry, he is just more humorous. Li Fengxing, ahem, I see. Just agree we. Gu Zheng had been standing silently aside, and now finally spoke. I want to go too. Edel was about to veto, but another voice suddenly appeared. Let him go. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, only to see Gu Chuanxing walking towards them with a tired face. Qingjiu looked at Gu Zheng's face. Gu Zheng had no expression fluctuations, and was extremely calm. Gu Chuanxing was still a little disdainful at this time. I want to see what he learned from studying Rescue Mecha. Chapter 205. Edel grabbed Gu Chuanxing and tried to stop them. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Edel turned to look at Gu Zheng and said, the front line is very dangerous, you should stay here. Don't worry about your dad, he's just talking. For some reason, Gu Zheng no longer felt much about Gu Chuanxing's hurtful words. He was neither as submissive as before nor quarreled with Gu Chuanxing. He just said calmly, Teacher Edel, I'm not going to the front to get angry with anyone. I'm a reserve soldier, I can never be afraid of death. His firm eyes fell on Edel's eyes, and Edel saw the perseverance that a soldier should have in them. Gu Zheng, Teacher Edel, I'm going. Edel was still making the last struggle. Qingjiu waved to summon Lightning back, and Lightning suddenly turned into a little leopard and crashed into Qingjiu's arms. Qingjiu made a few gestures to it, and Lightning understood. After landing, it ran to Gu Zheng's feet and climbed up along his trouser legs. Gu Zheng found something pulling at his trouser legs, and he immediately lowered his head in fear. But when he saw that the other party was Lightning, he was relieved and let it climb up. Lightning climbed into Gu Zheng's arms and patted his chest towards Edel. Edel understood what it meant, and it said that it could protect Gu Zheng. Edel thought about it and finally relented. Okay, go ahead. He looked at Qingjiu again. Protect yourself and Gu Zheng. Qingjiu, got it. Gu Zheng looked back at Qingjiu. He didn't say anything, just nodded silently to Qingjiu. The two of them got on the shuttle bus. Qingjiu sat next to Gu Zheng. Seeing that he didn't say a word, she took the initiative to break the silence. Hey, stop pretending to be deep. It doesn't suit you. Gu Zheng looked unnatural. He had actually calmed down a long time ago. He was not used to pretending to be deep. Now that Qingjiu took the initiative to talk, the high wall he had put up for disguise collapsed instantly. He coughed lightly and said, What's the matter? Can't you be nervous and don't want to talk? Qingjiu smiled. It's still natural like this. Gu Zheng's ears turned red when she looked at him. He lowered his head to fiddle with his control equipment and ignored Qingjiu. Qingjiu retracted her smile and looked out the window. She looked solemn and fell into deep thought. The strange sense of calling became stronger and stronger. She seemed to be able to catch a faint sound in her ears. Who was talking? Or was it her hallucination? She could only tell it by getting closer. When they arrived at the place where they got off the bus, they couldn't help but stand there after seeing the tragic scene. There were corpses everywhere, both of alien beasts and humans. However, the human corpses were basically incomplete, and most of the scattered limbs on the ground were body parts. The red and purple liquids changed the color of the ground, and the fishy smell drifted with the wind. Gu Zheng's face turned pale, and he leaned against the car and retched. The two people who were responsible for picking them up couldn't help but laugh at this. This is not a place for children to come. If you are afraid, you can go back now. Qin Jiu frowned slightly when she heard this, and her eyes fell on the faces of the two. It is a very unwise choice to hit the morale of teammates on the battlefield, especially at such a critical moment. From their attitude just now at the garrison, it can be seen that they are not willing to listen to Edel's orders from the bottom of their hearts. Qin Jiu sighed slightly. The battlefield should not be the capital for their internal fighting. Qin Jiu stood in front of Gu Zheng, blocking the sight of the two people. She asked Gu Zheng, "How are you? Are you feeling better now?" Gu Zheng wiped the corner of his mouth. Although he was ridiculed, he did not break his defense. He glanced at the two people with disdain on their faces, and said to Qin Jiu, "It's okay, it's fine now." 3 war beasts came out of the car. The mixed breath in the air made them enter the combat state instantly. Before Qin Jiu had time to assign tasks to them, the 3 war beasts had already started to find things to do. Xiaosha flew behind the 2 people in charge of the pickup, and pulled out an alien beast hiding in the dark. I don't know if Xiaosha did it on purpose. It threw the alien beast in front of the man who mocked Gu Zheng, and scared the man to scream and retreat. The alien beast was also very powerful. It adjusted its posture immediately after landing and flew towards the man. At the critical moment, lightning returned to his original form, and threw the alien beast to the ground. It bit the alien beast's throat, but the alien beast had not completely lost its ability to move, and was still struggling. Gu Zheng took out the gun hanging on his waist. When Li Fengxian gave it to him just now, he had already loaded it with bullets. Although his shooting skills were not very accurate, he dared to get close to lightning at this time. He pulled the trigger at a very short distance, and sent the alien beast toxin bullet into the body of the alien beast. After being shot, the alien beast began to scream in pain and twisted to death in great pain. It was not until they confirmed that the alien beast was completely dead that the few people present breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Zheng did not miss this opportunity. He looked back at the man sitting on the ground and laughed. "Don't you know how to draw your gun? Are you scared? If you are scared, you can go back." When the man heard Gu Zheng return his words intact, his face turned pale, and he was just about to teach him a lesson. Xiaosha stood beside him, pointed at him, then at Gu Zheng and Qin Jiu, and finally at himself. Then, it scratched its neck lightly. The man understood what Xiaosha meant. "If you dare to bully them again, I will kill you." The man's original desire to shout was extinguished in an instant. He glared at Gu Zheng and Qin Jiu unwillingly, and left the materials with his companions, and left quickly. Xiaosha made a victory gesture to the car that was leaving in the air, and gave a thumbs up to lightning. Qin Jiu laughed, and gave Xiaosha a thumbs up. Gu Zheng also followed Qin Jiu's example to express his appreciation for Xiaosha, and Xiaosha bowed slightly to Gu Zheng to express his gratitude. The scene here did not escape the eyes of the frontline officers. They heard a few minutes ago that the rear command center actually said that they would release the 2 children. They were resentful in their hearts. After all, who can take care of the safety of the little brat in this situation? Forcing 2 people here, the identities of these 2 people are still unclear. If they offend some existences that cannot be offended because of not protecting them well, they will suffer in the end. But the 2 children came only 2 minutes ago, and the smooth cooperation between them and the war beasts completely dispelled their prejudice. The leading Lieutenant General Su stepped forward and saluted the 2. "Hello, I am Su Zhongyuan, one of the temporary commanders here." Gu Zheng hurriedly said, "Hello, my name is Gu Zheng, and I am a rescue mecha division." Qin Jiu, "Hello, I am." Qin Jiu suddenly paused. She was still struggling with how to introduce herself. Su Zhongyuan had already consciously answered, "You must be a Beastmaster?" Qin Jiu scratched his head. Shouldn't be? I am a pet care worker." Su Zhongyuan, ? Chapter 206. Su Zhongyuan thought he had misheard. He asked several times, but Qin Jiu still gave the same answer. Su Zhongyuan interrupted the topic half-believingly. Just as the few people were getting to know each other, a strange beast suddenly appeared behind Su Zhongyuan. It found that the human had exposed his back, which was a great opportunity to attack. It rushed towards Su Zhongyuan's back without hesitation. Lightning went to support other war beasts, and Xiaosha also merged into the darkness, and no one knew where he went. Gu Zheng didn't have time to draw his gun, and even if he drew his gun, he didn't dare to shoot rashly. At this distance, it was easy to hit Su Zhongyuan's head, and Su Zhongyuan was about to be killed. At the critical moment, Qin Jiu grabbed his arm and pulled him behind him. She blocked Su Zhengyuan, and a long sword appeared in her right hand in an instant, and she chopped off the head of the strange beast fiercely. The black and purple smelly blood fell on her body, and she didn't frown. She acted decisively, which made Su Zhengyuan's eyes light up. Even though he survived the disaster, Su Zhengyuan didn't look scared at all. He said excitedly, "You still have mechanical weapons? I know, you must have some hidden identity, so you dare not admit it. The quality of your mechanical weapon is obviously top-notch. It must have experienced many battles, right?" Qingjiu shook off the liquid on her hands, shook her head and said, "No, I usually use it to open express delivery and cut the hair of war beasts. This is the first time I use it to chop alien beasts." Su Zhengyuan, ? He suddenly realized, showing an unfathomable expression, his eyes were full of two words, "I understand." Qingjiu, Forget it, it seems that there is no need to explain. No wonder there are struggles among the various factions in the beast-taming army. With Lieutenant General Su's brain, who doesn't want to replace him, the few people didn't exchange too many pleasantries. After all, the battle situation ahead was urgent, and it was not a good time to chat. Qingjiu was about to rush into the central area, and Su Zhengyuan was frightened and stopped her immediately. He said, "No, Edel said that you are only responsible for bringing lightning here, and then commanding the reconnaissance beasts to assist us in our work. You can't go to dangerous places. If you have any problems, I will be held accountable." Qingjiu must go. Not only must she go to dangerous places, she must also go to the center of the wormhole. Qingjiu thought for a while and said, "You also see that I have combat capabilities. What you need now is combat power, and..." She avoided Gu Jing's sight by misalignment, and she didn't hide when facing Su Zhengyuan. The dark light in her eyes was brighter than ever before, and all the beasts present were sympathizing with her. She only called back Xiaosha and Guangming. The two war beasts stood beside her on the left and right. Qingjiu whispered, "As you can see, I have indeed hidden my identity. Master Edel. Before he sent me here, he said that he was going to help me hide my identity. Master Edel said that I can trust you. These people should all be yours, right?" Qingjiu was gambling. She was gambling that Su Zhengyuan might really believe her nonsense with his brain circuit. Sure enough, Su Zhengyuan's eyes lit up. He slapped his thigh and said in a suppressed excited voice, "I knew you were not simple. I am the best at judging people." Qingjiu, Qingjiu didn't know how many mysterious identities Su Zhengyuan had imagined for her at this time, but it didn't matter now. Qingjiu closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she had returned to her original state. Guangming and Xiaosha also went to do their own work. She turned back and was about to tell Gu Zheng to be careful, but Gu Zheng was already concentrating on controlling his mecha to find the wounded. Qingjiu didn't bother him and rushed into the melee area. After Qingjiu split the two alien beasts, he came to Lightning's side and pierced the alien beast that Lightning was holding under his feet. She empathized with all the war beasts again, and a huge amount of information rushed into her mind, and the whole picture of this area was presented to her. The masters of the war beasts found that they could not give orders to the war beasts suddenly. They were stunned and worried that the changes caused by the wormhole had affected their connection. The next moment, they found that they could maintain a normal soul bond with the war beasts again. This situation is rare, but now is not a good time to investigate. They immediately entered the state and continued to cooperate with the war beast to eliminate the alien beast. Qingjiu looked at the direction of the wormhole through the strange perspective of light. This wormhole was different from what she saw in Yulaunqing. Yulaunqing's wormhole was like a circle of energy released outward, but there was no energy fluctuation in the center of this wormhole. Logically speaking, the energy intensity of a Class A wormhole must be greater than that of a Class B or lower wormhole, and it is impossible that the energy fluctuation is so subtle that it is invisible. This wormhole seems to be created, unstable. When she thought of creating a wormhole, she immediately thought of the White Tiger organization. They have the ability to create a wormhole, and this wormhole may be their masterpiece. But, do they already have the ability to create a large number of high-level alien beasts? What is their purpose in creating alien beasts? Qingjiu worked with Lightning to kill the alien beasts while approaching the wormhole. When no one else noticed, Qingjiu had already arrived in front of the wormhole. Alien beasts often jumped out of the wormhole, and Qingjiu and Lightning moved quickly, not giving them a chance to go far. With these two big killers, the source was stopped, and the pressure on others was also reduced a lot, and they also had the energy to look over here. But they just took a look and couldn't help but exclaimed. Qingjiu fell in. She fell into the wormhole. Lightning was also anxious, it didn't hesitate, and jumped into the wormhole. But the wormhole that was clearly unobstructed when Qinjiu walked in changed at this time. Lighting could now feel that the black circle in front of him was like a hard wall. Only the alien beasts could come out, but it couldn't go in. Lightning was also hovering above. It made a harsh eagle cry, as if calling Qinjiu. Xiao appeared from nowhere, grabbed the neck of an alien beast and bit it off, then came to Lightning. From the moment Qinjiu fell in, her breath disappeared. Also disappeared the alien beasts that kept appearing. The wormhole seemed to have pressed the pause button, and no new alien beasts appeared. Finally, other people who had not paid attention to the wormhole also found something strange. They did not dare to approach rashly, and only paid attention to the situation here from a distance. Qinjiu, who fell into the wormhole, was in darkness at this time. She could not see or touch anything. She tried to light up the surroundings with the light of the terminal, but even if there was light, it could not illuminate the entire space, and the surroundings were still dark. In the weightless space, Qinjiu felt that she might die here. Suddenly, a girl's voice echoed in the wormhole, like the voice she heard in the car. Qinjiu looked around fiercely, but it was still in vain. She could not see anything. Unknown fear swept over him, and Qinjiu shouted, "Who are you?" Chapter 207. It was obvious that she could hear a very light voice, but Qinjiu couldn't hear the content clearly, as if some encrypted language was transmitted into her mind. The answer to Qinjiu was still an inaudible voice. Her eyes were getting brighter at this time, and she found that there was no way to sense the war beasts. Qinjiu tried another way, and tried to contact other people with the terminal, but found that there was no signal on the terminal. This place was like an isolated space, with only her and the unknown girl in it. The voice kept echoing in Qinjiu's ears, sometimes far and sometimes near, and it was not clear. Most people outside the wormhole had been dispersed to clean up the war beasts that had escaped, leaving only a few officers guarding the wormhole. Song Ji and Su Zhongyuan stood together. He was completely different from his usual smiling face. The anxiety on his face had affected the emotions of other people around him. He said excitedly, "You told me that you didn't keep an eye on her and let her fall in?" Su Zhongyuan felt a little guilty at this time. He said, "It should be okay. After all, she is a master invited by Master Edel." Song Ji cursed, "What master? She is a student of our school. As a lieutenant general, you can't even guarantee the safety of a student? She is just a pet caregiver, not even in the ranks of the reserve army you. Song Ji was so angry that he scratched his head. While communicating with Edel, he fired at the wormhole. All the bullets were bounced back when they hit the black hole, and could not hurt the wormhole at all. Another man wearing the same clothes as Su Zhongyuan walked over slowly. He had heard about someone falling into the wormhole a long time ago, but at this time, he was happy in his heart. It is said that the person who fell into the wormhole was one of Edel's capable assistants. This time, the person never returned, which made him temporarily lose his left arm and right arm, which was a great joy for him. In war, there will always be victims. Since there will always be victims, he hopes that it will be someone under his competitor. The man walked in front of the two and advised hypocritically, "Don't be too sad. Although someone died, the result is good. You see, the wormhole that made everyone helpless has now become stable. Sacrificing one person can save more lives, which is a good thing." Song Ji's cold eyes swept across the man's face, and he did not miss the man's gloaty expression. Song Ji sneered and said, "Next time you encounter such a good thing, I will be the first to push you in. You have got the first-class merit you wanted, and you saved other people as you wished, which is also a good thing for you." The man's face changed slightly, and he snorted lightly. "You don't have to be angry with me. She is dead. No matter how much you say, it's useless. This is a fact. Blame Adele for not arranging it properly. Let a child with no practical experience come up to make trouble. He is not worthy of being the leader of the beast-taming army." When Su Zhongyuan heard this, he rolled up his sleeves and wanted to fight him. The other party looked fearless. If Su Zhongyuan dared to attack him here, he would not be able to escape military punishment. Song Ji stopped Su Zhongyuan and exposed his thoughts without hesitation. "You have had this idea for a long time, right? You have never had the chance, and now you finally expose your ambition?" The man was not embarrassed at all by being exposed. He shrugged. "Is it a bad thing to have ambition? Originally, this position should be held by the capable. How can Edel, who has not been in Zhongtian Star for many years, be the takeover? Doesn't this incident expose that he does not have this ability?" Hearing this, Su Zhongyuan cursed. "He has no ability. Do you have the ability? Bullshit. You only have a B-level war beast, And you have been struggling for decades to get to the position of a lieutenant general. You have no merit, but you must take the credit. It is a shame for the beast-taming army to have you. The man's face sank, and he stared at Su Zhongyuan. Say it again? I said, let your mother go. At this time, the lightning that was originally spinning anxiously in the same place suddenly stopped in the center of the wormhole, and the black vortex showed a slight fluctuation, and it sniffed in the direction of the hole. Suddenly, a figure jumped out from it, and fell on the man in a very pointed way. The man felt dizzy, and the next moment, a sharp pain came from his shoulder. He screamed, and everyone was shocked by the scene in front of him. The person who came out of the wormhole was Qinjiu, holding her weapon in her hand, but the long sword turned into a short blade. The short blade pierced the man's shoulder at this time, and some bright red liquid flowed out under the black dagger. Qinjiu suddenly realized that she had accidentally hurt one of her own people. She quickly stood up, and pulled out the dagger in her hand. The man screamed again. Qinjiu's behavior caused him a second injury. The man covered his shoulder, and looked at Qinjiu's face with a vicious look. Seeing that she was the woman who fell into the wormhole just now, a trace of surprise flashed across his face. But he quickly reacted and cursed, "You did it on purpose." Qinjiu's face was full of apologies, but a hint of ridicule flashed in her eyes. She pretended to be innocent and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't know you were in this position. And aren't soldiers very reactive? I thought you could get away." The man gnashed his teeth after a few rounds of teasing, but he couldn't get angry. He saw the mocking smiles from others, and he laughed back. Good, you are very good." Qinjiu accidentally stepped on his wound in a flurry, and he screamed again. Qinjiu apologized quickly, and called Gu Zheng for help. Gu Zheng had just picked up the injured Xiaofeng on another hilltop. When he heard the news that Qinjiu fell into the wormhole, he immediately abandoned Xiaofeng, who was only injured superficially, and rushed over as quickly as possible. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Qinjiu's help message. Qinjiu saw him coming, and immediately pointed at the man who stood up from the ground and said, "Quick, Xiao Zheng, this officer is badly injured, treat him." Gu Zheng heard her sarcastic words, and instantly received the signal. He glanced at the man's wound. The wound was not actually deep, so Qinjiu still held back. But Gu Zheng didn't need to know why Qinjiu stabbed him. He just needed to know that he and Qinjiu were on the same front. So he said with disdain, "It's just a small wound. If it's not treated, it will heal soon. Let him go back to find a military doctor. I can't treat it." The man's face was livid, knowing that the two juniors were teasing him. Seeing that he was speechless by the two juniors, Song Ji and Su Zhongyuan couldn't help laughing. The two juniors vented their anger for them. They just stopped pretending and laughed. The man was so angry that he pointed at them, and couldn't say a word. Finally, he turned around and left with a lot of resentment. Gu Zheng didn't want to know the conflict between them. He turned around and looked at Qinjiu from top to bottom. Qinjiu was frightened by his gaze, and she asked, "What's wrong?" A small robot floating beside Gu Zheng was emitting red light, as if warning something. Gu Zheng frowned and asked bluntly, "What's wrong with you? Why did you fall into the wormhole? What happened after falling into the wormhole? And were you injured in the wormhole?" Qinjiu didn't expect Gu Zheng's small mecha to be so sensitive. Her wound had obviously healed, but the small mecha could still find that she was wrong. Qinjiu didn't come out with a knife because she really wanted to hurt the man, and stabbing the man was also an accident. Her knife was originally stabbed at herself. Just now in the wormhole, she thought there was no way to leave, but she found a bright spot in the darkness. The bright spot took the initiative to approach her and surrounded her. The faint sound seemed to come from it. Qinjiu, who had no way to leave, looked at the silver-white ball of light and thought for a moment, then boldly reached out and touched it. The thing that suddenly appeared in the confined space is likely to be the key for her to leave here. Although it is not clear what it is now, it is better than waiting to die here. The moment Qinjiu just touched the silver-white light ball, the light on the light ball suddenly shone brightly. The place that was originally dark and could not be illuminated by the terminal light became bright because of the sudden light ball. Qinjiu finally saw the way out. She tried to row towards the exit, but soon the light of the light ball weakened, and the dark space made Qinjiu lose his sense of direction again. The small ball was still within her reach, but it did not emit light again. Qinjiu tried many methods, pinching, squeezing, flicking, biting, but there was no way to make it emit the light to guide the way again. Just when Qinjiu was about to give up, she suddenly thought of an extreme method. Since the wormhole is the place where the alien beasts are produced, and the alien beasts feed on human flesh, then do the objects that appear in the wormhole also follow this principle? She cut her finger tentatively, and a drop of blood-red liquid slowly floated in the weightless space. Qinjiu moved the ball in the direction of the blood bead. When the ball and the blood merged into one, the ball really emitted light again, guiding the direction of departure. It's just that a drop of blood can only provide it with a short time to continue to glow, and it will soon go out again. Every time Qinjiu lost her direction, she would repeat the action. Later, in order to make it last longer, Qinjiu deliberately cut a large hole to let the ball eat a full meal and emit light for a longer time. When Qinjiu finally touched the exit, she was kicked out by a huge force as if she was sucked in. The ball seemed unable to escape the wormhole, and it disappeared after Qinjiu left the wormhole. Qinjiu heard the man's words when he left the wormhole, so he planned to teach him a little lesson. It was not to vent for anyone, but the man was still thinking about how to seek a position at such a critical moment. This behavior made her a little angry, and she planned to create an accident to make him suffer a little. Qinjiu was actually using the man to divert her attention. During this short period of dispute, her wounds healed quickly. After the quarrel, no one could notice her wounds. But her physical weakness still did not escape the eyes of Gu Xing's mecha, and the fact that she was injured was exposed without any surprise. However, Qinjiu was sure that the other party could not find any wounds on her body, so she insisted, "No, I am not injured. If you don't believe me, check if I have any wounds on my body." Gu Zheng looked at Qinjiu suspiciously, his fingers moved slightly, and the suspended mecha scanned Qinjiu up and down, and finally concluded that she was a little anemic. Qinjiu's face said, "You see, I said it's okay." Although Gu Zheng still had doubts, he saw that Qinjiu was indeed in a good mental state, except for a little pale lips, so he suppressed his doubts. Songji stepped forward and asked, "What happened to you in there?" And he pointed to the wormhole that suddenly calmed down. "What is it like now?" Qinjiu shook her head. "I don't know either. When I was in there, it was pitch black, and I couldn't find the direction. The terminal also lost the signal." She thought for a long time, and decided to hide the matter of the ball. After all, it was difficult for her to explain her behavior of feeding the ball with blood. This behavior of feeding with human blood is prohibited by the Federation, and she doesn't want to be suspected because of this. And she could tell from other people's reactions that they couldn't hear the girl's voice. In other words, the girl was coming for her. She didn't know if the girl had any relationship with Fei Qixia, so it would be better not to let the military know that she had any relationship with Fei Qixia. She found an excuse and said, "There was a light at the exit of the wormhole, and I was floating inside, and it took me a lot of effort to find the exit." Since no one had ever entered a wormhole, no one knew whether what she said was true or false, so everyone could only half believe her words. Songji said, "Did you encounter any alien beast in there?" Qinjiu shook her head. "No, there is nothing inside, nothing at all." Songji, "Okay, you all go back first. There should be no other alien beasts around here. The wormhole has no signs of producing alien beasts for the time being, so we can just leave a team of people here to guard it." Qinjiu nodded and left with Gu Zheng. She asked Lightning and the others about their wishes. Although Lightning wanted to leave with Qinjiu, thinking that there might be some alien beasts that escaped, it decided to stay here with Guangming and Xiao Xia. Qinjiu respected their choice, only told them to be careful, and turned around and got on the return train with Gu Zheng. In addition to the two of them, there were other injured soldiers on the train. Xiao Feng was also among them. Qinjiu looked at his tightly wrapped arm and asked, "Are you seriously injured?" Xiao Feng smiled and said, No, it's just a superficial injury. It's Xiao Zheng who is seriously injured. He asked me to wrap him up like a mummy." Gu Zheng cast a threatening look. Xiao Feng restrained his smile and hid behind Qinjiu and whispered, No more. Xiao Zheng will be angry later." Qinjiu laughed. "Okay." Xiao Feng stopped talking about his injury. He suddenly looked at Qinjiu and sighed. "Every time I think of you surpassing me by 10 points in the college exchange, it feels so magical. This is the first time I lose to someone." Qinjiu asked, "Are you not convinced?" Xiao Feng smiled and shook his head. "No, if you lose, you lose. There is nothing to be dissatisfied with. But you really impress me. You chose to study pet care instead of other majors. Do you have any concerns?" Qinjiu, "No." Xiao Feng, "You said that if the student who set the lowest score in college exchanges before was half as capable as you, he probably wouldn't have a historical record of negative 7,000 points. Qinjiu was stunned, and she smiled helplessly. That person seemed to be her so-called father. Maybe, this is the real back wave pushing the front wave, and the front wave dies on the beach. Chapter 208. Since there were no new alien beasts on the front line, Edel's transfer plan was suspended, and they returned to the original logistics base. Chinjio still gave the original answer when Edel and several other officers asked her. Seeing that they could not get anything out of her, they let her go. But Chinjio could feel that someone was secretly watching her. They still had doubts about Chinjio. Chinjio didn't care, as if she didn't know their existence, and stayed with Gu Zheng and the others as if nothing had happened. Chinjio only then realized that the wounded in that car were all rescued by Gu Zheng within a few minutes after she fell into the wormhole. Some of them fell to the riverside and were sent back by Gu Zheng's rescue mecha, while others were found and rescued by him after being crushed under the collapsed objects. In this temporary ward, everyone kept a kind smile to Gu Zheng. If there was no Gu Zheng, they didn't know how long they would have to wait for rescue. Gu Zheng could be said to be the lifesaver of everyone here. Moreover, Gu Zheng's rescue mecha is much more advanced than those old men in the mecha army. It moves lightly and steadily, and can identify their injured positions and rescue them with the best method. They have never seen such a high-end rescue mecha. It is hard to imagine that it was made by a student. Gu Zheng felt their kindness and his face was a little hot. Xiao Feng, who was sitting next to him waiting for the nurse to finish treating his wound, put his uninjured arm around his neck and grinned. Hee, our Xiao Zheng is the best. Chinjio heard this, and nodded in agreement from the bottom of his heart. Gu Zheng pushed Xiao Feng away, and said with disgust, but the corners of his mouth could hardly be suppressed, "Don't touch me." Xiao Feng was like a piece of chewing gum, tightly clinging to him, and would not let go. It was not the first time that Chinjio knew that Xiao Feng was clingy. She ignored Xiao Feng's action of hugging Gu Zheng's neck and asked, "How did you get hurt?" Xiao Feng, "Oh, I was surrounded by 5 alien beasts, and I was accidentally scratched when I confronted them. Don't worry, I have already avenged them, they are all dead." Chinjio was a little surprised. 5 alien beasts, you killed them all? Xiao Feng, yes, why, you beast masters are allowed to kill alien beasts, but we are not allowed to kill them with scrap metal. Chinjio, Gu Zheng saw the nurse's method, and pulled the bandage hard when she was bandaging. Xiao Feng grimaced in pain and almost cried. You? Gu Zheng glanced at him calmly. Don't show off, aren't you forced to face 5 alien beasts because you got lost and couldn't come back? Also, our vice president is not a beast tamer, but a pet caregiver. Xiao Feng was shocked when he heard this. He acted exaggerated and hurt. What? Xiao Zheng, you don't stand on my side. You have changed. You have been bewitched by her. Now even Chinjio couldn't help but laugh and scold. Okay, you are so dramatic. Xiao Feng smiled foolishly, and Chinjio was relieved to see that he was fine. The tranquility of the wormhole was broken again shortly after Chinjio left. A small number of new alien beasts appeared in the wormhole, but their combat effectiveness was obviously declining, and the level of the alien beasts was also reduced to C to B level. Everyone was confused about this. They looked at the information from the front, and the whole command room was silent. Finally, Edel spoke first. What do you think? Li Fengxing, I have only seen wormhole output decrease, but this is the first time I have seen wormhole output downgraded. Gu Chuanqing, this is not like the wormhole we usually see, it is more like... He stopped talking and no one spoke. They knew what Gu Chuanqing meant. This wormhole may be deliberately created by the group of people who mastered the wormhole technology. But Edel did not agree with this view. He shook his head and said, so far, they seem to use wormholes for a certain event and have a purpose, but there is no place on Yun's Hangsing that is worth their invasion. I don't think they did it. Gu Chuanqing, how can you be sure? Their ideas are always strange. Who can guarantee that it is not? Edel, I can't guarantee it, but I don't think it is. Li Fengxing, I have the same idea as Edel. There is actually a certain risk in using wormholes. I don't think the other party did it. Gu Chuanqing, then you can tell me, where did this wormhole come from? The meeting room remained silent again. Edel sighed and decided to put aside the search for the source of the wormhole for the time being. He said, what's more important now is the solution to this wormhole. If it is really downgraded, then we can treat it as a regular wormhole. We now have enough troops to deal with 3 wormholes. It's time to let the students who volunteered to participate return to campus. Su Zhongyuan just came back from handing over his shift, and his assistant opened the door for him. As soon as he came in and heard what Edel said, he immediately interrupted Edel and continued, I want to keep 2 students. Edel knew who he wanted as soon as he heard it, and immediately refused. No, they are both first-year students, and it is not suitable for them to stay here for a long time. Su Zhongyuan felt a little sorry. He thought for a moment, and disgust. Then keep one? Can we keep one first? Edo was helpless. Who do you want to keep? Su Zhongyuan. Gu Zheng. I want to keep Gu Zheng. Gu Chuanqing raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard Gu Zheng's name, and he looked at Su Zhongyuan silently. Su Zhongyuan didn't notice Gu Chuanqing's actions. He said, since the wormhole has been downgraded, our demand for reconnaissance beasts has decreased. Qin Jiu can leave first. But Gu Zheng's rescue mecha is unmatched. Some of our companions haven't come back yet. I'm worried that something has happened to them. I want Gu Zheng to go and have a look. Gu Chuanqing never believed that Gu Zheng was capable. He snorted, just him? How much can he be of any use? I advise you to let others go out and look for him as soon as possible. Edo looked at Gu Chuanqing deeply. You really should get to know your son again. Your son is much better than you think. Su Zhongyuan shouted after realizing it. What? He is your son? Old Gu, your son is really capable. He is no worse than you, the father. Gu Chuanqing was a little dissatisfied with Su Zhongyuan's fuss, but seeing that he was praising him from the bottom of his heart, Gu Chuanqing doubted his own cognition for the first time. Could it be that the boy has really made it? Can Su Zhongyuan praise him endlessly? Edo saw that he was lost in thought, and he said, you should go around the ward. Sometimes, what you think is good may not be good for him. But what you think is bad may not be bad for him. He is not suitable for your old path. He may not be suitable for combat mecha, but his attainments in rescue mecha are much higher than your father. It's time to listen to others' evaluation of him, and put aside your prejudice against him. Gu Chuanqing was a little dissatisfied with Edo's lecture, but he couldn't refute it at this moment. Could it be that he was really wrong? After the meeting, he came to the temporary ward alone with doubts. Most of the wounded inside were awake, and only a few patients with more serious injuries were in a coma, but at least they didn't look life-threatening. The wounded saw Gu Chuanqing coming in and saluted him. Although Gu Chuanqing was not as popular as Edo, he was also a respected first-class mecha division in the army, and everyone knew him. Gu Zheng was not in the room at this time. He took the initiative to apply for continued rescue, and left the ward with Qin Jiu early. When Xiao Feng saw Gu Chuanqing, he immediately smiled and said, Uncle Gu. Gu Chuanqing rarely smiled. In his heart, Xiao Feng's status even surpassed Gu Zheng's. He almost accepted Xiao Feng as his godson. He nodded slightly and responded, hello. After Gu Chuanqing finished speaking, his eyes moved around the room. He did not find Gu Zheng. Seeing this, Xiao Feng took the initiative to explain, Uncle Gu, are you here to find Xiao Zheng? Xiao Zheng is not here. He went out to help. Gu Chuanqing said, oh, sat next to Xiao Feng, looked at his arm and asked with concern, how did you get hurt? Xiao Feng, I was scratched by an alien beast. It's a minor injury. Gu Chuanqing didn't think it was a small matter. He earnestly reminded, be sure to clean the wound thoroughly and remember to take the barrier medicine on time. If you accidentally get infected with the alien beast virus, it will be difficult to cure. Others saw that Gu Chuanqing was so concerned about Xiao Feng, and began to speculate about the relationship between Xiao Feng and Gu Chuanqing. After all, Xiao Feng's ability in combat mechas is obvious to all, and it is not impossible for Gu Chuanqing to accept him as his last disciple. Xiao Feng is capable, but he is still too immature. If he can improve with Gu Chuanqing's experience, his future achievements will be immeasurable. Xiao Feng heard Gu Chuanqing's concern and nodded. I see, come to think of it. He changed the subject. If Xiao Zheng hadn't found me, I might not have been able to come back so quickly. This time, Gu Chuanqing did not rush to deny his son, but asked patiently, what happened just now? Xiao Feng repeated his experience. When he said that Gu Zheng brought a rescue mecha to find him on a deserted hillside like a god, his eyes lit up and praised. His rescue mecha took into account various special situations, and quickly treated my wounds. I wanted to say that I could walk back, but he insisted on carrying me back with a mecha. His mecha can ignore the terrain and stably calculate the best route to send me back. He may not be able to control multiple mechas at the same time, but his rescue mecha can control itself and carry out rescue by itself. I haven't seen this kind of rescue mecha in the Interstellar. Gu Chuanqing was a little surprised, and he still didn't believe it. Does he have this ability? As soon as he raised his doubts, other soldiers who were eavesdropping on their conversation immediately retorted with dissatisfaction. General Gu, although you are a respected senior in the mecha army, I still want to refute you on behalf of Gu Zheng. He is the strongest rescue mecha operator I have ever seen. It's a pity that he has not graduated yet, otherwise he would definitely shock the rescue mecha army of the entire galaxy. Other patients in the ward echoed him. Gu Chuanqing listened to their praise for his son and lowered his eyes in deep thought. After Gu Zheng turned to the rescue mecha direction, he cared very little about Gu Zheng, and even the father and son did not meet many occasions. It was only recently that his wife came back, and they only met once or twice when the family of three got together. His wife also asked him to put aside his prejudice and respect Gu Zheng's choice. It's just that he stubbornly believed that Gu Zheng escaped because he couldn't be a top combat mecha master, and escaped to the rescue mecha class to live a muddle-headed life. Not long ago, he heard that his colleagues were willing to accept Gu Zheng's trouble. He rejected the plan immediately, but because of the different branches, he did not have much say in the management of the rescue mecha team. Later, he went to the front line, and did not pay attention to the follow-up. Of course, he did not know that Gu Zheng not only came, but also rescued many wounded soldiers, and even his reputation in the mecha army gradually became equal to Xiao Feng. During Gu Chuanqing's silence, others thought he did not believe it, and kept promoting his own son to him, and insisted that the mecha army take action first to take him down. One of them said, "I don't know where Gu Zheng came from. I have never heard of his name before. He is too low-key." Someone echoed, "Yes, he first appeared in public when he ranked first in the Star Emperor exam. He is really low-key. I don't know whose child he was trained by. He is so promising." Someone looked at Gu Chuanqing and joked, "General Gu, your surname is also Gu, and Gu Zheng's surname is also Gu. I don't know if you are destined to be together. If Gu Zheng is your son, that would be great." Two top mecha soldiers from one family. Xiao Feng silently looked up at Gu Chuanqing, who had a gloomy face. He coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment and asked, "Didn't you guys go on the hot search some time ago?" Yu Qingyu came back and went on the hot search. Gu Zheng's identity had been completely exposed at that time. They shook their heads. "We haven't got the private terminal for more than half a year. After this mission is over, I want to play with the terminal in revenge." Xiao Feng was thinking about how to tell them that Gu Zheng was Gu Chuanqing's son. At this time, Gu Zheng just came back from outside, and a soldier with a leg injury was hanging on his shoulder. Gu Zheng looked up and saw Gu Chuanqing and he paused. But when he found Gu Chuanqing sitting next to Xiao Feng, his eyes dimmed, and he silently handed the wounded to the nurse, and then gently called, "Father." Gu Chuanqing didn't know why he was hurt by Gu Zheng's disappointed eyes, and he suddenly explained anxiously, "I came to find you." "Looking for me?" Gu Zheng looked puzzled, but he soon figured it out. The only thing his father could do to him was to scold and blame him, right? Gu Zheng said calmly, "I will listen to your teachings after the rescue is over. Now is a race against time. I'm leaving first." Gu Chuanqing was about to chase Gu Zheng, but Gu Zheng had already left without looking back. The room suddenly fell into a dead silence, and everyone looked at each other, trying to digest the situation in front of them. After a long time, someone finally sighed for the first time. "Fuck. No, Is he really your son, General Gu?" Gu Chuanqing felt inexplicably happy. Doesn't he look alike? To be honest, you don't look much alike." He knew that his son looked like his mother. Chapter 209. Dr. Cui sat at his desk, looking at the data panel in front of him, and he fell into deep thought. Eve's monitoring data has fluctuated many times, but the values and frequencies of the fluctuations are different. The seemingly random changes become clear and intuitive under Dr. Cui's arrangement. Sure enough, when the wormhole appeared this time, the categories of Eve's data changes were the same as last time, but the difference was that the value changes were greater this time. Under this value change, Eve's growth rate surged again, reaching a peak and then plummeting, returning to its original state. Dr. Cui took out the previous data for comparison, and he found that Eve had only experienced two types of value changes since she had been silent for 20 years and had redeveloped. The frequency of the changes that began to appear was the most frequent, almost appearing once every period of time or several times at the same time, but the stimulation to Eve's growth was very small, which was better than nothing. In the last two times, Dr. Cui suspected that the same type of value fluctuations that appeared at the same time as the wormhole had the greatest stimulation to Eve, especially the latter time. Eve's nutrient absorption rate was significantly increased, and she needed a lot of nutrients. Dr. Cui asked the experimenter to reevaluate Eve's growth status. As he expected, in just half a day, her growth rate exceeded the total of the previous 20 years. What even surprised Dr. Cui was that the nutrients accumulated in Eve's body exceeded the amount they injected. This situation should not happen unless Eve evolved the ability to synthesize nutrients. Or, Dr. Cui thought that this matter could no longer be hidden from Fei Qixia. He came to Fei Qixia's office, knocked on the door twice, and reported his identity. The assistant opened the door for him, and when he went in, He saw Fei Qixia rubbing Shadow's head to make it happy. Dr. Cui stood behind him and called out, "Mr. Fei." Fei Qixia stopped what he was doing, turned his chair to face Dr. Cui, and asked, "What's the matter?" Dr. Cui put the integrated data on the table, and then said, "Mr. Fei, I hope you can take a look at this numerical change. I found some problems with Eve." When Fei Qixia heard that it was about Eve, he picked up the data and read it carefully. Dr. Cui was very considerate to divide the data into 2 categories, and also marked the changes that occurred simultaneously in the Interstellar when the data changed. Sure enough, Fei Qixia frowned as he looked at it. He put down the data, raised his head, and looked at Dr. Cui again, his eyes more solemn. "You mean the 2 new wormholes are related to Eve?" Dr. Cui nodded. Eve's data had the same type of changes when the 2 wormholes appeared, and from the time sequence, Eve's values changed first, and then the new wormhole appeared. I suspect that Eve has evolved the ability to control wormholes. The total amount of nutrition she gets is greater than the total amount we give, and it is possible that this part of the difference is what she absorbs back through the wormhole. His suspicion is not without basis. They have the ability to control the transfer of wormholes to a limited extent since the 5th generation of experimental subjects. Although the 5th generation of experimental subjects has been completely declared a failure, its death has also brought them unexpected gains. Since they can capture the changing data of the experimental subjects through machines to synthesize the wormhole, it is reasonable for Eve, as its successor, to evolve the ability to control wormholes. They can only explain that the wormhole may be related to Eve, but they cannot explain why alien beasts appear in the wormhole. Even if Eve created the wormhole, she could not resonate with the alien beasts and summon them to appear. Eve does not have a drop of alien blood in her body. She is the cleanest and purest experimental subject. She should not be associated with the dirty alien beasts. Fei Qixia tapped the table with his index finger, making a dong 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 sound, which echoed throughout the room and fell on Dr. Cui's heart. The depressing atmosphere did not last long. He said, "Let's assume that what you said is right. Eve is related to the generation of 2 wormholes, corresponding to this type of numerical changes. What about the other set of data? Have you found out the source of the change in the other set of data?" Dr. Cui swallowed his saliva, and the corner of his eyes unconsciously glanced at Shadow. His back felt a little cold, and he said, "Not yet. The time of its appearance is very random. We have tried to find many events in the interstellar space to compare with it, but we have not found any connection between them." Fei Qixia hated to hear that the experiment had no progress, and his expression suddenly turned cold. Shadow seemed to feel his emotional changes, and his pair of snake pupils stared at Dr. Cui tightly, and Dr. Cui was oppressed and breathless. However, Fei Qixia did not blame Dr. Cui. He knew best the efforts Dr. Cui had made for the organization. Although Dr. Cui did not report it, Fei Qixia knew that he had definitely done thousands of comparisons without reporting. Dr. Cui is his indispensable right-hand man. He is not in this for money or profit. He is just a complete scientific research madman. In this regard, they are the same kind of people. Fei Qixia waved his hand. "I know, continue to compare, and see if you can find the source. Also, since it is found that it is related to the wormhole and the alien beast, you can think about these aspects, don't just focus on the war beast." Dr. Cui saw that he had no intention of pursuing responsibility, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "I understand, Mr. Fei." After Dr. Cui left, Fei Qixia was still studying the data just now, and his terminal suddenly received a message. This reminder sound was carefully selected by him, and it sounded for only one person. He opened the dialog box and saw only one sentence. "Is the wormhole your masterpiece?" Fei Qixia thought about it and replied, "No. Eve is their top secret, and he has not completely believed that Qin Jiu will not tell her about Eve's existence before. But," he thought for a moment, "maybe this is a good opportunity." He sent a message to Qin Jiu. "Maybe, your father will know." Qin Jiu saw the message he sent outside, and there was no doubt on his face. Her father is no longer alive, but Fei Qixia asked her to ask Rockefeller. This is the same as Qin Jiu's guess. Rockefeller may still have confidential documents in a corner of this world, and they may even be things that Fei Qixia has not obtained, so he needs her help. He is guiding her to ask his questions step by step, and then guide her to find the secret. Qin Jiu, who saw through his purpose, took the initiative to attack. "Is there any secret hidden in the Beast King building?" Although she asked a question, her tone was affirmative. She was very sure that there must be something hidden on the 2nd floor of the Beast King building, so it needed the 2 war beasts Baishua and Lightning to guard it. She didn't believe that the Beast King building was just the residence of lightning and Snow White, as Edel said. The Beast King building gave her a strange atmosphere. The public notice of the evaluation 20 years ago, and whenever she passed the stairs, Lightning or Snow White would definitely peek in the corner. All the strange phenomena told Qingjiu that the Beast King building was not simple. If this still couldn't find the problem, then she was really stupid. And she didn't think Fei Qixia was sincere in letting her go out of respect. He must have some task that needed her help, so he put on the appearance of a sensible uncle to let her let down her guard against him. For people like Fei Qixia and Dean Liu, whether they have value is the standard for evaluating a person. And she happened to be within this value range. Fei Qixia was silent for a long time, so long that Qingjiu almost thought she couldn't get an answer. Fei Qixia sent her a reply. Yes, you are smarter than I thought. I think since you are asking me for something, I have the right to know what is inside. This time Fei Qixia's reply was very fast, but the result was beyond Qingjiu's expectations. I don't know. I don't know. What do you mean? I don't think you are sincere enough to cooperate. I don't know in the literal sense. We lost each other for a while 20 years ago. Rockoff went back to Star King, and then he disappeared. Then, this Beast King building became an abandoned building, guarded by war beasts all year round. We once tried to see what Rockoff left behind, but we returned in vain. Not only us, but also the military failed. The defense of the Beast King building is not strict, otherwise she would not have accidentally entered on the first day of school. It just sits in the corner of the campus without any signs or roadblocks. It doesn't look like a place with secrets, so it's not impossible to get lost on the open day. Fei Qixia must have asked someone to investigate. But he failed, and he didn't know what secrets Rockoff left behind before he disappeared. Qingjiu could easily guess that in addition to access control and war beasts, there should be other ways to protect secrets in the Beast King building. Qingjiu now guessed the reason why the humanoid alien beast invaded the Queen Star Mountain. Fei Qixia might want to use the humanoid alien beast as a cover to enter the Beast King building in the chaos to find out. But he failed because Qingjiu's appearance disrupted his overall plan. But he knew very well that even without Qingjiu, he would still fail in the end. After all, he knew that there was a seal on the second floor that no one had been able to open so far. Those data may be related to some secret experiments of the White Tiger organization. For the federal government, these data are a scourge and must not be discovered by others to subvert the rule. They should not exist in the world, and should be destroyed immediately. But Arnold was unwilling. She believed that even if Rockoff's experiment was against human ethics, it could not be denied that his experiment content had a great relationship with the evolution of alien beasts. If he could get his notes before his death, he might be able to develop more drugs or weapons to deal with alien beasts. Whether it was the military or the White Tiger organization, they were all interfering with these data. Qingjiu saw what he said, replied got it, and closed the information. Maybe the data not only contained what the military and the White Tiger organization wanted, but also the truth about his life experience. She would find a chance to find out. The level of the wormhole was lowered, but everyone did not take it lightly. Instead, they waited for 3 days at the first level of alert to confirm that the wormhole had stabilized, and then they began to mobilize new personnel. The military could handle the 3 wormholes well, and no additional support was needed. Qingjiu and the others returned to Xinhuang one after another. Gu Zheng also returned to Xinhuang 2 days after Qingjiu returned. Unlike before, Gu Zheng became famous in one battle and jumped to the highest popularity in one fell swoop. Jin Chung saw that he was surrounded as soon as he came back and sniffed hypocritically, envy, jealousy, and hatred. Lilith still kicked his calf without hesitation. Don't pretend, it doesn't suit you. Jin Chung turned around, smiling, and said seriously and jokingly, really don't mind. Lilith's face did not show much emotion. What do you mind? Jin Chung shrugged and said nothing. Lilith's classmates saw her coming back and ran towards her from a distance. The leader grabbed her arm and raised it up, and a group of people circled around her. Lilith looked confused and asked helplessly, what are you doing? I'm checking to see if you are injured. I heard that the alien beasts are very fierce. You said you ran to that place in the 1st grade. How scary. Lilith, this. I will have to face it in the future. There is no difference sooner or later. Of course it's different. The 5th graders first practice for a period of time before officially entering the battlefield. Your emergency responsibility is not as strong as theirs. I'm really fine. Don't lift up my pants, I'm really not missing any limbs. Seeing them all running to Lilith, Jin Chung couldn't help but feel jealous. He said sourly, why don't you come to care about me? When they heard this, They looked up and quickly glanced at Jean Chung, and said ruthlessly, "You look normal, there is nothing wrong, don't be hypocritical." Jean Chung felt wronged when he heard this. He walked to Qinjiu and said in a sour tone, "Vice President, they bullied me." "Qinjiu, I think there is nothing wrong with you, be good, do what you should do." Jean Chung, Okay, he went to the side and shut himself up. But he looked at Lilith, who was surrounded by people, and the smile on her face from the bottom of her heart, and Jean Cheng's mouth corners bent unconsciously. He was very happy to see Lilith's change. Lilith's first half of her life was more like a machine living for her parents. She took the greetings between the royal family praising other people's children seriously. She always felt that she was not good enough and therefore could not get the favor of her parents. So she was always urging herself to improve under high pressure, hoping that one day she could impress her parents with her grades. This abnormal growth process made her form a concept that every child who was better than her was her enemy. Because they can get praise from their parents, but she can only get a faint look from her parents and a sentence, "Don't be proud, there are people who are better than you." At first, Jean Chung was also one of her enemies, but after Jean Chung helped her create opportunities to have dinner with her parents several times, she quietly removed Jean Chung from the ranks of enemies. But this is not enough. Jean Chung has always wanted to help her completely leave the shadow of her parents and live only for herself. Unexpectedly, what he worked hard for so many years was solved in just half a year at Xinhuang. Chapter 210. Because Lilith has completely realized in the past 6 months that true care and love do not need to be maintained by blood relations. What she could not get from her parents, she can easily get here. Here there is Qinjiu who is willing to help her unconditionally, Jean Chung who has always stood by her side, Wang Ling who is silent but silently thinks about her, and Gu Zheng who sympathizes with her but does not express any malice towards her. Of course, she also has many classmates who are willing to tolerate her temper. She can do poorly in front of them, and they will not show alienation because she is not good enough, nor will they add insult to injury because she has fallen into a trough. Here, she is Lilith, just herself, not a crown prince, who is highly expected but breathless. She could also get their encouragement during the low period, instead of a sentence, "Princess Lilith, if you can't adjust, everyone will be disappointed in you." After coming to Xinhuang, Lilith realized that she can also be an ordinary girl, and she can also be imperfect. So she became more cheerful and more like a child of this age. Jean Chung was happy for her. He took a deep breath and murmured in a voice that only he could hear, "Congratulations, Lilith. I hope you will always be happy and free." Only in this way can he feel at ease to jump into the fire pit and complete the task he wants to complete. Qinjiu slowly withdrew from the scene where they could not see him. Lightning and Bai Shui were still in Yunzhangsing because of some minor obstacles. Her elegance and brightness were also lent to the Beast Taming Army for temporary use. Now is the best time for her to go to the Beast King building. As Qinjiu approached the Beast King building, the surrounding noise slowly faded away. The Beast King building was an inconspicuous abandoned building in the corner, rarely visited. Qinjiu came to the dusty staircase, and she looked at the situation here carefully for the first time. The stairs and the corridor seemed to be two different worlds. The dust on the stairs was several centimeters thick, while the corridor was clean and tidy, with only a few hairs of war beasts falling on the ground. The sun shone in from the window of the stairwell. Under the light, the dust floating in the air was slowly falling. Qinjiu took a deep breath, slowly raised her legs, and stepped onto the first step. The expected alarm did not sound, and Qinjiu was thinking whether Adele had already known that someone had broken into the space on the second floor. She walked up the stairs step by step, and as she moved, the dust was floating in the air, making her nose sore. She covered her nose and quickened her pace, and finally came to the second floor of the Beast King building. Unlike what she expected, there were no messy fences or cordons blocking her way on the second floor. Compared with the first floor, there was only a layer of dust. There were indeed a lot of documents placed in a mess on the table, and Qinjiu went forward to take a quick look. There were no special documents on the table, just some activity documents such as event posters and registration forms. Could it be that she and Fei Qixia had guessed wrong? Rockoff didn't actually leave any confidential documents before he disappeared. No, if Rockoff didn't leave anything, the Federation wouldn't take it so seriously and let Adele's war beast guard it. Qinjiu continued to walk in, and as she walked, she paid attention to the surrounding situation. The layout of the second floor was exactly the same as that of the first floor. Qinjiu would look inside every empty classroom when she passed by to see if there were any special documents hidden inside. But the result was disappointing. The yellow papers left in each classroom were just ordinary documents. When Chinjio walked to the room at the end of the corridor, she stopped. This classroom was right above the room where Lightning lived. It was different from other classrooms. Chinjio stretched out her hand to open the door of the classroom, but before she touched the door handle, it was bounced open by a huge force. She staggered back a few steps and stopped, looking at her still numb hands, her brows locked. Chinjio looked around the door frame, trying to find where the force that attacked her came from. Gravity wall? Air wall? It seems that none of them. The door frame was empty, and there was no facility to provide external force. It seemed to appear there suddenly. This situation could not be explained by general phenomena. Chinjio could only think of the wormhole that sucked it in not long ago. They seemed to be things in the same operating system, not within the scope of scientific explanation. In this case, Chinjio looked around. Although she did not find the existence of the camera, she believed that someone must be watching her every move somewhere. Chinjio reached out to touch the door handle again, but she secretly cut a small cut on her finger just before she touched the door handle. Sure enough, with the variable of Chinjio's blood, the original obstruction disappeared. The door of the classroom became the same as other rooms, and she opened it easily. The president, who was observing Chinjio's every move in the surveillance, stood up suddenly. He immediately contacted his assistant to let him customize the interstellar train to Shirong Star. He did not turn off the surveillance and continued to monitor Chinjio. Since Chinjio stepped into the space on the second floor, he has been paying attention to Chinjio's behavior. The intrusion trigger system on the second floor of the Beast King building is directly connected to the president's office. The long silent alarm sounded, and the president even ended the meeting early and came back to see who dared to invade the Beast King building. When he saw Chinjio in the surveillance, he tried to recall who this girl was, but soon he remembered that she was the student that Edo praised. His deepest impression was that she studied pet care, but she could get along well with war beasts. Edo had also reported that her war beast was also arranged in the Beast King building, and had told her not to go to the second floor. She was indeed very obedient, and had never made any move to go to the second floor. Usually, there were war beasts guarding the stairs on the second floor, so she had no chance to go up. But this time she got the chance. Lightning and Snow White, who were supposed to return to Star King, were stranded due to weather reasons. The Beast King building, which was unguarded, gave her the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. But even if she went to the second floor, it would be useless. She could not touch Rockoff's secret. After all, the seal left by Rockoff has not been solved until now. But what no one could have imagined was that she actually went in like this, without any additional conditions. She just opened the door and went in. Who is she? Is she related to Rockoff? Chapter 211. Before leaving, the president asked his assistant to check all the information about Chinjio, including all the details from her birth to the present. The assistant did as he was told, and quickly handed him a document. Chinjio's life was very simple. She was born in an orphanage, and then in Xinhuang. The document covered all of Chinjio's experiences. She was just an orphan without any stain, and even a little bit excellent. The president got on the interstellar train, and his surveillance video had lost Chinjio's figure. There was no way to install surveillance in the room. He could only observe Chinjio through the perspective of other surveillance. Unfortunately, the location of other surveillance was somewhat blocked, so there was no way to fully see Chinjio's movements. Chinjio stepped into the room and looked around the room carefully. There was also a thin layer of dust in the room, but because the room had been in a closed state, the dust here was obviously not as much as in other classrooms. The things in the classroom were neatly arranged, which was in stark contrast to the situation in other classrooms where items were scattered all over the floor. It was not difficult to see that the owner here was a very organized and tidy person. Chinjio picked up a blue diary neatly placed on the table and started reading it. Xingyuan 2074 August 17th Sunny. Today is Badeo's farewell anniversary, and also the anniversary of his rebirth. Badeo and I have been separated for 2 years. In the past 2 years, I tried my best to let Badeo stay in the world longer, but things went against my wishes. We have experienced the second failure. I began to doubt whether the direction we are going in is right. But what else can we do except continue? Xingyuan 2074 September 20th Cloudy. Fei Qixia is really an amazing scientist. If it weren't for his persistence, I might have wanted to shut down this experiment when it failed for the second time. But is Fei Qixia a little cold-blooded? I heard that he saw his mother being tortured to death by the alien beast to protect him, but he didn't shed a single tear. Instead, he still disliked his mother for being too useless. I heard from those people above that when he was still in the Beast Tamer army, he asked a question. Humans are so fragile. Why don't they choose to co-evolve with alien beasts? Oh my god, he is so bold. I can't imagine how shocked the colleagues who heard him at that time were. Maybe geniuses are special. He doesn't want to live according to the rules, and can't integrate into the group. It's only a matter of time before he is fired. Snow on December 25, 2074, New Era. I heard that today is a festival in the old world. What is it called? Christmas? I don't know what this festival is used to celebrate, but from now on, it will become the anniversary of our third experimental progress. After getting along with Fei Qixia, I found that he is actually a good person, just a little lonely. His concentration is first class. Once he gets into work mode, no one can disturb him. Oh, by the way, today there is another thing worth remembering. I saw Shadow eating in my room. This is the first time I saw a snake actually like to eat candy. It ate all the candy in my room. Should I ask Fei Qixia to compensate me? Laugh. Sunny on May 10th, 2075 Niyuan. Why? 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 Why did it fail again? Obviously, the experimental data, this time is better than before, and the fusion is already halfway completed. Why did they still reject it in the end? After the third failure, I have no confidence. Is the direction we are working towards really wrong? Fei Qixia is still so calm, he seems to never be afraid of failure. Just now when I was angry with him, he left silently without saying a word, and when he came back, he was already holding new experimental supplies. Does he really want to continue? What about me? Do I have to continue to insist? No, if even I give up, how sad will it be? Persist, must persist. Rain on November 12, 2075 Niyuan. I said, let's put the second and third laboratories aside for now, don't start. A tall tree attracts the wind, and if it involves alien beasts, we are likely to be discovered. In this case, how can the experiments in the first laboratory continue? Unfortunately, Fei Qixia did not listen to me. Not only did he conduct human experiments without authorization, but he also accidentally let the stitched body escape. How stupid he is. The people with the war beast were knocked unconscious by the stitched body in the laboratory. What about the shadow? Can't the shadow be used? Alas. Now the StarCraft is known that there are humanoid alien beasts. Fortunately, I guided the public opinion to make them think that they are evolved bodies rather than artificially created. But I know that this conclusion will not last long, and Arnold will soon find the problem. While I was cleaning up Fei Qixia, I suddenly fell into self-doubt. I was supposed to lead tyranny to end the existence of the alien beasts on the battlefield, but why did I suddenly become the one who created the alien beasts? Did I betray tyranny's trust in me? Am I wrong? No, I am not wrong. The president is wrong. It was his condescending face that caused the big mistake. There will never be another tyranny in the galaxy. It is really powerful, but its physical fitness is a little worse. Alas. Maybe this is a trade-off? Sunny June 12, 2076 Niyuan. Failed again. And today there is more unfortunate news. We are being targeted by the military, and we must evacuate urgently. I have been in this laboratory for several years. I am reluctant to leave suddenly. Forget it. Maybe the experiment will make more progress in a new environment. I am just deceiving myself. July 10th, 2077 New Year cloudy. There has been no record for a whole year. Not surprisingly, the fifth experiment also failed. Along with the failure news, there was also the bad news that I was suffering from a rare disease. What should I do? I haven't seen the experiment succeed yet, and I don't want to die yet. Fei Qixia said. The research of the third laboratory is specifically for improving the human body. He asked me if I wanted to start the first phase of the experiment. I knew that even if we were driven away, Fei Qixia would not give up the projects of the second and third laboratories. After all, when I was desperate, Fei Qixia used this condition to exchange with me. I agreed. After several years of torture, I also know that responsibility and honor are all bullshit. We should learn to use resources instead of consuming them. Since alien beasts must exist, why don't we make good use of them? Yes. We are for the future of mankind. Qingjiu turned the page again, and found that the diary had reached the last page. The owner of the diary did not record the rest. Or, she looked at the torn marks, and began to guess what the owner meant. Did he not want others to know the follow-up, or did he deliberately leave half of it somewhere else? Chapter 212. Qingjiu put down the diary in his hand, and picked up the stack of experimental data below. The first page of the record disappeared, and the data was encoded from the second page. The data above was complicated and numerous. Qinjiu had no knowledge of this aspect and could not understand what the content recorded in it specifically represented. She turned the pages one by one. The recorder of this data made some simple notes on it. All the data that exceeded the index in red was circled, and there were a few remarks next to it. Cell fusion was successful, but attention should be paid to adjusting the nutritional strategy. Qinjiu turned the next few pages. The critical point is approaching, pay more attention. Turn it again. There is an abnormality, try a new method. Qinjiu found that the 3 words new method were followed by a big red question mark. It seems that this person was still struggling with whether to use a new method to solve the problem at that time. Or this new method is completely opposite to their original concept, so he hesitated whether to do it. Then, the report was missing a few pages, and the content from the beginning of the new method to the end of the experiment was gone. Qinjiu turned to the last page. It was not the experimental data, but a paragraph written to others. Qinjiu recognized that the handwriting was Rockefeller's. Wrong, we were all wrong. Fei Qixia, it turns out that we were wrong at the beginning. It turns out that the key is ###. Qinjiu frowned, and saw that there was a large pool of ink covering the key part. Qinjiu glanced at the whole page, and found that there was more than one place with such ink. After nearly 10 years of persistence, I didn't expect that the variable was this. Fei Qixia, it turns out that ### and ### are the same. But none of us thought that the most unlikely ### would be the biggest variable. My laboratory has also been exposed, and needs to be evacuated urgently. But my gene optimization failed, and I may not live long. I will settle my child, and she will live happily with me. Qinjiu was stunned by the last sentence. This she should be himself. The experiment in the 3rd laboratory he mentioned in the diary should be related to gene optimization. Qinjiu thought of the man who stabbed him on the Porcelain King star. Maybe Rokov was also like him, and he left the world forever because of the failure of the experiment. Qinjiu put down the experimental data, and she accidentally knocked the diary off. She picked it up and turned to the second to last page. Qinjiu hadn't noticed it just now, but there were a few small words written here. Don't believe Ivana? Qinjiu has heard of this name. It is the name of the current president. The Ivana that Rokov mentioned should not be the president. Maybe it's just a person with the same name and surname as him, but Qinjiu still kept a watchful eye on this. She stood up and put the documents away. She saw a small tiger head badge on the table. It was very similar to the one she found on the alien beast, but a little different. There was a ruby inlaid on this badge, and the ruby emitted a dark glow. She was about to pick it up for a closer look, but she didn't expect that the moment she touched it, the badge seemed to come alive, and turned into dark red thin lines that wrapped around Qinjiu's fingers and climbed up along her hand. Qinjiu was startled and wanted to throw it away. But the red lines disappeared quickly, and the badge also disappeared at the same time. Qinjiu rolled up her sleeves, and saw a strange little red flower appear out of thin air on the inside of her arm. Qinjiu rubbed the pattern hard, but it seemed like it was tattooed on, and could not be removed. Qinjiu was still thinking about what the pattern meant, when there was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps in the corridor. Qinjiu quickly put down her sleeves, and she did not hide, standing still. The other party's speed was so fast that he knew someone had broken in long ago. She did not need to hide, and the other party must know who she was. Qinjiu silently stared at the window. When she saw a familiar figure, she raised her eyelids slightly, and looked down at the last sentence in the diary. Don't believe Ivana and his assistant stood outside the door. The door that Qinjiu could easily open was sealed again at this time. The assistant's hand bounced out as soon as it touched the door handle. He shook his numb hands and said to Ivana, President, the door can't be opened. Ivana was not surprised by this answer. They had tried many ways for many years, and couldn't open this door. Although Qinjiu had a small accident now, he didn't think that other people could be this accident. Many years ago, he wanted to raise this place to the ground and put an end to it. If Arnold hadn't insisted on keeping the data, and used collective strength to put pressure on himself, he wouldn't have left a time bomb. Ivana walked to the window, and looked at Qinjiu kindly. Hello. Qinjiu seemed extremely calm, and she nodded. Hello. Ivana saw that she was not nervous at all, and she became interested in her. Child, do you know who I am? Qinjiu nodded. Then, Ivana pointed to the information on the table, and said to Qinjiu, Can you give me the thing? Qinjiu glanced at the documents on the table, and she naturally hugged them to her chest and walked out. Rokov said not to trust Ivana, and if Qinjiu was obedient, she should not give the things to Ivana. But the current situation is that Qinjiu has no choice. Everyone knows that the White Tiger organization and humans are hostile camps. If Qinjiu does not hand over the information, she will immediately be classified as an enemy of humans. She is now unable to compete with the entire Federation. Qinjiu easily opened the door from the inside, and the assistant wanted to break into the classroom while she opened the door. But as soon as he walked to the door, he was pushed out by an invisible air wall. Qinjiu saw him flying backwards in front of her and hitting the wall directly, and she couldn't help but feel pain for him. She shook her head and walked out of the range of the invisible air wall. But the information in her hand fell to the ground after she left the classroom. The air wall seemed to isolate humans, and these information from being taken away. Seeing this, Ivana clenched her fists. He was still trying to keep a smile on his face, but his eyes had turned cold. Qinjiu closed the door when he came out. Now the door was closed, and the documents could not be taken out. Everything returned to the original state. For some reason, when Qinjiu noticed Ivana's eyes, she suddenly felt lucky that she did not take the documents out. Ivana took a deep breath and negotiated. "Can you open the door again to get it?" Qinjiu did so, but this time, she was also bounced out like an assistant. Qinjiu touched her back spine that hit the wall and cursed in her heart. If it wasn't for finishing this scene, she wouldn't have to endure it. Ivana frowned even more, and he turned around to look at Qinjiu, who was leaning against the wall to get up. "How did you get in just now?" Qinjiu seemed a little puzzled. "Just open the door directly. Why can't you open it now?" Ivana was skeptical about her words, but he knew that Qinjiu was not lying after watching the surveillance. Qinjiu didn't do anything special. It seemed that the door was just an ordinary door in Qinjiu's hand, and it opened with a press. Countless possibilities flashed through Ivana's mind, and he grabbed Qinjiu's hand without saying a word. Chapter 213. Qinjiu stumbled forward after being pulled by him. Ivana carefully observed Qinjiu's hand, but it was smooth and flawless, without any abnormality. He began to doubt, was it really just an accident? No, he didn't believe it. A cautious person like Rakov would never make such a mistake. Qinjiu must have lied. Ivana let go of Qinjiu's hand, and he asked again, "Have you seen those documents?" Qinjiu answered truthfully, "Yes." Ivana's pupils shrank suddenly, and his tone was slightly cold. "What did you see?" Qinjiu, "A diary and an experimental record." Ivana immediately asked nervously, "What's written in the diary?" Qinjiu, "It seems that the owner of this diary recorded the process of the experiment, and he failed many times." Ivana was puzzled. "That's all?" Qinjiu, "That's all." Ivana's performance made Qinjiu more convinced that the Ivana Rakov said was President Ivana. He must have such a big reaction because Rakov had something on him, and he rushed here as soon as possible because he felt guilty. But even Qinjiu didn't expect that the surveillance here was directly connected to the president's office. She thought the first person she would see would be the principal or teacher Edo. Ivana was extremely distrustful of Qinjiu. He thought for a moment and said, "I'm sorry, because these things involve some confidential information. We need you to go with us." Qinjiu's intuition told her that she couldn't leave with Ivana. She followed Ivana downstairs obediently at first, and she stopped when she got downstairs. Ivana found that she didn't keep up, and his tone was obviously not as gentle as at the beginning. "What do you mean?" "Qinjiu, I think I violated the school rules of Xinhuang and should hand it over to the teacher first." Ivana winked at the assistant, who understood and walked silently to Qinjiu's side. Qinjiu saw him trying to take out the tranquilizer gun from the corner of his eye, and she urged him silently in her heart. "Hurry up." At the moment when the assistant was about to draw his gun, 3 or 2 voices came, and Ivana's face was ashen. After receiving Qinjiu's help message, Jin Chung and others rushed here quickly. Qinjiu only sent a help in the group and shared the location. The 4 people didn't know what trouble she was in, but they still came without hesitation at the first time. When Jin Chung saw the president, he glanced at Qinjiu with some surprise, as if asking with his eyes why Qinjiu was involved with the president. Qinjiu shook his head slightly. Jin Chung took the initiative to step forward and shouted to the president, "Hello, Mr. President." The president's face was not natural, but he still responded politely, "Hello, you are Jin Chung from Xinhuang Star, right?" Jin Chung nodded. He walked between Qinjiu and the president, and blocked Qinjiu behind him. Seeing this, the other 3 also walked to Jin Cheng's side, forming a human wall. The president felt that it would be difficult to take Qinjiu away today, but it was not absolute. As long as he could find evidence that Qinjiu was colluding with the heretic organization, he could still use various reasons to take Qinjiu away. Lilith had notified Edel a minute ago, but Edel might still be on the way back, and did not respond to her message. Lilith also knew that in such an occasion, they alone could not stop the president, and someone who could speak in front of the president must appear to calm the situation. Jean Chung asked, "Mr. President, what's the matter now?" "President, we need the cooperation of little Chinjio for some things. We need to take her back to assist in the investigation. The normal procedure is that you must show an order to assist in the investigation before you can take someone away, but if the other party is the president, this rule can be ignored." Jean Chung was thinking about how to delay time. At this time, a small black figure approached quickly from a distance. As soon as everyone saw its tail, it jumped up and jumped into Chinjio's arms. Its pink little tongue licked Chinjio's cheek, and Chinjio kissed its head. She was so happy. Lightning is back, which means that teacher Edel is back too. Sure enough, Edel came from not far away, and he was still calling, "Lightning, wait for me." According to Edel's usual habits, he knew where Lightning was in a hurry, and would never deliberately call it out. Now his abnormal behavior is obviously for outsiders to see. It is obvious who the only two outsiders here are. Edel came to the Beast King building, his eyes swept over several people, and then asked Ivana, "Mr. President, what's the matter?" Ivana waved to Edel, walked aside with him, and the two chatted. Jean Chum also turned back at this time, glanced in the direction of the assistant, and whispered to Chinjio, "What happened?" Chinjio shook her head, indicating that the assistant was still monitoring them, and she whispered, "Go back and talk." Gu Zheng frowned. In this situation, whether Chinjio can go back is still an unsolved mystery. How can Chinjio be so sure that he will not be taken away? He was about to ask more questions, but Wang Ling reached out to stop him, and just waved at him. Gu Zheng silently took a step back, and decided to obey and wait and see. On the other side, Edel was playing dumb with Ivana. He knew that there was only one reason why the president suddenly appeared in the Beast King building, and his intention to take Chinjio away just proved his idea. He was confused and asked, "What's wrong, Mr. President?" "Ivana, I want to take that student away." Edel, "Why?" "Ivana." She opened the door and read the information inside. Edel pretended to be shocked, and the next moment he became embarrassed. She is just a student, even if she has read the information. "Ivana, don't play dumb with me. She can get in. She must have a relationship with Rockoff and others. She may be an undercover planet in Xinhuang. Do you know the seriousness of the matter?" Edel asked. "How do you prove that her entry was not accidental?" "I know her character best, she won't." "Edel!" Ivana scolded. "I know Rockoff is your best. My favorite student. I also know that you are dissatisfied with me for not letting Tyrant retire and causing the accident, but now is not the time to talk about personal grudges. The abnormal increase of wormholes in the Interstellar this year is likely their masterpiece. You can't ignore the lives of all the people in the Interstellar just because you are dissatisfied with me." Edel still refused to change his mind. Did she use any special means to get in? Didn't you also see the surveillance? She just opened the door and went in normally. Ivana, she must have used some medium. There must be something wrong with her hands. Edel, in that case, why don't we go and check it out? After Edel finished speaking, he returned to the others and said to Chinjio, "Chinjio, roll up your sleeves." Chapter 214. Everyone's eyes fell on Chinjio. Chinjio silently pulled up her sleeves under their gaze, and she pulled her sleeves to the joints. The red flower was exposed to everyone's sight. Ivana seemed to have discovered some shocking secret, pointing at the small flower on Chinjio's arm and asking, "What is that?" Chinjio was not panicked at all. She looked up and looked at Ivana. "Tattoo." "Tattoo? What tattoo? What does it mean? Is it some special symbol?" Faced with Ivana's step-by-step pressure, Chinjio put her hand down and said frankly, "It's just a beautiful little flower. It doesn't mean anything." Ivana turned her head to look at Edel. "Does your school allow students to get tattoos?" Edel asked back, "Why not? This is the freedom of students." Ivana insisted, "I want to know when you got the tattoo, What is the origin of the tattoo?" Lilith, who was watching the development of the situation, suddenly stood up, opened her collar, and revealed a butterfly pattern on her shoulder. She said, "I have one too. Chinjio and I got it together. It doesn't have any meaning. I just got it because I thought it looked good." With Lilith's intervention, Ivana suddenly lost confidence. Was it really an accident? Lilith's education from childhood to adulthood could not have any connection with the people of the White Tiger organization. Chinjio's past can also be traced. There is indeed no chance of intersection with the White Tiger organization. In order to avoid future troubles, he even investigated the orphanage clearly. The change of the director 20 years ago was indeed an accident. The original director had a heart disease, and it was not impossible that he would die suddenly in the middle of the night. So what's the problem? He didn't give up and asked, "Where did you get your tattoos?" Lilith took the initiative to answer, "The Shirong royal family, you can ask my aunt." Once Elijah's name was put forward, Lilith's words became more credible. Ivana asked another question, "Why do you want to go to the second floor?" Chinjio, curious about what's on the second floor. Before, when Bai Shui and Lightning were here, they always stopped me from going to the second floor. Recently, they were not here, so I took advantage of the opportunity. I admit that I violated the school rules, but I didn't violate the federal law, right? In fact, Chinjio was really obedient before, and had no intention of going to the second floor, so naturally there was no situation where Bai Shui and Lightning stopped him. It's just that she remembered the scene of Jin Chung being monitored last time, and made up a reason for herself that she thought the other party would believe. Sure enough, Ivana fell silent again, and Lightning ate an irrelevant accusation and raised his claws to push Chinjio's lips away. Scumbag. She is slandering herself. Edel saw that the direction of the matter was clear, and he said to Ivana, "Mr. President, if you are really worried, Chinjio and I will go with you. I am also worried about her going to your place alone. It is far away." If Edel followed, it would mean that he would not have the opportunity to use some extreme torture methods on Chinjio, and the final result would definitely be a failure. Edel was determined to protect her. Ivana was known as a kind and people-loving president, and it was impossible for him to leave a tyrant's reputation in this matter. He couldn't take Chinjio away today. Ivana looked at Chinjio deeply, and he replied to Edel, "Okay, I believe you." After that, he got on his own train and left with his assistant. Edel was relieved to see him finally leave. Let Chinjio go to the Interstellar prison. Even if it was in the interrogation room instead of the cell, Edel didn't believe that a little girl like Chinjio could stand it. That place is a place that eats people. Edel looked back and found Chinjio coaxing Lightning. He said, "Chinjio, come to my office tomorrow." Chinjio looked at Edel, and she nodded, "Okay." Even Edel left, leaving only a few people from the student union here. Lilith helped Chinjio escape. Chinjio remembered the butterfly tattoo on Lilith's shoulder. She couldn't help but wonder, when did you get the tattoo? Lilith hadn't answered yet, and Jin Chung beside her had explained for her, "What kind of tattoo is that?" "This is the mark of the royal family. It has been with Lilith since birth." It was the first time Chinjio heard of this statement. She looked at Jin Chung. "What about you? Do you have it?" Jin Chung shook his head. "I don't have it. Only the royal family of Shirong has it, and it is a secret of their royal family. Even the president doesn't know it. Why do you think the president wouldn't be suspicious? But you?" Jin Cheng's eyes moved to Chinjio's arm. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said lightly, "Your so-called tattoo, is it recently?" He remembered that when Chinjio was bathing Hurricane, she didn't have this mark on her hand, and she didn't have it even a few days ago. This tattoo seemed to have suddenly appeared in the past 2 days. Chinjio didn't hide it from him. "Yes." "Lilith, are you really in contact with some organization?" Chinjio did not deny it, but asked, "Do you regret helping me?" "Lilith, show me evidence to prove that you have a problem first." "Chinjio, if I really become a bad person in the future, I will not follow them. I would rather die in your hands." "What are you talking about?" Gu Sheng was reluctant to talk about the topic of death, because he had experienced the shock of a loved one's death, and he did not want anyone around him to have an accident. Chinjio patted Gu Zheng's shoulder and grinned. "Okay, let's not talk about these nonsense. Let's go, sister will treat you to dinner." Gu Zheng's eyes widened. "What? The stingy man plucked his feathers?" Chinjio, Chinjio, "No, this is the image of me in your mind?" The other three nodded without hesitation. Chinjio, Well, it seems that I can't be too hard when setting my own personality in the future." Chinjio walked to Wang Ling, with a smile on his face, but Wang Ling had an ominous premonition for some reason. "Chinjio, brother Ling." "Wang Ling, don't call me that. Just say what you want to say." Chinjio took off the mechanical weapon in his hand, and handed it to Wang Ling. "Brother, it seems to be a little broken. Is it under warranty? You know, this thing is very expensive. I'm not afraid that I can't afford it." It turned out to be this matter. Wang Ling took the thing from her hand. "Okay, give it to me. I fix it for you." Chinjio started to blow rainbow farts. "Brother Ling, you are the best mechanic in the world. You are my god, my..." Wang Ling had a headache and stopped urgently. "Okay, stop yelling. This matter is only suitable for Jin Chung, not for you." Jean Cheng's small eyes showed a big doubt. He pointed at himself. Me? Lilith, what else? Qin Jiao silently stepped back half a step, watching them bickering, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. But when she looked down at the terminal, her smile was completely gone. On the page was Dean Lu's information. Someone wants to monitor your terminal. Do you need help? Chapter 215. Qin Jiao was somewhat amused. She did not expect that letting Dean Lu monitor the terminal would have a protective effect. The person who wanted to monitor her at this time must be someone from the president's side. If she dealt with him directly, it would make the president more suspicious. She thought for a moment, and sent a message to Dean Lu. Don't completely isolate him from monitoring. Give some fake daily usage data at the right time. You should be able to do it, right? The other party replied with an okay expression, and the dialogue box returned to silence again. Several people gathered together, and talked about what happened near the wormhole recently. Jean Chung. Xiao Zheng is the most outstanding this time. You don't even know how many entries there are about you. Gu Sheng was originally an internet addict. Of course, he had seen the hot searches, but he did not expect so many people to pay attention to him at first. Later, Xiao Feng explained that most of the people he saved had a short vacation after the mission was completed, so they could use private terminals. Gu Zheng's outstanding performance in Yun's Hangsing was widely publicized by them, so it was no surprise that he became popular. Gu Sheng was also surprised. Even his father had been kind and gentle these days. Gu Chuanqing's sudden change made Gu Zheng very uncomfortable. Fortunately, none of the people closest to him treated him differently. He was still the youngest here, and he had never changed from beginning to end. Gu Zheng was a little proud. Nonsense, don't you see who my brother is? Hey! Jean Chung couldn't help but hug his neck, and put his other hand into a fist against his forehead and turned. You dare to call yourself brother here? Gu Zheng immediately begged for mercy, and was forced by Jean Chung to call him brother several times before he was let go. Wang Ling waited for them to stop playing before looking at Qin Jiao. I heard that you fell into a wormhole. What happened? Qin Jiao. I was suddenly sucked in by a huge force, and I don't know what happened. Wang Ling pondered for a moment, and said, in fact, the same thing seems to have happened a long time ago. Qin Jiao immediately became interested when she heard it, and she asked, when? Others also quieted down, and listened attentively. Wang Ling fell into memories. If I remember correctly, it happened when I was only about 6 years old. At that time, I had just joined the Boy Scouts. Although I couldn't stay near the wormhole, I lived in Zhongtian Center, which was the military headquarters and the station of the federal government. That year, something happened that other people might not know, but people in the Zhongxing military camp might know. He paused and continued. It seemed that a beastman also fell into the wormhole. Everyone thought he would never come back, but one day he suddenly appeared next to the wormhole, but he was already a corpse when he appeared. And it was not an ordinary corpse, he was sucked into a mummy. Qin Jiao's hands couldn't help shaking. The situation was very similar to hers, but she was luckier and successfully left. Jean Chung asked, why didn't we hear about such a big thing? Wang Ling, because the president had just been re-elected. In order not to cause unnecessary panic, he suppressed the matter. If anyone dared to tell others, he would punish them with the highest federal law. I remember their family members made a fuss, but then they suddenly disappeared. Qin Jiao, disappeared? What does disappear mean? Wang Ling, from that moment on, they disappeared from the face of the earth, and no one could contact them. Anyone could guess that there was something fishy going on, but no one wanted to get involved in this mess, so everyone tacitly kept silent about it. If the same thing hadn't happened to Qin Jiao, Wang Ling wouldn't have remembered it. Qin Jiao, is there something special about that person that made him fall into the wormhole? Wang Ling shook her head. I don't know, I was too young at that time, and I didn't know much. But I seem to have heard that he once participated in a secret operation, in which he destroyed an anti-human experiment. He was injured and recuperated for a long time at that time, and it seems that he was sucked into the wormhole when he was performing his first mission after his comeback. I don't know more. When it comes to experiments, Qin Jiao can only think of the White Tiger organization. But is this incident related to Fei Qixia, or is it related to her father Rokov? The topic ended here, and they returned to Xinhuang after dinner, and did their own things. Late at night, when everything was silent, a hot search quietly jumped to the first place. The topic was highly discussed. Some people found that the content in this hot search was all plagiarized, but his doubts quickly disappeared in the vast sea of the internet. When she woke up in the morning, Qin Jiao clearly felt that the eyes of people around her were not right. Even her roommates from different majors quietly kept a distance from her. Qin Jiao was confused. Xia Xiaolan immediately scolded her two roommates. Why are you hiding? You have lived with Qin Jiu for so long. Don't you know who she is? You believe in the inflammatory remarks on the internet. Have you ever been educated? Do you still have the ability to think for yourself? Su Shanshan was afraid that Xia Xiaolan would rush out and beat them up, so she immediately stepped forward to stop Xia Xiaolan. Don't be impulsive, talk it over nicely. Qin Jiu looked at her two roommates, who were majoring in mecha. They both lowered their heads and dared not look at her. They whispered I'm sorry and left in a flash. Qin Jiu turned back to look at Xia Xiaolan and Su Shanshan. Tell me, what happened? Xia Xiaolan was still angry and couldn't say a word. It was Su Shanshan who thought for a long time before speaking. Xiujiu, take a look at the hot search. Qin Jiu rarely opened entertainment software. She opened the terminal and looked at the first hot search term with a frown. Qin Jiu clicked on the term and read the posts one by one. The discussion inside was very intense. I said it. How could someone play so well with war beasts? It turned out that drugs were used. I heard before that the rebels used war beasts for experiments, which was very cruel. This drug that attracts war beasts must be the finished product of war beast experiments. Oh my god, I thought she was some genius girl, but she turned out to be a street rat. Let's catch her. She did so well in the exam, maybe she used some special means to get in. I'm going to have a conspiracy theory now. Did she deliberately not choose the beast control major to influence other students outside the jurisdiction of the military? You know, Xinhuang has many quasi-reserve troops. Damn, it really sounds like that. It's scary to think about it, my family. It's really scary to have an undercover around you. No, this hot search is inexplicable. Your suspicion seems to have no basis? The person above, why don't you turn over 2 more pages of entries? There are a lot of real hammers in it. There are even people who have compiled a special folder. You can find it if you turn it over. Qin Jiu also turned over 2 pages obediently, and finally found the so-called folder. The name of the folder is also very straightforward. Hit. The top 10 evidences that Qin Jiu is an undercover of the rebels. Chapter 216. Qin Jiu opened the folder, which listed many accusations against her. But most of them were speculations, without real evidence. For example, Qin Jiu did not receive systematic teaching, and got the first place in the Star Emperor exam by using the rebels' high-tech cheating, and Qin Jiu deliberately opened a pet care shop to collect information about other war beasts. Here, the previous variety show of the War Beast Management Bureau was specifically mentioned, saying that they were all deceived by Qin Jiu, and now Qin Jiu has mastered their private information. Some people also linked the fact that Xiao Qinghua and Li Ku did not stay in the pet care shop to Qin Jiu, saying that the previous top 1 and top 2 in popularity had disappeared for a long time, and it might be that Qin Jiu took action against them. The evidence of each case was analyzed in a clear and logical way, which set the pace and made most passers-by begin to doubt Qin Jiu's identity. In particular, some crazy fans of Lightning and Snow White even scolded Qin Jiu for using drugs to affect war beasts, bundling war beasts for marketing, and consuming the reputation of war beasts. Even within half a day, they dug up all of Qin Jiu's past in the orphanage and put them on the internet for people to discuss. Dean Liu was also dug up, but Qin Jiu believed that Dean Liu had already dealt with his previous identity information, and now they couldn't dig up any useful information. Dean Liu had long guessed that there would be such a day, and she changed her name and completely cut off her relationship with Fei Qixia. As for whether Qin Jiu had contact with the rebels, Qin Jiu did not deny that she had contact with Fei Qixia, but the frequency and method of her contact were not easy to detect, not to mention the protection of Dean Liu. She didn't think anyone could really find evidence of her secret contact with the rebels. After all, if the rebels' base camp or contact information was exposed, Fei Qixia would not be able to release his experimental subjects without being arrested. Qin Jiu figured out the clues almost instantly. This hot search was probably bought by the president. In this way, even if they did not have solid evidence, Qin Jiu would be asked to go back and cooperate with the process. It seems that the president still has a handle in Rokoff's hand, so he is so afraid that Qin Jiu will get Rokoff's information. She was afraid that Qin Jiu would see something he shouldn't see and pose a threat to him, so she chose to take the initiative and control Qin Jiu. Qin Jiu turned off the terminal and looked at the 2 people left in the dormitory. In any case, the seeds of doubt have been planted. According to his plan, he should want Qin Jiu to end up being abandoned by everyone. In this way, even if Qin Jiu can successfully get out of the Interstellar prison, no one will believe what she says. Every accusation she made against the president would become a conspiracy to sow discord and disrupt interstellar harmony. I have to say, this is a pretty mean trick. Qingjiu, do you believe me? Xiaoxiaolan, how can we not believe you? Nonsense. It's obviously me who wants to open that store. When did you become the store manager? Qingjiu, Is this the point? Got it. Xiaoxiaolan's dignity as the boss lady was challenged. She is very angry now. The boss is angry. You have to coax him. Qingjiu. It's okay. Let teacher Ilya speak. You can still open it. Xiaoxiaolan immediately caught the wrongness in Qingjiu's words. What do you mean by we can still open it? What do you mean? Qingjiu. If nothing unexpected happens, someone will come and take me away soon. As soon as she finished speaking, Qingjiu's terminal received an urgent notification from Edel, who asked Qingjiu to go to his office immediately. Qingjiu said goodbye to the two and set off immediately. On the school road, everyone stayed away from her, but Qingjiu could still hear their whispers. It can't be true. This is too scary. No wonder she has good grades. It turns out she has a backer. Go back and check your war beast quickly. I don't know if Qingjiu has installed any eavesdropping devices or locators or something like that. Do you really believe what is said on the internet? I think it's very wrong. That's right. Think about it. If Qingjiu is really a rebel, why did she let her support the wormhole before? Well, if it's because she disguised herself well, then she had too many opportunities to take action in the wormhole. The most powerful masters in the entire galaxy are all there. As long as Qingjiu takes action when no one finds out, they have already suffered. Why wait until now for the truth to be revealed? What you said seems to make sense. Who knows if she is enduring humiliation, and her real goal is actually the president. So she is trying to improve her favorability in front of other masters, so that she can have a chance to contact the president. Anyway, I don't believe it. Whoever wants to believe it can believe it. You are so naive. You will have to help others count star coins after being sold in the future. It's none of your business. Your jealousy is already on your face. Don't you just can't stand Qingjiu being better than you in every aspect? Say it again, your father? I can say it 100 times. You are a fool who has no ability to think. Qingjiu herself didn't care much about other people's dirty tricks, but she was a little amused when she saw her classmates fighting because of her. It seemed that she was the one being wronged now. Qingjiu came to the door of Edel's office. She found that in addition to Edel, Jean Chung and Ilya were all there. Her appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. Ilya took the lead and stopped Qingjiu behind him, not allowing Qingjiu to enter Edel's office. This time, even Bai Shui and Lightning stood beside Ilya and were hostile to Edel. Qingjiu touched the heads of the two war beasts and looked at the two teachers who were confronting each other. Edel looked serious and said to Ilya, "Don't stand in the way here. I have something to say to Qingjiu." Ilya did not give in at all. "Say whatever you want to say here. I won't let you take my student away. I am her class teacher." Edel slammed the table hard, and the sound was so loud that it could be heard even from the other end of the corridor. "Are you still a child? Do you know what the crime of harboring is? I also believe that Qingjiu is innocent, which requires Qingjiu to cooperate with the investigation to clear her name. Do you understand?" Ilya was unmoved. "Cooperate with the investigation? It sounds good, but will you still be alive after entering that place?" Edel took a deep breath and ignored the people who blocked Qingjiu. He looked straight at Qingjiu. "Come in, I have something to ask you." Qingjiu was about to step forward, but was stopped by Jean Chung again. Qingjiu silently held Jean Cheng's arm and shook his head at him. Jean Chung frowned, but still put down his arm. Qingjiu entered Edel's room and closed the door behind her. Qingjiu and Edel looked at each other. Teacher Edel. Edel looked complicated. Qingjiu thought he was going to talk to him about cooperating with the investigation, but he didn't expect Edel to just ask, "Have you seen Rockoff's stuff?" Chapter 217. Qingjiu heard this, and finally suppressed her surprise. "What does it mean?" Teacher Edel knows that those things are related to Rockoff. Edel saw the surprise in Qingjiu's eyes. He laughed, but his smile was bitter. "You know those are Rockoff's things, right? He is my student and also a first-class wanted criminal in the interstellar world." Edel turned a photo on the table. It showed a boy holding a little white tiger. The boy stood beside Edel with two small canine teeth showing and smiled. Qingjiu's eyes were glued to the photo. She carefully observed Rockoff's appearance. "This is her father." Edel fell into recollection. He said, "You asked Lister about Bideo before. You know that Rockoff is the owner of Bideo?" Qingjiu nodded. She pointed to the little tiger in the photo and asked, "It is Bideo?" Edel, "Yes, it is Bideo." "What did you see in it?" Shinjio roughly repeated the experimental data and diary contents he saw to Edel, and Edel fell into deep thought. Shinjio couldn't help asking, "Teacher Edel, I didn't listen to you and violated the school rules. Did I see something I shouldn't have seen so?" "No." Edel waved his hand at her. "Maybe this is God's will." Rokov said before he left that the seal would be unlocked when the destined person appeared. "I think you are that destined person." When Edel heard that Shinjio actually opened the confinement on the second floor, although he was a little surprised, he was not surprised when he thought about it. After all, Shinjio has a unique ability to control beasts, and it is not surprising that he can break through Rokov's seal. Shinjio heard Edel's speech, and the fog in her mind became thicker. The truth learned from Dean Liu and Fei Qixia was that Rokov died after entrusting himself to Dean Liu. So when did he leave these documents? Before he returned to Xinhuang and handed himself over to Dean Liu. But the diary inside recorded what happened after he joined the White Tiger organization. Since he had betrayed Xingji a long time ago, why could he return to Xinhuang? Shinjio couldn't figure it out. Unless... Shinjio suddenly looked up at Edel. "Teacher Edel, he is a first-level wanted criminal, and should not be able to enter Xinhuang. Could it be that you let him back?" Edel knew Shinjio's sharpness, and was not panicked at all after being found out. He nodded. "Yes, he came back to find me, and I let him in." Shinjio: "Why? Isn't he a wanted criminal?" Edel: "Because I feel sorry for him about Badeo. You were not born at that time, you don't know. Lis must not have told you how Badeo died." Shinjio: "He said Badeo and Rokov died in the mission." Edel sneered and said, "No, Badeo was killed by them." Shinjio remained silent. She had a vague guess, but she was sure of her guess after hearing Edel's words. Edel continued, "Because Tyrant is so useful, its mission attendance rate is the highest. But the physical fitness of Snowflake Tiger is actually not as good as other war beasts. It is too overworked and suffers from heart disease under the overloaded mission intensity." Shinjio opened her mouth, but she couldn't speak. If Xiaosha and Guangming or Baishua and Lightning encountered the same thing, what would she do? I'm afraid she will go crazy too. War beasts suffering from heart disease is actually very fatal. I had submitted Badeo's retirement application, but... Edel slammed his fist on the table. At that time, Rokov belonged to the current president's faction. Because the struggle for the presidential election requires achievements, I acquiesced to the president's behavior. Shinjio understood that the president squeezed out the value of Rokov and Badeo to pave the way for himself. This is a common method of fighting in the upper class. Shinjio: "What happened next?" Edel: "Badeo failed to retire, and became more and more ill. Lakafu also became crazy, and refused missions every day. He only wanted Badeo to be healthy. But at that time, his usefulness was gone, so he was naturally kicked out of the Beast Tamer army." Wait, why did Edel tell her these secrets? Edel ignored Shinjio's puzzled expression and continued. "After the president took office, in order to prevent this incident from becoming a stain on him, he kicked Lakafu out of the Beast Tamer army as a traitor and began to hunt him down. Later, Lakafu failed to find a doctor to treat Badeo, and Badeo died not long after." Shinjio combined the events of the past 2 days, and suddenly raised her eyes. "You mean?" Edel: "The president is using the same method to deal with you, because he is suspicious by nature. You saw Lakafu's documents before his death. He is afraid that there are things in them that are unfavorable to him, so he wants to take you away." Edel just deliberately shouted for her to cooperate, just to avoid other people's suspicion, and give them a chance to chat alone. He said solemnly, "Shinjio, run?" "Run? If she runs, wouldn't that confirm her claim that she is a rebel? Shinjio doesn't think this is a good solution. Teacher Edel, why should I run when I am upright?" Edel smiled bitterly. "Yes, you are upright, but they have 100 ways to make you stand up straight. Shinjio, don't try to reason with him. I don't want you to bear the stigma, but I want you to live more, do you know?" Shinjio was silent. She even heard the sound of the suspended train breaking through the air. There was more than one. They were almost there. At Edel's urging, Shinjio compromised. Neither her physique nor her true identity could be known to others. She also wanted to know whether the experiment that Rokov attached so much importance to in the diary was related to her physique, and whether she was also a monster like the humanoid alien beast. She still had too many puzzles to know the answers, and she couldn't be caught. "Okay, I'm leaving." Edel took out a capsule-shaped object from the drawer, and handed it to Shinjio. "This is what Rokov left for me. He said that I could use it to break through when surrounded. I don't know what it is, so you keep it." Shinjio just put it in his pocket, and opened the door to leave. At the end of the corridor, several soldiers came up and pointed their tranquilizer guns at Qinjiu. "Put down all the weapons in your hands and follow us." Wang Ling, who was standing behind Qinjiu, silently stuck the repaired mechanical weapon in Qinjiu's hand. Qinjiu was stunned and glanced at him with the corner of his eye. Wang Ling said in a very light voice in Qinjiu's ear, "Take me as a hostage and leave." Chapter 218. What else does Qinjiu not understand? Wang Ling and Adele had already made preparations for this. Wang Ling is the most respected young generation in the army. If Qinjiu takes him as a hostage, the other party will have to consider Wang Ling's safety even if he doesn't care about Qinjiu. But bullets have no eyes after all. If Wang Ling is willing to do this, it is equivalent to handing his life over to her. Wang Ling walked in front of Qinjiu and deliberately raised her hands to make a gesture of surrender. The other party immediately became nervous and warned Qinjiu, "I advise you not to mess around. This is just a routine investigation. If you have any doubts, you can wait until you go to the interrogation room. If you take hostages, the nature of the matter will change. You are still a student, don't ruin your future." The man said this, but he had already loaded the gun with live ammunition in his hand. Before he came, he received a secret mission from the president. The president said that if there was a chance, he would find a reason to kill Qinjiu on the way. He didn't know why the president was so afraid of a little girl who was just suspected, but as a soldier, he had to obey orders. Qinjiu's hostage gave him the opportunity to act in advance. After all, in order to protect the hostages, there was no way to accidentally kill Qinjiu. Wang Ling stayed in the barracks the longest. When he saw the man loading the gun, his face changed, and he whispered hurriedly, "He loaded live ammunition." The other people didn't know Adele and Wang Ling's plan yet. They just suddenly saw the scene of Qinjiu holding Wang Ling hostage. They came to their senses and persuaded Qinjiu not to do stupid things, but in fact no one stepped forward to stop him. Now, after hearing Wang Ling's words, they immediately looked at the man. The two war beasts also showed their sharp fangs to the man. Adele just came out of the room, and he also saw the gun in the man's hand. As he expected, the president would not let Qinjiu arrive at Zhongtian Star alive and safely. Even he began to wonder what happened between him and the president during the time when Rokov disappeared that made the president so afraid of him that he even wanted to eliminate all those who had seen his remaining information. Adele deliberately persuaded loudly, "Qinjiu, you are confused. Can't you see that the superior has loaded the live ammunition? You use Wang Ling as a shield. Aren't you afraid of accidentally hurting Wang Ling and being troubled by Wang Ling's parents?" The man heard Adele's words, and the finger on the trigger relaxed a little. In addition to reminding Qinjiu to be careful and dispelling the last hope of so-called justice in her heart, Adele also reminded the man that Wang Ling was not someone he could mess with. Wang Ling's parents were the best fighters in Qingdu. Although they served in the regular army in their early years, they have now retired and teach martial arts to children in some small places. They are a bit wild, very evil, and well known for protecting their own shortcomings. In the past, when Wang Ling was bullied by other children in the military camp, their parents would definitely be in trouble and get beaten up. It's not that no one has reported these things to the higher-ups, but no one can do anything about them. It's still the case when a child bumps and bruises. What if he hurt Wang Ling with a real gun? The consequences are unimaginable. He hesitated. But the president's mission. At the moment he hesitated, Wang Ling and Adele quickly winked at Qinjiu to let Qinjiu go. Qinjiu retreated, and the others also found something wrong. Wang Ling was a mechanical soldier from the army. How could he be kidnapped by Qinjiu without any means of survival? But he did not take out any mechanical weapons to deal with Qinjiu, but followed Qinjiu's pace obediently. Combined with the eye contact between the three of them, the others finally understood. It was not that Qinjiu wanted to use Wang Ling as a hostage to leave, but Wang Ling wanted Qinjiu to use him as a hostage to cover his departure. Adele had never planned to hand Qinjiu over. They acted a play. Qinjiu slowly retreated, and two war beasts blocked them. Of course, the others did not dare to step forward when they saw the two beasts. They thought Qinjiu would reach the stairs safely, but suddenly, a gunshot came from outside. Everyone was startled and looked up to find the source of the gunshot. Only Qinjiu pushed Wang Ling forward and dodged the bullet from another building by turning sideways. It wasn't a tranquilizer bullet, the range of which wasn't that far. It was a live bullet, and it was aimed at her forehead. If Qinjiu hadn't reacted quickly, her head would have been smashed. They wanted her life. The sniper on the opposite building saw that he had missed, and immediately reloaded and tried to shoot again. But as she was reloading, her teammates' unbelievable voices came from her headphones. Her wound healed? Qinjiu wiped the blood from the scratch on her forehead. The long bullet mark actually grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, Chinjio's forehead became smooth again. Not only the president's people were shocked, but even Edel and the others were horrified. What Chinjio didn't want to happen the most still happened. Her extraordinary self-healing ability was exposed. It was just that the wound she hit was too shallow, and it didn't take much time to recover. Chinjio looked at their expressions that hadn't calmed down for a long time, and she didn't say anything. The other party had already shouted in the channel. The target is suspected to be related to the alien beast. Everyone change to alien beast toxin bullets. Repeat, the target is suspected to be related to the alien beast. Everyone change to alien beast toxin bullets. Hearing this, Wang Ling was the first to react. He immediately said to Chinjio, "Don't be hit by that bullet, no matter where. Go quickly, I cover you." Chinjio was stunned. "Aren't you afraid that I am a transformed alien beast?" Wang Ling seemed to find it funny that Chinjio asked this question, and rarely said a long string of teasing words. Maybe, if you are really a transformed alien beast, then their population is quite miserable. They were already being hunted by others, and now there is a traitor who wants to kill them every day. Chinjio, you can still joke at this time. You are not like yourself. Wang Ling and Chinjio have already walked to the stairs. With the cover, the sniper lost Chinjio's position, and she could only notify her colleagues downstairs to move quickly and encircle from behind. At first, she didn't know why the mission was to kill a student. Now she understood. How could this be an ordinary student? This was an alien that had infiltrated the human world. Edel had prepared a car to meet them in the basement. Now the outside must be surrounded by people. Only by taking an unusual route could they have a chance to escape. Buzz! Just when they thought they were about to succeed, many small golden balls suddenly flew in from all directions. Gu Sheng recognized it at a glance. This is the small flying insect mecha he gave to Xiao Feng. He immediately looked around and didn't see Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng was injured and on vacation, so it was impossible for him to appear here. But how should he explain the appearance of the small flying insect? Before he came to his senses, the small flying insect had already started to rush towards Chinjio. There were too many of them, and Chinjio was surrounded in an instant. Her retreat was also blocked. Chapter 219. A long whip appeared out of thin air in Chinjio's hand, and she swung it to shoot down many small flying insects. The police officer approaching this side asked the other end of the headset, "Is the small mecha equipped with toxin bullets?" "No, the toxin bullets are too big, but the alien toxin inside is loaded. There are too many small flying insects, and it is inevitable that they will get close to them." Chinjio's arm seemed to be pricked, and it was a little painful. She looked down, and saw that the small flying insects left a small needle hole on her hand. A hot burning sensation came from her wound, and this feeling seemed familiar. She seemed to have had this feeling somewhere before. Her thoughts were pulled back to the snowy mountain, the porcelain king star, the alien beast, the wormhole. It was the medicine that Fei Qixia used on her. As more and more small flying insects approached, Chinjio's wounds became more and more, and there was no sign of healing. Her consciousness began to blur, and the heartburn made her feel painful. She instinctively took out the capsule that Edel gave her, and her trembling hands finally found the switch. Bang! Chinjio's eyes were blurred, and only a sharp sound remained in her ears. A huge force fell on her chest, and she fell to the ground, and her fingers pressed the button on the capsule at the same time. Everyone saw a dark vortex sucking Chinjio in, and when Chinjio completely disappeared in the darkness, the vortex also disappeared. This is a wormhole. Chinjio is indeed a rebel. Edel didn't expect that Rokov would leave him an artificial wormhole. No wonder he said that if he was surrounded, he could use it to break through. It's just that although Chinjio has left safely now, the appearance of the wormhole has further confirmed her connection with the rebels. Moreover, Edel turned his sight to the man who shot Chinjio last. He clearly saw that the man shot Chinjio with the alien toxin bullet. Although he didn't want to believe that Chinjio had any connection with the alien beast, he knew that what he didn't want to believe might be the truth since she felt uncomfortable after being touched by the small flying insect covered with alien toxin. No wonder she could open the seal of Rokov. The small flying insect lost its target and flew away in a different direction like when it came. Gu Sheng's face was not good. He lowered his head and was about to contact Xiao Feng with the terminal to question him about the small flying insect. But he had just lowered his head and raised his hand when he was pointed it with a gun. "Don't move. Everyone present must go back with me to cooperate with the investigation. I now suspect that you are also related to the rebels. Especially you can't use the terminal. Do you want to tip off the enemy?" The man pointed his gun at Gu Jing's temple. Others wanted to stop him, but they were worried that the man might accidentally fire the gun, so they had to stare at the man, and the fire in their eyes almost swallowed him. Gu Jing, the person involved, was not panicked at all. He even turned around and looked at the man after the other party warned him several times. "Do you think I'm afraid?" The man saw that he was so arrogant and was about to take coercive measures against him, but the president's voice came from the headset again. "Don't mess around. He is Gu Chuanqing's son." The man was stunned. Gu Jing's face in front of him overlapped with the face in the hot search. He didn't know whether he should put away his gun for a while. Also, the yellow-haired man next to him can't be moved. He is the Crown Prince Jin Chung of Shenhuang Star. The little girl can't be moved either. She is the royal family Lilith of Shirong Star. The woman standing next to her is her aunt, Ilya, the first animal trainer in the universe. You know the one with glasses, he is Wang Ling. Man, President, you can actually tell me directly that I can't afford to offend anyone here. The man silently put the gun back. Then we are now. The president sighed. Collect the team, our target has been lost. Man, but they are related to Qingjiu. Qingjiu is a rebel. His words attracted the cold eyes of several people. Ilya stood up directly. Do you mean we are also rebels? If it was someone else, the man would be tougher and let her shut up and cooperate with the investigation. But the other party was Ilya. He had to consider whether there was any problem with every word he said. The president has not said anything yet. He dare not respond casually. The president has been witnessing everything that happened here through the recorder, from when she saw Qingjiu react to the toxin, to when he clearly saw the man's alien beast toxin bullet hit Qingjiu's chest. He did not miss any event. Therefore, he felt much more at ease. Qingjiu was bound to die. Even if she had the ability to control the wormhole and leave, she would end up being exposed in the wilderness. As long as Qingjiu died, he would not be afraid of other people. His purpose of making statements was to achieve this effect. If Qingjiu told others what she shouldn't have said before her death, and others spread it, it would inevitably affect him. But now Qingjiu was shot dead while escaping as a rebel. No one would believe if someone spoke for her, and the speaker would become an outlier who spoke for the rebels, and people would suspect that she was a member of the rebels who wanted to disrupt the order of the Interstellar. The president knew that these people were definitely not rebels, and even Qingjiu was not a rebel. But it didn't matter. What mattered was that he had cleared up the trouble. Unfortunately, he still didn't get what Rokov left behind. Edel had repeatedly stopped him from doing things, which was really a hindrance, so he had to find a chance to get rid of him. The military team was so powerful that it would inevitably attract the attention of others. Xinhuang students were also looking over here. They were curious about what happened in the office building that attracted so many soldiers. However, some people guessed that it might be related to Qingjiu, and for a while, discussions in the square were heard one after another. When the military retreated, the leading man stood in the center of the square, and the military flying microphone flew in front of him. Seeing that he had something to say, everyone quieted down and looked at the man intently. Seeing that everyone's attention was focused on him, the man spoke. Don't be afraid, we are the Star Guardians of Zhongtian Star. The Star Guardians of Zhongtian Star are directly under the president's office. Only the president can give them orders. They are on par with the generals of various armies. It's just that the Star Guardians rarely appear in ordinary occasions. Now they are almost out in full force. Something serious must have happened. The man continued, this time we came to Xinhuang to capture the rebel Qingjiu. Unfortunately, she has escaped. If anyone sees Qingjiu and reports it, they will get a reward of 100 billion star coins. We are offering a bounty to the entire galaxy. Welcome your cooperation. Chapter 220. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. What? Qingjiu is really a rebel? I don't think so. Qingjiu is a pretty good person. How can he be a rebel? Didn't you see the hot searches? They've all confirmed it. Confirmed? I think those are just rumors. No evidence can be provided. What more evidence do you want? The Star Guardians have come to arrest people. How much more do you want to prove it? You can never wake up a person who pretends to sleep, right? I really want to complain. Qingjiu's life is so valuable, 100 billion. I remember that the last person who was offered a high reward was only offered more than 80 billion. He razed the entire planet to the ground to get a reward of more than 80 billion. What did Qingjiu do? Didn't he kill the president? Don't talk nonsense. Be careful of being caught. The Star Guardians were dictating to the Star Emperor, and Zhongxing had already prepared to send out the press release. In an instant, all the Star Entertainment websites were paralyzed. Several hot searches swept across various platforms. Edel and Ilya looked unhappy. The president had put them at the center of the storm, and on the surface, he made them into so-called heroes, but in fact, he forced them to break away from Chinchio. At the same time, he was also telling everyone that they also participated in the encirclement and suppression. That is to say, Chinchio had contact with them before leaving. If they stood on the opposite side of the president in the future, they would be immediately subject to review and suspected of having any unspeakable secrets with the organization where Chinchio was. And because of their fame, they would become the focus wherever they went in the future, making it easier for the president to monitor their dynamics at any time. It was really a well-thought-out plan. Edel accepted the admiration of the crowd with a cold face. Such moments were not uncommon for him, but this was the only time he was not happy. If he had not let Rokov in at that time, would what happened today not have happened? Rokov begged him to leave the document here. Edel didn't know what it was, but he was sure that the document must be related to the White Tiger organization. Rokov did not hide it. He confessed directly that he was the one who founded the White Tiger organization. Edel asked him why he did this. He only said one sentence. He wanted to leave traces of Tyrant's life in the world, and let everyone know that there was a super war beast called Tyrant. Edel was speechless. It was for this reason that Edel acquiesced to his behavior. This was Edel's debt to him. It was just that Edel didn't understand the meaning of Rokov's painstaking efforts to leave the document here. Rokov explained that this was Tyrant's former home, and he wanted to let Tyrant return to his roots. But he also said something that Edel didn't understand. In the future, she may come here, or she may not, but I still want to leave these for her. Later, Rokov left Star King. Before he left, he specifically told Edel not to trust the people in the Federation too much. While Edel was confused, Ivana suddenly visited. He found that there were things left by Rokov in the Beast King building. He was furious and wanted to hold Edel accountable. Unfortunately, Edel had just experienced the Tiger suppression operation and became famous. Ivana was worried that taking action against him would affect his reputation. Or maybe he was afraid of something, so he didn't make trouble, but just ordered to block this place and not allow other students to enter. And Edel was trapped and died in Star King to protect these materials for the president. It sounds like a guarding mission, but in fact it is used to weaken Edel's influence in the Interstellar. Although Edel doesn't like to be in power, it doesn't mean that he has no ability to compete. Everyone only knows that Zysite is the chief commander of the Beast Control Army, but what they don't know is that this position was originally Edel's. No matter how Buddhist Edel is, Zysite's support votes are more than a little less than his, but Ivana did some tricks in private to pull Edel off the altar. He didn't expect that Zysite, who he thought was obedient and easy to control, would come to him at a critical moment. Sure enough, Edel and his group of beast control are as difficult to discipline as their war beasts, but it doesn't matter now. As long as Chinchio dies, their secrets will be sealed underground again. Ivana deliberately released a high reward to remind everyone that Chinchio is a bad guy at all times, so as to check Edel's future behavior. The deal between him and Rokov will be a secret. The vast sea suddenly showed signs of space distortion. The creatures nearby smelled the unusual danger and left the sea. The distorted cracks became larger and larger, gradually forming a dark vortex. Plop. Chinchio's soft and weak body rolled down from the vortex and fell into the sea. This is an emergency wormhole. It was the first time Chinchio used a wormhole and could not control the destination of the wormhole. Chinchio fainted in the wormhole space, and the wormhole teleported her randomly. No one knew where the destination was. If she was unlucky, she might even be sent to Ivana. But the good news was that she was not teleported to a crowded place. But the bad news is that she fell into the ocean when she lost consciousness. When the space began to show signs of tearing, other creatures fled because of fear, but there was a creature that did the opposite. They were attracted by the strange phenomenon. That was the war beast. Mingwe felt a strange smell in this sea area, and it rushed here against the direction of the fish school. When it arrived at the sea area, in addition to the strange smell just now, it also smelled a familiar smell. It was Chinchio. Mingwe swam towards Chinchio and happened to encounter the moment when Chinchio fell into the sea. A feeling of disgust began to appear when Chinchio fell into the sea. It looked at Chinchio in confusion, and it clearly felt that there was a smell of alien beast coming from her. Could it be? Chinchio was injured by the alien beast. Mingwe did not dare to neglect it, and swam to the bottom of Chinchio, pushing the unconscious Chinchio to the surface of the sea to keep her breathing unobstructed. This sea area is too far from Silver Moon Bay. Chinchio is injured now, and he will definitely not be able to swim back to Silver Moon Bay. Where should it take Qingjio? Ahem. Qingjio was choked by the seawater, coughed twice, and slowly opened her eyes. The dazzling sunlight shone directly on her face, making her frown uncontrollably. The memories in her mind surged out, and she finally remembered what happened. She escaped through the wormhole, and the wormhole sent her here. She touched the plane under her with both hands, and she clearly felt that this was not the ground. This touch was somewhat familiar. Mingwei can't speak, but it can spray a small fountain to attract Qingjio's attention. When Qingjio saw the small fountain gushing out of the hole beside her, and the pink plane she was lying on, she confirmed with a weak voice, Mingwei? Mingyue's small water column sprayed higher. The toxin hurt her too much, her internal organs were in pain, and it was so painful that she could hardly stay conscious. She used all her strength and said, "Take me to a place where there is no one." After saying that, she fainted again. Chapter 221. Mingwei brought Qingjio to an uninhabited island. It leaned over the shore to let Qingjio float up due to the buoyancy. It gently waved its fins to create waves to send Qingjio to the land. Qingjio was washed ashore by the waves. Mingwei was worried about her health and stayed with the unconscious Qingjio on the shore. It was afraid that Qingjio would be hungry when she woke up, so it swam into the sea and caught 2 fish and put them next to her. Qingjio seemed to be trapped in a nightmare, with pain between her eyebrows. Mingwei could stay on land for a short time, and it guarded Qingjio's safety on the coast. When it saw a poisonous snake appear, it used a small water column to shoot accurately, causing the other party to flee. Qingjio's body was repairing itself. Thanks to Qingjio's desperate resistance, she blocked the attacks of many small flying insects, and the amount of toxins accumulated had not reached the point of death. It was not until the evening when the orange-yellow sunset fell on the coast that Qingjio opened his eyes again. The setting sun was blinding, and when she was about to raise her hand to block it, she heard the sound of waves beside her. After a moment, the afterglow of the setting sun was completely blocked. Qingjio looked towards the direction of the obstruction with difficulty, and saw that most of Mingyue's body was on the shore, just blocking the light shining on Qingjio. Qingjio's hoarse and weak voice sounded, "Thank you, Mingwei." She touched her chest, where she was last hit by the bullet. The bullet did not penetrate her skin and cause her substantial damage, but just hit the pendant she was wearing. Qingjio took out the pendant on her neck, and looked at the wolf-tooth pendant that had some cracks, and she smiled. Li Tong accidentally saved her in a corner of the world. It seems that she is not destined to die. Qingjio wanted to stand up, but she was too weak. She lay on the ground and looked around the surroundings. She knew that she might be on a deserted island. She opened the terminal, and sent a message to Fei Qixia. "Come save me." Now only Fei Qixia can save her. She is not worried that the message she sent will expose her location. Such a controversial statement will definitely be intercepted and monitored by Dean Liu for her. Moreover, according to Qingjio's guess about the president's way of doing things, the moment she disappeared, the president must have made the matter public. Dean Liu will naturally do something after seeing it. Qingjio rubbed Mingyue's chin while waiting, because it was so big that Qingjio couldn't touch other places. Mingwei didn't dislike it, and took the initiative to get close to her and let her touch it. Until the sun set in the west, and the surrounding environment became dim, Mingwei suddenly looked at the woods in front of Qingjio with some doubts. This familiar feeling is very similar to before Qingjio fell. Qingjio also noticed Mingyue's abnormality, and she also looked towards the woods. But now the sunlight is very weak, and the trees in the forest block all the light, so Qingjio can't see anything. She heard footsteps approaching her, and the other party turned on the light at this time. The sudden strong light made Qingjio blink uncomfortably, and when she got used to the light, the person had already walked into the range she could see. Mingwei was in a state of preparation. It was not normal for other humans to suddenly appear on a deserted island. Besides, Qingjio was still very weak now. If the other party wanted to attack, Mingwei would definitely raise a huge wave for him, and then sweep Qingjio away. The other party also saw the huge beast beside Qingjio. He stopped and asked Qingjio, "Your new pet war beast?" Qingjio, "Teacher Edel's horned whale." The other party suddenly realized. It turned out to be it. Qingjio touched Mingyue's tense chin and whispered, "It's okay, Mingwei, he came to save me." Although Mingwei was no longer hostile to the other party, she still remained vigilant. It had never seen this man before, and could not take it lightly. The person who came was Fei Qixia. Before receiving Qingjio's text message for help, he had already seen the hot searches on the internet. When he saw the scene in the video where Qingjio was shot and fell into the wormhole, he felt a little regretful for a moment. Qingjio's ability to open the wormhole was enough to prove that she was indeed the key to opening the seal of Rockefeller, and she had successfully obtained the things left by Rockefeller. In his mind, the most ideal state was that Qin Jiao escaped smoothly and exchanged information with him. But Qin Jiao was not only hit by the toxin bullet, but also fell into the wormhole. Fei Qixia thought she must be dead. If the artificial wormhole has no directional destination, it is easy to randomly teleport or let people get lost in the wormhole space and never get out. The moment he received Qin Jiao's message for help, he was extremely shocked. She is not dead. She survived the destruction of the toxin bullet on her body and has not been lost in the wormhole. No, that's not right. Qin Jiao obviously reacted strongly to the alien beast toxin. He used less than 1/10 of the dose last time and made Qin Jiao comatose. How could she survive the full dose of the toxin bullet? He suspected that the message might not be sent by Qin Jiao, but when he asked his sister for confirmation, his sister gave him the conclusion that Qin Jiao's terminal was not controlled by anyone and the message could only be sent by her. Driven by great curiosity, Fei Qixia did not listen to anyone's advice and stubbornly went to the coordinates sent by Qin Jiao. Seeing that she was actually alive, Fei Qixia's curiosity had expanded to the extreme. How did you survive? Qin Jiao raised the wolf tooth pendant on his chest. You blocked a bullet for me. Fei Qixia laughed. I didn't expect that it was this little pendant that saved you. He walked to Qin Jiao and took a look at the wounds on her body. Many small needle holes on her body had not healed and showed a blue-purple poisoning state, but Fei Qixia knew that this amount was not fatal or disabling, but it would take time to recover. Qin Jiao's face was as bloodless as white paper. After the sun set, the sea breeze was cool, and she felt cold all over because her clothes were soaked. The familiar scene made Fei Qixia couldn't help but joke. Do you know, when your father came to me, he was as embarrassed as you are now. Before Qin Jiao had time to ask, Fei Qixia had already called the assistant, who was still waiting behind. The assistant had a blank expression on his face, and handled all the affairs for them in a businesslike manner. Mingwe saw Qin Jiao being lifted up on a stretcher, and immediately expressed her doubts. Squeak! Qin Jiao, Mingwe, I will come to see you again. Don't tell anyone about what you saw me, not even the beasts. Mingwe seemed to understand and sprayed small water droplets to show that she knew. It was the first time that Fei Qixia saw the way the horned whale communicated with humans, and he couldn't help but be fascinated. In the end, it was only when the assistant called him that he came back to his senses and followed them to leave. The biggest advantage of using wormholes as a means of transportation is that they don't have to go through a long drive. It only takes a few seconds for them to reach a large castle. The medical staff, who were on standby, immediately came forward to check Qin Jiao's body. Qin Jiao could clearly feel that their techniques were different from those of ordinary doctors, and the injections they used were also something Qin Jiao had never seen before. Seeing her confusion, Fei Qixia took the initiative to explain. That drug is a serum drug developed from the research of alien toxins. Qin Jiao was puzzled. Why is there such a serum? Fei Qixia shrugged. Because we are all the same as you. We all have alien genes in our bodies, to a greater or lesser extent. Chapter 222. All the other noises in Qin Jiao's ears disappeared, leaving only Fei Qixia's words. Qin Jiao, what do you mean you and I are the same, with the genes of alien beasts? Fei Qixia was not surprised at all that Qin Jiao would have this doubt, and he did not hide it, and told her the truth about his temptation to her when he was on Porcelain King Star. Do you remember that you suddenly lost consciousness on Porcelain King Star? Qin Jiao nodded. She had confirmed her answer from the time when she had the same feeling as on Porcelain King Star, when she was attacked by the small flying insects. You did it. Fei Qixia, yes. At that time, I was trying to test whether you had the alien beast gene, so I used a diluted alien beast toxin bomb to attack you. As you know, you will react to it. Qin Jiao could understand their probing behavior, but she still didn't understand. Why do you suspect me? Fei Qixia, going back a little bit, do you remember that you were stabbed on Porcelain King Star? Qin Jiao, that was your man, right? Fei Qixia nodded. When you were treated in the hospital, I asked someone to get your blood sample for testing. Of course, I also know that you can heal yourself. Qin Jiao was panicked for the first time, because her special physique was discovered. She stood in front of Fei Qixia like naked, without any secrets. The medical staff cleaned the remaining toxins from her wound and injected her with serum. She felt much better. She sat up and looked at Fei Qixia. What else did you do to me? What else do you know? Fei Qixia also sat on the chair and responded to her doubts. We know where the alien beast gene in you comes from. I can tell you, but the premise is that you are one of us. Qin Jiao, my father is one of yours. Fei Qixia interrupted her. No, the two are different. Shinjio saw that she couldn't get away with it. She pondered for a moment, and suddenly laughed at herself. She has been forced to betray the Federation now. So what if she doesn't stand on the opposite side of them? Will the Federation let go of her pursuit because of this? No, they won't. She has nowhere to go except here. Shinjio took a deep breath. Okay, but you have to tell me everything about your organization first. Fei Qixia was very satisfied with her choice, and began to explain to her. Our organization is called the White Tiger Organization, and Rokov is the leader and founder. The original intention was to commemorate his war beast tyrant. Bideo is a very rare snowflake tiger. Because of its outstanding ability to call on other war beasts, Rokov can usually use the special ability of the war beast to summon other creatures to help deal with the harm of alien beasts. Therefore, Rokov is famous in the beast-taming army. Oh, by the way. Fei Qixia seemed to suddenly remember something and added, I forgot to introduce myself. I was also a member of the beast-taming army. You have seen my war beast, which is the python called Shadow. As soon as he finished speaking, Shadow, who was crawling in the ventilation duct, pushed open the vent and looked at Shinjio with curiosity. Other medical staff couldn't help but shrink when they saw Shadow appear, and the tools in their hands fell to the ground without holding them firmly. Fei Qixia was very dissatisfied with being interrupted. He was about to explode, but Shinjio waved at Shadow. Shadow saw Shinjio's call and climbed right above her. Fei Qixia watched the scene in front of him with interest. He had heard that Shinjio had the ability to seduce war beasts, and today he finally had the opportunity to open his eyes. Shadow came down from the ventilation track and crawled along the wall to her bed. Shinjio was not afraid of war beasts, but she didn't like Shadow. She didn't take the initiative to reach out to touch Shadow, but Shadow took the initiative to arch his head under Shinjio's palm. Sure enough, as Shadow approached, the uncomfortable feeling appeared again. The faint smell of blood from Shadow announced that Shadow had committed a heavy crime of killing. Shinjio symbolically touched a handful of the slightly cool snake scales, and Shadow stretched out his long tongue to lick Shinjio's fingertips. No beast master can watch his beast being more intimate with people other than himself, and Fei Qixia is no exception. Fei Qixia said with a slightly sour tone, Heh, Shadow, you are really bewitched. Shadow glanced at Fei Qixia with his vertical snake pupils, put his whole head on Shinjio's thigh, closed his eyes, and enjoyed Shinjio's touch. The medical staff took several steps back from the moment Shadow appeared. Now they found that Shadow seemed to be relying on Shinjio, and they hesitated whether to go forward to continue to treat Shinjio's wounds. If they don't go, Fei Qixia will be angry. If they go, maybe Shadow will be angry too. They were in a dilemma for a moment. In the few seconds they were struggling, Fei Qixia had already discovered their slacking behavior. He glanced coldly at the medical staff standing by and said, What, can't you do your job? The medical staff's scalp was numb, and the main theme here was that people without value would be abandoned. They took a deep breath to prepare themselves mentally, and slowly returned to Shinjio. They kept looking at Shadow, wanting to see Shadow's attitude. But Shadow just glanced at them, and even took the initiative to change direction so that they could continue to heal Shinjio. It was the first time that the medical staff saw Shadow's well-behaved appearance, which formed a strong contrast with its usual bad reputation. Is this giant python that looks a little soft still the murderous Shadow? However, with Shinjio checking Shadow, others are a little bolder and can ignore Shadow and continue to do their own things. It's just that when they looked up at Shinjio, the admiration in their eyes was naked. Shinjio, Why do I feel that their eyes are not right? Fei Qixia also caught the change in the atmosphere, and he was a little helpless. How long has Shinjio been here? His people and war beasts have been bewitched, he sighed and continued. The White Tiger organization was established after Tyrant passed away. The purpose of its establishment is... He paused, hesitated for a second, and said the answer that Shinjio had always been curious about. Find a way to revive the war beast. Shinjio opened her mouth slightly. She had vaguely guessed that the experiment was used to revive Tyrant after seeing the contents of the diary. But according to the time recorded in the diary, Tyrant had passed away a long time ago. How could they revive the war beast that had passed away for several years? Fei Qixia saw her face full of horror and explained, We use special means to store Tyrant's genes. But, the war beast resurrected by genes is not the original Tyrant after all. It seems that Rockefeller at that time had fallen into a trance. His obsession is to keep Tyrant alive, no matter what way. Shinjio thought of the contents of the diary. It seems that the failed experiment that Rockefeller has been mentioning is this. The experiment content of the first laboratory that did not appear should be to revive Tyrant. She thought of the other two labs mentioned and asked, then, what are the second and third labs? Chapter 223. Everyone present suddenly looked up at Qingjiu. Now even Fei Qixia, who had always been calm, couldn't help showing a look of surprise. How do you know about the second and third laboratories? Qingjiu shrugged. I saw it in Rakov's diary. Qingjiu told Fei Qixia the contents of the documents she saw in the Beast King building, and she could use them to gain more trust. After hearing her words, Fei Qixia suddenly shook her head and sighed. So these are all he left. I thought. Qingjiu, what else did you think? Fei Qixia met Qingjiu's inquiring eyes. Nothing, I just thought that getting his information would definitely help the current experiment. Now it seems that these things are clearly left for you. Qingjiu, leave it for me. But there is nothing special. Qingjiu suddenly remembered the small flower on her arm. She hesitated for a moment, and decided not to say it for the time being. From what Fei Qixia said, he didn't know the existence of the small flower. Fei Qixia certainly didn't know what Qingjiu was thinking. He said, it's not something special. It just gives you a chance to rely on me at a special time. After all, I won't trust a person easily, and he obviously knew that. But he didn't make his message clear, and he even deliberately crossed out a part for me to guess. He sighed and said with some regret, speaking of which, your father also died because of the third laboratory. He took out 2 badges from his pocket, which were the 2 that Qingjiu returned to him. These 2 badges are from the experimental products of the second laboratory, and the other is from the experimental products of the third laboratory. The experiment in the second laboratory is the fusion of humans and alien beasts. To put it simply, it is to see if the strength of the human body can be strengthened by splicing limbs. For example, transfer the legs of the alien beast to the human body to see if humans can also obtain the speed of the alien beast, etc. Qingjiu frowned. You are violating the moral and human ethics of the experiment. Fei Qixia disagreed. All scientific progress starts from the impossible and not allowed. As long as the world finds that it is good for them in the end, they will naturally accept and praise it. Do you think there are no other experiments that violate human ethics besides us? It's just that they only dare to hide it, and I just want to tell the public that we have another way to live besides choosing to face death. Qingjiu was silent, and Fei Qixia's words were not unreasonable. The scientific development of the old world was all supported by fresh lives. On the surface, the experiment is prohibited, but what about in reality? Will no one really continue this experiment for profit? Fei Qixia continued, and the experimental content of the third laboratory is a step further than the second laboratory. Oh, of course, their experiments are in different directions, and we don't distinguish between good and bad here. The content of the third laboratory is to inject alien beast genes into human bodies, and then stimulate them to mix with human genes through some special ways to create new cells. We also call humans with alien beast genes optimized humans. This situation sounded familiar to Qingjiu, and she asked, is the man who stabbed me on the Porcelain King star an optimized body? Fei Qixia nodded. It can be regarded as a semi-finished optimized body, but unfortunately the optimization still failed. His original human genes could not resist the erosion of the alien beast genes, and were eaten by the alien beast genes. Rakov died the same way. Qingjiu, he said in his diary that he was suffering from a terminal illness. Fei Qixia, yes, at that time, the research of our third laboratory had just started and was very unstable. But he had not seen the day when Tyrant was resurrected, and he did not want to leave so soon. The genes of the alien beast have the effect of strengthening the physique, and the phagocytic ability of the alien beast genes can help him remove necrotic and diseased cells in the body. He decided to take the risk and injected the alien beast genes to extend his life. He did it, but it did not last too long. Qingjiu pondered for a moment, and suddenly asked, Yu Qingyu, is she also an optimized body? Fei Qixia's eyes widened, and a questing smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. How do you know? Qingjiu, I have seen her unable to control herself. Besides, after so many years, her appearance has not changed at all. It is hard not to be suspicious, right? And Qingjiu said affirmatively, someone is covering for her. This person must be a senior military official. And he has a deal with you, he has something he must get. Not for money or power, it can only be for health. There is only one person whose health suddenly improved in the Interstellar recently and disappeared after that. She looked into Fei Qixia's eyes and said with certainty, Zizit is also yours. Fei Qixia admired Qingjiu more and more. It was so interesting to chat with smart people. He nodded and praised, you are very smart. Zizit is working for us, but he is not ours. He is an old fox, and will not easily stand on the side. Qingjiu, where is he now? Fei Qixia, the third laboratory. Qinjiu was a little surprised, but she understood it after thinking about it. His disease is considered a terminal illness in the interstellar space, but with the blessing of the genetic modification of alien beasts, it is not impossible to recover. If his doesn't want to die, he will gamble on this opportunity to be reborn. Fei Qixia. The experiment was immature back then, and there was no way to stabilize the genes of the alien beasts. Although it has not yet reached 100% stability, there have been cases of 90% fusion. As long as we are given some more time, I believe we will succeed. Qinjiu, is Yu Qingyu the one who succeeded 90%? Fei Qixia nodded. Yes, she is the most optimized body with the highest degree of fusion in existence. And we? Fei Qixia pointed to a circle of medical staff, and then pointed to herself. Only about 5% to 10% of the optimized genes. Qinjiu looked around, and could not see the difference between them and ordinary people, but she was still shocked that Fei Qixia actually used herself as an experimental subject. Aren't you afraid that the optimization will fail, and you will die like them? Fei Qixia didn't care. Low-concentration alien beast gene fusion is already very mature. After the fusion of genes, our physical fitness is significantly enhanced, and there are no side effects. My research is to solve the problem of human fragility from the root. Since there are natural resources such as alien beasts that can help with transformation, why should we waste it? The light in his eyes flickered, and he was full of desire for his ideal world. Qinjiu expressed her disdain. Crazy. Chapter 224. Fei Qixia smiled and accepted Qinjiu's praise. Thank you for the compliment. If a scientist can be called a madman, that's the beginning of his success. Qinjiu, Fei Qixia stood up, and the other medical staff bowed to him and left the ward. Looking at the shadow, who was still unwilling to leave, he sighed silently and said to Qinjiu, Okay, you stay here. We will have a place for you as long as we are not closed down. He walked to the door, suddenly remembered something, turned around and added, Your terminal can be used normally, and the military can't track it. This is what your Dean Lu asked me to bring. But I suggest that you better not contact your friends for the time being. Their terminals are under constant monitoring. He was about to leave when he finished speaking, but Qinjiu stopped him. Wait, I have another thing to know. Fei Qixia stopped and looked at Qinjiu. Qinjiu, did anything happen between the president and you? Fei Qixia sneered and looked disdainful when he heard this. Well, we had to flee for our lives for a while because of him. He indirectly killed Badeo. He used Rokov to help him achieve political achievements, and then succeeded in taking office. But Badeo fell ill. At that time, Rokov was looking for someone to treat Badeo. Since Rokov's mission time was much longer than normal, he was afraid that Rokov would complain about this. Ivana had just taken this position, and could not afford any mistakes. So he gave Rokov a name as a rebel, and began to encircle and suppress him. Badeo couldn't survive at that time and died. Later, we established the White Tiger organization, and began to study ways to revive tyranny. Ivana suddenly contacted us through some special channels. He said he was willing to invest heavily, and lied to Rokov that he would support the experiment because he was very interested in gene optimization. He did use a lot of resources to facilitate us. It is normal for people, especially those who are powerful, to want to live longer. When we began to believe Ivana, the nightmare began. He sneered. He brought the army to encircle the laboratory, destroyed our laboratory in the name of encircling the rebels, and created a plan called Operation Tiger Suppression. This is what he did after he came to power. The first major action of the tyrant successfully blocked the illegal experiment and saved mankind from dire straits. In a short time, he became famous, and became a good president sought after by everyone. During the time when he deceived us, he did a lot of underground transactions, and killed a lot of innocent people. He might be afraid that Rokov would leave the evidence in Xinhuang. And if you go in, what you see may affect his status. His dark history cannot be known by others, otherwise he will be pulled down from the high position he sat comfortably, so he will kill you. At this point, Qinjiu finally completed the puzzle of Rokov and Badeo's past. He finally knew what Rokov meant by don't believe Ivana. Qinjiu smiled helplessly. Sure enough, people can do all kinds of evil for desires, and they can also be hypocritical and sacrifice others to achieve their own goals. From the old world to now, human nature has never changed. Qinjiu took a deep breath. What about the experiment that Rokov has been concerned about? It should be the experiment in your first laboratory, right? How is it now? Fei Qixia was silent for a long time, and said lightly, It's over, there is no continuation. Qinjiu, why? Fei Qixia, the laboratory was destroyed during the anti-tiger operation, and there are no resources to continue. Qinjiu did not ask any more questions, and Fei Qixia turned and left. After Fei Qixia left, Qinjiu opened the terminal and clicked on the hot search list. As expected, the president would try his best to compress all her living environments. If she still wants to go out normally, she must change her face and forge a false identity for herself. This identity must be hidden from everyone, otherwise she will still be found. Qinjiu saw the black-faced people who were awarded medals, and sighed almost inaudibly. She harmed them. From now on, their safety is also at risk. Qinjiu opened the dialogue box, which was full of greetings from others. Xia Xiaolan? Xia Xiaolan, are you okay? Shijio? Don't scare me. Su Shanshan, Xiajiu, are you still alive? If you are, reply. We are so worried. Lu Qin, Jiojia, reply one when you see it. Allayed, screw the rebels, I don't believe it. I'm going to appeal for you to clear your name. Qin, are you okay? I'm already going through the process of appeal. Li Tong, sister, if you are a monster, then I am also a monster. Sister must not be a bad person. Pinyin, they took action without evidence. I will appeal this matter. Li Tong cried so hard. If you are still alive, reply her with a message. We all believe in you. Xiao Feng, screw him. Borrowing my little flying insects to encircle and suppress you, I'm so angry. You can recover. You should be fine, right? But that is an alien beast toxin bomb. No, you must be fine. Xiao Zheng is about to scold me to death. Wake up and help me. Are you okay? She continued to flip through the pages. In addition to these people who expressed their concern for her, there were also people who were very curious about the matter and wanted to ask clearly. There were also some people who madly insulted her in her chat box, saying that she was a monster, a traitor, and a disaster. Qinjiu paid special attention to whether Jin Cheng and others had sent her messages, but their chat boxes were blank. Qinjiu saw an update on Wang Ling's homepage, which had no signature for many years. Don't miss me, don't reply. Qinjiu knew that was what Wang Ling said to her. Even if she couldn't bear to make the other party worry, she would not reply to any message to bring them trouble. Qinjiu suddenly found that a name was suddenly added to the originally blank chat box, and the three words Fei Qixia jumped in the first place at this time. If you can come down by yourself, come to X restaurant for a midnight snack. If you can't come down, I have someone send it to you. Qinjiu replied that she would go down by herself. She stood up with the edge of the bed, and her legs were still a little weak. She walked out with the wall. This building looks different from other buildings. Its owner must love the old-world European-style decoration. The whole building is built like an ancient castle. Qinjiu stepped on the long carpet in the corridor without making any footsteps. Shadow left at some point. There was a sound of communication coming from the end of the corridor. Qinjiu listened carefully. They should be the experimenters working here. They were discussing the progress of the experiment. Did you know that the number 14 experiment subject suddenly vomited blood today? Chapter 225. What's going on? I think he has good physical fitness, so I adjusted the concentration of the fusion gene. He couldn't stand it immediately, and I was so scared that I quickly lowered the index. Don't rush to increase the intensity. What if you kill the experimental materials that I finally got back? Now I know, don't scold me, his condition has stabilized. I dare not change his intensity anymore. Let's talk about it after a while. What about the 15th experimental subject? How is he now? Oh, it's okay, the fusion progress is normal. But I have to say that their tolerance is indeed higher than that of ordinary people, and this progress is much faster than other experimental subjects. What else? Mr. Fei spent a lot of money to get it back. If it wasn't that guy, what's his name? Here. Why can't you just call him subject number 16? Hey, it's him anyway. If it weren't for him, we don't know if we can get such good experimental materials. Why didn't he send it to us before? This time he was so straightforward. It's a good split for a man. He's almost at the end of his life, and he's afraid that Mr. Fei still won't agree to let him join the experiment, so he's in a hurry to show his loyalty? He's never been completely loyal. Everyone has their own goals. You want to find true loyalty here, dream on. Hey, don't talk nonsense, you'd be in trouble if someone hears you. Okay, no more. Let's go faster, I'm starving. I hope there's something delicious tonight. They walked farther and farther away, and Qinjiu followed the direction where their voices disappeared. If Qinjiu guessed correctly, this number 16 experimental subject is most likely Zysite. Then, what about the number 14 and number 15 experimental subjects, he said recently? Qinjiu's eyes turned cold. She didn't want to think in that direction, but all the clues pointed to one answer. It was Li Ke and Xiao Qinghua. The closer Qingjio got to the end of the corridor, the more conversation she could hear. Their topics ranged from work to life. Qingjio took the initiative to walk to the place where there were loud voices. When he came to the corner of the stairwell, Qingjio's appearance made the others, who were going downstairs, stop discussing. They looked Qingjio up and down, and the sound of whispering came one after another. "Who is she? Mr. Fei brought her back. Didn't you watch the news? Oh, now I remember. She's the girl who was forced to become one of us? Mr. Fei said that we should treat her well and never offend her." "That's right. I heard my colleagues in the medical department gossiping that Shadow also likes her." "I understand. I treat her the same way as Mr. Fei in the future." "Are you afraid of Mr. Fei or Shadow?" "Both." Qingjio followed the crowd downstairs. They were like a group of people who went out to relax after get-off work. This was different from the White Tiger organization that Qingjio imagined. She thought it should be dead here, and everyone was obsessed with their research like a robot. But in fact, they were ordinary people, and had ordinary entertainment needs. There was a passage connecting two adjacent castles. Qingjio followed the crowd to another building. She didn't know what the building opposite was, but she heard music coming from afar. A young man walking side by side with her looked at Qingjio curiously for a long time. Qingjio noticed his gaze, and immediately turned to look at him. The man scratched his head awkwardly after being discovered, and then mustered up the courage to approach and chat. "Hello, my name is Ariste, and I'm an experimenter in the second laboratory." "The second laboratory is the laboratory that does limb splicing." Qingjio nodded slightly. "Hello, my name is Qingjio." Ariste has a baby face, and looks like he is only in his teens. He got a response from Qingjio, and a small tiger tooth appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were bright when he smiled. "I know I'm your fan. I admire you so much." Qingjio was confused. What other fans could she have? Before Qingjio asked, Ariste had already taken the initiative to say, "It's so cool to be the wanted criminal with the highest bounty in the entire galaxy. I also want to be as good as you." Qingjio, Qingjio, is this something to be envied? Qingjio was amused by Ariste's childishness, and she asked, "How old are you, kid?" Ariste, "Child? I'm not a child, I'm 30 years old this year." Qingjio, Looking at his childish face, Qingjio thought to herself that if she could, she would report Ariste to the Interstellar Anti-Fraud Center now. At this time, another experimenter with a high ponytail heard the conversation between the two and took the initiative to talk to them. Ariste has been in the laboratory all the time, and lacks social experience. "You just need to get used to it." Ariste expressed dissatisfaction with her accusation. "I'm normal, okay." The woman ignored Aristide, extended her hand to Qingjio, and said in a friendly manner, "My name is Nye Xian, and I am also a lab technician in the second laboratory. I am in the same group with him." Qingjio shook her hand back. "Hello, my name is Qingjio." "Nye Xian. Well, everyone here knows you, and you are very famous." Qingjio thought to herself, she is a walking 100 billion star coins. How can she not be famous? She was worried that the people here would sell her out for 100 billion. Nye Xian seemed to see her thoughts, and she smiled and said, "Don't worry, no one here covets the 100 billion star coins, and everyone is not short of money." To be honest, Qingjio felt jealous when he heard her bold words. "No, there are still people who are short of money here. It's her, it's her, it's her, it's her, our friend, Xiao Shuzhou, Nye Xian. It should be said that we don't need or desire money much. Mr. Fei pays us a generous salary every month, which is enough for our daily expenses. If we are asked to choose between 100 billion and the experimental results, we will choose the experimental results without hesitation." Qingjio has also heard that some people regard money as dirt, and today she finally saw a living example. Nye Xian walked beside her, "But you still have to be careful of the people in the third laboratory. They are very interested in you. Of course, they are interested in you as an experimental subject." Qingjio can understand. After all, it is well known that she has the ability to heal. The live experiment conducted by the third laboratory is about the genetic fusion of humans and alien beasts, and rapid wound healing is also one of the abilities of alien beasts. She doesn't know whether Fei Qixia has explained her identity to the people in the third laboratory in advance. If they knew the source of the alien beast genes in her body, it is estimated that the people in the third laboratory would not be interested in her. Chapter 226. Qingjio pointed at their destination and asked, "What is that place?" Nye Xian was a little surprised. "Don't you know? I thought you followed me because you knew." "Ariste, it's a place for leisure and entertainment. The X restaurant will also be open at night. There are many delicious foods, But if you go too late, they may be gone. Qingjiu thought that Fei Qixia only asked her to go downstairs, but did not tell her where the X-restaurant was. Maybe he was sure that she would follow the crowd. Eris was chattering to her about the entertainment center, and the noise was almost louder than Guangming. Thinking that Guangming and Xiao were still unknown whether they had been caught, or where they were wandering now, Qingjiu's mood was visibly depressed. She decided to let Fei Qixia find out about the situation of her two war beasts for her, hoping that the older Xiao could take good care of his younger brother. Qingjiu entered the entertainment center, and was immediately shocked by the luxurious decoration inside. A huge crystal chandelier hangs from the ceiling, which is more than 10 meters high. The warm and dim light is emitted from the crystal chandelier and refracted in every corner through the crystal. The soft and comfortable jazz music makes people relax involuntarily. There is a champagne tower in the center of the wide hall. If passers-by want to have a glass of champagne, they can wave to the mechanical arm on the side. The mechanical arm will take a glass of champagne from above and hand it to them. Qingjiu looked up from below. There are 5 floors here, and there are many tables and chairs on each floor. There is also a floating menu on the table, which looks no different from a high-end restaurant. Yet Xian found that Qingjiu stopped at the door and did not follow. She waved to Qingjiu, "Come here." Qingjiu put away his jaw, which was about to fall apart, and followed Nie Xian in a reserved manner. Nie Xian and Eris were familiar with the route, and took Qingjiu up to the 2nd floor and found a table near the fence to sit down. Eris looked up after working on the menu for a while and asked, "What do you want to eat?" Nie Xian, "Salad." Qingjiu, "Whatever." Eris, "Whatever. Then I order you some porridge. You look sick, so eat something light." So Eris worked on the menu a few more times, and when he finally got his attention back from the food, he found that Qingjiu was still staring at the downstairs in a daze, and couldn't help but smile. "Do you think it's amazing?" Qingjiu retracted his gaze. "I have never been to such a place in my life." Eris, "Ah? Why? Aren't there many high-end clubs outside?" Qingjiu made a gesture of turning his pockets. Eris understood, and immediately said something naive that was not suitable for his age. "No way, the club outside actually charges a fee?" Qingjiu suddenly felt that the man in front of him could not communicate with normal thinking. Nie Xian gently flicked Eris' forehead. "Aren't you talking nonsense? How can there be a service that doesn't cost money?" Eris pointed to the table. "Here." Nie Xian, "Aren't you going to work?" Eris, "Mr. Fei pays the salary, and we don't need to pay extra. This is the employee cafeteria." Qingjiu, "You call this a cafeteria?" Eris, "Yes, this is the employee cafeteria." "What's wrong?" Qingjiu, "It's okay, she's fine." The dishes were quickly delivered by the robot. Qingjiu took a bite, and found that the taste was indeed very good. She couldn't help but drink half a bowl even though she had no appetite. Eris, "Hey, it's delicious." Mr. Fei is very picky about food. The previous chefs didn't cook well, so he fired all of them, and hired a new batch of chefs. Qingjiu suddenly put down the spoon and asked, "You have been here all the time, can't you go out?" Eris, "You can go out, we are free to move." Nie Xian, "Do you think we are bad people in the eyes of your federation, so we can't appear in public?" Qingjiu didn't answer, but it was obvious that she thought so. Nie Xian, "We can come and go as we please, it doesn't matter where we go, but there is everything here, so we are too lazy to go out if there is no need. We are people with legal status in the Federation, and even our monthly salary has to be taxed to the Federation." Qingjiu frowned. This was different from what she imagined. Nie Xian continued, "We are a research base with legal operating rights, and our positions are researchers." Qingjiu was really confused. Can we apply for operating rights for such an inhuman experiment as the hybrid of alien beast and human genes? Nie Xian chuckled. "No, the research project we announced to the public is to eliminate the alien beast virus, and the military occasionally sends some poison soldiers to support our research." Qingjiu, "Aren't you committing a crime under the eyes of the Federal Army? What if you are discovered?" Eris ate the lobster in his hand and spoke incoherently. "It can't be discovered." "Well, even if it is discovered, Mr. Fei has a way to solve it." Qingjiu felt more and more that the White Tiger organization was more mysterious than she thought. Where did they reach their hands? Now if Qingjiu was told that the White Tiger organization might ban the Federation one day, she would not be surprised. When she was about to continue eating porridge, a discordant scream suddenly came from downstairs. The sound was so harsh that it overwhelmed the background music. "Ah!" Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. In front of the champagne tower, a man wearing a white shirt and a work badge on his chest suddenly fell forward to the ground. The whole champagne tower fell to the side with his movement, and the harsh sound of the glass breaking spread to every corner of the hall. The man lay on the ground, groaning in pain. It seemed that something on his back was about to break out of the skin, and there were countless bulges on his entire back. The next moment, amid his screams, a large amount of blood gushed out of his back, his clothes were torn, and a pair of wings that belonged only to monsters broke out of the skin. His cry also became unhuman, and sounded more like a beast's roar. "Oh, Professor Lee is a good person, what a pity." Chinjio looked up at Arist, who had withdrawn his gaze, and lowered his head to concentrate on eating. She frowned. "What do you mean?" "Yeah, Xian. Gene optimization failed, the beast changed. It's okay, someone will come to deal with it." Chinjio was surprised by their indifference. "Isn't he your colleague? Don't you feel sad?" Arist, "Sad, so it's a pity." "Yeah, Xian. Well, it's quite sad. Professor Lee is already in the second phase of concentration testing. He was fine. Why is he not okay again? Alas, this is one less experimental group data." Chinjio's back was cold, and the coldness rushed to her forehead. Aren't you afraid of becoming like him in the future, and being eliminated by others?" "Arist, isn't this normal? Failed products and useless products should not be left in the world." Chapter 227. Chinjio was shocked by Arist's words. "He is a living person." Arist disagreed. "He won't be in a while." As soon as he finished speaking, Professor Lee, who was struggling to get up on the ground, was grabbed by the neck by another man and lifted up. Others consciously left the center of the dispute and watched the show from the side. Professor Lee, whose neck was grabbed, had red eyes due to congestion, and 2 bloodstains fell from the corners of his eyes. He seemed to be shedding 2 lines of blood and tears. He still maintained a painful expression on his human face, and others just stared at his face indifferently, without a trace of empathy for his pain. Professor Lee's vitals were pinched, and he had difficulty breathing. He instinctively stabbed the man who controlled him with his claws that had grown long claws. The attacked man was not panicked at all, and grabbed his arm with his other hand to stop his movement. The hand that was pinching his neck twisted hard, and a crisp bone-cracking sound was heard. Professor Lee's head dropped to an angle that a normal person could not reach, and his body instantly collapsed. No one present thought that the man's behavior was problematic. In their eyes, Professor Lee's change and death were just a spice in a monotonous life. They just watched a more exciting event during their break from get-off work. Their numbness to the development of the situation was beyond Chinjio's understanding level. But now Chinjio's attention was no longer on this matter. Her eyes were fixed on the man, who was wiping the blood on his hands with a handkerchief. The surrounding experimenters gave him a thumbs up. "Number 15, you are the best. You have a strong hand. It seems that your body has been integrating well recently. Is today's experiment over? Why are you alone? Where is number 14? Have you forgotten that number 14 is not feeling well today and is resting?" "Oh yes, I forgot." The man called number 15 nodded modestly to everyone. He looked at the fallen champagne tower and seemed a little sorry. The bartender at the bar in front saw this and waved to him. He immediately walked to the bar. The bartender made him a special Bloody Mary. Number 15 sat in front of the bar and chatted with the bartender. Arist saw Chinjio looking at number 15 all the time, and he tilted his head in confusion. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, slapped his forehead, and said, "I remember. You knew number 15 before. I've seen that variety show. It's called, what's it called? Never mind, I forgot what it's called. Anyway, it's that variety show. He worked for you." Chinjio's face was gloomy, and Arist didn't seem to notice that she was in a bad mood, and took the initiative to ask, "Aren't you going to say hello to him?" Chinjio put down the spoon and walked straight downstairs. Arist and Ye Xian looked at each other. He scratched his head. "Did I say something wrong?" Ye Xian nodded. "Maybe. She doesn't look very happy." Arist had no idea what he said wrong to make Chinjio unhappy, and he didn't care. He lowered his head and continued to eat his midnight snack. Chinjio crossed the crowd and walked to the bar. Everyone was very curious about this new member, and when they saw her walking towards number 15, everyone stretched their necks to see what she was going to do. Number 15 obviously felt Chinjio approaching. He turned around and glanced at Chinjio, and asked curiously, "Hello? Do you have something to talk to me about?" Chinjio observed his appearance carefully, and she was sure that he was Xiao Qingwe. Chinjio frowned. "Don't you recognize me?" Xiao Qingwe thought for a moment and replied, "Yes, you are the walking 100 billion star coins, Chinjio, right?" Chinjio could tell from the alienation in his eyes that he really didn't recognize him. Now he, like everyone else here, knew Qinjiao because of the high reward. Qinjiao was about to say something to him, but the voices of the conversations around him suddenly became smaller, and Qinjiao faintly heard someone calling Mr. Fei. Fei Qixia came in from the door, and Shadow crawled on the ground, and the others consciously made way. Most of them were afraid of Shadow. Shadow walked to Professor Li, whose neck had been broken, moved his nose at his body, and then swallowed the whole body under Qinjiao's dumbfounded expression. Qinjiao's stomach cramped, and she turned her head away, resisting the urge to vomit, and couldn't bear to look anymore. War beasts, eat people, what a subversive behavior. No wonder Qinjiao subconsciously dislikes Shadow. No wonder she always feels that Shadow has a heavy smell of blood. So it's because of this. Seeing that she was not feeling well, Xiao Qingwei asked the bartender to bring her a glass of boiled water. He pushed the boiled water in front of Qinjiao and asked with concern, "Are you okay? Is it because of the bad air here that you feel uncomfortable? Or are you not used to the smell of blood?" "It's okay, it will be dealt with soon." Qinjiao just felt that everyone here was crazy. They ignored life, normalized the death of their companions, and could even comment on a person's death expressionlessly. If she continues to stay here, she will go crazy sooner or later. Fei Qixia also came to her side at this time, and Xiao Qingwei beside her called out, "Mr. Fei." Qinjiao looked up at Fei Qixia. Her eyes were full of tears because of nausea. Fei Qixia saw her tearful appearance and smiled. "What's wrong? Someone dared to bully you here." Shadow swallowed the dead Professor Li, and came to Qinjiao's side. Qinjiao didn't want to pay attention to it, but it still rubbed Qinjiao's thigh very persistently. The people around saw Shadow approaching Qinjiao actively, and thought that Qinjiao was going to be in trouble. Shadow had set his eyes on new food. But the next moment, Shadow's head rubbed Qinjiao's body intimately, acting more intimate than Fei Qixia, and everyone present was stunned. They were not surprised by Professor Li's sudden change, and no one reacted to his death. Only when Shadow could get along with Qinjiao harmoniously, they were really shocked. Qinjiao resisted the urge to kick the Shadow away. She pointed at Xiao Qingwei and asked, "What's wrong with him?" Fei Qixia did not answer immediately, but glanced at the door of the box. "Let's talk about it after we go in." Xiao Qingwei watched the two leave, and sat down and continued to chat with the bartender indifferently. The survival rule here is that if it is not your business, don't ask too much. Everyone understands this truth. This farce is like a small accident in countless nights. After a long time, no one will remember it. In the room, Fei Qixia asked Qinjiao to sit down, but Qinjiao did not sit down, but stood by the door and asked, "Xiao Qingwei, has she also become your experimental subject?" Chapter 228. Fei Qixia did not deny. "Well, their physical fitness is similar to Yu Qingyu, and they should be able to reach Yu Qingyu's level. Qinjiao, if they disagree, you are murdering." Fei Qixia, for the benefit of the majority, there will always be some pioneers who need to be sacrificed. Qinjiao felt that she could not reason with Fei Qixia, so she skipped the topic and asked, "Why doesn't he recognize me?" Fei Qixia, "I just used some special methods to make him forget the past, similar to hypnosis. Have you heard of it?" Qinjiao always thought that hypnosis was a scam, and it was the first time she heard that hypnosis could actually have the effect of brainwashing. Qinjiao, will they never be able to recover their previous memories in the future? Fei Qixia shook his head. Not really, hypnosis always has a specific wake-up word. There will always be a chance to wake him up in the future, after all. Don't you think it's interesting to find out that they have become optimized humans after their body transformation is completed? Qinjiao understood Fei Qixia's bad taste. She wanted them to stand on the opposite side of the military, and then find out that they were originally military personnel. This sudden change is extremely painful for those who serve. They will not be able to accept the facts, and will not be able to accept the change of their identity, and struggle in self-loathing, and finally have psychological problems. Of course, this is not inevitable. They may also accept reality, and their new identity. But Qinjiao still feels ashamed of Fei Qixia's behavior. Qinjiao is still too weak now. She has no way to stop Fei Qixia's experiment, just as she has no way to escape the president's pursuit. This was the first time Qinjiao felt the importance of power. "Qinjiao, what about Yu Qingyu? Why did she become your experiment? Are you also doing something bad in secret?" Fei Qixia shook his head. She was really an accident. If she hadn't become our experiment, she would have died more than 20 years ago. Fei Qixia told Qinjiao all about how Yu Qingyu fell into danger, and how she was accidentally rescued by Zysite and sent to the third laboratory. Qinjiao was silent for a long time after listening, and suddenly asked, "Then, is she stable now?" Will she suddenly lose control and hurt people around her like Professor Lee? Fei Qixia paused playing with the coin in his hand. He looked up and looked at Qinjiu with interest. Are you afraid that she will hurt Gu Zheng? Qinjiu did not deny it, she nodded. Fei Qixia chuckled. You have only known each other for half a year. How can you have a deep friendship? Don't worry. She is different from Professor Lee. And she is still using inhibitors. She will not suddenly turn into a monster and then... He raised his hands and clenched them into claws, and made a biting motion in the direction of Qinjiu. Eat your friend. Qinjiu was indifferent to his teasing, and she asked again, where are Li Ke and Xiao Qinwei? Fei Qixia waved his hand. You don't have to worry about them. After all, they are still in the base, and someone is always checking the situation and adjusting the medicine. They are very healthy. Qinjiu sighed secretly, and could only say that their situation was a blessing in disguise. Knowing that their situation was temporarily stable, Qinjiu talked about his war beast. Can you help me find light and coolness? Fei Qixia, bright? Cool? Oh! Are those two flying war beasts of yours? To be honest, they are not easy to find. They are not part of the military system. One is disabled and does not serve, and the other is retired and has no organization. They don't even have a locator on them. Not to mention that they are flying war beasts, and it is even harder to find them in the mountains. Qinjiu felt disappointed when she heard this. She asked, they don't have the ability to survive in the wild, and they should still be hovering in human society. Can you help me? Fei Qixia, try your best. There is nothing you can do if you can't find them. Oh, by the way, I want to remind you that now that you have become a rebel, if your war beast is caught by them, it may also be humanely destroyed. What? Qinjiu suddenly became excited. She was originally weak, but when she heard Fei Qixia's words, the blood rushed to her heart, and she almost fainted. Fei Qixia stepped forward to support Qinjiu, and she barely stood up. Qinjiu grabbed Fei Qixia's arm with his backhand. No, you must help me find them. They can't be captured by others. Fei Qixia saw that she was not in a good mental state, so he nodded and agreed to take her back to his room. Fei Qixia personally took her away, and Shadow escorted her, which gave others a very clear message. Qinjiu might be the second person who cannot be provoked in the entire White Tiger organization. Everyone looked at each other, and understood what the other meant. It seems that we have to try our best to meet the requirements of this big Buddha in the future. The two war beasts that Qinjiu was worried about were hiding in the back mountain of Yuntangsing at this time. When Qinjiu was surrounded, they were still helping Yuntangsing, and they originally wanted to wait for Qinjiu to take them back to Xirangsing. But they didn't wait for Qinjiu, but waited for the tranquilizer gun first. Guangming was still foolishly preparing to go back to the base to rest. Xiaosha saw that the other party had loaded the tranquilizer bullet, so he made a quick decision, grabbed Guangming and turned away. When the Federal Army found that they were running away, they had already flown out of the shooting range. A sharp-eyed sniper found that they seemed to be defecting, and immediately took out a long-range shooting weapon and aimed it at Guangming. Before he shot, Songji suddenly coughed loudly, as if he was choked, and the whole person crashed into the shooter. His only chance to keep Guangming was also wasted. The tranquilizer bullet passed by Guangming, and a moment later Guangming and Xiaosha disappeared into the sky. Songji looked apologetic. They couldn't confirm whether Songji deliberately let the two war beasts go, but it was useless to pursue the responsibility now. So they reported that the mission to capture Qinjiu's two war beasts failed, and they could only hope to locate and track them. Xiaosha is an old hand. As soon as he flew to a deserted place, he turned around and took off the temporary locators on Guangming and himself, and threw them on the edge of the cliff. This set of equipment was the temporary protective armor they wore when they came to support, and it had a built-in locator tracker. Xiaosha threw it down and stepped on it twice. Finally, it can be taken off. This little armor is too ugly. It doesn't fit his aesthetic at all. Xiaosha also took on the responsibility of the head of the family at this time. He made a prompt decision and pulled Guangming to fly to the undeveloped mountain. When the Federal Army finally arrived, they found that they had taken off the locators long ago. They failed at the last minute, and their faces turned black. After they reported back, the assistant immediately reported the situation to the president. The president, who was still in charge of Xinhuang, was very dissatisfied with the result after hearing it. Why can't we solve the problem with just two small flying war beasts? They are not attack-type war beasts. Assistant, because they don't have locators. President, war beasts don't have locators. Assistant, yes, the war beasts she adopted were not included in the system. One is a disabled swift eagle, and the other is a retired Night Emperor bat. Chapter 229. The president said with a tisk sound, and asked, "Didn't she install a pet chip? Ask someone over there for help." The assistant lowered his eyes, and said with a stiff face, "No, I have asked someone. They said that when Qingjio came to adopt her, he asked her if she wanted to install a chip, and Qingjio refused on the grounds that he had no money." The president's face darkened, and he slapped the table, and everything on the table was knocked over. The assistant didn't dare to speak, and just lowered his head in silence. The president was furious. When did the Interstellar rule that war beasts can be adopted without wearing a positioning tracker? They are war beasts, not cats and dogs. Because war beasts rarely retire and are adopted, most retired war beasts eventually go to the retirement department of the War Beast Management Center, so there is no mandatory requirement for the owner who adopts it to install a positioning device for it. Since there is no mandatory requirement, of course, it depends on the owner's wishes. In fact, the adoption center did nothing wrong, they were just following the rules. But the president was angry because they couldn't get the positioning device when the president needed it. The president has never known anything except his political war, so it is normal for him not to know. The assistant has to accept all kinds of emotions from the president every day. He has become accustomed to the president's anger. He handed the president a cup of tea and said, "Mr. President, in fact, we don't need to capture her war beasts, right? Her war beasts don't have much actual combat ability. They are all old, weak, sick, and disabled. Now Qingjio is dead. Releasing them to the forest will not cause us any harm." The president took the cup and took a sip. His emotions had been vented, and now he regained his sanity. "What you said makes sense, but I always feel that her two war beasts are not easy to deal with. Keeping them is a time bomb after all." The assistant nodded slightly. "Yes, it is natural for the president to have such concerns. But I think our focus now is not to capture the two war beasts, but how to deal with Edel and others." The president glanced at him, blew the cold tea, and took a sip. The assistant saw that his expression had eased. Knowing that he had hit the point, he continued, "What do you think? We should support Hal's faction next and let him squeeze Edel out." The president did not answer, but was obviously interested in his plan. The president gave him a look, indicating that he should continue. "Assistant, there are 3 branches in the beast-taming army, and they don't get along with each other. The branch where Edel is located is led by Zeisite. After Zeisite disappeared, Edel also took over his subordinates, but not everyone is devoted to Edel." The president put down the cup and fell into deep thought. The assistant continued, "Hal's faction is the most powerful one besides the Hiss faction. After supporting Hal to take the position, we can find a reason to squeeze Edel out of the Beast Tamer army, or transfer him to some remote and extremely cold dangerous areas. It is not impossible that Edel will not adapt to the environment, or die from injuries during the mission." The president's mood improved visibly, and he smiled at his assistant. "It has to be you. Oh, it's not unreasonable to be able to stay by my side for so many years?" The assistant humbly accepted the president's praise, and said, "Now the first step, I plan to start with Assistant Yi." President, "Oh? Assistant. Assistant Yi is the biggest helper that Hiss left for Edel. If she and Edel have a gap and suspect each other, wouldn't it be equivalent to cutting off Edel's left and right arms in the Beast Tamer army?" The president nodded with satisfaction, and waved his hand. "I leave this to you." Assistant, "Yes." President, "There's one more thing. You said Qingjio didn't put a locator on the war beast because he didn't have money. Why do I remember that she got a bonus of 1 million in the college exchange?" Assistant, "Yes, she did get a bonus of 1 million. We also checked the transaction records. She spent 100,000 on opening a store, and all the remaining money went to a welfare organization." President, puzzled, "What welfare organization?" Assistant, "Shirong Orphanage, the orphanage she stayed in before. I think this is her act of giving back." The president said him. Although it was a pity that the bonus could not be confiscated, it didn't matter. He asked, "Can I see the transfer time of this money?" Assistant, "Yes, on the night when the hot search came out." The president sneered. "She is quite self-aware and donated all the money in advance. The Shirong orphanage also needs someone to look after it. I always feel that it is not right." Assistant, "Don't worry, there are people guarding it 24 hours a day." Gu Zheng and Lilith sat in the independent classroom, and the expressions on their faces were not very good. After the lecturer left, Lilith couldn't help but throw her pen behind the door. "Why do you keep us trapped here all day long? Do you treat us as prisoners?" Jean Chung silently picked up Lilith's pen and put it on the table in front of her. Since the day Qingjio disappeared, this has been the 5th day they have been locked in a separate classroom. There are soldiers guarding outside the classroom. They must obtain the consent of the other party when entering and leaving, and even going to the canteen or dormitory requires someone to accompany them throughout the whole process. Seemingly free, but actually being tightly controlled. Jean Chung did not want to understand their purpose. They suspected that the people present at the time, and the organization behind the so-called Qingjiu, had some unspeakable secrets. Originally, the reward had already put a layer of shackles on them, but the other party obviously felt that it was not enough. Jean Chung sat down and looked at the angry Lilith, sighing, "I don't know how Qingjiu is now." Gu Sheng's face was livid. He had contributed to Qingjiu's almost escape. He questioned Xiao Feng afterwards, and Xiao Feng responded that his little flying insect was borrowed by someone. Gu Zheng asked who it was lent to, and Xiao Feng replied, Jin Yu. Jin Yu and Xiao Feng met during a guarding mission. There were only a few people of the same age, and they played together after being together for a long time. According to Xiao Feng, Jin Yu borrowed the small mecha to clean up the small insects in the room. Xiao Feng thought it was not a big deal, and he was on vacation, so he readily lent it to Jin Yu for 3 days. He didn't expect that this insect was actually Qingjiu. He borrowed the little flying insect to lend it to the Federal Army. This operation caught Xiao Feng off guard. Gu Zheng stared at Jean Chung. "You don't know what your brother did?" Jean Chung didn't show any anger when he heard Gu Zheng's words. He shook his head. "I don't know." Wang Ling listened from the side and scolded in a low voice. "Don't fight among yourselves at this time." Gu Zheng was obviously unconvinced and turned his head away without saying anything. Lilith rarely explained for Jean Chung. "Gu Zheng, don't misunderstand Jean Chung. Jean Chung and his brother have always been in a life-and-death relationship. Jin Yu wished that Jean Chung would die. How could Jean Chung know why he suddenly attacked Qingjiu? Chapter 230. Gu Zheng heard this, and looked at Lilith and Jean Chung again. Jean Chung did not refute Lilith's words. Lilith continued, "Their royal family is not as simple as you think. It just looks harmonious on the surface. The last time Jean Chung almost confessed that the matter with you launching was also done by Jin Yu." Gu Zheng was a little surprised. In his impression, whenever he heard about the royal family of Qinwangxing, the word harmony would be inseparable. Even the fact that their brothers were in harmony was on the news. Jean Chung sighed. "Last time he didn't kill me, I went back and gave him a beating. I guess he was holding a grudge, and if Qingjiu hadn't brought people to you launching to save me, his goal would have been achieved. So he implicated Qingjiu in his anger, and at the same time warned me not to go against him." But Jean Chung didn't know why the president was also hostile to Qingjiu, and how he was related to Jin Yu. His situation is not good now. Jin Yu is like leaning on a mountain. If he wants, he can use the method of killing Qingjiu to deal with him. But Qingjiu should not be a shield. The other three were also worried. They also saw that Qingjiu was shot hard. If she was really an alien beast, she would definitely die. They also noticed that they didn't care whether Qingjiu was an alien beast or not. They were more worried about the safety of Qingjiu. The depressing atmosphere in the room lasted for a long time. Gu Zheng suddenly asked hesitantly, "So, is Qingjiu really an alien beast? Is she an evolved humanoid alien beast?" Lilith, "I don't believe it. How could she be an alien beast?" Gu Zheng, "Then how do you explain that she was affected by the toxin?" Lilith, "She is not one anyway." Wang Ling, "If she is an alien beast, why is she not attacked by the war beast, but is she liked by the war beast?" His eyes lingered on Jean Chung and Lilith. Or are all the war beasts bewitched? Indeed, war beasts are born to be good at hunting alien beasts, and even war beasts with sensitive perception can sense the existence of alien beasts from a few kilometers away. If Qingjiu is an alien beast, she may have been bitten to death by lightning before entering the school. The fact is that not only was she not attacked by the war beast, but she also became the best friend of the war beast, sticking together every day. And if she is an alien beast, she will not be injured when fighting with alien beasts, because alien beasts will not attack their own kind, they only hunt humans for food. If Qingjiu is an alien beast, it will be a great catastrophe for the Interstellar. After all, this shows that the alien beasts have been able to fully evolve into human appearance, and are not attacked by war beasts. Who can guarantee whether the person standing next to him in the future is an alien beast or a human? Gu Zheng was lying on the table, playing with a small spherical mecha in his hand. The classroom they were in was a fully monitored classroom with no privacy. He didn't want people outside to hear their conversation, so he had already blocked the monitoring equipment with a small mecha. The small mecha that blocked the monitoring would play the picture and sound of them reading quietly in front of the camera, and the simulation was high enough that the other party would not notice. Gu Zheng, "I don't care. Anyway, I'm not afraid even if she is an alien beast." Don't people dislike alien beasts because they eat people? She doesn't eat people. Lilith seconded, that's it. Jean Chung and Wang Ling looked at each other, and each other's answer was clear. Even if Qin Jiu was an alien beast, he was still their vice president. But now Qin Jiu's life and death are uncertain, and they are also locked up here. The terminal is still under surveillance. They can only pray silently that Qin Jiu can escape. Gu Zheng, who was bored and opened the terminal, saw the hot search and couldn't stop being shocked. Look at the hot search. The others were curious about why he suddenly became nervous, so they opened the terminal one after another. The first hot search, 5 wormholes appeared simultaneously in the explosion star for the first time. Everyone was stunned. 5 wormholes? If they remembered correctly, this was the threshold edge that the Federal Army could bear. They immediately looked down along the first hot search, and the entire hot search list was occupied. A-level wormhole on Wooloo Star. No one survived the live broadcast of the wormhole on Wooloo Star. Evacuation of the crowd on Wooloo Star is difficult. Wooloo Star may become an abandoned star. Federal Army, there is a lot of pressure. Be prepared for heavy casualties. The president said, I am with the Federal Army and will guard until the last moment. Edel became the commander-in-chief of Wooloo Star. Federal Army expressed the hope that the reserve army and school would join the support. Last time when support was needed, the Federal Army still distributed participation registration forms privately, and did not publicize it at all. This time, it directly called out to the entire galaxy, and everyone looked at each other and understood that the seriousness of the matter had exceeded their imagination. It is hard to say whether the Federal Army will be completely wiped out this time. And letting Edel take charge at this time is definitely the President's request. If the wormhole on Wooloo Star cannot be defended, Edel is likely to die on Wooloo Star. If he succeeded but suffered heavy casualties, he would be charged with poor defense and go to the military court. No matter what the result was, it would not be a good thing for Edel. Jean Chung and Wang Ling looked at each other, and Jean Chung said, I apply to go to Wooloo Star, and you and them go to Yunjan Star or Yulan Star. Why? I want to go to Wooloo Star too. Lilith slammed the table and grabbed Jean Chung's collar. What do you mean? Do you think we are useless? Jean Chung shook his head. No, I never thought so. He winked at Gu Zheng, who understood and said that he had blocked the sound in the room. Jean Chung whispered, My idea is that if you go to Wooloo Star with me, we and Teacher Edel are both on Wooloo Star, which will give the President a chance to catch us all in one fell swoop. We must not be in the same place. It is best to separate. And Jean Chung pondered for a long time whether to speak out his thoughts, but under their inquiring eyes, he still gritted his teeth and told them all, I feel that Qin Jiu is not dead yet, and may be anywhere on Yunjan Star, Yulan Star, or Wooloo Star. Wang Ling pushed his glasses and said seriously, Why do you think so? Jean Chung, we still don't know how the wormhole is generated, but I think they are connected. The wormhole used by Qin Jiu may connect to these 3 newly generated wormholes. Especially the wormhole on Yunjan Star. Qin Jiu went in, and came out safely. She is very likely there. Chapter 231. Wang Ling thought about it, and agreed with his point of view. What you said makes sense, but it's too dangerous for you to go to Wooloo Star alone. Jean Chung shook his head. No, it's just right for me to go. I am also one of their main targets. I can attract most of the attention on Wooloo Star, and the pressure on you to find Qin Jiu will be reduced a lot. Lilith carefully observed his facial expression for a long time, and she suddenly asked, Are you hiding something from us? Jean Chung raised his eyebrows slightly, but did not deny. Well, let's solve the matter between Jean Yu and me by ourselves. Lilith stopped asking questions and advised, Be careful. Since the wormhole was downgraded, the strength of the alien beasts produced by Yunjan Star is not as good as that of Yulan Star. Wang Ling considered that Gu Chuanxing was also on Yulan Star, and even if Gu Zheng went alone, his father would guarantee his safety. After they confirmed the itinerary, they decided that Jean Chung would apply to go to Wooloo Star, Lilith and Wang Ling would go to Yunjan Star, and Gu Zheng would go to Yulan Star alone. Their application was submitted and approved quickly. If they choose to stay in Xinhuang, the president will need to arrange personnel to monitor them. But if they choose to go to the front line, the officers on the front line will pay attention to their words and deeds, which can reduce the pressure of monitoring and release more troops to support the front line. The president has no reason to reject their proposal. Qin Jiu will have the final check today. If she is healthy, she can move out of the intensive care unit. On the way to the checkup, she heard pedestrians discussing the recent hot spots, and she heard about the wormhole on Wooloo Star. Why did the wormhole appear again? The speed is very abnormal? Yes, At first, I thought Mr. Fei was going to put in new experimental products, but I didn't expect it to be a new wormhole. Where can there be a wormhole to put in new experimental products? Haven't you heard that except for the artificial wormhole in Mr. Fei's hands, all other artificial wormholes are under maintenance and will not be used in 1 or 2 months? And the wormhole in Mr. Fei's hands is about to enter the maintenance period. Doesn't that mean we won't have a wormhole to use for a long time? Yes, but it's better not to run around now. At least it's safe here. The interstellar space is too chaotic. That's right. Have you seen the news? Wulu's star is almost going to be destroyed. Now women and children are being transferred. They are scattered to many planets. You say, if the entire interstellar space is full of optimized bodies, do we still need to be afraid? That's right, that's right. Qingjiu glanced in the direction where the voice disappeared from behind, and then opened the door of the examination room. You're here. The doctor who did the routine examination for her was a doctor named Bruno. As soon as Qingjiu sat down, Bruno picked up the scanner and scanned Qingjiu from top to bottom. Qingjiu's physical condition appeared on the screen 1 minute later. Bruno looked at Qingjiu's physical index and couldn't help but sigh. Your body's recovery ability is really good. You have fully recovered in just a few days. Qingjiu was not surprised by Bruno's answer. After all, she herself felt that her body was much lighter than the previous 2 days. And this was because the opposite sex was affected by the toxin, so her recovery speed was a few days slower than before. Otherwise, she would have recovered from this illness basically the next day. Qingjiu thought of what she heard in the corridor just now, and she asked, Dr. Bunua, do you know about Wu Luxing? Bunua nodded. I know, it's a big deal. Qingjiu, I just heard them say, what does it mean to release experimental subjects? Bunua, oh this, in fact, Mr. Fei will regularly release experimental subjects from the 2nd and 3rd laboratories near the natural wormhole. The purpose is to test their hostility against the alien beasts. Qingjiu, does that mean sending them to kill the alien beasts? Bunua, yes, that's what it means. After all, the experiments of the 2nd and 3rd laboratories are to strengthen humans. If the strengthened optimized body cannot deal with the alien beasts, it means that the experiment has failed. She paused and added, if the optimized body attacks humans in turn, it also means failure, proving that they have lost human consciousness. Qingjiu nodded, and she asked again, what about the 1st laboratory? Why have I never heard anyone mention the 1st laboratory? When Bruno heard the 1st laboratory, she immediately walked to the door nervously. When she found that no one was passing by, she carefully locked the door and whispered, don't discuss the 1st laboratory casually. Mr. Fei doesn't like others to mention it. Qingjiu was puzzled. Why? Bunyo, because the experiment of the 1st laboratory has failed for a long time. This is a concern for Mr. Fei. Every time someone mentions the 1st laboratory, Mr. Fei will look coldly at them and make them angry. Qingjiu understood. Dr. Bruno, can you give me a health report? Although Bruno was puzzled, he still gave it to Qingjiu. She asked, what do you want this report for? Qingjiu, didn't you say that when there is a wormhole, Mr. Fei will let the experimental subject go for testing? Qingjiu pointed at herself and smiled. Isn't I just a ready-made resource? Bunyo opened his mouth and was speechless. Qingjiu took the physical report and turned to leave. She knocked on Fei Qixia's office door, and it was the assistant who opened the door for her. Qingjiu went in and saw Fei Qixia teasing Shadow. He turned around and looked at Qingjiu when he heard the noise. Is there something? Yes. Qingjiu put the physical report on the table, and she said concisely, I'm going to Wulu Star. Fei Qixia paused and looked up at Qingjiu. Are you going to help Adele? Qingjiu, yes, here is my physical report, I have recovered. Also, arrange a new identity for me. Fei Qixia smiled helplessly when she heard this. You really treat me as a tool. Although she was dissatisfied, Fei Qixia still took her physical examination report and took a look. Sure enough, the genes of the alien beast are powerful. Qingjiu, who perfectly integrated the genes of the alien beast, has a body recovery ability that exceeds his expectations. Fei Qixia put down the report, took out a federal ID card from the drawer, and handed it over. Your fake identity has been prepared. Qingjiu took it, and the transparent card surface was flowing with electronic light, and a fake name was written on it, Luo Xiujiu. The head portrait was still Qingjiu's current appearance. Qingjiu was a little speechless. What's the difference between you and not changing it? Can't you see it at a glance? Fei Qixia seemed to have guessed that Qingjiu would have this doubt, and he said, of course not, the name and appearance on the surface have nothing to do with each other. The most important thing is to see the life trajectory I arranged for you with your fake identity. Fei Qixia took out a light screen from the drawer again, and she handed it to Qinjiu. Your memory should be able to remember all of this firmly, right? You should be familiar with your past. Qinjiu lowered his head and began to read the content on the light screen. Chapter 232. Luo Xiajiu's identity has complete traces of her life, from which family she was born, what events she experienced that led to the death of her parents, and how she learned martial arts among the people. It is worth mentioning that Fei Qixia specially created a half-orc identity for her. Fei Qixia, giving you a half-orc identity is to prevent others from getting too close to you and the war beast and becoming suspicious of you. Qinjiu, you are thoughtful. Fei Qixia, also, try not to appear in front of the Federal Army, mainly because your recovery ability is difficult to explain. But, Fei Qixia waved to the assistant, and the assistant brought a small box over and handed it to Qinjiu. There is a potion in it that can temporarily slow down your recovery, but after all, it is a poison-like drug. Try not to use it unless it is absolutely necessary. Qinjiu opened the box, and inside lay a capsule of crystal liquid, the color of which was similar to the alien beast toxin, but it looked a little lighter. Qinjiu accepted the box, and Fei Qixia said, most of our artificial wormholes are unusable now. If you want to go, you can only buy a ticket. Do you have money? I transfer you 100,000 star coins. Qinjiu accepted all offers, but she remembered that the bonus she saw in her account a few days ago was still there, so she asked, why is my account not frozen? Fei Qixia, when your Dean Lu found out that something was wrong, she had already transferred your money to the orphanage in the name of a donation, and then opened a new account for you and transferred the money back to you. Qinjiu felt more and more that Dean Lu also had the ability to go all the way. Won't she be discovered if she did this? Fei Qixia shook his head. No, do you think the Federation is as harmonious and beautiful as it looks? There are so many collusion and secret. I don't know how my sister did it. Anyway, if you need help, you can find me or my sister. Qinjiu accepted the ID card and Fei Qixia's transfer, and left Fei Qixia's office. Qinjiu returned to the room and closed the door. He raised his right hand with his palm facing up. A short white lightning suddenly appeared on his empty palm, and then a small black hole as deep as a wormhole appeared in Qinjiu's hand. Since she used the artificial wormhole given to her by Rokov, and the wormhole of Fei Qixia last time, she came back and found that she could create a wormhole out of thin air. 2 days ago, only a small black dot appeared faintly, but today it can open a wormhole half the size of a person. In 2 days, it should be possible to form a complete wormhole. Qinjiu turned his hand over and put it down, and the wormhole disappeared at this time. From the moment she knew she had the alien beast gene, she could accept things that could not be explained by common sense. She could accept this fact. Maybe it was because of the alien beast gene that she also had the same ability as the alien beast. As for why others couldn't do it, Qinjiu thought that it was because their gene fusion was not perfect, so they couldn't learn this skill. Qinjiu didn't plan to tell Fei Qixia about her new ability for the time being. 2 days later, Qinjiu packed up her things, told Fei Qixia and left. Qinjiu didn't buy a ticket, but found a small hotel to stay. She closed the doors and windows in the room and made sure that no one could see the situation in the room. Then she waved her hand and summoned a wormhole as tall as a person. She carried her bag and stepped into the wormhole, which disappeared the moment she entered. In the Wulustar Command Center, everyone else was sent away by Edel, leaving only Jean Chung and Edel staring at each other in the room. Edel saw Jean Chung and yelled, "Why are you making trouble here? Go back." Jean Chung touched Hurricane, who was excited by the smell of the alien beast, and said, "Teacher Edel, I'm here to help." Edel was so anxious that he scratched his head and cheeks. "Do you really not know my situation, or are you pretending not to know? Isn't it sending a sheep into the tiger's mouth to apply to come to me?" Jean Chung patted Hurricane to calm it down a little. At the same time, he also remained calm and said, "I know, it is because I know that I must come." Jean Chung faced Edel with an unprecedented seriousness. He said, "Jean, you and the president must have made a deal in private. He wants me dead, and the president also wants to deal with you. If we are all on Wulustar, one of them will definitely not be able to resist and take action first. I'm just waiting for the moment when he can't hold his temper." Jean Chung is almost 100% sure that the person who can't help it first must be Jean Yu, which is exactly what he wants. When Edel heard this, he was a little stunned. These few words broke the impression of Jean Chung in his eyes. In his memory, Jean Chung was a playboy who was a little funny and a little clever. He had some ability, but he was not very reliable. Now it seemed that Jean Chung might have deliberately made such a gesture, and had been lying in wait for an opportunity. He might have known about the affair between Jean Yu and the president, and deliberately got involved in it, just to draw out Jean Yu's private power and bite back. Edel suddenly smiled. None of his student union members are easy to deal with. Edel did not stop Jean Chung from staying. He asked, "What is your plan?" Jean Chung, "My plan is to stay the same in the face of change. Wait for them to make the first move." Edel, "Are you sure you can defend against the hidden arrows?" Jean Chung, "Yes." Edel, "Okay, then I will not care about you. Be careful on Wulu Star. Even if they are not behind you, you know how difficult it is to deal with A-level wormholes." Jean Chung nodded. "I understand, but Teacher Edel, how long can we last at the current rate of wormholes?" Edel lowered his head in silence. On the table was the topographic map of the wormholes. The dense red dots on it were all places that had been lost. He stretched out a finger, raised his head, and said seriously, "At most one more wormhole will be generated, and the Federal Army will have no way to take care of it. Maybe other planets will also become ruins." Jean Chung said nothing, just raised his hand, and saluted Edel. Edel returned the gift. Jean Chung bowed deeply to Edel, and turned to leave the room. Edel knew what Jean Chung meant. He would fight to the last moment to protect the last piece of the Interstellar. His students were still so brave, but there were still people who were thinking about internal fighting and craving for power at this time. Edel sighed. If the interstellar disaster could not be overcome, perhaps human civilization would come to an end here. Lilith and Wang Ling landed on Yunjan Star. Since entering the vicinity of the wormhole, Qiuqiu seemed particularly excited in the cage, and Lilith could not coax him. Wang Ling went forward to hand in their application to the garrison. The garrison looked up at them, then turned back and shouted, "Hey, those two kids are here." His tone revealed deep contempt, and he obviously looked down on Wang Ling and Lilith. Lilith frowned slightly, and was about to go forward to argue. Wang Ling stopped her and shook his head at her. At this time, a man walked out of the military area. The people around saw him, and respectfully called him Lieutenant General Chen. The man waved his hand as a response to them. He walked in front of Lilith and Wang Ling, looked at them carefully, and sneered. Now even Wang Ling frowned. The man called Lieutenant General Chen took the garrison's business card and said in a lazy voice, "Lilith, Wang Ling, right? Just like those two immature children, they come here to make trouble. Of course, the president has ordered to take good care of you, and as the temporary commander here, I will certainly treat you well." He threw the light screen to the garrison and walked inside, saying, "Come in, this is the garrison, there are no alien beasts, and they won't eat you. Don't be scared to death when you go to the front line later." After he finished speaking, the other people around him laughed, not caring about the reactions of Lilith and Wang Ling behind him. Lilith took a deep breath. If Wang Ling hadn't stopped her, she almost couldn't control her temper, and went up to him to argue. But she hadn't forgotten that she and Wang Ling came to Yantangsing for more important things. They came to find Qingqiu, and they couldn't make trouble, which would easily fail. However, Lilith was at the back of the team, and silently reached out to open Qiuqiu's cage. Qiuqiu was already in an excited state, and when it heard the slight click sound, its eyes lit up. However, it still looked at Lilith, curious about why Lilith opened the cage in advance. Lilith's eyes flashed, Qiuqiu froze for a moment, and walked out of the cage by itself. At this time, Lilith had returned to normal. She smiled and watched Qiuqiu catch up with the man in 3 or 2 steps, and threw him to the ground with his sharp explosion. Things happened too fast, and everyone hadn't reacted yet. After a while, someone shouted, "Hurry up and save Lieutenant General Chen." Others wanted to draw their guns and shoot Qiuqiu, but Lilith immediately shouted, "It's an S-level fire-tailed lion. If you accidentally hurt it, be careful to go to the military court." Hearing this, everyone hesitated. They didn't have any tranquilizer bullets on them now, only real guns and bullets, and hitting the fire-tailed lion would definitely cause considerable damage. If they were unlucky and hit its vitals, they might really kill the fire-tailed lion. Killing an S-class war beast is the same crime as murder. Because S-class war beasts are very rare in the Federation, the military court may sentence it to a heavier penalty. Lieutenant General Chen used Qiuqiu as a toy, slapping it with his left hand, and making it roll away for a distance, and then slapping it back with his right hand. It looked like a big cat playing with a small mouse it caught. Some people couldn't help but laugh out loud. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lieutenant General Chen was not in danger of death, and Qiuqiu obviously held back, and was just playing with him. It's just Chiyochio's behavior didn't seem to be very aggressive, but it was extremely insulting. A temporary commander-in-chief was actually played with by a war beast. If it got out, he would definitely lose face. Lieutenant General Chen found that he could not hear the gunshot for a long time. He rolled over and cursed. What's going on? Shoot quickly. Do you want me to? Ugh. Do you want me to die? He spoke while rolling over, swallowing a mouthful of mud and sand, and his speech became incoherent. The subordinate, who had finally stopped laughing, coughed twice to calm down and said, Lieutenant General, it's an S-level war beast. We don't dare to shoot without anesthetic bullets. Lieutenant General Chen, where is its owner? Where is the owner? At this time, Lilith, who was called by name, walked up slowly and pretended to be sorry and shouted, Chiyochio, stop playing, come back. Chiyochio stopped what he was doing and walked to Lilith. Lilith rubbed the fluff on Chiyochio's neck and praised in a low voice, Chiyochio, well done. Chiyochio licked his nose and arched his head towards Lilith. Hee hee. It's great, isn't it? It can open a few more cans, right? At this time, Lieutenant General Chen slowly stood up with the help of others. His hair, face, and body were all covered with dust. He spit fiercely, and there were small stones in his saliva. His subordinates were still brushing the dust off his body, and he was already staring at Lilith. Is this your war beast? Lilith blinked, hugged the ball's neck, protected the ball behind her, and said timidly, Yes, it is my war beast. It is still a child, and is more playful. I apologize to you on its behalf. It is an S-level fire-tailed lion. Please don't punish it, okay? When Lieutenant General Chen heard about the S-level fire-tailed lion, his face turned pale. He himself only had a B-level war beast, so of course he understood the status of an S-level war beast and its owner in the Interstellar. Even if he was the temporary commander-in-chief, he had no power to punish the S-class war beast. Not to mention that he was not injured at all, he was just covered in dust, and this reason could not even be appealed. He knew that Lilith had an S-class fire-tailed lion, but he did not expect that she would let it out to play with herself. He could not hold the S-class war beast responsible, but it did not mean that he could not take action against its owner. He said in a cold tone, Why didn't you check whether the cage was closed and let it out to hurt people? Lilith lowered her head, her eyes looked a little wet, and her eyes were red. She said, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Lilith, a little girl, has an S-class war beast, which is more than 90% of the people in the beast-taming army. Since Lieutenant General Chen took over as the temporary commander-in-chief by some unknown method, he has been causing trouble everywhere every day. People who are not from his faction actually don't have much good feelings towards him. Now seeing him making things difficult for a little girl because of such a small matter, Lilith almost cried. Someone couldn't help but said, Lieutenant General Chen, you are fine, don't be hard on a child. That is an S-class war beast. With an S-class war beast, we can reduce a lot of casualties. Someone took the lead, and someone immediately agreed, Yes, you are not injured either. Besides, it is such an honor to be liked by an S-class war beast and willing to play with you. Lieutenant General Chen, this is the first step for you to own an A-class war beast. Chapter 233. Yes, Lieutenant General Chen. Lieutenant General Chen became more and more annoyed as he listened. Most of these people were not on his side, and had always been suppressed by him. Now they were seizing the opportunity to add insult to injury. They were probably the ones who were laughing just now. But he also knew that if he continued to make trouble, he would be the one to be embarrassed. So he turned away with a dark face and a cold snort. Lilith cried with joy and bowed to thank the soldiers around her. The soldiers who were originally prejudiced against her gradually softened their expressions and began to tell her about some life matters here. Wang Ling looked at her coldly from the side. At this moment, Lilith seemed to have been possessed and became a person that Wang Ling did not recognize. His mind was in a mess, and the direction of the events in front of him was somewhat beyond his imagination. When the others returned to their workstations, Lilith's face changed instantly, and all her smiles and tears were taken back. Wang Ling saw her wipe the crystal from the corner of his eyes. He hesitated to speak. Finally, he spoke when Lilith was playing with Chiyochio. Who did you learn this from? Lilith, Jean Chung, his usual method. I didn't know why he pretended to be weak before, but now I know. It turns out that pretending to be weak can get more resources. It's really useful. Wang Ling, Jean Chung, you are disrespectful to the elderly and teach the children bad things. Jean Chung, who was far away on Wulu Star, sneezed fiercely, and Hurricane next to him was disgusted and flew a few meters away. Jean Chung was confused. Who said bad things about me in broad daylight? Lilith didn't know what Wang Ling was thinking. She waved to Wang Ling and sat on the makeshift bed. Lilith, this is the information I just got from them, look. She pointed to the location of the cliff on the map and continued. They said that Guangming and Xiaoxia got lost here before and are now missing. I think there are two possibilities. One is that Qingjiu may be near the cliff, so they went there to find Qingjiu. The second is that Qingjiu is the farthest away from here. In order to protect Qingjiu, they went to another direction, hoping to make a feint to the east and attack the west to get Qingjiu a safe environment. Wang Ling listened to her analysis and nodded in agreement. What you said makes sense, but there are so many planets in the Interstellar, how can you be sure that Qingjiu must be on Yunjian star? Lilith, War Beast, because Guangming and Xiaoxia are on Yunjian star, she will definitely come to Yunjiang to find them. Lilith drew a circle on the map, and the range of the circle included the cliff where the two war beasts disappeared. She said, if possible, we must escape their surveillance and check within this range. Even if we can't find Qingjiu, we have to settle Guangming and Xiaoxia. Wang Ling pondered for a moment and said, leave it to me, I try my best. Lilith said and a call came from outside. The two kids inside. Come out, we are going to the front line. Lilith immediately turned off the map and responded loudly. Okay, big brother, wait. Qiuqiu had returned to the cage. Lilith went out and saw a very low-quality canned food in front of Qiuqiu. She frowned and said nothing. Qiuqiu naturally looked down on that thing, and she didn't even bother to look at the canned food. Lilith dragged Qiuqiu's cage onto the military vehicle, and she became an obedient and well-behaved little girl again. She tried to get close to a middle-aged man, who was also a member of the Beast Tamer army, and praised his war beasts crazily. When he let down his guard, she asked, what do the war beasts here eat? The man was very happy at first, but his expression became much colder after hearing this. He sighed and said, what can they eat? It's just some low-quality canned food. It's good to have something to eat. If we don't like it, we can share our food with them. Lilith was a little surprised. Isn't the supply of war beasts managed by the Beast Tamer army? I remember when I went to Yulanqing, the canned food that the war beasts ate was not very good, but it was not low-quality canned food. The man looked at Lilith. Liz's eyes saw the clear and stupid student spirit on her face without surprise. He thought about it. These two were just students who had not graduated yet, so he told the truth. There is no way. The people above are fighting, and we are the ones who suffer. Lilith and the others had the answer in their hearts when they heard it, but she still maintained her dullness. Why? What are they fighting about? The man chuckled and shook his head. Don't ask so many questions, kids. The more you know, the less good it will be for you. Remember not to stand in line here, okay? Lilith nodded, not quite understanding, and they were silent all the way until they arrived near the wormhole. The wormhole of Yunjiang is very strange. It is not like ordinary wormholes. The quality of the alien beasts produced is very poor, and the number is not large. It is obviously a newly produced wormhole, but it seems like a sped force. Lilith's S-level war beast appeared, and the other federal troops became in a state of having nothing to do. They were lazy on the side, watching Qiuqiu fight bravely. Su Zhongyuan still stayed in Yunjiang, but he was suppressed by Lieutenant General Chen and his life was not going well. On the surface, Lieutenant General Chen said that he trusted him, so he was stationed here, but in fact, he was squeezing his working hours. Su Zhongyuan hadn't returned to the rear to rest for a few days. Others could change shifts, but he couldn't. His subordinates felt that it was unfair, but there was nothing they could do. After all, their position was too awkward now. Since Qingjiu's defection, the atmosphere of the beast-taming army has become very strange. Originally, Edel was the person who was expected to take over Zaisight's job, but in just a few days, many discordant voices suddenly appeared, and they began to discuss whether Edel was suitable for this position. The president, who had always been indifferent to things, suddenly cared about the beast-taming army and directly appointed the leaders of different wormhole garrisons. The president's appointment and deployment gave them a different signal from the past. The president intended to undermine Edel's power. So some factions that were already ready to move jumped out to question Edel, and wanted to challenge Edel's authority. Su Zhongyuan has always been determined to be Edel's faction, and now he is the most excluded. In order to protect themselves, other people took sides, and began to squeeze Su Zhongyuan's faction. Su Zhongyuan was outspoken, and said whatever he wanted. He even had a big fight with others because of this matter. However, his behavior not only failed to win face for Edel, but also earned him a punishment within the team. With Su Zhongyuan's example, some people who were still on the sidelines also joined other factions, fearing that they would get into trouble. Su Zhongyuan became the person who was bullied by almost all members of the Yantangsing garrison. Lilith found that Su Zhongyuan had been standing alone on the side, and others seemed to be afraid to approach him. She was curious and took the initiative to say, "Hello, my name is Lilith, and I am a student of Xinhuang." Chapter 234. Su Zhongyuan knew that Lilith and Wang Ling were coming. He had a natural liking for Edel's students, so he said with a gentle face, "Hello, just call me Lieutenant General Su." But he thought about it, and still didn't want the two children to be squeezed because of him. He said, "Try not to talk to me at ordinary times, you will be put in trouble." Lilith combined the intelligence analysis just obtained from another beast tamer, and concluded that the current beast tamer has begun to split. She didn't think how important Admiral Zyside was before. After all, Zyside did have a big shortcoming in combat ability. His war beast has died, and his physical fitness is also very poor. No matter from which aspect, he can be replaced at any time. Not only Lilith thinks so, most people in the galaxy think so. Even in their minds, the most suitable commander-in-chief of the beast tamer is always Edel. Some people also hate Zyside because Edel was not elected. But since he disappeared, the cohesion of the beast taming army collapsed instantly, and everyone realized that Zizit might be more important than they thought. Zizit can gather people's hearts. Even if someone with second thoughts wants to do something big, it can't cause any trouble. When it comes to heart, Zizit is professional. Even the president was tricked by him, not to mention those cunning people in the beast taming army, who are not worthy of him. Edel is a powerful beastmaster, and has a high reputation, but he is still a little lacking in managing these monsters. Lilith and Wang Ling have always stood on Edel's side, and Lilith is not afraid of being bullied. And now that Su Zhongyuan is isolated, it is even more useful to her. Lilith said sincerely, "Lieutenant General Su, we are not afraid. You may not believe it, but we have been under surveillance for a long time, just because we, like Teacher Edel, appeared at the scene where Qinjiu escaped. This matter has caused a big stir in the entire federal army, and Su Zhongyuan has also heard about it. He has been with Qinjiu, so of course he doesn't believe her statement that she is a rebel." After hearing Lilith's words, Su Zhongyuan's favorability towards the two children increased by another level. "It seems that they are all pitiful people," Su Zhongyuan sighed. "You are the most innocent to be involved in this struggle without reason." Lilith winked at Wang Ling, and moved closer to Su Zhongyuan. She said in a very small voice, "Lieutenant General Su, actually we have something we want to ask you for help." Su Zhongyuan looked puzzled. "You want to ask me for help? How can I help?" Lilith didn't dare to say that they thought Qinjiu was still alive. She changed the reason and said, "Actually, we came here to find Qinjiu's war beast." "Su Zhongyuan, why are you looking for her war beast?" Lilith lowered her head, her face full of disappointment. "No matter who Qinjiu is, she is our classmate after all. She has. Alas, all we can do is to settle her war beast. Speaking of which, her two war beasts are still poor little ones. We can't bear to see them continue to wander." Su Zhongyuan was infected by her emotions, and was sad for a while. He comforted, "My condolences. But it's a bit difficult for you to find her war beast." Lilith heard that Su Zhongyuan really knew some inside information, so she hurriedly asked, "We are not afraid of difficulties, as long as we can find them." Su Zhongyuan pondered for a moment and said, "The cliff they went to is a place with a very unstable magnetic field. We have used various equipment to search for them, but all failed. The mechanical equipment will fail when it reaches the cliff. Although there are still people doing the same thing now, everyone's hope of finding them is getting lower and lower." After listening to this, Wang Ling silently praised Xiaosha's intelligence in his heart. This place was definitely found by Xiaosha. The Night Emperor bat belongs to the bat species, and is particularly sensitive to sound waves and magnetic fields. It must have sensed the abnormal magnetic field of the cliff, and deliberately hid in the cliff. After all, if even they can get lost, it will not care about the equipment of the Federal Army. If the Federal Army conducts a carpet search, there may be a chance to find them, but the terrain there is steep and the machinery is prone to failure. Moreover, everyone's focus is now on guarding the wormhole, and no one is willing to send a large number of troops to do this illusory thing. "Lilith, we still want to go and take a look, but..." Her eyes moved to the side, and she saw two people paying attention to the situation here. They have been staring at her and Wang Ling since they got on the car, and it was hard for Lilith not to notice. They must have been sent to monitor her and Wang Ling. Su Zhongyuan followed her line of sight, and glanced at the two people. When they noticed his gaze, they immediately lowered their heads, and pretended to be busy. Although Su Zhongyuan was honest, he was not stupid. He instantly understood what Lilith meant. He put his fingers on the gun at his waist and tapped it lightly. He thought for a while and said, "If you want to escape from the eyes and ears, you can go there yourself. There is a way." Lilith's eyes lit up slightly, and she immediately asked, "What should we do?" "Su Zhongyuan, come find me after nightfall." Lilith agreed, and she and Wang Ling temporarily stayed away from Su Zhongyuan. When night fell, everyone ate the food sent from the rear. Lilith used chopsticks to stir the dishes. She looked at Wang Ling's lunch box, and then looked at the food of others. She put down the lunch box and turned back to look at Qiuqiu's canned food. Wang Ling also put down the lunch box, took out 2 packs of compressed biscuits from her bag, and handed one of them to Lilith. Lilith took it, opened it and took a bite. Someone had tampered with their food. Their dishes were less than others, and there were stones and soil underneath. It was almost easy to know whose masterpiece it was. Fortunately, Wang Ling had rich combat experience, and he prepared everything he should have, and prepared some emergency dry food in his bag. Although it was not delicious, it could at least support them through this period of time. Qiuqiu still did not touch the canned food, which was actually a bit abnormal. Even if Qiuqiu is picky about food, after a period of training by Lilith, he also understands that maintaining physical strength in combat is the most important thing. Even if it doesn't like to eat something, it can still force itself to eat some. It has been fighting with the alien beast for a whole day, and now it still refuses to eat canned food, which means that its canned food is also problematic. Lilith picked up the can, not caring about the dirt, and reached in to stir it, and indeed found the same small stones and soil. Lilith disdainfully said, "Despicable thing, don't dare to come openly and play dirty." Wang Ling took out another pack of compressed biscuits from his pocket and handed it to Lilith. "Soak it in water first and let Qiuqiu eat a little, otherwise it won't have enough physical strength." Lilith didn't hesitate and did as Wang Ling said. The person who brought them food was waiting to see them being defeated, but now that his plot was exposed, he was embarrassed. "What are you doing? Don't you know that the food of humans and animals needs to be strictly controlled during combat?" Lilith laughed angrily. She was about to say something to Wang Ling, but she heard him say, "I also brought controlled food. We didn't break the rules." Hearing this, Lilith quietly returned to Qiuqiu and waited for Wang Ling to deal with the incident. Wang Ling deliberately did not take out a new compressed biscuit for the other party to check, but ate the one in his hand in one bite and handed the bag over. He didn't want to waste a bag of important food. The other party took the bag and took a look. It was indeed the military emergency food designated by their Yunzhangsing military region. Wang Ling did not violate the rules. Seeing that they could not find any trouble, one of them was not convinced and said, "Why don't you eat the food we sent? Do you have any objections? You two want to go to jail for being special in the military zone?" Wang Ling still had no expression on his face. He said, "I have been in the army for more than 10 years and have never heard of this rule. When did this rule come into being?" The other party's companion remained silent. When he heard Wang Ling say that he had been in the army for more than 10 years, he suddenly remembered who Wang Ling was. He immediately grabbed his teammate and whispered, "Enough, let's go." The man still looked like he would not give in, but his companion pulled his arm and forced him to leave. Lilith turned around and gave Wang Ling a thumbs up. "You are still famous in the army." Wang Ling shook his head. "No, it's not me." He suddenly pushed his glasses and said a little embarrassedly, "My parents are a little famous. When I was a child in the army, I was bullied by the older people, and my father would help me out. My father is best at crying, making a fuss, and hanging himself. As long as he annoys his superiors to death, the leaders will come forward to deal with it. After that, no one dares to bully me." Lilith, Lilith, you said, your father, crying, making a fuss, and hanging himself? Wang Ling's ears turned red. Yeah. It's hard to imagine that a calm child like Wang Ling actually has such a jumpy parent. She began to doubt the credibility of Wang Ling's words. Wang Ling obviously didn't want to dwell on this topic for too long. He looked around and confirmed that there was no one nearby. He leaned close to Lilith's ear and asked, "When are we going to find Lieutenant General Su?" Lilith glanced at the time and said, 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock in the evening is the time for them to change shifts. It is the time when people move most frequently. It won't be suspected to go to Lieutenant General Su at that time. Wang Ling nodded in agreement with Lilith's point of view, and the two of them prepared. Lilith fed Qiuqiu, and it was 8 o'clock in the evening. As expected, at 8 o'clock, 2 cars arrived at the rear preparation area. At this time, the soldiers who were on duty were waiting for the personnel exchange in the temporary safety zone. Lilith and Wang Ling found that the 2 people who were monitoring them were also in this team. They looked at each other, and in the blink of an eye, they retreated out of their sight. One of them turned around and found that they were gone, and immediately panicked. They are gone. What's going on? Didn't I ask you to keep an eye on them? I just lowered my head and packed my luggage. What are you still packing? Go find them. Lilith and Wang Ling hid behind a tree covered in shadows. When they saw them coming from the opposite direction, they immediately walked towards Su Zhongyuan. Su Zhongyuan had been holding on in a place far away from the crowd. Although the defense line here was weak, fortunately there were not many alien beasts, so fewer troops were needed. Su Zhongyuan was arranged to defend alone on the side, and the opponent's intention was obvious. He wanted to see Su Zhongyuan being defeated by the alien beasts here alone and killed, so that he would have a legitimate reason to eliminate his enemies. But this arrangement gave Lilith and the others a chance. Lilith came to Su Zhongyuan's vicinity at the agreed location. When she saw Su Zhongyuan, Lilith wanted to call him. Su Zhongyuan made a gesture of silence from a distance. The two immediately stopped talking and approached cautiously. After approaching, he pointed at Lilith and Wang Ling's military terminals and asked them to take them down and hand them over to him. Lilith and Wang Ling did as they were told. Su Zhongyuan got the terminal and used his authority to shut down the power supply. After the terminal failed, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Oh, I waited for you." Lilith and Wang Ling looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. They clearly remembered that when they first met Su Zhongyuan today, he was still aloof. Why does he look a little unreliable now? Seeing that the two of them were silent, Su Zhongyuan stretched out his hand and waved in front of them. "Hey! What's wrong?" Wang Ling came back to his senses and looked at Su Zhongyuan respectfully. "Lieutenant General Su, can you take us to the cliff?" Unexpectedly, Lieutenant General Su did not agree, but shook his head. "No, I can't go." Lilith was a little anxious when she heard this. "Lieutenant General Su, you clearly said in the morning that you could take us there." Su Zhongyuan was startled by Lilith's sudden questioning. He took a step back and explained, "I can't go, but you can. Your terminals are here with me now. I will take them around here in circles so that you have a chance to go to the cliff. Do you understand? This is a trick." After he finished speaking, he glanced at Lilith with a little suspicion. "Are you a friend of the master?" Lilith was confused. "Master? Who is the master?" "Su Zhongyuan, it's Qingjiu. Aren't you her good friend when she was alive?" Lilith was puzzled by the title of master. Why call her a master? Su Zhongyuan suddenly took a few steps back and waved a hand knife in the air. "You don't know, the mechanical weapon she used at that time was very powerful. It could transform. Then she did this, and then did this again, and she split the alien beast in half. Everyone said she was just an ordinary student, but I don't believe it. She must be from a martial arts family, or a master who inherited some mysterious sect. Maybe she is a direct disciple, or something like that." Lilith held her forehead and secretly glanced at Wang Ling. Wang Ling's expression was also very interesting, and his speechlessness was almost condensed into substance. Lilith took a deep breath and said to Su Zhongyuan, "They didn't lie to you. Qingjiu was just an ordinary student. The mechanical weapon you mentioned was made by him." Lilith pointed her finger at Wang Ling, and then continued, "The kung fu you mentioned was what she learned from a month on Porcelain King Star last year. Everyone knows that she is an orphan. If she must be assigned a sect, then she should be..." Lilith paused and tried to hold back her smile. "Cute pet care sect." Wang Ling was also trying to hold back her smile, but she couldn't suppress the corners of her mouth that were raised. "Su Zhongyuan, ? Why do I feel like I'm being laughed at for no apparent reason?" Chapter 235. Jokes aside, they don't have much time left. Su Zhongyuan said to them, "You only have half an hour, so hurry up if you want to go. Here is the aircraft prepared for you. If you can't come back in half an hour, your sneaking will be exposed. Remember to hurry." Su Zhongyuan threw 2 hoverboards to them, reopened their terminals, and leapt in the opposite direction. Wang Ling and Lilith stood on the skateboards, and Lilith called out, "Ball." The ball walked out of the darkness, and its flaming tail was particularly dazzling. "Lilith, Ball, go find Xiaoxia and Guangming." The ball shook its big head, and immediately rushed towards the cliff. Lilith and Wang Ling followed closely. Xiaoxia did deliberately bring Guangming to this place, where the magnetic field collapsed to avoid pursuit. Although they did escape safely for a while, Xiaoxia himself was also lost in this fog. Affected by the magnetic field, every time it flew up to find a way out, it would always circle around the cliff and return to the original place, like a ghost wall. Guangming's excellent sense of direction also disappeared. It found that no matter how it flew, it could not fly out of the cliff. They found that they could not leave by themselves. They must have external objects to help point the direction to find the way home. In a few days, they have eaten all the edible green plants on the cliff. If Chinchio does not come to pick them up in 2 days, they will starve to death on this cliff. Xiaoxia is very good at starving. It controls Guangming's food intake every day. Although Guangming's physical strength is declining due to hunger, it can at least keep Guangming's vital signs for a longer time. Xiaoxia saw Guangming chewing a grass root, and his stomach growled with hunger. After hearing this, Guangming left half of the grass root and handed it to Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia touched Guangming's head and put the grass root in his mouth. Because of the lack of food, Xiaoxia only ate once a day at most, and occasionally did not eat for a day or two. If he ate, there would be less food left for Guangming. He was very good at starving, and it was not a problem to starve for a while. The point is, he was more than 500 years old and had lived long enough. Guangming was still a child. If he had to choose one to sacrifice between the two, he hoped it would be himself. The food he left for Guangming was barely enough for Guangming to survive for another week, and he was mentally prepared to die. Xiaoxia suddenly hugged Guangming and tied the small tie on his neck around his neck. This was his favorite tie, and he might never have the chance to wear it again. The flesh on its cheeks that had been hard to grow sunken again. It touched Guangming's head, just like the master touched himself before he got sick. Guangming rarely did not call out. He seemed to know Xiaoxia's thoughts, and quietly nestled in his arms. Guangming could see that the small light ball belonging to Xiaoxia was weakening every day. Now there was only a small cluster of flames flickering, which could go out at any time. It suddenly felt a little resentful why Chinchio hadn't come yet. Didn't he say that he would take them home? Did he abandon them in the end? The thick fog blocked its sight. It suddenly felt a few drops of rain falling on its face. It immediately stood up and patted Xiaoxia with its wings. Xiaoxia understood and went into the cave with it to avoid the rain. The cave was the place they had recently found to stay, and Xiaoxia stored the food inside the cave. What Guangming didn't know was that there was a small box made of dead branches at the innermost part of the cave. That was the coffin Xiaoxia prepared for himself. Its owner once said that people need a place to live, and the same is true after death. If it is not buried in a coffin, the soul will always wander and have no place to settle. Its only regret now is that it can't be buried with its owner. It doesn't blame Chinchio. Chinchio let it spend a happy time, and it can be regarded as the last experience of the feeling of being cared for by the owner before dying. Thunder and lightning began to strike outside, and the white lightning illuminated the surroundings, just like daylight. Guangming was a little scared, and it took the initiative to stick to Xiaoxia. Roar! Boom! The thunder sounded, and Guangming's keen hearing caught the shallow roar hidden under the thunder. It heard that it was the sound of Qiuqiu. Guangming suddenly stood up and patted Xiaoxia excitedly. But Xiaoxia didn't move, like a piece of wood. Guangming patted it again, and this time Xiaoxia moved. It fell straight to the ground and fainted. Guangming was startled, and it chirped twice, but Xiaoxia still didn't respond. Only the little flame in its body told Guangming that it was still alive. Guangming took a deep breath, puffed up his chest, and cheered himself up. It couldn't be afraid at this time. It had to take the initiative. It rubbed Xiaoxia's neck with its little head, took the first step bravely, and flew to the top of the cliff. Due to a long period of lack of food, Guangming had exhausted all his strength to fly up the cliff. If the sound of Qiuqiu's call was its hallucination, then its last hope would be lost. Roar! Qiuqiu, be careful, don't fall. When Guangming heard Lilith's voice, he was finally sure of the answer. It was Qiuqiu. It called out loudly, just like the sharp cry it made when it encountered the alien beast. Roar! Guangming? Is that you? Chirp! Guided by the sound, Guangming finally found Lilith with his last bit of strength. It rolled to Lilith's feet, and Lilith immediately stepped forward to check its physical condition. Lilith saw Guangming lying on the ground gasping for air with the help of the lighting. It was so thin, Qiuqiu found that Guangming didn't get up and slapped him. He was so uncomfortable. Qiuqiu thought Guangming was angry with him and blamed him for not coming to find him earlier. But when he found that Guangming was dying, he was so anxious that he circled around Guangming. What happened to the little guy? How did he become like this? Who bullied their little guy? Wang Ling took out some clean water from his backpack and gave it to Lilith. Taking care of the war beast was not something Wang Ling was good at, so he could only help Lilith. With the experience of Guangming eating and drinking for free before, Lilith was not afraid of Guangming. She picked up Guangming, put the water in his mouth, and whispered, "Drink some water." Guangming dove into the water cup and drank it in big gulps. When he had drunk enough, Qiuqiu came over and licked Guangming's head with his big pink tongue. Lilith looked around and didn't see Xiaosha. She immediately asked, "Where is Xiaosha?" Guangming pointed his wings at the bottom of the cliff and called weakly, "Lilith, is Xiaosha still alive?" Guangming nodded. Lilith looked at the time and asked quickly, "Did Xiaosha bring you here to take refuge?" Guangming nodded again. "Lilith, we don't have much time, so let's make it short. Qinjiu disappeared after being shot, and his life or death is unknown now. You can't be caught by others, you must continue to hide, otherwise your life will be in danger." When Guangming heard that Qinjiu's life or death was unknown, he immediately struggled excitedly. If he was not too weak now, Lilith might not be able to catch him. Qiuqiu growled on the side, also persuading Guangming not to get excited. Lilith took out a packaged bag and handed it to Guangming. "Don't worry, there is some food here, you can take it and eat it, it will last for a few days. Qinjiu will be safe, don't worry about it, take care of your body first." Guangming remembered that Xiaosha was still in a coma, so he stopped making a fuss, hung the bag around his neck and left. It's going to save Xiaosha. Chapter 236. It left the cliff and finally found the location of the cave entrance. It quickly pecked open the water bag and put it next to Xiaosha's mouth. Xiaosha choked on the water and woke up. It smelled the aroma of food, supported the wall to get up, and curiously opened the bag. In the bag were fruits it liked to eat, and canned meat for Guangming, which was obviously prepared specifically for them. After asking, Xiaosha finally knew who sent these things. It was the owner of the big curly hair. The owner of the big curly hair was also a good person. Xiaosha took out a small can from it and opened it for Guangming, and picked up a fruit and started to eat it. Now is not the time to be particular, it is good to be full. It took a bite of the fruit, and seeing Guangming looked worried and had no appetite, it curiously pushed Guangming's shoulder. Guangming suddenly spread his wings and hugged Xiaosha, burying his head in Xiaosha's arms. The lightning outside has disappeared, and Guangming should not be afraid of anything. Xiaosha didn't understand, but hugged it anyway. Guangming cried a little sadly, and only after Xiaosha's questioning did it tell Xiaosha what it heard from Lilith. Xiaosha was stunned, and it was like a thunderbolt flashed through his mind. His eyes turned white, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. But the touch in his arms made him calm down quickly. Now Qinjiu's life and death are uncertain, but Guangming still has to face the future life. Although it was also in great grief, it had a similar experience, so it still held back the sadness. Now it is the head of the family, and it has to take good care of Guangming. It hugged Guangming to calm down, and suddenly, it heard footsteps coming from outside the cave. It immediately hid Guangming behind itself nervously. The humans who could come here to find them were all bad guys. If it was a few days ago, they would still be able to fight, but if they were caught now, they would have no resistance at all. It looked at the back of the cave, which was a dead end, and there was no other exit in the cave. It was careless, and shouldn't have found a place with only one exit to rest. If it was attacked in a while, it would take the initiative to block the gun, leaving Guangming enough time to escape. It retreated step by step, and Guangming obviously felt the oppressive atmosphere, and did not make a sound. When the footsteps came to the cave entrance, Xiaosha and Guangming heard a voice that they would never forget in their lives. "Xiaosha, Guangming, are you in there?" Xiaosha fell to the ground like a deflated ball in an instant, but Guangming was very excited and ran out jumping. The person who came was Qinjiu. The sudden lightning just now appeared when Qinjiu manipulated the wormhole. She actually came to Yanzhangsing a long time ago, but because of the lack of control over the wormhole, she could not perfectly control the landing point. She almost ran into the Federal Army base just now, and was so scared that she left immediately. However, she overheard their conversation by chance, and roughly knew the direction where Xiaosha and Guangming disappeared, so she moved to the cliff. After Qinjiu landed, she found that her terminal had no signal at all, and all the positioning systems had failed together. The only thing to be thankful for was that her ability to use wormholes was not affected. If she hadn't heard Guangming's cry just now, it would have been difficult for her to lock the direction in the fog. After looking for them for a whole day, she finally found the traces of the two little guys. Qinjiu squatted down and picked up Guangming's skinny little body. She felt very distressed. "I'm sorry, I'm late." Guangming rubbed against her cheek, and she felt a sense of satisfaction of regaining what she had lost. Xiaosha finally woke up and walked out of the darkness slowly. Its whole body was integrated with the darkness. If it weren't for the pair of eyes that were as dazzling as rubies, Qinjiu couldn't find its figure. Xiaosha's condition looked worse than Guangming's, and his body was even thinner than when Qinjiu first saw it. Since Qinjiu adopted Xiaosha, Xiaosha has always been a delicate image, and has never been so miserable. Qingjiu's nose was sour, and he stretched out his hand to Xiaosha. Thank you for your hard work. You take good care of your brother. When Xiaosha heard Qingjiu's words, the grievances accumulated recently found an outlet, and tears could not be controlled. He rushed forward and hugged Qingjiu and cried silently. When he heard that Qingjiu's life and death were uncertain, he felt that the sky was about to fall. It felt that it had a miserable life, and it had to experience the taste of losing its master twice. It was so afraid that it would become an old thing that no one wanted again. It finally had a home, but God played a joke on it again. It would rather this bubble-like illusion never appeared. Qingjiu hugged the two crying war beasts. She was worried that they would faint because of excessive excitement. She stroked their backs and coaxed them softly. Okay, come with me. Guangming stopped crying and pointed to the food in the cave. Qingjiu walked in and saw who prepared the food at a glance. No one knew better than Lilith that Guangming liked to eat canned bitter melon. Qingjiu understood Guangming's meaning. Since Lilith knew that Guangming and Xiaosha were here, they would often send food to them. They knew about it before they left. But Qingjiu's current identity was not suitable for exposure. She thought about it and said, how about this, I will bring you back at the same time tomorrow. You should make it clear to Lilith that I won't send you food in the future, but don't tell them that I took you away. Guangming was puzzled, but still nodded and agreed. Qingjiu also found the small coffin Xiaosha prepared for her by the light. She didn't say anything and hugged Xiaosha tightly. A wormhole appeared in front of them, and Qingjiu held them in. Until they completely disappeared, the cliff returned to silence. Qingjiu returned to the hotel, bathed and took care of Guangming and Xiaosha, and put down the food Lilith left for them, ready to leave. Xiaosha pulled her trouser legs and looked at Qingjiu eagerly. Qingjiu's heart softened, and he leaned over and kissed it on the forehead. Be good, stay here and have a good rest, I'll be back soon. After Qingjiu agreed, Xiaosha waved to her. Qingjiu disappeared in the wormhole again. But this time, Qingjiu clearly felt a sudden pain in her heart, and her eyes went dark. It took a long time for her to recover after she came out of the wormhole. It seems that wormholes cannot be used unlimitedly, and using wormholes will also cause certain damage to the body. In the future, wormholes must be used in a planned manner. She looked around, and it seemed to be a deserted village. She frowned, and it seemed that she was affected by the situation just now, and her foothold was deviated. But Qingjiu looked down at the terminal's positioning, and she felt more at ease. She did come to Wulu Star. Although the wormhole is temporarily unusable, as long as we reach Wulu Star, everything else will be easy to deal with. Qingjiu walked while looking at the surrounding environment. It was daytime on Wulu Star at this time, and the place Qingjiu arrived at was a small town. There was no pedestrian on the road in the small town, the doors of the shops on the roadside were locked, and there was only the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the billboards on the street. Qingjiu looked down at the road under her feet. The ground was very clean, with only a thin layer of dust. She looked up again at the door of the shops around her, which was also very clean. This place should not have been abandoned for a long time, and it seems that it was emptied recently. Thinking of what happened recently on Wulu Star, she figured it out in an instant. The people here have been evacuated. Qingjiu walked on the road, not knowing that there were many eyes watching behind her. A child hiding in the store secretly looked out at the street, but his father whispered to stop him. Don't move. The child didn't care, but Dad, there are people walking outside. People? Is it the Federal Army? The child shook his head. No, it's a beautiful sister. But she looks familiar. The boy's parents looked at each other, and also looked out at the street. A girl was walking on the street that should have been empty, and she was looking around. Her clothes didn't look like the natives of Wulu Star, nor did she look like a member of the Federal Army. In this chaotic time, there shouldn't be people wandering around. She must not be an ordinary person. The boy's mother remained silent. She stared at Qingjiu's back, looking for familiar traces in her mind. Suddenly, she slapped her thigh and whispered, She is Qingjiu, the Interstellar wanted criminal. She is worth 100 billion. The boy's father was stunned when he heard this, and then he also showed enthusiasm. Are you telling the truth? The woman nodded like pounding garlic. Really? I won't be wrong. It's her. The man immediately stood up, not afraid of being discovered, and strode out of the store. When he left the store, he found that other people hiding in the dark were also greedy for Qingjiu, the sweet cake. That's 100 billion. Walking 100 billion. With this 100 billion, they have a chance to escape from here. They looked at each other for a few times, and pounced on Qingjiu at the same time. No matter who gets the 100 billion, all of them have the capital to leave the town. Qingjiu actually found out that someone was hiding in the dark and watching her. After all, those sharp eyes like jackals hunting pierced her, and it was difficult for her not to find out. At this time, they attacked together, and Qingjiu wanted to resist. But when she saw that they were all pale and thin, and wearing ragged old clothes, Qingjiu suddenly gave up the idea of taking out his weapon. The men rushed out, while the women and children stuck their heads out of the shops on both sides of the street, watching everything that happened here. One of the men shouted, "Give up. You can't escape from here." Qingjiu chose to raise her hands and stand still. Seeing that she was so cooperative, the others slowed down for a moment. They looked at each other, as if they were worried about whether there was a trick. Qingjiu saw that they surrounded her and did not dare to step forward, so she took the initiative to say, "Everyone, I'm just passing by. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me." One of the older men came from the back of the crowd, and the men took the initiative to make way for him. It was obvious that this old man had a high status in the town. The old man leaned on his crutches and looked at Qingjiu, saying in a loud voice, "You are the Interstellar first-level wanted criminal Qingjiu, right?" Qingjiu rolled his eyes, shook his head, and said, "You are mistaken. My name is Luo Shujiu, not Qingjiu. I just look like her." The old man heard this, and knocked his cane on the ground with a dong-dong sound. His eyes widened. "Do you think we are 3-year-old children? You want to fool us like this?" Qingjiu did not show any flaws on her face. She reached out to touch her pocket. Seeing this, the others immediately shouted loudly, "Don't move! Don't move, or we will fight!" Qingjiu stopped and said sincerely, "I have an Interstellar resident ID card. Can I show it to you?" The people around looked at each other, and no one dared to agree. Finally, their eyes all turned to the old man. The old man's wrinkled face showed hesitation. A thin man next to him, who looked a little bookish, said to the old man, "Dad, let her take it out and show it to us. If she is not Qingjiu, wouldn't we have worked in vain? And there are so many people here, she can't escape." The old man nodded slightly. "Okay, I do as you say." The man responded, "Yes." He walked away from the old man and approached Qingjiu. He gave Qingjiu a different feeling from the others here. He didn't seem unreasonable. The man said to Qingjiu, "Please show us your ID card." Qingjiu took out the fake ID from his pocket and handed it to the man. The man looked at it carefully for a long time before shaking his head and sighing. He turned back to the old man and said, "The ID is real, she is not Qingjiu." When everyone heard this, the disappointment on their faces fell into Qingjiu's eyes. "Alas, I thought there was hope, but I didn't expect. Our child is still young, God wants me to die. Since she looks so much like Qingjiu, can you hand her over to the Federal Army as Qingjiu? Let's not talk about how the Federal Army will deal with you if you hand over a fake person, and besides, she is a walking 100 billion. How can you guarantee that the Federal Army will not take it all for itself? This is not possible, that is not possible, can we just wait to die?" The man returned Qingjiu's ID card to her amid their complaints, and he apologized slightly. "I'm sorry, we have no choice but to do this." According to the report of Interstellar News, the evacuation of Wulu Star has been completed, and there should be no civilians here. And judging from their evaluation of the Federal Army, it seems that they are different from normal people. They seem to hate the Federal Army. "Qingjiu, it's okay, it's just a little annoying to look too much like a celebrity." She paused, and asked curiously, "Why haven't you evacuated yet? Didn't they say that all the people on Wulu Star have been evacuated?" Before the man could answer, the rough guy next to him started cursing. "Bah! Evacuate? Bullshit! I'm completely disappointed with their Federal Army." As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately echoed, "That's right, what Federal Army protects the people, it's all bullshit. A bunch of good-for-nothings who only take money and do nothing. I don't have any hope for this shitty world anymore, destroy it, and go to hell with the alien beasts." Qingjiu saw that they were getting more and more excited, and silently shrank aside. Seeing this, the man sighed and said to Qingjiu, "I'm sorry, I made a fool of myself." Chapter 237. Qingjiu shook his head and asked, "They seem to have a lot of complaints about the Federal Army? What happened?" The man was about to use other reasons to prevaricate, but the child who was peeking just now ran to Qingjiu's side at some point. He heard Qingjiu's question and said in a baby voice, "They don't want us anymore." The man picked him up immediately after hearing his words and scolded him softly, "Xiaobao, don't talk nonsense." Xiaobao pouted, obviously unconvinced. "Xiaobao is not talking nonsense, they just don't want us anymore." Qingjiu was looking at them with a puzzled look on his face. The man covered Xiaobao's mouth and smiled. It's okay, the child is just talking nonsense. Although the girl in front of him proved that she was not the wanted criminal Chinjio, as an outsider, he didn't trust her much. Naturally, he didn't want to tell her too much about what happened in the town. Who knows if she is a spy sent by the federal army? The old man heard the passionate scolding of others, raised his cane and knocked it on the ground twice again, and everyone's voices gradually weakened. They all looked at the old man, waiting for his next instruction. The old man glanced at Chinjio, waved his hand and said, "Go away, don't come back here." Chinjio was about to say something else, but suddenly a woman's scream came from a distance, and everyone's attention was attracted. A woman fell to the ground, she raised her hands and cried desperately. Everyone followed her line of sight, and looked in front of her, and everyone took a breath. In front of the woman was an alien beast. It looked like a monkey, but the whole face only had one eye occupying the forehead, and the rest was a bloody mouth. It hunched its back, holding a child who looked only 3 or 4 years old. The child was caught, and cried heartbreakingly. The alien beast grabbed his arm with one hand and his calf with the other, and was about to tear the child into pieces and swallow him into its stomach. The incident happened suddenly, and no one had time to react. Even if they went to save the child now, it would be too late. The child's father ran towards the alien beast with all his strength, but it was in vain. "Don't go! Make way!" The man holding the little girl wanted to stop the father from going forward to die. As soon as he said his admonition, he heard the calm and composed voice of the woman beside him. He turned around and looked in the direction of the voice, but a black shadow suddenly passed in front of him. Before he could see clearly what it was, the girl named Luo Shujo had passed in front of him. There were bursts of exclamations from the crowd. Chinjio threw out a long sword. The black blade pierced the back of the alien beast's hand and shoulder, and tied its palm and shoulder together. The alien beast felt pain, and let go of the boy's arm. The boy was lifted up by one leg and hung, crying even louder. The purple-black blood of the alien beast flowed out from the place where the long sword pierced and dripped onto the ground. Chinjio's eyes turned dark red at some point, and her speed was amazing. She surpassed the child's father in an instant and rushed straight to the alien beast. She stretched out her hand and made a fist gesture in the air, and the long sword suddenly blossomed in the alien beast's body, piercing the alien beast so that it could no longer bear the pain and let go of its other hand. The child fell to the ground, and fortunately, he was not very high from the ground, so the child did not fall too seriously, only slightly scratched. Chinjio had come to the alien beast at this time. She grabbed the hilt of the sword and pulled it hard. The barb on the sword pulled out the flesh of the alien beast. The entire arm of the alien beast was torn off and stuck on Chinjio's sword. Chinjio swung the blade of the sword and threw its limbs to the ground, then raised the sword and chopped off the head of the alien beast. The alien beast staggered 2 steps, and was about to fall forward. The child was still in the position where it was about to fall. The blade in Chinjio's hand turned into a long whip. She swung it, and hooked the body of the alien beast, and threw it to the top of the building. Everything happened too fast, and everyone was still in a state of shock. If it weren't for the crying and thanking of the child's mother, they didn't know how long it would take for them to come back to their senses. The child's mother picked up her child and checked carefully. She found that he was only slightly injured. Her heart finally settled down. The emotional fluctuations were too sudden, and she almost fainted on the ground. The child's father supported her and kowtowed to Chinjio. "Thank you, benefactor, thank you, benefactor." Chinjio saw this and quickly helped him up. The long sword in her hand had disappeared. Chinjio touched the back of his head and said embarrassedly, "Don't be like this, I didn't do anything." The child's mother also returned to normal and joined the kowtow. Chinjio had a headache and cast a look for help at the man holding the little girl in the distance. The man put the little girl down and slowly walked towards Chinjio. He first helped the couple up and said, "Take him to the doctor to treat the wound quickly." He must have been scared. The couple finally thanked Chinjio and left quickly with the child. The man frowned and pondered for a moment and asked, "Are you from the Federal Army?" Chinjio, "I'm not." "Man, then how do you explain that you have mechanical weapons? How can you kill the alien beast?" Chinjio thought of Luo Shijo's life. She said, "I have been learning martial arts since I was a child to strengthen my body." The man obviously didn't believe it. He took a step back silently, his eyes full of vigilance. Chinjio found that the people behind the man also began to dare not speak. Chinjio's eyes swept over them, and they immediately lowered their heads and hurried away. Chinjio was puzzled. Just as he was about to ask him why everyone's attitude had changed so much, the voice of the Federal Army suddenly came from a distance. "Hurry, I just saw the alien beast running towards this side. You don't need to look for it, right? There's no one here anyway. You're confused. How do you know there's nothing? If there is, the alien beast ate it and became stronger, wouldn't it be a boomerang? Didn't they say they had all evacuated? You believe what the boss said? Hurry up and look for it, don't chat. The man obviously heard their voices, and immediately threw out a small cleaning mecha to wipe the blood off the ground. He turned around, and helped the old man walk away quickly. In just a few seconds, Chinjio was the only one left on the street. Chinjio looked at the street that had returned to silence, confused. The couple who had just been rescued struggled in their hearts. Chinjio's identity was still a mystery. If they rashly took her in, their family might be discovered by the Federal Army. But if they didn't save her, she would be killed by the Federal Army. As the footsteps of the Federal Army got closer and closer, the couple's inner torment became even worse. The child, who had stopped crying in her mother's arms, whispered, "Dad, please save my sister. My sister saved me too." The father took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and struggled for a moment, finally opening the door and waving at Chinjio. He whispered, "Girl, come here, hurry up." Chinjio walked into their shelter, and just as she hid, she heard the sound of the Federal Army passing by outside. How can that alien beast run so fast? We have been looking for it for more than half an hour, but there is still no trace of it. Logically speaking, it should have run as far as here, right? Is it hiding? Do you really think the alien beast is a human? We are a few humans here, and the alien beast smells the smell and doesn't pounce on us. And it hides. Forget it, there is nothing we can do if we can't find it. Let's go back. Don't look for it. Don't look for it. Just let it eat two people. By the way, we can warn those people on the mist and do start to hide if they can. Otherwise we have to clean up the mess every time. How troublesome. Yeah, then we go back and report? Let's go, and say we have dealt with it. Okay. They walked farther and farther away, and the man was relieved after confirming that they had left. Chinjio asked curiously, "What's going on? It seems that you are very afraid of the Federal Army?" Ah. After Chinjio's behavior of not giving them out, the man completely let down his guard against Chinjio. He said, "No one in the Federal Army is a good person." Chinjio was sorting out the conversation she had just heard. Seeing that she fell into silence, the man took the initiative to say, "Your name is Luo Xiaojiu, right? My name is Fu Shirong. This is my wife Ferong, and this is our child. You can just call him Sheila." Sheila looked timid, but still waved to Chinjio in a friendly manner. "Fu Shirong, as you can see, all of us here are very afraid of the Federal Army. Don't blame them for being so malicious towards you just now. After all, the ability you showed is indeed not like that of an ordinary person." Chinjio, "Can I ask why you are afraid of the Federal Army?" Fu Shirong, "Alas. Do you know about the evacuation of the original residents of Wulu Star?" Chinjio nodded. This matter made the headlines of the news, and there was even a live broadcast of the evacuation. So Chinjio didn't understand why all of their family members stayed on Wulu Star. They didn't look like they were willing not to leave. When Fu Shirong was about to explain to Chinjio, there was a knock on the door, which frightened Fu Shirong and made him silent immediately. Chinjio was bolder. She took the initiative to look up and look out the window, and found that the one knocking on the door was the man who looked gentle and refined. Chinjio walked to the door and opened it. At this time, the other people who had just hidden also appeared one after another, looking at Chinjio with curiosity. Chinjio didn't give them out just now. It seems that Chinjio is not a member of the Federal Army. But how could a little girl with explosive force appear in their deserted town? So when the Federal Army went away, everyone's curiosity reached its peak, and they secretly paid attention to the situation here. The man's eyes stayed on Chinjio's face. Chinjio looked at him frankly, and did not avoid looking at him. After a while, the man raised his hand to her and said, "We were rude just now. Thank you for saving Sheila. My name is Fu Ying, the son of the mayor. The old man you just saw is the mayor of this town." Chinjio also stretched out his hand and shook his hand with him. "Luo Xiaojiu, a free man." Hearing this, Fu Ying chuckled and said, "Free man, great, really great." He glanced at Fu Shirong who came out and said to Chinjio, "Come in and sit down. Shirong, go make a pot of tea." Fu Shirong immediately nodded and ran inside to get ready. Fu Ying treated this place as his own home and sat in the main seat without any courtesy. Fu Ying asked, "How did you get here?" Chinjio had thought of a reason for herself early in the morning. She said, "I came here on my own initiative after seeing the news of recruiting people with combat capabilities to come to support." She had such skills, and Fu Ying had no doubts about what she said. However, Fu Ying took a deep breath and said earnestly, "Let's go, don't go." "Qinjiu, you seem to have a deep prejudice against the Federal Army. Can I ask why?" Fu Ying picked up the tea brought by Fu Shirong, took a sip, and said, "Because the Federal Army abandoned us." Qinjiu remembered what the little girl said just now, and she asked, "What does this mean?" "Fu Ying, when the wormhole disaster just happened, the Federal Army quickly came to Wulustar, which did avoid greater casualties. It's just that the wormhole this time was too powerful, and the first batch of Federal troops that came only lasted half a day before they were wiped out. Later, Master Edel was appointed as the commander-in-chief here, and the military dispatched a large number of troops to Wulustar to fight against the alien beasts, and an evacuation plan was also proposed at this time. These are roughly consistent with the news Qinjiu saw on the internet, so the change in their attitude must have occurred in an event that Qinjiu didn't know." Sure enough, everything Fu Ying said next was unknown to Qinjiu. The evacuation plan will be carried out in batches starting from the settlements near the wormhole. They divided the entire Wulustar into 4 major areas. The first area is the hardest hit area. In the news about evacuations you saw on the internet, the people evacuated were all from the hardest hit areas. Our town belongs to the third area, so the evacuation work is relatively slow. But even if it is slow, we should have gone to the new planet by now. The reason why we are still here is..." While he was talking, other townspeople also gathered outside Fu Shirong's house and whispered to each other. Fu Ying glanced at his compatriots and continued, "The evacuation you saw is true, but only a part of the people in the first district of the entire Wulustar have evacuated, and the lives of people in other areas are still uncertain. According to the news I received 2 days ago, there are no living organisms in the second district. The alien beasts can't find food, and the next target is our third district." Qinjiu heard this and his expression was serious. "Why don't you continue to evacuate? Didn't you protest to the Federal Army?" Fu Ying smiled disdainfully, shook his head, and his eyes were full of helplessness. "How could we not resist? We have tried every way. As long as we send any news about Wulustar, it will definitely fail. The entire Interstellar network seems to have blocked the residents of our Wulustar. Or, they have already regarded us as dead. As for why you don't continue to evacuate, you have to ask the Federal Army. Why else? Don't you just don't want to spend money on us?" Fu Shirong was indignant, and put down the teapot with a little more force, almost spilling the boiling tea on Qinjiu. He apologized quickly, and then continued, "The Federal Army also came here some time ago. They were just passing through our town at that time. I hid here and heard their conversation. They said that all the funds allocated by the higher-ups were divided among them. They had already reported to the higher-ups that they had completed the transfer work, and left us here without caring about anything, leaving us to fend for ourselves." Fu Shirong poured Qinjiu another cup of hot tea and said, "If they hadn't discovered that the alien beasts would be more powerful after eating humans, they would not come to a place like ours to hunt down the alien beasts. What they hope most is that we are all eaten by the alien beasts without any bones left, so that there will be no evidence. But they are afraid that the alien beasts are too powerful, so they thought of a trick. Before the alien beasts kill humans, they first clean up the humans who are useless to them, and reduce the amount of food for the alien beasts." Qinjiu didn't expect that there would be such a dark inside story in the Federal Army, but when she thought about it, the Beast Control Army was already fighting among themselves when she was in Yuntangsing, so it became easy to understand. Qinjiu asked, "So you are just waiting to die here? Don't you do anything?" Fu Shirong smiled helplessly. "What can we do? We can't even afford food and clothing now. Look at them." Fu Shirong pointed at the crowd outside. Most of them were skinny, and looked extremely malnourished. "Fu Shirong, they haven't eaten for 2 or 3 days. The food in our town is almost gone. Now, in order to avoid the Federal Army, we don't even dare to grow food in the town." Qinjiu thought for a moment and asked, "What about Master Edel? Have you looked for Master Edel?" Fu Ying shook his head and sighed. "Master Edel. The current situation is not much better than ours. I don't know who Master Edel offended. I heard that his position has been vacated. Now he has little say on the front line, and is just a puppet. Wuxing will definitely die. He will definitely be the one held accountable." Fu Ying stared at Qinjiu and suddenly laughed. "I apologize for our unreasonable behavior at the beginning, because you really look like the wanted criminal. We originally wanted to use you to exchange for the capital to leave here, but now think about it. Even if you are really Qinjiu, can we still come back alive after handing you over to the Federal Army? I guess they will kill and silence you and take the reward alone. We are also hungry and confused." Qinjiu lowered his head and fell into deep thought as he looked at his terminal that was glowing with normal operation. After a long time, she suddenly asked, "Do you want to do something fun for the Federal Army?" Fooing? Everyone? Qinjiu typed a line of text on the terminal and sent it out, and then she attached her terminal to Fu Ying's terminal. A moment later, Fu Ying's terminal suddenly received information from the Star Network. Fu Ying was shocked. He looked at Qinjiu and asked, "What did you do?" "Qinjiu, I found a professional to open the blockade for your terminal. Now, you are free to send whatever you want." Fu Ying's cautious character made him dare not easily believe Qinjiu's words. "Why do you want to help us?" Qinjiu told the truth. "Because I feel sorry for your situation. Of course, the most important thing is that I have a prejudice against the Federal Army. I can't bear to see them treat civilians like this." Fu Ying was stunned, then smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to be so righteous." Qinjiu grinned. She left all the remaining dry food to them, and then asked them the direction of the wormhole. Fu Shirong was puzzled. "Why are you asking where the wormhole is?" "Qinjiu, didn't I just say it? I'm here to support." Fu Shirong opened his mouth slightly, and couldn't say a word for a long time. He was in a complicated mood. Qinjiu's combat power was so strong that going to support the wormhole would definitely reduce more casualties. But he didn't want Qinjiu to work for those inhuman things. Fu Ying was very calm. He pointed in a direction and said, "It's over there, but it's still a long distance from us. It may be a bit troublesome for you to go there." After he finished speaking, he stood up and walked to the drawer. He opened the drawer, took out a key from it, and handed it to Qinjiu. "Qinjiu, this is..." Fu Shirong saw Fu Ying's actions from the side, and his heart was bleeding. He negotiated, "Can I exchange it for something? You know, I spent a lot of money on this car." Fu Ying glanced at him coldly, and said with ice, "So your son's life is not worth a car?" Fu Shirong was silent instantly. Qinjiu had saved his child's life, but he was still hesitating whether to give the car to Qinjiu. He was really a bastard, so Fu Shirong successfully PUA himself and willingly handed the car keys to Qinjiu. But when he handed it to her, he repeatedly reminded Qinjiu to treat his beloved car well. "Fu Ying, this hover motorcycle was bought by Shirong after saving money for a long time. He wanted to use it to show off his wealth. He didn't even drive it a few times. Now I give it to you. It will be much faster if you drive this way." Qinjiu was a little embarrassed, but after being persuaded by everyone, she still accepted the car keys. "Fu Shirong, don't be polite. If it weren't for you, our town would have suffered a lot of casualties. And you left us dry food, which is a timely help. This is what we need most now. Why play with cars when we can't even eat?" Qinjiu thanked them and drove off the street. Everyone looked at the direction where she disappeared, and they couldn't help but look forward to it secretly. Maybe the order of the Interstellar will depend on her to redefine it in the future. Edel's proposal to attack was rejected by someone for the 13th time, and he came out of the meeting room with a dark face. Jean Chung saw his face and guessed the result of the meeting. Jean Chung followed Edel, and the hurricane on his shoulder was still wiping the blood of the alien beast on his beak. After returning to the room, Edel finally couldn't help but throw the cup on the table to the ground. "Wait for support again. Wait for support. Wait for support. When will it be? Can we wait for support? What's the point of not besieging the wormhole and staying away from it? That will only push the alien beasts further and further away, and the lives of other people still on the Mist Star will not be worth it." Jean Chung is not stupid. He certainly knows the other party's intention. The other party just wants to force Edel to take the charge of poor protection, and use this to send Edel to the military court. But the president arranged a few troublemakers with similar positions to Edel, and Edel's proposals at every meeting were rejected because the number of people who agreed was not more than half. Now they have been rejecting Edel's proposals on the grounds of danger, just to delay Edel's time. Wormholes are obviously a disaster for all mankind, but now they are used as a tool for political struggle. Jean Chung smiled helplessly. As expected, the human heart is the most terrifying thing in the world. Chapter 238. Jean Chung was shaking his head secretly when he suddenly received a message in the terminal. He opened it and smiled disdainfully. It has been solved. Finally, Jean Yu couldn't hide it anymore and his people took action. But what he didn't expect was that Jean Chung had already prepared a backup plan. Jean Chung suddenly wanted to see Jean Yu's frustrated expression after he not only failed to achieve his goal, but also suffered heavy casualties. Jean Chung didn't reply. He turned off the terminal and said to Edel, "Teacher Edel, we can't wait for support. This wormhole is more terrifying than the wormhole of Yuntangsing. Let's make a decision as soon as possible to see how to resist this disaster. How could Edel not know how unfavorable the current situation was for them? He looked at Lightning and Bai Shui, who were gasping for air on the side, and felt angry and distressed. We should still follow the normal process of taking shifts and hold on until the last moment. Wait until all the residents of Wulu Star are evacuated. Teacher Edel. You know this is impossible. Jean Chung wanted to wake Edel up. They have already reported to the higher-ups that the evacuation has been completed. There will be no more evacuation buses risking their lives to come to Wulu Star, and no one will know the truth of this matter. Edel became silent and calm at this time. He looked up and looked at Jean Chung calmly. I know, Jean Chung. So, for the sake of these Wulu Star natives who are trying to survive, we must fight to the last moment. As long as I am not dead, I will try my best to protect their safety. Jean Chung heard this and stopped advising Edel. Edel is a real soldier, and his will and determination cannot be shaken. This is also his charm. Jean Chung raised his hand and saluted Edel. Teacher Edel, I will fight with you until the last moment. No. Edel stepped forward and grabbed Jean Cheng's shoulders. He stared at Jean Cheng's eyes seriously. I have arranged an interstellar train to leave Wulu Star tonight. You take that train. Jean Chung immediately pushed Edel's hand away, took a step back, and his eyes were firm. I won't leave. I won't be a deserter. Edel said stiffly, It's not your turn to choose. This is an order. You just need to obey. Just as Jean Chung wanted to say a few more words, the door of Edel's lounge was suddenly opened, and the two looked at the door at the same time. Shin Jinglan came in, with a cold face and a medical box on her back. After she closed the door, she didn't say anything. She put the medical box on the table by herself. She took out the physical examination instrument from it and scanned it at Edel. Edel was stunned. He looked stunned and finally found his voice. He was surprised and asked, Why are you here? Shin Jinglan showed no emotion. Military doctor, is there any problem? Edel was about to speak, but Shin Jinglan gestured to turn around. He turned around and continued, Yes, there is no list of military doctors. Yes. Shin Jinglan checked Edel's body, and found that he had no other problems except fatigue. She finally relaxed for a moment. She took back the instrument and said, I applied for it. Anyway, we are short of people. Edel, nonsense, you may die at any time here. What a joke you are as a veterinarian. Shin Jinglan looked at him with contempt. Admiral Edel, do I need to remind you? I used to be a member of the Beast Tamer Army, and have experienced life and death situations. If you want to use such low-level threats to persuade me to leave, forget it. Edel was a little annoyed. So you should not treat your hard-earned second life carelessly. Shin Jinglan faced his anger calmly. After he finished speaking, Shin Jinglan asked, Are you done? Your body is seriously lacking in nutrition and rest. I will give you fluids later. You will also leave on the interstellar train with Jean Chung tonight. I won't. Seeing her stubborn look, Edel covered his conscience and taunted. Why don't you want to leave? Are you worried about me? Edel believed that although Shin Jinglan would not leave in a rage, she would definitely taunt him and turn around and leave. Shin Jinglan should be the person who least wants to have anything to do with him. But what he didn't expect was that, after a moment of silence, Shin Jinglan just nodded lightly and replied, Yeah. Now it was Edel's turn to be stunned. The voice of Shin Jinglan kept echoing in his brain, and the word yeah became clearer with each echo. Edel wanted to say something but stopped. Shin Jinglan ignored him, and turned to approach Lightning and Bai Shui. Jean Cheng's eyes lingered on the two of them. He smiled and said, Then I will stay here with Master's wife. Edel woke up and slapped Jean Chung on the head. Don't shout. And you must leave tonight. Jean Chung touched his head, and stole a glance at Shin Jinglan's reaction. Shin Jinglan measured Bai Shui's blood pressure, as if she didn't hear Jean Cheng's words. She must have heard it, but she didn't refute it. Jean Chung also decided not to be a light bulb, and left the room after saying goodbye to Edel. Jean Chung swaggered to the rear of the army, and the president's eyes reported to the president in time. The president looked at Jean Chung in the video, healthy and lively, and his brows were furrowed. What's going on? Didn't Jean Yu take action? How can Jean Chung still jump here? The assistant tried to calm the president's anger, and he said, Mr. President, let's not worry, let's ask His Highness Jean Yu what's going on, maybe he's just jumping around temporarily. The president snorted coldly, waved his hand, and motioned the assistant to ask. So the assistant opened the terminal and chatted with the other party's contact person. But after a few back and forth, the assistant's expression became not so good. The president saw this and asked, What happened? Assistant, Mr. President, A reply came from His Royal Highness Jean Yu, saying, "He failed." The president was furious when he heard this, and slammed the table. The whole space was filled with the sound of the president slamming the table, and the assistant did not dare to speak. When the president recovered, he asked, "What happened? How could it fail?" Assistant: "According to what they said, His Royal Highness Jean Yu's people were suddenly dealt with silently. His Royal Highness Jean Yu only found out about it not long ago, and is now in a bad mood." President: "When did Jean Chung have such a strong backer? Which force is it?" Assistant: "It's not clear yet. In our investigation of him, we did not find any connection between him and any force. The one he has the most contact with is His Majesty Saxony. But His Majesty Saxony has always remained neutral. He will not join the civil war between the two brothers." President: "Investigate. We must investigate thoroughly." Assistant: "Yes." Chapter 239. But due to the mistake, their plan to get Jean Chung out of the way and deal with Edel alone had to be postponed. Ivana thought for a moment and asked, "How did you handle Yi Suixin?" The assistant said, "I have made an appointment with her, and will meet her in an hour." Ivana nodded, finally hearing good news. An hour later, Yi Suixin appeared alone at the door of the president's office. The assistant fumbled around her as usual to make sure she was not carrying any weapons or eavesdropping equipment, and finally took away her terminal before letting her in. After she entered the room, she lowered her head and said respectfully, "Mr. President." Ivana greeted her with a pleasant face and asked her to sit down. Yi Suixin sat opposite Ivana. She took the initiative to ask, "May I ask what instructions did the president summon me for?" Ivana glanced at Yi Suixin and asked with a smile, "How many years has Assistant Yi been an assistant in the beast taming army this year?" Yi Suixin instantly felt that today's meeting was not simple, and it was very likely to be a Hongyan banquet. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. She answered truthfully, "It's been 32 years, Mr. President." More than 30 years. Ivana deliberately dragged out the last word, and looked at Yi Suixin meaningfully. He asked, "Assistant Yi, it's been 30 years, and you are still only in the position of assistant. Don't you think it's a bit of a waste of talent?" Yi Suixin was not sure what Ivana was thinking, so she didn't dare to answer randomly. "No, Mr. President. No matter what position you are in, you are devoting yourself to the beast tamer army." Ivana shook his head. "No, it's different. The position of assistant is destined to be overshadowed, and the one who is admired will always be the commander-in-chief." At this moment, Yi Suixin had understood what he meant. She said nothing, waiting for Ivana to tell her the real purpose of calling her here. Ivana looked up and gave Yi Suixin a playful look. "You are the one who handles all the affairs in the beast tamer army. Have you ever thought about taking Edel's current position and replacing him?" Yi Suixin stood up immediately after hearing this. She stood straight, looking extremely terrified, and did not dare to raise her head. She quickly denied, "No, I have not thought about it, Mr. President." Ivana saw her nervous look and immediately comforted her. Sit down and talk. I don't mean to interrogate you, I am serious." Ivana handed her a report full of Edel's evidence. "Ivana, I think Edel doesn't have the ability to handle the affairs of the beast tamer army. He shouldn't be in this position and do nothing. As long as you sign this report and report Edel's inaction to me in real name, I will find a way to get him out and let you take that position." Yi Suixin didn't refuse immediately, but took the report and read it carefully. The report contained many false charges against Edel, but Ivana handled it very well. Insignificant incidents were infinitely magnified, and countless evidence of defection were planted. Yi Suixin was clear in her mind, and knew what was going on. The president wanted to get rid of Edel. From the moment he arranged for Edel to be the commander-in-chief of Wulu Star, Yi Suixin had already felt something was wrong. Now, Ivana finally revealed his true thoughts. As an assistant of 2 dynasties, who used to follow Zysite, and now follows Edel, her accusation will be more favorable. The president is using her identity to give Edel a blow. After reading it, Yi Suixin put the report back on the table. Ivana looked at her expectantly and asked, "How about this deal? What do you think?" Yi Suixin did not answer, but asked, "After I sign this report, how can I guarantee my rights? How can I guarantee that I can definitely sit in that position? After all, you know, President, I am just an assistant, and I don't have high-level war beasts and dazzling merits. I don't have any real say in the beast-taming army." Ivana chuckled and said to the assistant beside him, "It's just as you thought. It seems that your assistants have a lot of tricks in their hearts." After he finished speaking, he took out another document from the drawer and handed it to Yi Suixin. "It's been prepared. This is the letter of authorization. I've signed it. As long as you sign the letter of accusation, you can have the legal right to hand over. Yi Suixin looked at it, and was a little dissatisfied. Just a temporary agent? The president leaned back in his chair and nodded at her. Edel is also a temporary agent. It will take some time for the follow-up handover of Zeisite's disappearance. As long as you take the position of temporary agent, we will announce to the public that Zeisite can't come back after a while, and you will automatically become a regular employee, right? Yi Suixin put down the letter of authorization, and Ivana's face was not very good. Yi Suixin, in addition to this, I also want a guarantee from His Excellency the President. Ivana's face was cold. It seemed that Yi Suixin was also an ungrateful person. He patiently asked, "What else do you want?" Yi Suixin, I need the President to clear obstacles from other factions before I can be promoted. So that's the request. Ivana's expression softened after hearing this. Okay, no problem. Yi Suixin, deal. So Yi Suixin signed 2 documents under the gaze of the two. She was searched as usual before leaving the President's office. The President's assistant apologized to her before returning the terminal. Yi Suixin certainly knew the process. After getting the terminal, she nodded to the assistant before leaving. Ivana picked up the 2 documents and admired them with satisfaction. It seems that Yi Suixin is not that difficult to deal with. I really thought she was as amazing as the outside world said, but she was easily dazzled by temporary petty gains. Mr. President, don't underestimate Yi Suixin. This person, if used well, is a powerful weapon, but if used poorly, it is a sharp blade stabbing into the heart. We still have to be more careful. The President waved his hand and said impatiently, I know. Anyway, now that the documents have been signed, let's see if Edel can get through this hurdle this time. The rest of the matter is left to you. The assistant took the documents from the President. Yes. Chapter 240. Yi Suixin returned to the office of the Commander-in-Chief of the Beast-Taming Army. She threw down her coat, sneered, and sat back in her chair. She took out the letter that Zeisite left for her from the drawer, and opened it to read it again. Sure enough, Admiral, you are very good at predicting things. Just as you said, Edel's biggest enemy in the future may not be people from other factions, but the President lurking behind him. Sisset had predicted that the Beast-Taming Army would be in trouble after he left, and the opponent's entry point must be Yi Suixin. The solution that Sisset gave Yi Suixin in the letter was also very simple. Agree to anyone who comes to win him over. Yi Suixin didn't understand at first. Since Sisset didn't believe in Edel, why did he let Edel take over his job? Wouldn't it put Edel in an awkward position if she agreed to other people's winning over? Now she knows. Because if Yi Suixin doesn't agree, Edel will die. And she will die too. The President will not stop smearing Edel because there is no report, but he will be angry because of Yi Suixin's refusal and classify her as an enemy. This will not only fail to help Edel, but will actually hand over the entire beast-taming army. In order to make her rebellion look more real, Yi Suixin deliberately proposed more conditions to Ivana to show that she did have ambitions in this regard, and she was greedy and wanted more. Sure enough, Ivana believed it, and she successfully got the letter of appointment. It is estimated that within an hour, the news that Edel was suspected of rebellion would spread throughout the galaxy. After that, the news that she would take over Edel's management of the Beast-Tamer army was released. After these 2 peaceful hours, there will be a lot of dissatisfaction, insults, and dirty water falling on her head. Once Edel is eliminated, Ivana's promise to her will probably become a thing of the past. Of course, she has another choice. As long as she behaves obediently and puppetishly enough, she can gain more trust from Ivana. She sat on Edel's chair and swayed, staring at the chandelier on the ceiling, lost in thought. What does the President want most now? And what does she want to do most now? The President wants Edel's life, and she wants to save Edel's life. The 2 seemingly diametrically opposed answers seem to be unbalanced, and only one of the 2 can be chosen. The quiet room was filled with anxiety and restlessness. She didn't have much time, and she had to think of a way to have the best of both worlds as soon as possible. At this moment, the sudden alarm from her military terminal interrupted her thinking. She frowned slightly, and opened the terminal to handle the affairs. The terminal showed that the wormhole on Wooloo Star suddenly experienced a huge energy fluctuation, and the level was actually rising. This is an A-level wormhole. Where else can it rise? Dispatch. It's too late. Most of the troops of the Beast-Taming Army have gathered near the wormhole of Wooloo Star. There are not many troops that can be mobilized. And now the level of the wormhole is about to rise. No matter how many troops go to support, there will be only one end. Now it is still a question whether the soldiers on Wooloo Star can be saved. Yi Suixin suddenly came up with a plan. She needed someone to help on the front line. After thinking about it, she realized that in the entire Wooloo Star wormhole, the only person who was both trustworthy and capable was Shin Jinglan. She immediately sent a message to Shin Jinglan's terminal. Shin Jinglan saw the message sent by Yi Suixin. She frowned slightly, then looked up at the surrounding environment, and walked silently to a deserted place. If it was a military matter, Yi Suixin would definitely send it directly to Edel's terminal, but she sent it to herself, a military doctor. That means that this matter cannot be known to others, not even Edel. Shin Jinglan opened the dialogue box, and saw Yi Suixin's message. Dr. Shin, find a way to give Admiral Edel an injection and make him faint. Don't let others know. It's best to let him faint in a place where everyone can see during the battle. Shin Jinglan was puzzled by her suggestion. Why? Do you know how dangerous it is to faint near the wormhole? I know, but this is the only way to save him now. The wormhole level is going to rise, and you will soon get the news to evacuate. Pretend that he died in battle before evacuating. Lightning and Bai Shui should be able to hold on for a while. You go first. I will find a way to get them back. No, this is too risky. If Lightning and Snow White can't hold on, all three of them will have to stay here. It's better to take risks than to have no chance. Yi Suixin thought about it, and decided to confess to Shin Jinglan. The president wants Edel's life. If he returns safely, he will definitely die. Shin Jinglan looked at this sentence, and fell into a brief thought. She found that she was not surprised that the president had this idea. Soon, she responded. Okay, I will help you. But have you thought about how to let him escape safely from the alien beast? Yi Suixin's dialogue box showed that it was typing, but no words were uttered for a long time. Shin Jinglan understood, and she took the initiative to respond. Okay, leave this to me. I will make sure he leaves safely. Although Yi Suixin didn't believe Shin Jinglan had this ability, Edel was the person she cared about the most anyway, and she shouldn't joke about Edel's life at this time. So Yi Suixin replied with a okay, and the two ended the conversation. After finishing the chat with Yi Suixin, Shin Jinglan opened a dialogue box with a blank avatar and a blank name. She thought for a moment and started typing. Mr. Fei, can you please help save Edel? The other party might be looking at the terminal and replied quickly. Shin Jinglan repeated the story, waiting for the other party's answer anxiously. She didn't know what to do either. After all, the White Tiger organization and the Federal Army were mortal enemies. If Edel, the current commander-in-chief of the beast-taming army, fell, it would be 100 benefits for them, and no harm, so they should not help rescue him. But the White Tiger organization does things based on their heart, and has no rules. Maybe she has this opportunity. She didn't wait long, and the other party quickly replied okay. Shin Jinglan was still a little stunned when she received the affirmative reply. Mr. Fei. Just agreed. Just agreed without any reason? Fei Qisha's assistant was also puzzled. Mr. Fei, although our people are still on Wooloo Star, why do you want to help Edel? Fei Qisha shook the red wine in the glass, turned back to look at the assistant, and said, I'm not helping Edel, I just want to cause some small trouble for the president. The assistant quickly understood what Fei Qisha meant. He really wasn't helping Edel, but now Ivana wanted Edel to die, so Fei Qisha just wanted to save Edel. Not for anything else, just to cause trouble for Ivana. He didn't care about Edel's life or death, he cared about whether he could anger Ivana to death. Fei Qisha asked, Is everything done? Assistant, it's done. Jean Yu's people have been cleared out by our people, and I have already told Jean Chung. Fei Qisha nodded. Okay, then let them go back to rescue Edel. Assistant responded, yes. Chapter 241. Shin Jinglan had already decided to give Edel an injection of anesthesia when he was relatively safe. She put an anesthesia gun on her waist and walked out of the room. She was a doctor accompanying the team and could request to take the shuttle bus to the front line. Since she was a member of the Beast Tamer Army before, her self-protection ability was stronger than that of ordinary doctors, and it was easy for her to gain the trust of the dispatching personnel. She easily got the approval of her petition to go to the front line. Shin Jinglan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that they were getting closer and closer to the wormhole. If, as Yi Suixin said, the wormhole had begun to upgrade, they would never have a shuttle bus to take people to the vicinity of the wormhole. Fortunately, she seized the time and caught the last bus. Now even if the evacuation notice came out, they couldn't turn around immediately. After landing, Shin Jinglan looked at the miserable situation in front of her, and a crack appeared in her cold expression. The ground was full of human limbs, and the remains of other beasts could not be distinguished as war beasts or alien beasts. The ground had lost its original color, and dried brown blood clots and purple-black viscous liquid covered the entire plain. The fishy smell was everywhere, and it suddenly drilled into her nose and rushed straight to her forehead. Shin Jinglan looked up and saw that the two war beasts, Lightning and Snow White, were dealing with more than 10 alien beasts, and they had many small wounds on their bodies. Snow White's hair was pink and black and purple, which was its own blood and the blood of the alien beasts. Shin Jinglan's eyes moved to a dog-type war beast on the side. It was also besieged by 3 or 4 alien beasts, but it was not as lucky as Lightning and Snow White. The alien beasts rushed up together and pounced on the war beast. It was torn into several pieces amid the screams of its owner. This was the second time Shin Jinglan faced the death of a war beast. But here, death is not a special event. While Shin Jinglan was distracted, an escaping alien beast approached from behind her and was about to pounce on Shin Jinglan. Bang! Ah! A bullet passed by Shin Jinglan's ear and landed accurately on the alien beast. The bullet with alien beast toxin hit the alien beast and immediately reacted with the blood in its body. The alien beast curled up on the ground in pain and soon died of bleeding from all 7 orifices. Shin Jinglan looked in the direction where the bullet came from and saw that Li Fengxing had just put away his gun. He frowned and blamed. Why are you in a daze? You came here to be in a daze. Do you think your life is too long? Shin Jinglan snorted coldly. Take care of yourself. This time I owe you. After that, Shin Jinglan took out the gun that was uniformly distributed, concentrated on observing the situation around him, and began to treat the injured after safely finding them. Li Fengxing also snorted and murmured, It's still this bad temper. Only Edel can stand it. He turned and joined the battlefield to help the war beast relieve pressure. As a flying war beast, Hurricane has strong mobility. It can fight with all federal troops. Jean Chung stood near Edel and cooperated with Hurricane to kill several alien beasts. This situation happened day and night. They started fighting with tense spirits and then dragged their tired bodies back to rest. Before they had enough rest, they had to step into the battlefield again and take over the work of the previous group. As the number of personnel decreased, they worked longer hours and could not rest for more than 4 hours a day. If they hadn't had the enhancer supply, they would have died suddenly on the battlefield. Jean Chung glanced at the direction of the wormhole during the battle, and he was stunned for a moment. The strong energy fluctuations caused the appearance of the wormhole to distort, and the wormhole expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Almost at the same time, the number of alien beasts in the wormhole suddenly doubled. Warning, all frontline personnel, please leave the wormhole immediately. Warning, all frontline personnel, please leave the wormhole immediately. The wormhole level has been upgraded from A to A+, and it is judged to be worthless to defend the wormhole. All federal troops are requested to take the evacuation train. The warning sound issued by everyone's terminal at the same time echoed throughout the space, and everyone fell into a moment of panic. A and A+ levels seem to be only half a level apart, but the number and strength of alien beasts in between are not a little bit. Some people have been in the federal army for decades, and have never heard of the sentence judged to be worthless to defend the wormhole. The meaning of this sentence is very clear. The Misdew planet has been lost. In order to reduce the casualties and losses, the federal government decided to abandon the Misdew planet. The Misdew planet will become an abandoned planet in the interstellar space, where only alien beasts live. Edel had just dealt with an alien beast and heard the alarm. His face turned pale. Abandoning the Misdew planet? That means treating the entire population of the Misdew planet as food for the alien beasts. He couldn't watch this happen. Others have begun to panic and have left themselves a way out. Don't you want me to cover your back? Who is blocking you? I want to go through here too. Bullshit. Don't you just want me to cover your back? Stop arguing. Take the shuttle bus to Wulixing Station and you will be safe. Who will stop the alien beast when we get on the bus? Edel. Yes, Edel. He is the commander-in-chief. He must stay until the end to ensure our safety. Seeing that they had retreated, Edel shouted angrily, Let's see who dares to leave now. I will shoot him. Who do you think you are? Aren't you just a combat commander? Didn't you hear the notice from the headquarters of the Interstellar Federation Army? It is reasonable for me to leave now. That's right. If you like to die here, I won't stop you. Don't drag us down with you. Seeing that he couldn't stop them, Edel sighed. When did the Federation Army become a cowardly person? He just looked back and was instantly relieved. This group of people was planted by the president. They have been against him since the beginning of the decision-making and refused to listen to his plan. Now that they are running away and running first, Edel can't help but feel sad. The Misdew Star could not be defended. He would die if he ran away, and he would not be able to face the residents of the Misdew Star if he ran away. He took a deep breath and said to Jin Chung, "Jin Chung, you go and catch up with him." Jin Chung cooperated with Hurricane to kill an alien beast, and did not look back, and refused decisively, "No, I won't leave. You have to go." Edda whispered, "On your way back, record the situation in other areas and tell people in the entire galaxy about the true situation of the residents of the Misdew Star. They can't die in vain." "What about you, Teacher Edel? What will you do?" Edda looked at the rapidly expanding wormhole with a sharp gaze, without any hesitation on his face. "I am with the Misdew Star." After saying that, his light-colored pupils burst into a bright light, and Lightning and Snow White felt the call, and immediately withdrew to Edel's side. Edel's fingertips slid lightly in the air, and Lightning suddenly lifted Jin Chung from behind and arched him to his back. Jin Cheng's eyes were spinning, and by the time he realized Edel's intention, it was too late. Lightning caught up with the shuttle bus in a few moves. The people who were still squeezing in were still afraid of Lightning, and they all made way for it. Edel finally hugged Snow White's head and kissed it on the forehead. "Let's go!" Chapter 242. After saying that, under his control, Bai Shui also ran towards the carriage. The two killing weapons left, and the alien beast instantly had free hands to attack others. Shin Jinglan had already walked to the side of the car, her hand on the tranquilizer gun at her waist, not knowing whether to shoot. In their established script, Lightning and Bai Shui would stay there to protect Edel until rescue came. But Edel didn't want Lightning and Bai Shui to die here with him, so he moved them away. In this way, as long as Edel fell, he would immediately become the food in the belly of the alien beast. Should she still shoot, seeing that she was getting closer and closer to the car door, she didn't have much time to act. Suddenly, she received a message from a strange dialogue box in her terminal. "It's in place." These 3 words were like a dose of carditonic. Shin Jinglan immediately pulled out the anesthetic, blocked the action with the car body, and aimed the bullet with only a small amount of anesthetic in the direction of Edel. After pulling the trigger, she immediately turned back and got into the car. She used to be the shooting champion in the Beast Tamer army. Although she didn't stay in the Beast Tamer army these years, she didn't neglect to practice. She was sure that her bullet would hit Edel. When she got on the car, she heard the crowd screaming, "What happened to Edel? I don't know, why did he suddenly fall down?" The alien beasts surrounded him. "It's over, he must have turned into pieces." This group of people were still gloating, and Shin Jinglan understood that they were probably people from the president's side, and they came here purely to discuss Edel. However, Shin Jinglan's heart was slightly relaxed. If she saw it right, Edel seemed to have a small lightning under him before he was besieged. Shin Jinglan knew that it was the artificial wormhole of the White Tiger organization. Edel was transferred to the extreme. The door was closed, and the shuttle bus began to rise. An alien beast tried to climb up, but was shot down by others. Jin Chung came to the window, and saw the place where Edel fell. The alien beasts surrounding there had dispersed, and there was nothing in the original place. Jin Chung fell to the ground, and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Bai Shui and Lightning also broke free from Edel's control at the moment before the door closed. This was the first time that Edel used the strongest control on them, and they were caught off guard. When they came to their senses, they were already in the sky. They knew that Edel might be in danger when they saw Jin Cheng's reaction. The two immediately became violent and slammed into the carriage. The whole carriage shook a few times in the air because of their actions, and the others were scared to grab the fixed objects quickly. They shouted, "What do you want to do? Do you want everyone on the train to be buried with you?" Lightning turned his head sharply, showing his white fangs to them, and let out a threatening growl. After all, they are beasts, and they don't need to follow human rules. Even if they are injured, they may not be able to get back at Lightning and Snow White. So the crowd dared not speak out, and could only anxiously inform the conductor. The two war beasts wanted to continue to hit the inner wall of the carriage, but suddenly, they both lost their strength and fell to the ground. After a slight shake, the carriage finally regained stability. Shin Jinglan looked indifferent. She silently took back the tranquilizer gun in her hand, and went forward to check the situation of the two war beasts. When everyone saw that they were saved, they immediately praised Shin Jinglan for being powerful. Only Jin Chung was out of tune with the surrounding atmosphere, with a hurricane nestling on his head. It rarely took the initiative to take care of Jin Chung. It rubbed its wings against Jin Cheng's eyes. It was wiping Jin Cheng's tears. Jin Chung just sat in the corner crying silently, without arguing or quarreling. Shin Jinglan couldn't help but chuckled when she saw the lonely Jin Chung from the corner of her eyes. "Edel, you still treat your students sincerely." There were not many people supporting the front line, so there were only 2 shuttle buses for evacuation. At this time, both vehicles had already set off for the Wooloo Interstellar Station, and the defense of the wormhole completely collapsed. The newly born alien beasts sniffed the air, looking for food sources. They dispersed and left, heading for the third area. The sky gradually darkened, and Jin Chung fell asleep against the wall after crying because of his emotional ups and downs. Shen Jinglan was locked in another compartment with the war beasts. After a long period of fighting, the war beasts finally had time to rest and slept soundly. Several people looked in the direction of Jin Chung from a distance, and they whispered, "Did the president say that he should be dealt with as well?" "Yes, I remember that the president did say that if there is a chance, he should be dealt with as well. But we can't kill him in the car. Besides, you asked me to kill the alien beast, but I can't kill people. We can't do that either, but there is another way. You say. Why don't we just throw him down from here? Even if he doesn't die from the fall, there will be alien beasts that will eat him. You are still ruthless. I have a method. I have a strategy. But how do we open the door in midair? Are you stupid? Are we going to take a break in the 3rd district later? Can't we just throw him in the 3rd district then? That's right. Do you have any anesthetics on you? Shoot him. Yes, I borrowed it from the Beast Tamer army. Okay, you are all ready, then I feel relieved. When the car stopped at the 3rd area, most people chose to get out of the car to get some fresh air. Since the Wooloo had been paralyzed, there were no lights anywhere, and they could only rely on the lights on the car to illuminate the ground around the car. Under the dim light, several people carried Jin Chung out of a corner where no one paid attention, and hid him in a place where the light could not shine. After doing everything stealthily, several people returned to the car as if nothing had happened. Shen Jinglan had no idea that someone was doing something behind her back. She looked at Li Fengxing, who was silent in front of her, and said nothing. Li Fengxing was an expert in the research of alien beast toxin bombs. He was one of the first to get on the car and leave, so he did not see the scene of Edel being besieged by alien beasts. At this time, he got off the bus halfway. He heard the conversation of others, and knew that Edel had died. He found Shen Jinglan immediately, and wanted to ask Shen Jinglan what happened. Shen Jinglan calmly told him the cruel answer, and he couldn't accept it for a while. He is such a powerful person, how could he leave just like that? War is cruel. Isn't the relationship between us and the alien beasts a life and death struggle? Li Fengxing was a little suspicious of her attitude. Why are you so calm? Shen Jinglan asked back, haven't I always been like this? Li Fengxing shook his head. No, it's different when you face Edel. No, it's the same. No, it's different. Shen Jinglan. Li Fengxing sighed. They, a group of people wandering on the edge of death, have long been prepared to sacrifice one day. He quickly accepted the reality. My condolences. Shen Jinglan's calm eyes flowed with an unknown emotion. Her relationship with Edel should not be enough for others to say condolences to her. But Li Fengxing still firmly believed that they would eventually be together. Shen Jinglan did not correct Li Fengxing's statement, but accepted his comfort and responded, yeah. The shuttle train only stopped for 10 minutes to change the power supply, and then immediately summoned everyone to get on the train and leave. After the train left, the originally dark houses on both sides began to show a little light. Chapter 243. Fu Shirong went out with a candle, and he walked to Jin Chung, the light of the fire close to Jin Cheng's face. After a moment, he whispered, it's a young man, wearing the clothes of the Beast Tamer army. Fu Ying also came to Jin Chung. He stretched out his hand to detect his breath, and found that he was still alive. At this time, other people in the town also ran out, looking at Jin Chung, who was left behind curiously. They all looked at Fu Ying, and someone asked, how to deal with it. Some people thought of the evil deeds of the Federal Army, and they got angry when they saw Jin Chung, and said angrily, I say just leave him here and let him fend for himself. Alas, you said he fends for himself, but why don't we fend for ourselves? Did you see the bus just now? I heard them say they were going to give up Wooloo. How long can we, a group of civilians who have no ability to fight back, hold on? If I had known, I would have just come out and robbed their car, let them stay here and we go. Bullshit, they are fully armed. How can you rob them? Everyone was arguing, and Fu Ying had a headache. He looked at Fu Shirong on the side and asked, do you have any way to wake him up? Fu Shirong thought about it, ran inside and took out a small box. He said, this is a drug used to neutralize anesthesia. We used it when we were doing business before. Fu Shirong is a famous veterinarian in the nearby area. He has a way to deal with exotic pets. However, he had never used these drugs on humans, and he didn't know whether they would work on humans. and they didn't know why Jin Chung fainted. If he wasn't anesthetized, they could only wait. But now, we can only try to see if we can wake this guy up. So Fu Shirong injected Jin Chung with a neutralizer, and in less than a minute, Jin Chung slowly opened his eyes. There were only a few blurred candle lights in front of him. He was about to stand up to see the situation around him, but he was shouted, "Don't move, raise your hands, and report your identity." Jin Chung immediately widened his eyes when he heard this, and his out-of-focus vision was slowly becoming clear. He looked around, and the unfamiliar environment made him confused. "Where am I?" Fu Ying squatted down and looked at him, saying, "You have been abandoned by the Federal Army. This is the 3rd District, and they have left." Memories flooded into Jin Chang's mind, and he woke up instantly and stood up suddenly. Others were frightened by his sudden action and quickly stepped back. Fu Ying seemed relatively calm. Before he asked Fu Shirong to wake up Jin Chung, he had searched Jin Chang's body to confirm that he had no weapons. Jin Chung got up and said immediately, "Hi, quickly, find something to defend yourself. The level of the wormhole has increased. It is dangerous for you to stay here. Do you have any means of transportation? Hurry to the 4th District." Everyone saw that his concern was genuine, and everyone looked at each other. Seeing that they did not move, Jin Chung anxiously shouted, "Hurry up! What are you still standing there for?" Fu Shirong sighed and said, "What's the use of leaving? Wulu Star is already an abandoned planet. No matter how much you run, you can't escape the fate of dying in the mouth of the alien beast." Jin Chung disagreed with him. "Let's go first, and talk about the future later. Maybe there is a way to leave Wulu Star in the 4th District?" He suddenly remembered something and said to Fu Shirong, "Terminal." "Yes. Lend me your terminal." Fu Shirong asked in confusion, "What do you want the terminal for?" Jin Chung confessed, "I am the Crown Prince of Chawang Star. The Federation has abandoned you. I can use the power of the royal family to rent an interstellar train to pick you up on Wulu Star." The scene of them cheering and jumping for joy that Jin Chung imagined did not appear. Fu Shirong just shook his head. "It's useless. Our information cannot be sent out. The federal government has blocked all our terminals a long time ago." Jin Chung thought that only their military's private terminals could not be used. It turned out that all the private terminals on Wulu Star were blocked. It seems that the president knew that Wulu Star was not completely evacuated, and he acquiesced to the following approach. Fu Ying has been silent all the time. His terminal is different. His terminal is probably the second one on Wulu Star that can connect to the Star Network. And the first one is Luo Shizhou's terminal, who helped him unblock. He has been struggling with how to ask for help to get rescue. He is afraid that after the real situation of Wulu Star is posted on the internet, they will be dealt with by the Federal Army before they can wait for rescue. To be honest, now is the best time. After all, the Federal Army has already fled from Wulu Star. Even if they send out, the Federal Army will not be able to turn back. But after the wormhole is upgraded, how much time do they have to wait for rescue? In the end, everything is in vain. "Ah!" A beast cry from a distance made everyone gasp. It came too fast. Jin Chung turned around, picked up a stick on the ground, and said to Fu Ying and the others, "Hi, quickly, don't come out." Fu Ying heard this and said in disbelief, "Are you going to deal with them yourself?" Jin Chung only said 4 words, and took the initiative to meet them. "I am a soldier." Everyone was stunned and looked at Fu Ying. This young man seems different from other federal soldiers. Fu Ying thought for a moment and immediately divided the work. "Shirong, you take people to grab weapons and go with me to help the child. Farong, organize other old people and children to go to the 4th District together. If we can't come back, you have to live well." Farong didn't shirk or cry. She knew that the more critical the moment, the more she had to stay calm. She took a last look at Fu Shirong, held the child, and turned back to organize the children and the elderly to leave. Fu Shirong took a group of men and women who were still able to fight. Those who took kitchen knives took kitchen knives. Those who took mops took mops. Anyway, they took whatever they could. When they caught up with Jin Chung, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, only one alien beast found this place. Jin Chung was fighting with the alien beast at this time, and his stick pressed on the neck of the alien beast, shackled it tightly. But the alien beast was also very strong, and Jin Chung could not further cut off its life. "Ah!" At this moment, Jin Chung suddenly heard a shout, and before he could raise his head, he saw a red bucket flying past him and landing accurately on the head of the alien beast. Chapter 244. I saw a rolling pin hitting the alien beast's head again and again. The alien beast's eyes were seriously injured and black blood was flowing out. Jin Chung found that the alien beast's strength had decreased. He immediately pressed down hard on the alien beast's airway. The alien beast died not long after struggling. Jean Chung looked up at this time. The woman in front of him, who looked to be in her early 30s, was hitting the alien beast's head with tears. Jean Chung gave a thumbs up and admired sincerely. "Sister, you are awesome." The woman sniffed and said him, but she did not stop hitting at all. Jean Chung saw that the alien beast had been completely changed, but the woman was not going to stop. Jean Chung said carefully, "Sister, it's dead, you can stop, don't be afraid." The woman still didn't stop. She choked and said, "I'm not afraid, I just think it looks too disgusting." She shouted and hit harder. Jean Chung could even hear the crisp sound of the alien beast's hard bones breaking. This sister has supernatural power. Fu Ying ran over and stopped the woman's actions. The woman wiped her tears and turned her head away. "Too ugly." "Ugh." Jean Chung, Jean Chung kicked the alien beast on the ground and turned it over. "You're disgusting to my sister." Fu Ying looked at the dead alien beast, his expression solemn. "It seems that a large group will come soon. We can hold on to one, but if more come, we won't be able to." He stared at Jean Chung with a scrutinizing gaze, and after a while, he finally made a decision. He handed his terminal to Jean Chung. "You are different from other federal soldiers. I am willing to believe you. This is my terminal, which can connect to the Interstellar network." Jean Chung heard this and asked curiously, "Didn't they say that everyone's terminal cannot connect to the Interstellar network? Why is your terminal?" Fu Ying said, "Today during the day, a child about your age unlocked it for me." Fu Shirong added, "Can you believe it? She looks exactly like the Interstellar wanted criminal Qingjio. If it weren't for the Interstellar resident ID card, we almost arrested her as Qingjio." After hearing this, Jean Chung immediately grabbed Fu Shirong's hand nervously. He asked anxiously, "Where is she now?" Fu Shirong's arm was so painful that he couldn't break free, so he had to continue. "She left. She said she was going to support near the wormhole." Someone was watching Jean Chung behind Fu Shirong. She always felt that Jean Chung looked familiar. After a while, she finally remembered who he was, slapped her thigh and said in shock, "You are Jean Chung. Some time ago, you were commended by the president for helping to catch Qingjio." As soon as the man finished speaking, Fu Shirong immediately pushed Jean Cheng's hand away, stepped back several steps, and looked at Jean Chung with a wary look. "I'm telling you, that person is Luo Xiaojiu, not Qingjio. Don't think about using her to make money. Luo Xiaojiu is the lifesaver of his child. He will never betray her." Jean Chung was speechless for a moment. Sure enough, the president did this to split the relationship between them. Even Fu Ying silently retracted his terminal and hesitated. Jean Chung sighed and said, "We are classmates with Qingjio. How could we want to use her to make money?" And he looked at the woman who had just revealed his identity and said, "Do you think that I, as the crown prince of the richest planet in the galaxy, would be greedy for a mere 100 billion? Everyone, everyone. Although the words are rough, they are true. But why do you want to beat him up so much after hearing it, Jean Chung? And judging from the current situation, it is still a mystery whether we can leave Wulu Star safely. Who has the heart to manage money? I'm just a little worried about her. The Luo Xiaojiu you mentioned, does she really look like Qingjio?" Someone behind him opened the terminal, projected it in the air, and said, "Yes, you look like her. Look, I'm still taking a video." Jean Chung looked up at the big screen. The girl on it was holding a mechanical weapon to fight against the alien beast. Her movements were smooth and without any delay, and she instantly chopped off the alien beast's head. Jean Chung recognized the figure and the mechanical weapon in her hand in a second. She is not Luo Xiaojiu, she is Qingjio. Her mechanical weapon was made by Wang Ling. Confirming that Qingjio is still alive, Jean Chung finally breathed a sigh of relief. His vice president is really something. He didn't even report that he was safe, but Jean Chung is not a 3-year-old kid. He can certainly understand Qingjio's behavior. He said to the person who played the video, "Don't spread this video, okay? It will bring her a catastrophe." The man heard it and immediately nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "Okay, I know. I will definitely not send it out. She is our savior." Fu Ying thought about it again, and still gave him the terminal. Jean Chung thought about it, and felt that it was not suitable for him to come forward at this time. He said to Fu Ying, "You can do this by yourselves, and I will help you secretly." Fu Ying followed his instructions, and began to record what he said. 2 minutes later, a live broadcast room named "Please Save the People of Wulu Star" suddenly appeared. Recently, the wormhole incident on Wulu Star has caused a big stir, and everyone is curious to click in to see who dares to make money from the disaster. They clicked on the live broadcast room and saw a group of yellow-skinned and thin people sitting on the ground. There was no light on the street, and the screen was illuminated by the candles they lit. Fu-Ying looked at the number of viewers in the live broadcast room, which had doubled, and stuttered for a while. "Hello, you guys. My name is Fu-Ying, and I am a member of Fujia Town in Wulustar. Ah, fellow countrymen of Wulustar, are you okay now? Where are you now? Why don't you turn on the lights? Didn't you eat well? Why are you so thin?" Fu-Ying secretly glanced at Jean Chung in front of him through the transparent screen of the live broadcast room. Jean Chung nodded and guided them to answer with his mouth shape. "We are still on Wulustar. The water and electricity are cut off on the entire Wulustar. We can't turn on the lights." "Ah? No, why are we still on Wulustar? Haven't we all evacuated? Could it be that he arranged a fake identity for himself to gain sympathy for traffic? I think so too. It's been more than a week. How could there still be someone on Wulustar?" Jean Chung had long thought that netizens would definitely have doubts. He had taught Fu-Ying what to do before the broadcast started. Fu-Ying was slightly shocked by Jean Cheng's foresight. He picked up an Interstellar resident ID card from his side and put it in front of the camera, saying, "This is my ID card. You can check it at will." Then, he pressed a few times in the live broadcast room and started sharing the host's real-time location. Someone found the pop-up location information and immediately clicked in to see that the host's location was indeed in a place called Fujia Town on Wulustar. For a moment, the barrage exploded. Chapter 245. What happened? Anchor, didn't you leave with the evacuation train? Is there any interstellar train that can go to Wulustar to pick you up? Damn, look at the hot search. The live broadcast room had just been open for a short time, and it was still at the bottom of the hot search, and no one else paid attention to it. This was also intentional by Jean Chung. He asked Fu-Ying to limit the number of people entering the room and turn off the gift reward function, so that the popularity of the live broadcast room has been tepid, and it is not easy to provoke manual review sanctions. Jean Chung is quite familiar with the media operation mode. He guessed when the official media would speak. The entry that rushed to the top of the hot search within a second caused discussion throughout the Interstellar. Wulustar has no value to protect the Federal Army to withdraw defense. As soon as this hot search came out, Jean Chung immediately gestured to let him reopen the gift reward and turn off the limit on the number of people entering the room. With the blessing of the hot search about Wulustar, their live broadcast room also rushed into the top 10 in less than 10 minutes. By the time the public opinion monitoring data found that they wanted to withdraw the entry, it was too late. Wait, what does that mean? Does it mean that the defense of Wulustar has been withdrawn, but you haven't left yet? The soldiers left first, but you civilians haven't left yet? Yes. It was the first time that Fu-Ying faced such a high level of attention, but with Jean Chung around, he felt a little relieved. "I want to report the Federal Army for inaction under my real name. Since Wulustar was hit by the wormhole disaster, it has been divided into 4 major areas according to the degree of danger. The first area is closest to the center of the wormhole, and the 4th area is the safest area." He pointed to a group of companions behind him and continued, "We are residents of the 3rd area and did not get the opportunity to evacuate. What you saw before was a video of some dignitaries evacuating from the 1st district. The evacuation was stopped after the video was taken. The residents of the 2nd district have been basically wiped out and eaten by the alien beasts. Now the alien beasts have also begun to appear in our 3rd district. We have been hungry for a long time, and don't have much strength to deal with the alien beasts. It won't be long before our 3rd district will die in the mouths of the alien beasts, like the ordinary residents of the 1st and 2nd districts. Maybe in a few minutes, the large army of alien beasts will arrive, and we will die here, but we have to tell the truth. We can't die in obscurity." After he finished speaking, the barrage of comments was refreshed so fast that it was invisible. "Can you tell me if this is true or false? I have just asked the technicians to check it. The address is true, and the identity certificate is true. But why is it such a big thing that it is only released now?" Fu-Ying saw the doubt and replied, "Because all our terminals are blocked and there is no way to connect to the Interstellar network. Now I have borrowed someone else's terminal. No wonder one of my online friends from Wulustar suddenly disappeared. She seems to be in the 4th district. I hope she is still safe. Is this what a human being does? Isn't it obvious that they are leaving you there to become food for alien beasts? Don't make a fuss. Is there any way to rescue the remaining people? Where is Edel? Isn't Edel the commander-in-chief on the front line? Why hasn't he appeared and said a word yet?" Someone circled Edel's official account, asking him what was going on. At this time, another entry also made the top 3 hot searches. Today's Star Network can hardly bear such a large influx of netizens. On average, thousands of comments appear on the internet every second, and everyone's enthusiasm for discussing things is unprecedented. When Edel's entry appeared, even Fu-Ying, who had always resented him, couldn't help but look dazed. So Edel didn't speak for them not because he colluded with other federal troops, but because he had died on the battlefield? He looked at Jean Chung blankly, and found that Jean Chung also bowed his head and said nothing at this time, but his face showed a lonely expression. It seems that what they said is true. Master Edel actually. Fu-Ying looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room, and was also discussing this matter at this time. What? I can't accept it. I can't accept it. How could Master Edel? I don't believe it. Has anyone told me that the news is fake? What about Snow White and Lightning? They also don't believe in rumors or spread them. I'm waiting for official news. Look, that's what the official said. What? The Federal Army doesn't deal with the stranded residents of Mist and Dew Star, but they have the nerve to publicize the news of Master Edel's death? What does the Federal Army do for a living? That's right. What are you doing with our taxpayers' money? We demand that you go to Mist and Dew Star to rescue people right now. Otherwise, we won't let you go. The public opinion is too loud and has affected the federal government. The trust of the federal government is in jeopardy. Ivana threw the glass at the door, and the glass broke into pieces and fell to the ground. The assistant didn't dare to speak, for fear of angering the president. What's going on? Why can the terminal of the Mist and Dew Starman connect to the Star Network? And why can't the hot search be removed? Assistant, Mr. President, someone has controlled the StarNet system. Now the StarNet is no longer under our control. Ivana shouted angrily, investigate. Find out who did it. Also, I don't care what method you use, you must remove the hot search. The assistant said timidly, yes. After that, he walked quickly to the door. He glanced at the glass shards on the ground, wiped his sweat for himself, and did not dare to stay here for too long. At this time, some civil organizations saw the situation on Wooloo Star, and immediately gathered together to rent interstellar trains on the nearest planet to rescue Wooloo Star. Seeing that everyone was united, Fu Shirong and others burst into tears. Their hard support finally worked. They finally waited for the dawn. Before Jean Chung had time to breathe a sigh of relief, he heard several beast calls coming from not far away. His face changed, and he didn't care whether he would be exposed. He immediately shouted, "Go! The alien beast is coming!" Hearing his voice, the hearts of everyone in the live broadcast room began to tighten. What should we do? They are just a group of civilians who have no ability to protect themselves. It is still unknown whether they can wait for the interstellar train to come to rescue. The Federal Army is really damned. My filter for them is shattered. Is there anyone who can help them now? Before Fu-Ying had time to turn off the live broadcast, he shrunk the terminal, picked up his weapon, and stood with Jean Chung. Jean Chung did not persuade him this time. Their lives were tied together at this time, and no one could be immune. There were 5 alien beasts coming this time. Without weapons and war beasts, Jean Chung had no chance of winning. The sister who was still vomiting just now picked up 2 rolling pins again, and she couldn't help crying again. Oh my god, ugly thing. She rushed out faster than Jean Chung, and the alien beast found its prey and rushed up without hesitation. Chapter 246. The woman screamed and swung the rolling pin, and the alien beast she hit flew backwards and hit the glass of the shop, which shattered. The alien beast also fell into the shop and twitched, as if its nerves were broken. Jean Chung didn't understand why such a terrifying power could burst out from her small body. But she just cried while beating, and the scene looked as weird as it could be. The most tears, the most fierce fight. Jean Chung saw an alien beast sneaking around and preparing to attack the woman's back. Jean Chung took a few steps forward, and at the moment it jumped up, he used a wooden stick to strangle its neck from behind and retreated. The woman obviously noticed the situation behind her. She sniffed and turned back, raised the rolling pin, and hit the alien beast on the head. Because Jean Chung and the alien beast were too close, the rolling pin fell directly in front of Jean Cheng's eyes. The sound of breaking through the air was sharp and piercing, and the strong wind it brought up was like a sharp blade that scraped Jean Cheng's face fiercely. Jean Chung did not dare to move, and watched the rolling pin hit the alien beast's head. A crisp bone-breaking sound came from the alien beast. He looked down, and saw that the alien beast's head was completely sunken, and the tissue inside was flowing out with blood, and its head was drooping, as if it had no support. Jean Chung carefully observed its back neck and found that the alien beast's cervical vertebrae were already faintly visible under the torn skin and flesh. This stick not only broke the alien beast's head, but also twisted its neck with brute force. Jean Cheng's pupils trembled. He just looked up and found that the woman wanted to continue hitting the alien beast. He was very close to the alien beast, and he was afraid that the woman would accidentally smash his head. Jean Chung immediately shouted, "Sister! Sister! Sister! Stop hitting it, it's dead, dead." The woman's rolling pin, which had already fallen halfway, stopped right in front of Jean Chung. Jean Cheng's eyes gathered on both sides of his nose. He stared at the center of the rolling pin, and his back felt cold. Help, who on earth is this sister? But now is not the time to be dazed. He threw away the alien beast, and immediately turned to the other side of the battlefield. The video of their cooperation in killing the alien beast was broadcast live on the Star Network, and the number of views has exceeded 5 billion. Everyone's attention is not on Jean Chung who suddenly appeared, but on the super-powerful woman. One stick smashed the skull of the alien beast, and also tore its spine. What a niche attack method. My focus is, where did you buy this rolling pin? Why is the quality so good? Sister, you are the female among females, the woman among women. So cool, sister. I really want to change a pink rolling pin for sister. You upstairs, you are such a badass. Sister really broke one. It's okay. Sister still has one. Now there is only one alien beast left. Come on, sister. But why did the elder sister cry while fighting? Is there some system binding that requires her to cry to have strange power? Ah? My friend, please don't look at weird things. No, I am curious too. They look scared to death, but their moves are deadly. What a cute contrast. Please explain, please explain. Hey, are you focusing on the wrong thing? They are now besieged by alien beasts. People will die. If the interstellar train doesn't show up in time, their planet will be abandoned. They will be buried with the planet. But, I feel safest around my sister. I think my sister can protect them. No matter how powerful you are, you can't work non-stop. Is anyone paying attention to the progress of the interstellar train? Yes, 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 don't worry. 3 large interstellar trains have been temporarily suspended and deployed from the neighboring planet to Wooloo Star. We should be able to reach Wooloo Star Station soon. You can't help but feel angry. I just watched the live broadcast next door. When the interstellar train from Suemu Star was heading to Wooloo Star, I found an interstellar train coming out of Wooloo Star, and it was full of federal soldiers. The federal soldiers are so inhuman. How could a soldier run away first? Didn't the president come out to say something? How long has it been? I'm not talking about conspiracy theories, everyone. How could the president not know about such a big thing? And if he really didn't know, why didn't he immediately issue a statement to clarify? It's terrifying to think about it. Everyone may become their abandoned pawns. Stop talking nonsense. I'm afraid that the live broadcast room will be blocked. I want to see my crying sister a few more times. No, I found out. In the past, bad comments about the president and the federal army would be quickly blocked, but not this time. In other words, this live broadcast room is free. Yes. Didn't Fuing just say that their terminal was blocked, but they borrowed someone else's terminal? The terminals of the entire planet were blocked, but that person's were not. Who is this person? He has great abilities. Then may I ask, did Master Edel really not survive? This is very important to us. And what about Snow White and Lightning? At this time, everyone had dealt with this group of alien beasts and sat on the ground to rest. The woman hid at the edge of the camera and vomited again. Fuing opened the live broadcast page again, and Jean Chung also saw the news in the live broadcast room. He sighed and said, Lightning and Snow White have left with the federal army. It was Teacher Edel who forced them to leave in the end. After Jean Cheng's personal admission, the entire galaxy fell into a period of grief. Edel was a godlike idol in their hearts. They thought they could see Edel retire gloriously, but they didn't expect that the first thing they waited for was the news that he died in battle. My war beast? Oh, I don't know either. I don't even know why I'm here. Fuing and the others could answer this. Fu Shirong said, you were thrown out of the car by a few people from the federal army. You must have been anesthetized. Jean Chung looked at Fu Shirong in shock. Jean Chung didn't even look at the residual image of the barrage. Fuing nodded. What he said is true. Jean Chung remained silent, but in his heart, he hoped that Hurricane could return to the War Beast Management Center safely. Fuing didn't know what to say at this time. When he saw someone asking about the woman who was retching on the side, he said, Her? Her name is Fugua, and she is from our town. She is indeed born with more strength than others. Jean Cheng's mouth twitched when he heard this a little bit. Fuing, why are you crying? I think she was scared by the alien beast when she was a child, and then… how should I say? Chapter 247. He thought for a moment, organized his words, and said, she is not afraid, she has a very strange problem. She is allergic to ugly things. Whenever she sees something ugly, she can't help crying and retching. This problem is what she got when she was scared when she was a child. To put it simply, as long as she thinks that the thing is ugly enough to hurt her eyes, she will cry. In fact, she once participated in the selection of the Federal Army, but people disliked her for having this problem and sent her back. Ah, what a niche disease. Crowdfunding. We must crowdfund to buy a pink stick for my sister. Or other colors are also fine. What color does my sister like? Is there any way to stop my sister from vomiting? I think she is almost exhausted from vomiting. What should I do if the alien beast comes, and she is exhausted? Fuing, it's not that there is no way. Let her see something beautiful, and it will stop. Some people began to make suggestions on the barrage. It's very simple. Just listen to me. Let Jean Chung pass the tissue to my sister. Let Jean Chung comfort his sister. Jean Chung. Can't you hide the fact that you are a beautiful vase? It's okay, Jean Chung. Even if you are a vase, you are a steel vase. Jean Chung, don't look at it. They are all bad reviews. What bad reviews? This is a high evaluation of him. Jean Chung, ? Fuing glanced at the barrage, and then carefully looked at Jean Cheng's facial features. He nodded seriously. That makes sense. So Jean Chung was sent to hand Fugua a tissue. Fugua took the tissue and his eyes stayed on Jean Cheng's face for a moment, and he actually stopped vomiting. Everyone in the live broadcast room exclaimed that it was amazing. Do you understand? Consuming male sex is the reward for my sister's hard work in killing enemies. This is what she deserves. Come more, I love to watch. That's right. My sister has worked hard to fight the alien beasts, so what's wrong with consuming male sex? Please stop playing memes. It's time to turn disasters into entertainment. What else? Should I tell them that you are dying soon, so I will start to play the Great Compassion mantra, right? That's right. This is to divert their attention and make them less nervous. Some people will make a big deal out of it. Stop arguing, stop arguing. Can the anchor see this message? Do you have any way to notify other living residents? The car has arrived at the station. You should quickly organize evacuation. Go up, go up. That's right. Now only the anchor can connect to the star network, and other people don't know that someone is coming to help them evacuate. Broadcaster, please spread the news quickly. But I'm afraid that they will encounter a large group of alien beasts before they find anyone. This will put everyone in danger. Does Jean Chung have weapons? Jean Chung, please answer if you hear it. Please answer if you hear it. Jean Chung saw the barrage and shook his head. No, nothing. It's okay. The children and the elderly have been evacuated, and now the young people who are left are fighting. They can hold on as long as they can. As they were talking, there were more beast calls, and just by listening to the sound, they knew that there were a lot of them. Everyone looked solemn, and Jean Chung looked at Fugua who had recovered, and he asked, Sister, are you okay? Fugua thought about seeing those disgusting things again. Her face turned pale, and she reluctantly nodded. It's okay. Jean Chung quickly assigned tasks. It's enough to leave half of the people here. The rest of you, take your vehicles and inform the people who are still in the 3rd district to rush to the 4th district station together. Be careful along the way. Someone asked, is it enough to leave half of the people? Jean Chung. Sister Fugua can replace half of you. You are not very useful here. You might as well do something else. Although Jean Cheng's words hurt their self-esteem, he was also true. After a brief discussion, the part of the Fujia town residents, who decided to inform others, left quickly. Jean Chung picked up a thicker steel stick and threw it to Fugua. Sister, this is easy to fight, take this. Fugua took the stick and stood in the first echelon with Jean Chung. A fierce battle came quietly. Qin Jiu drove the motorcycle forward, and she found that the number of alien beasts on the road increased. This is not a good sign. She didn't pay attention to the situation on the internet, so she naturally didn't know the current situation of Wu Star. Her terminal page always stayed on the map page. She would reach the vicinity of the wormhole in about 20 kilometers. She deliberately took a detour from the small road to avoid encountering a large group of alien beasts. Occasionally, she encountered a few scattered alien beasts on the road. They found Qin Jiu's sweet cake, and wanted to come up to share a piece of the pie. Chinjio did not give them a chance and killed them mercilessly. Chinjio found that now, just like when she was on Yuntangsing, the closer she got to the wormhole, the stronger the familiar call became. Chinjio could even roughly guess the direction of the wormhole without looking at the map. Chinjio felt more and more that the formation of the wormhole was not accidental, and there must be something that attracted them to occur. And she might be one of the attractions. Could it be because she carries the alien gene, so she can feel different fluctuations? She has a bad idea. If the wormhole can react with the alien gene in their bodies, will they? That is, the part of the White Tiger organization that has undergone genetic modification, be affected and become violent and bloodthirsty? Chinjio carefully examined her behavior. She was sure that she was not affected for the time being. When she was about 5 kilometers away from the wormhole, Chinjio stopped. She saw the evacuated Federal Army base camp. Looking at the empty base, she was a little puzzled. What's going on? Why is it empty here? Is the Federal Army planning to give up Wulixing? Or are they all on the front line? Are Teacher Edel and Jean Chung okay? Chinjio's motorcycle has not much energy left, and the closer to the wormhole, the more alien beasts there are. She can't avoid most of the alien beasts by taking the small path. Even if she has a heaven-defying mechanical weapon, she can't guarantee that she can arrive safely. If there were still hovercrafts in the base, her chances would be even greater. Chinjio didn't dare to make too much noise, fearing that she would attract the alien beasts wandering nearby, so she sneaked into the base. Fortunately, she found that the power supply in the base was still usable, and even without the car, she could still recharge her motorcycle. She didn't dare to turn on the light, and slowly groped in the dark. In order to make herself less attractive to the alien beasts, she deliberately smeared a layer of alien beast blood on her body before entering the base. Although the fishy smell almost made her vomit, she still forced herself to hold it back. It smelled bad, but it was still useful. The alien beasts were wandering outside, and did not find Chinjio inside. Chinjio avoided the alien beasts, and searched throughout the base. God will not let those who work hard fail, and finally let her find a spare hovercraft in the garage. Chapter 248. The power of the hover car is still half full, enough to support her to complete the last 5 kilometers. But Chinjio doesn't have an Interstellar driver's license. She can drive a small motorcycle, but she really doesn't know how to drive such a big car. She hid in the car, looking at the button logo and trying to understand the meaning of the button. She seemed to know what to do. So, a few minutes later, a crooked hover car took off vertically. The alien beasts found that there was movement here, and immediately surrounded it, scrambling to pull the car body. Fortunately, Chinjio pressed the accelerator too hard, and the car rose up high enough that even the jumping power of the alien beasts could not touch the vehicle. Chinjio identified the buttons on the complex panel, pressed one of them, and the car suddenly dived down, and Chinjio was scared and let go immediately. The car was lifted up again, like a roller coaster. She operated back and forth on different buttons several times, and the car tilted from side to side, up and down. After she finally figured out how to use the car, the suspension car began to move forward steadily. When the suspension train was halfway in the air, the outline of the wormhole also appeared in Chinjio's field of vision. The outer ring around the wormhole was slowly rotating with a faint glow, and a few alien beasts ran out of the black hole in the middle from time to time. The closer he got to the wormhole, the louder the girl's voice became, but just like before on Yuntangsing, Chinjio couldn't hear what the other party was saying. Chinjio was more certain now that this calling voice would only appear near the wormhole, and it was very likely that it was because of her alien beast bloodline that she could hear it. Maybe other alien beasts were also controlled by this voice. Chinjio came to the top of the wormhole, and she turned on the headlights of the car and shone vertically on the ground. Chinjio looked down from the window, and was shocked by the tragic scene below. Everywhere she looked, there were broken limbs, and she couldn't tell whether they were human or beast. There were only alien beasts howling at her in the whole space, and no one was seen. It seemed that the Federal Army had given up this wormhole, just as she thought. She thought for a moment, and decided to return the same way. But just as she turned the car around, a group of strange-looking alien beasts suddenly flew out of the wormhole. They looked like flying creatures that failed to evolve, with wings missing pieces here and there, and could only fly crookedly. It was even unknown whether the limbs were abandoned in order to evolve wings. They were like a cylinder as a whole, without a mouth and nose, and even without eyes. It was extremely weird. Chinjio was shocked when he saw the appearance of these alien beasts with a little light. How come this alien beast looks so unique? Chinjio didn't have time to sigh too much, and this group of little things had already begun to surround Chinjio's car. Even if they were knocked down by the engine, they still didn't give up, and continued to cover Chinjio's car. Chinjio saw that the transparent glass in front of her was gradually covered with alien beasts, and she had an ominous premonition. They seemed to be specially intercepting her. The engine port of the floating car had been blocked by them and lost horsepower. Chinjio watched the full red warning appear on the control panel, and the system also issued a warning sound. Warning, engine failure. Warning, engine failure. Warning, foreign objects intrusion. Warning, the power system is about to be interrupted. With the last warning, the red light in the car disappeared. Chinjio heard the sound of the engine stopping, and the car lost power. But the scene that Chinjio imagined that the car would dive down quickly and fall to the ground did not happen. These unique little things were holding her car and moving slowly. Chinjio didn't know which direction they were moving in, nor did she know where their destination was. Now it was a blessing in disguise that she didn't find their traces in the car. However, Chinjio vaguely guessed that they wanted to take her to the wormhole. Could it be that this wormhole was also like the wormhole in Yun's Hangsing, which could suck people in? Chinjio was finally able to confirm that she was being taken to the wormhole. The sign that the female voice in her mind became more and more obvious. The noisy sound gave Chinjio a headache. What she was sure of was that this group of alien beasts did not seem to have the desire to attack her. It seemed that they were instructed by someone just to send her to a certain place. All the alien beasts suddenly disappeared at the same time. The world outside the car was extremely silent. Endless darkness enveloped Chinjio and her car. Chinjio could only reach out and touch the wall of the car to make sure she was still in the car. Chinjio just looked up and saw a small white dot in front of the car. It was the only light source in the dark space. Chinjio's pupils shrank suddenly and stopped touching the car body. Chinjio was too familiar with this little white dot. She had seen it on Yun's Hangsing before. At that time, she was also trapped in an endless darkness like now. Chinjio was now 100% sure that she had entered the wormhole again. The only good news was that there were no alien beasts in the wormhole where she was, and the bad news was that she had no way to leave. No. It's not that there is no way. She narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at the small ball swimming towards her. As long as she feeds the ball with blood, the ball will lead her to find the direction to leave. Chinjio suddenly felt that this wormhole was like a huge pitcher plant, trapping her in and slowly tasting her, until it was full and satisfied before opening the cage cover and waiting for the next prey. The white ball was the creator of this trapping game, and the wormhole was the hunting tool it tailored for itself. The white ball was suspended in front of Chinjio, as if waiting for Chinjio to take the initiative to make a deal with it. Chinjio understood the intention of the white ball. She held her hands in front of her chest, and did not go out, just watching it quietly. She was not satisfied with the white ball treating this unilateral hunting as a deal, so she chose to reject the white ball. Time passed by, and Chinjio had enough patience to wait for the next move of the ball. Anyway, there were no humans outside now, and she would waste her life here with it. Instead, the ball lost its temper first. It swayed in front of Chinjio, fearing that Chinjio could not see its existence. Chinjio turned his head away and pretended not to see it. The ball flew to the window on the other side again, and this time it knocked on the glass. Chinjio said slowly, "You tied me up and wanted me to feed you with blood, but what good does it do for me?" She stared at the ball that suddenly stopped, and continued to speak out her guess. "I guess you can't summon alien beasts to attack me or hurt me in this place. If I don't take the initiative to feed you, you can't get my blood at all, right?" The white ball stayed in place for a long time, and finally shook up and down, confirming Chinjio's answer. Chapter 249. Let's see the strength. Chinjio snorted and didn't want to go out anymore. "This one-sided deal doesn't benefit me at all. I don't want it." The white ball swayed left and right, as if it was anxious about how to convince Chinjio to give it what it wanted. Suddenly, it stopped in front of Chinjio and began to wriggle. Chinjio wanted to see what it wanted to do. The next moment, a small picture appeared in the dark space in front of Chinjio's eyes. The picture showed a man lying on the ground. The man was obviously fainted and motionless. Chinjio looked at it carefully and hesitated. "Is this Teacher Edel?" The white ball heard it, neither agreed nor denied it. It seemed to not understand what Chinjio meant. It wriggled again, the original picture disappeared, and a new picture appeared. In the picture, the man pointed to the front, and didn't know what he was saying. "This picture can clearly show that the man is Edel." Chinjio asked, "The person just now, was it him?" The white ball swayed up and down. Chinjio asked, "Is he still alive? Where is he now?" The little white ball swayed up and down again, confirming the answer to Chinjio's first half of the question. But for the second half of the question, it knocked on the glass again, and Chinjio understood what it meant. Exchange yourself for information. TSK. Chinjio didn't expect that one day he would be threatened by a glowing ball. It seems that Edel's current situation is not good. I don't know why he fell there alone. Chinjio is worried that he will be besieged by alien beasts. Without others and in a fainted state, he will be doomed if he encounters a lost alien beast. If there were no clues given by the white ball, Edel might have died there. While Chinjio was thinking, the white ball took over and seemed particularly calm. It was sure that Chinjio would make this deal with it. Chinjio thought for a moment and asked, "How can I believe that you will not tell me where he is after I provide for you? Wouldn't I lose a lot?" The white ball was a little angry. It hit the glass hard, but it only made a light knocking sound. Although the female voice echoing in Chinjio's ears was not clear, Chinjio could also feel that it was angry. The white ball was annoyed for a while, and then reluctantly gave Chinjio another picture. The picture was a bird's-eye view of the mist and dew star, and a red circle appeared. Chinjio knew that this was their current location. Then a red line connected the circles and drew a road on the map. But she only drew a little bit and stopped. Chinjio, Chinjio, you have to pay VIP to continue watching the follow-up content, right? She sighed and said, "Okay, I promise you. But I have a condition. I need you to charge while drawing the route." This time, the white ball agreed very happily. Chinjio finally touched the door handle, opened the door and walked out. The white ball could no longer hold back and circled around Chinjio crazily. Chinjio gently cut her wrist. Although she couldn't see it, she could clearly feel the flow of liquid. The white ball smelled the blood and immediately came up happily. Chinjio saw the bright red blood slowly seeping into the white ball with the light it emitted. The color of the ball changed from snow white to light pink. Chinjio looked around and found that the exit appeared again, but there was no new route on the map. Chinjio retracted the sharp blade, and less than 20 seconds later, the wound she cut was completely healed. The ball was very dissatisfied and hit Chinjio's arm again and again. Chinjio didn't feel any pain, but just a little bit of cold touch. "Chinjio, you don't keep your word, the map has not changed." The little white ball realized that it was too obsessed with eating and forgot. To show its sincerity, it drew a long route for Chinjio, and at the same time, another screen appeared to broadcast the road conditions of the route to her in real time. Chinjio then cut open her skin again, and she fed the little white ball while moving towards the exit. The little white ball did not forget to draw the map this time. With Chinjio's strong memory, she only needed to take a look to remember the road. Until the white ball was full and satisfied, Chinjio had already reached the entrance of the wormhole, and the map leading to Edel was also drawn to the last stroke. Their transaction was completed, and Chinjio left the wormhole without looking back. It was strangely quiet outside the wormhole, and the alien beast seemed to have suddenly disappeared. I don't know if it was a gift from the ball just now. Now is not the time to entangle this. Chinjio has no means of transportation and can only walk. She tried to use the wormhole, but still failed. The wormhole she can summon now is very small, and it has returned to the state at the beginning. The wormhole probably needs time to recover, but she doesn't care. Anyway, the worst case scenario is to find a place to hide for a while, and leave when the wormhole can be used. As long as the ability is not gone, everything is fine. Chinjio walked in the direction indicated by the ball. She was very calm along the way. Not only were there no alien beasts, but even a small animal was hard to see. Finally, after more than 2 hours of walking, she finally found Edel. Edel was still in a coma at this time, and Chinjio carried him on his back without saying a word. It's okay if he fainted, because if he fainted, he wouldn't know who she was. Chinjio thought it might be safer to send him to the vicinity of the Federal Army, but now she didn't know where the Federal Army had evacuated. She had to open the hot search to see if she could get first-hand news. She did get first-hand news, but what shocked her more was the hot search about Edel. Fall? What does it mean? She clicked in and found that the first video was officially released by the Federal Army. From the perspective, the scene should have been recorded by the dashcam in the car. Edel fell to the ground in the picture, and then a circle of alien beasts surrounded him. About half a minute later, Edel disappeared. But there was an important detail that Chinjio did not ignore. She saw the light flashing under Edel. For Chinjio, who can also manipulate wormholes, it was too familiar. It's just, Edel gave her the wormhole to escape not long ago, and now it should be gone. Then it can only belong to her Uncle Fei. She called Fei Chisha's terminal and asked, "Did you save Edel?" Fei Qixia replied, yes, is there any problem? Xinjiu was puzzled. Why? Aren't you mortal enemies? Fei Qixia did not answer but asked, who said, we are mortal enemies? Didn't you hear what people say about me? I do things according to my preferences. I save whoever I want to save. Just think of it as a good deed for me. As he spoke, Xinjiu heard someone on his side calling his name anxiously. Fei Qixia immediately said after hearing the call, no more chatting, no time, goodbye. Chapter 250. Xinjiu heard Edel's voice, turned around, and asked nervously, how do you feel now? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Edel never answered Xinjiu's words. He stared at the familiar face and asked again, are you Xinjiu? You are not dead. Xinjiu was silent for a moment, but decided to shake his head and deny Edel's answer. No, I am not Xinjiu, my name is Luo Xiuzhu. The doubt in Edel's eyes flashed, but he did not continue to ask. He was 100% sure that the girl in front of him must be Xinjiu, but now she has arranged a false identity for herself, which may be her helpless move to make a living. She didn't want to be exposed, and Edel also acquiesced to her identity as Luo Xiuzhu and continued to act with her. Oh, it seems that I made a mistake. He looked around and asked again, where are we now? Xinjiu read from Edel's expression that Edel had actually recognized her, but he chose to play dumb to protect himself, and Xinjiu was very grateful for this. Xinjiu, this is a park on Wulustar. I found you nearby. Edel's memory was stuck on the scene where he sent Jin Chung and the two war beasts away. The next moment, something stabbed him, and then his consciousness began to blur. Fainting in such a place is fatal. Edel is not a 3-year-old kid. He naturally knows that someone must have secretly helped him to sit here. He reached out and touched the back of his neck, and he really felt a small needle hole. This was a man-made accident. Someone knocked him down and rescued him. Edel hadn't figured out who it was yet, but he was sure that it wasn't Xinjiu. Xinjiu's appearance near the wormhole would surely cause a stir. Let alone whether she could save him. Whether she could escape the pursuit was still a big question. After thinking it over, he was sure that the person who saved him was related to the Federal Army, and was also at the scene. Edel recalled the faces of everyone present, and he vaguely locked on an answer. Only doctors and beastmen could get anesthesia, and he couldn't think of anyone else except Shen Jinglan, who had such accurate shooting skills. Edel finished reasoning, looked at Xinjiu, and asked, why did you appear on Wulustar? Xinjiu replied, I read the news and planned to come to support the Federal Army. But, when I arrived at the base, it was empty. Edel snorted and mocked. That's right, they all ran away. Why are they still guarding the wormhole? Edel opened the military terminal and found that his terminal had been cancelled. He said with disdain on his face, you're so fast. Xinjiu thought about it, turned on the hot search, and the terminal screen appeared in front of Edel. Xinjiu, now everyone thinks you have sacrificed. If you suddenly appear, they will definitely be suspicious. You can't go back. If you go back, you will either be in prison or die. Edel also knew this. He silently swiped the hot search, and there was only the rustling sound of the wind blowing the leaves around him. It was extremely quiet. Edel saw that the true situation of the people of Wulustar was finally discovered, and he breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, he looked up and asked, where are Lightning and Baishue? Why is there no news about them? Xinjiu also shook his head. I didn't see any relevant information about them. Edel closed his eyes, leaned his head against the tree trunk, and fell into deep thought. It is highly likely that Baishue and Lightning will not be in trouble. He believes that Shen Jinglan has a way to calm their emotions. And as S-level war beasts, their role is more important than anyone else at a time when wormholes are frequent. The War Beast Management Bureau will most likely find temporary owners for them to continue fighting. I don't know if the two little guys are willing to obey. Xinjiu handed all the weapons and ammunition on her body to Edel, and Edel was curious about the meaning of her behavior. Xinjiu bowed deeply to Edel. I'm leaving, take care of yourself. Edel didn't ask more questions, he just nodded and replied, okay, take care of yourself too. Xinjiu left alone, leaving Edel sitting there. In the dark, Edel could only rely on the moonlight to illuminate the road, and he watched Xinjiu's little figure gradually go away. Looks like you're doing well, so I'm relieved. Edel picked up the guns and ammunition Xinjiu left for him, and walked towards the densely populated 3rd District. He couldn't appear in the sight of the military, but he could help the people evacuate. Jin Chung and his men worked seamlessly, and killed more than a dozen alien beasts. Everyone was exhausted to the extreme, and 2 townspeople were injured. But now, the others didn't have much time to care about their injuries, so they could only let them retreat to the back and not join the fight. The smell of blood on their bodies attracted the alien beasts to attack them, and in the end everyone had to fight around the two injured people to protect their safety. I don't know if it was Jean Cheng's illusion, but he always felt that the number of alien beasts was decreasing, and most of the alien beasts that appeared in front of them again were not difficult to deal with, and they were much easier than at the beginning. They were curious, and the injured man looked at the information on the terminal. He saw the new hot search and shouted, "The wormhole strength has decreased. Now it has become a sea-level wormhole. We can't leave." Jean Chung was shocked. He killed the last alien beast with a stick, walked to the town residents to look at the terminal, and others immediately surrounded him. The hot search changed several times in just a few hours, and this time the hot search became related to the wormhole. The last time the Yuntangsing wormhole was accidentally fallen into by Qin Jiao, and it was downgraded after she came out. This matter was not publicized too much, and only the Federal Army and a few of their classmates who cared about her knew about it. Originally, Qin Jiao should have been isolated and interrogated after returning to Shirong, but the encirclement and suppression incident delayed it, and then the matter was left unresolved. At that time, no one connected this matter with Qin Jiao, but now, Jean Chung suddenly had an idea. Qin Jiao went near the wormhole not long ago, and now the wormhole has suddenly been downgraded. Maybe the downgrade of the wormhole is really related to Qin Jiao, but how did Qin Jiao do it? Has she been hiding in the Wooloo Star waiting for the wormhole to appear? Jean Chung hasn't figured it out yet. He saw the comments in the live broadcast room start to discuss another thing. Look at Master Li Fengxing's account. Jean Chung was also curious. He went to Li Fengxing's homepage. Li Fengxing has only posted 3 dynamics. The first one is to join the Federal Army. The second one is to forward the dynamic of the successful development of the alien beast toxin bomb jointly developed with Professor Arnold. But these 2 dynamics have been sent many years ago. The third one was sent 1 minute ago. The dynamic is a photo and a sentence. The photo shows the control console of the interstellar train, and the caption is, "Return home." Chapter 251. Ah! Is this what Mr. Li meant by taking over the interstellar train? Are you returning now due to pressure from public opinion? Shouldn't you, the Federation Army, put the people's lives, health and safety first? I didn't expect that Master Li Fengxing was also in the evacuation. I turned from a fan to a hater. I've liked you for so many years, but you're just a coward. I'm the only one wondering, does returning mean that Jean Chung and the others have weapons to use? But I've been a fan of Boss Li for so long, and he's not that kind of person. Is there an inside story? Okay, there is indeed an inside story. Look at the picture posted by Captain Shin of the Battle Beast Medical Center. They have kidnapped some people. Jean Chung was attracted by this sentence and asked, "Captain Shin? Who is Captain Shin? Shin Jingwan? You don't know her? Impossible. Didn't she also return from the front line? Shin Jingwan, the cold and aloof big sister, I love her so much. Xiao Jin, don't panic. I show you the way." So Jean Chung jumped to Shin Jingwan's homepage from the link they sent. Shin Jingwan also sent a picture, which showed several tied-up federal soldiers with things stuffed in their mouths, looking at the camera with resentment. Fu Shirong saw the picture and recognized them immediately. He said, "It's them, they threw you here." As soon as this was said, the live broadcast room began to angrily curse these federal soldiers, saying that they must be spies. Some people even found out that these people were promoted to military positions in the past 6 months, without any actual achievements, and were just a group of good-for-nothings who would not be recognized in a crowd. Now everyone rushed to comment under Shin Jingwan's picture, asking her who these people were, and what was their relationship with this evacuation and Jean Chung. Shin Jingwan didn't read the comments, but kicked a man who was kneeling in front of him. The man's head hit the ground heavily, and he whimpered in dissatisfaction. Shin Jingwan sneered, "Haven't you figured out your situation yet? Are you still thinking of threatening me now?" The anger in the man's eyes seemed to burst out, but Shin Jingwan didn't care. She just took a step forward, and the whole car turned 360 degrees. Fortunately, Shin Jingwan reacted quickly enough. She grabbed the safety measures on the side to avoid rolling in the car. The other people in the car were startled by this sudden change and exclaimed. When the car stabilized, Shin Jingwan looked at Li Fengxing sitting in the driver's seat with a gloomy face. "Do you want us to die with you?" Li Fengxing was still in shock. He wiped his sweat and said, "No. It's my first time driving an interstellar train. I just pressed the wrong button." Shin Jingwan, Shin Jingwan, you can try pressing the orange-red button over there. Open the hatch and throw a few humans into space at random. I blow up a human firework for you to play with. Li Fingxing listened to her sarcasm like a knife and coughed lightly to cover up his embarrassment. I won't press the wrong button, don't worry. Shen Jinglan. TSK, if this train conductor didn't refuse to cooperate, I wouldn't give my life to you. Li Fingxing lowered his eyes and said nothing, looking like he was listening to the instructions humbly. More than 10 minutes ago, their military terminals were still blocked. They didn't know what happened to Wooloo Star later, nor did they know about the evacuation that was hotly discussed on the hot search. In fact, he had only been on Wooloo Star for less than a day, so he didn't know the real situation of Wooloo Star. Like the public, he also thought that the residents of Wooloo Star had all evacuated. But he always felt that the evacuation of the Federal Army this time was a bit strange. The group of people in the carriage, who had similar ranks to him, but were very unfamiliar to him, did not feel sorry for not being able to defend Wooloo Star like other soldiers. On the contrary, they showed a relaxed and happy expression on their faces, as if they had completed a mission and could finally go home. Li Fingxing felt something was wrong and immediately found the person he was most familiar with in the carriage. Shen Jinglan was half an insider. Although she could not tell everything Yi Suixin had said to her, she could tell Li Fingxing some information that he didn't know. This included the news that the residents of Wooloo Star had not yet evacuated. Shen Jinglan knew Li Fingxing's character. He would never let all the residents of Wooloo Star die in the mouth of the alien beast. Sure enough, Li Fingxing was furious when he heard this. He almost wanted to rush out and argue with others, and persuade them to turn back. Shen Jinglan was calmer than him, so she stopped him and discussed countermeasures with him. They were not clear about the situation outside yet, so they could not act rashly. Shen Jinglan thought about it, and she felt that the most important thing now was to know how much the outside world knew about the events on Wooloo Star, and what the overall trend of the incident was. Their private terminals had to be handed in when they were on a mission, so they naturally could not communicate with outsiders. But the train conductor was different. The train conductor was a hired driver, and the control over the use of the terminal was not so strict. So Li Fingxing came to the cab and borrowed the train conductor's terminal on the grounds that he missed his family. He secretly opened the hot search page, read a few hot searches, and returned the terminal to the conductor with a gloomy face. The conductor was puzzled to see his sudden black face, and thought he had quarreled with his family. When Li Fingxing entered the conductor's room for the second time, he directly put forward his request. He wanted the conductor to drive the interstellar train back. The conductor certainly disagreed. It was the territory of the alien beasts. Wouldn't they die if they turned back? Li Fingxing seemed to have guessed that the conductor would disagree, and he began to threaten the conductor to turn back. His voice just reached the ears of the group of strange officers. They whispered, gathered together, and decided to control Li Fingxing. Little did they know that the mantis stalked the cicada, and the oriole was behind. Shen Jinglan waited for them to enter the conductor's room and locked the door tightly. Everyone heard the sound and turned around. They saw Shen Jinglan closing the door and were puzzled. Dr. Shen, what do you mean? Shen Jinglan remained indifferent as always, with an intriguing smile on her lips. Close the door and beat the dog. A group of people realized that this was a trap agreed upon by Li Fingxing and Shen Jinglan. They looked at the huge disparity in the number of people and said sarcastically, "You don't think that just the two of you can beat a group of us, do you?" Shen Jinglan ignored their provocation and said coldly, "Do you admit that you are dogs?" Everyone, The leader was a little angry and said, "Don't go too far, do you know who we belong to?" Chapter 252. Shen Jinglan, I don't want to know. After saying that, Shen Jinglan quickly pulled out the tranquilizer gun and accurately hit two of them, and the two fell to the ground. Li Fingxing also retreated behind the crowd, holding the conductor's neck. He didn't know when a pair of handcuffs appeared in his hand, and he locked the conductor's hands with a clang. He threw the conductor to the ground and joined Shen Jinglan's team. Shen Jinglan was being besieged by two of the men. She was not in a hurry, raised her leg and kicked. The man protected himself, stepped back a few steps, and fell down. He just fell in front of Li Fingxing. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Li Fingxing looking down at him with a smile. Before he could react, Li Fingxing's tranquilizer gun had hit him. The next moment, his vision began to blur, and finally turned into darkness. Li Fingxing locked his hands to make him lose his ability to fight, and then looked in the direction of Shen Jinglan. As soon as Li Fingxing looked up, the man standing in front of Shen Jinglan fell straight down, and his head hit the plush carpet without making any sound. All the other men were shot and fainted. Li Fingxing opened his mouth wide, and looked at the men staggering on the ground, silently giving a thumbs up. Shen Jinglan did not feel the slightest joy of being praised, but instead showed disdain. There is not a single one who can fight. When did the physical fitness of the Federal Army become so poor? Li Fengxing swallowed his saliva and looked at Shen Jinglan with some resentment in his eyes. Although they are not very good at fighting, they are also above the average level. Is there a possibility that Sister Shenyu are too strong? Shen Jinglan shrugged and turned back to open the door. Outside the gate stood 2 swift leopards, one black and one white. On the back of the black swift leopard was a dirty golden winged eagle. Behind the 3 war beasts was a group of federal soldiers who dared not move forward. Shen Jinglan chuckled and said to Snow White, "Well done." Snow White yawned and licked her nose. Lightning sat down and licked her paws. Hurricane jumped to the ground and was combing her hair. No one dared to move forward despite such a warm scene. Who dared to underestimate these 3 little things? Just now, they really wanted to kill everyone present. Lightning and Snow White wanted to make trouble after waking up, but Shen Jinglan whispered in their ears, "Edel is not dead, he was just transferred. This is a way to save his life." Lightning and Snow White heard this. Their eyes widened, and the appearance of each other was reflected in their golden eyes. Shen Jinglan almost became their mistress, and Lightning and Snow White were relatively nice to her, so Shen Jinglan was not very afraid of them. After hearing Shen Jinglan's words, Lightning and Snow White calmed down, but Hurricane, who could not see Jean Cheng, became more anxious. After Shen Jinglan got on the car, she did not see Jean Cheng's figure, and she had already guessed what happened. Jean Cheng should have been left on Wooloo Star, and did not get on the car. Hurricane was not familiar with her, and Shen Jinglan would be attacked if she approached. So Shen Jinglan, Lightning and Snow White said, "You calm its emotions, Jean Cheng will be fine." The reason why Shen Jinglan was sure that Jean Cheng was still safe was because she already knew that one of the purposes of Mr. Fei sending people to Wooloo Star this time was to protect Jean Cheng. It should be said that Jean Cheng made some kind of deal with Mr. Fei behind the scenes. Mr. Fei got some benefits from Jean Cheng, so he needed to protect Jean Cheng accordingly. Even if Jean Cheng was left on the Mist and Dew Star, his life would not be in danger. The people who secretly protected him would take action at the right time, just like they saved Edel. Lightning and Snow White went to communicate with Hurricane. After Hurricane called a few times, he finally calmed down. Later, Li Fengxing found her and told her what he felt was wrong. Shen Jinglan was originally a person who didn't like to cause trouble, but this time, she was willing to help Li Fengxing. If you have to ask why. Although Edel was a man she didn't want, it was not the turn of these cats and dogs to bully him. So Shen Jinglan asked Snow White and Lightning to become smaller, walk from the luggage rack on the roof to the door of the conductor's room, and then return to their original form to guard the door for them. Before the plan started, Shen Jinglan took away all the tranquilizer guns from the beast control soldiers on the pretext of checking the anesthetic dosage in their hands to prevent them from using them against Snow White and Lightning. Later, the door-to-door attack was a great success, and the vehicle control was obtained. By the time the people outside found out that something was wrong, it was too late. With the 2 big Buddhas of Lightning and Snow White, and the Hurricane with amazing attack power, they could not take out the anesthetic and dared not kill the war beasts, so they could only watch what happened. Under their gaze, Shen Jinglan tied up the pile of soldiers who had fainted. While tying the ropes, she complained, "1 or 2 of them are so weak, and they still want to resist. It's shameful for the soldiers who can't even beat the doctor." Li Fengxing, who was about to study how to change the course, looked back at Shen Jinglan silently. He didn't dare to speak, because he might be the one who couldn't beat her. He began to wonder whether Shen Jinglan was a beastman or a fighting soldier before, or whether she secretly learned fighting skills after becoming a veterinarian. This gunmanship and body shape cannot be practiced overnight. Shen Jinglan felt that he slowed down and glanced at him coldly. "Why? Do I have to do it?" No. Li Fengxing didn't dare to neglect it, and immediately sat in the driver's seat, put on his seat belt, and began to study how to return. He muttered in his heart, "Is Shen Jinglan angry today? Why does my grandma look so anxious?" After Shen Jinglan did everything, she felt unsatisfied. She snatched the conductor's terminal, asked Li Fengxing to post, and then logged into her own account and posted a picture. These 2 bright posts were like 2 big slaps in the face of the president at once, making the president, who was far away in Zhongtian Star, slam his table in anger. Of course, Shen Jinglan could not see the scene, but she was finally satisfied. The only thing that made her dissatisfied was Li Fengxing's terrible driving skills. In order to avoid being rolled over, she sat aside, put on her seat belt, and started to browse the driver's terminal. When she saw the news about the downgrade of the wormhole on Wooloo Star, she couldn't help but frown and said, What's going on? This wormhole has also been downgraded. What? The wormhole has changed from the original A level to C level, but now the productivity is low, and the alien beasts that appear are not even at the D level. Look, this man killed one with a rolling pin. Hurricane? Shin Jinglan saw Jean Chung next to the woman and called to the back. Hurricane is coming, your master is here. Chapter 253. Hurricane heard Shin Jinglan's words, stopped stroking his fur, spread his wings and flew to the back of Shin Jinglan's chair, staring at the terminal and tilting his head. It suddenly pecked at Jean Cheng's face projected by the terminal, and finally it could only pass through the air and call out in dissatisfaction. Shin Jinglan, this is fake, I will take you back to him in a while. Hurricane heard this, and then calmed down. Li Fingxing turned on the autopilot mode and turned back to ask, wormhole downgrade? Is it the same as the Yan Tangxing wormhole? Shin Jinglan nodded. Yes, it was downgraded, but it didn't disappear completely. Li Fingxing frowned and said, why did it suddenly downgrade? Didn't we just upgrade to a plus before we left? Is this? The upgrade failed and caused the downgrade? Shin Jinglan's white finger slid across the comment area and said casually, I don't know, I haven't tried wormhole upgrades before, but this year there have been a lot of strange things. Li Fingxing fell silent. He stared at the control panel in a daze. Could it be a wormhole created by the White Tiger organization? He actually doubted his own idea. But the two wormholes that appeared recently were too different from the principles of natural wormholes, so it was hard not to think in that direction. Li Fingxing suddenly became quiet, and Shin Jinglan was still a little uncomfortable. She asked, what are you thinking about? Li Fingxing, tell me, is it possible? His words stopped abruptly, and he suddenly looked down at the group of people who were squirming. These people didn't know where they came from, and he didn't want them to know what he was going to say next. Shin Jinglan glanced at him, and seemed to understand what he meant. She said to Bai Shui and Lightning beside him, do me a favor? Drag them out and keep an eye on them? Bai Shui yawned. Although she was not very satisfied with Shin Jinglan's arrangement, she still stood up and walked towards them slowly, followed by Lightning. Seeing the two war beasts approaching, a group of people on the ground were scared to death. They couldn't stop their sobbing even though their mouths were blocked. Just listening to them, you could feel their fear. Shin Jinglan sneered disdainfully, coward. Li Fingxing slowly turned his head, put his palm on the table, and pointed his two index fingers. How to say it? Why do I feel that Shin Jinglan is not right today, as if he has been angry all the time, which makes him a little excited, and he has become more talkative. He has also been more ruthless in doing things. He can only pray silently for those good-for-nothings. Who told you to mess with the old lady? This old lady was not easy to mess with when she was in the beast-taming army. Now that she smiles less, she has become more terrifying. Li Fingxing tried to make his presence less noticeable, and only dared to rely on the rearview mirror to secretly observe the situation behind him. Bai Shui walked up to them, picked up the rope that tied them, and dragged them out with disdain. But because they didn't cooperate, the rope in Bai Shui's mouth was rubbed off by them several times. Bai Shui growled in annoyance, and Lightning beside her arched Bai Shui's neck. Bai Shui looked at Lightning with a puzzled look. Lightning walked past it, and slapped one of them. Then, they rolled out a meter away in a bundle. Bai Shui's eyes flashed. It walked to Lightning, and also slapped them like lightning. The bundle rolled out another circle. Li Fingxing, isn't this a big cat teasing a mouse? So Bai Shui and Lightning, you and I, followed their miserable whimpers, and finally kicked them out of the room. Hurricane followed them, and even pecked the door-closing button considerately. The door of the conductor's room slowly closed, leaving only Shin Jinglan and Li Fingxing in the room. Shin Jinglan then raised her eyes and asked, okay, what do you want to say? Li Fingxing coughed lightly, found his voice, and said, do you think this wormhole is artificial? Shin Jinglan's hand that was sliding the terminal suddenly stopped. She looked at Li Fingxing and asked, what do you mean? Do you think it was done by the White Tiger organization? Li Fingxing nodded. Last time the wormhole on Yunjian Star was downgraded, I had the same opinion as Edel. I don't think it was a man-made wormhole. But this time, I hesitated. If it is not a man-made wormhole, how can there be such an unreasonable development of upgrading and downgrading? Shin Jinglan. But why did the White Tiger organization make a wormhole here? Wulu Star has neither information nor resources. Wulu Star is just an inconspicuous little planet in the Interstellar, with a small place and not rich in materials. What is the purpose of invading such a planet? Li Fingxing shook his head and said nothing. This was just his guess, but in fact, he didn't understand the answer to Shin Jinglan's question. Shin Jinglan continued, I don't think so. Humanoid alien beasts appeared during the 2 previous artificial wormhole invasions. These 2 changing wormholes only produce ordinary alien beasts. Moreover, most artificial wormholes cannot be captured by the wormhole monitoring system when they are generated. When natural wormholes are generated, the monitoring system will issue a warning. Although this sounds a bit like a conspiracy theory, it is very likely that natural wormholes have also begun to evolve. Li Fengxing leaned back in his chair and looked up at the roof of the car. The gray-white light emitted by the cold light bar fell on his face, making him look extremely pale. If what you said is right, then the catastrophe of mankind is coming soon. Shen Jinglan remained silent, and the blue light on the terminal hit Shen Jinglan's face. There seemed to be something hidden in her eyes. One of the reasons why she could confirm that the wormhole on Wulu Star was not an artificial wormhole was that she had not received Fei Qixia's notice that the laboratory needed to place experimental subjects on Wulu Star. But after such analysis, the results they obtained were worse than expected. The 2 were silent all the way until they successfully returned to Wulu Star. There were 3 large transfer trains parked at Wulu Star Station at this time. Li Fengxing finally found a corner to stop the car. They left the carriage first. Li Fengxing felt a breeze coming from his side. He turned his head and saw a black unidentified object flying towards him. He quickly dodged to the side, and the black object fell to the ground. He looked down and saw that it was a broken stone. Get out! Get out! You are the ones who left us behind. Why are you back? Li Fengxing and Shen Jinglan frowned slightly, but did not speak. On the contrary, the volunteers, who were organizing the evacuation, saw Li Fengxing and immediately stepped forward to block him. Stop scolding, you are scolding the wrong people. Master Li and Dr. Shen are good people. They hijacked the evacuated interstellar train and returned to rescue you. Your terminal cannot receive the signal of the star network, so you don't know. Shen Jinglan has been keeping an expressionless and cold look since she got off the train. At this time, she actually took the initiative to say, "The people you want to fight are inside, please do as you please." After speaking, she waved behind her, and Lightning and Snow White appeared behind her. Hurricane also came out of the carriage and flew into the sky. It's Lightning and Snow White. Is Master Edel here too? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Is he too embarrassed to face us? The volunteer lowered his head and said with regret, Master Edel has died. Chapter 254. What? Impossible. His war beast is still here. It's impossible for it to be sacrificed. That's right. You lied to us. The volunteers heard their doubts and turned to look at Shen Jinglan and the others for help. Shen Jinglan's voice was emotionless, neither loud nor soft, but just loud enough to reach everyone's ears. It's true. Now the 2 war beasts are temporarily under the management of the War Beast Management Bureau. I am a doctor at the War Beast Medical Center, and I am temporarily entrusted with them. Lightning and Snow White were very considerate and sat on Shen Jinglan's left and right. They still needed Shen Jinglan to help them find Edel. Qin Jiu's disappearance had already caused great harm to them. Now if even Edel disappeared, their spiritual worlds would definitely collapse. Her response spread among the crowd, and everyone regretted the fact that Edel had left. Under the persuasion of the volunteers, they boarded the first interstellar train. Some people couldn't swallow this breath, rushed into the military's interstellar train, and punched and kicked several people on the ground. Li Fengxing pretended to persuade him. Okay, stop fighting. Someone will die soon. We will have a hard time explaining when we go back. Just kick them a few times. Shen Jinglan didn't bother to pay attention to him. She turned around and walked to the cargo transport warehouse of the interstellar train and drove out the small hovercraft. Li Fengxing saw the small car about to take off, and he shouted, "Hey! Where are you going? Take me with you." Shen Jinglan didn't respond. Before she took off, 2 swift leopards, one black and one white, lay on the left and right of her cockpit. They pressed their faces against the glass and stared at Shen Jinglan, as if to say, "Dare you try without us, Shen Jinglan, eh?" Shen Jinglan tried to reason with them. "The car is too small, you can't get in." Lightning stretched out its claws, pierced the glass and scratched it downwards, and the glass made a harsh sound. Shen Jinglan was defeated and said helplessly, Okay, I take you. So Shen Jinglan opened the car door, and the 2 swift leopards sandwiched her on the left and right, and sat down, and Shen Jinglan could hardly move. 2 large war beasts sandwiched her. Even Shen Jinglan was a little scared in her heart. But the furry touch was really comfortable. She confirmed that the 2 war beasts had no desire to attack her, and controlled the car to take off. Hurricane followed them not far away. Seeing that Shin Jinglan ignored him again, Li Fingxing was so angry that his teeth itched, and he ran to drive a small car to catch up. Shin Jinglan wanted to patrol everywhere to see if he could find Edel's trace. Her military terminal was directly scrapped after receiving Mr. Fei's last message. It was unknown whether it was Mr. Fei's protection for her. She knew how Mr. Fei acted. He only promised to save people, but did not promise to guarantee his subsequent safety. That meant that Edel was likely to be unconscious in any corner of Wulu Star. But according to the anesthetic dose she gave, Edel should have woken up. I hope he has some brains and doesn't contact the military stupidly. As long as he doesn't appear in the public eye, he is still safe. Shin Jinglan saw someone rushing to the station along the way. It seemed that the yellow-haired boy named Jean Chung helped organize the notification of other residents. She had a good impression of Jean Chung. This boy was very organized, and might be able to take Edel's current position in the future. Shin Jinglan drove the hover car for more than an hour, and finally arrived above the third zone. At this time, Hurricane suddenly let out an eagle cry and swooped down. Shin Jinglan wanted to ignore it, and continue moving forward, but a white claw suddenly pressed on the back of her hand. Shin Jinglan, Shin Jinglan turned her head with difficulty, and looked at Bai Shui. Bai Shui only gave her a look, and Shin Jinglan had no choice but to land the car. The place where she landed was a small town. Shin Jinglan found that this was the town where they had temporarily rested before leaving. She instantly knew why Hurricane came down. The car stopped steadily, and she just opened the door. Bai Shui and Lightning jumped out. Without two big furry clumps, Shin Jinglan felt that the air was much fresher. As soon as she got out of the car, she saw a group of people walking out in the direction illuminated by the car lights. The leader was interacting with Hurricane. It should be said that Hurricane was rubbing its own dirt onto that person. Jean Cheng's cleanliness obsession would not show up when facing Hurricane, and he let it rub as it pleased. Seeing Shin Jinglan appear, he said to her, "Hello, Dr. Shin." Shin Jinglan looked around, and saw that there were only a few people left here. She asked, "Are there any others?" Jean Chung, "Others have already rushed to the 4th district. There are only a few of us here." Shin Jinglan, "Why don't you leave?" Jean Chung, "There are still some alien beasts that have escaped. We are intercepting them here. Although it may not be very useful, we will intercept as many as we can." Shin Jinglan nodded and said nothing. Since the two war beasts are willing to stay here, it is also a good thing for her. So Shin Jinglan turned back and got in the car, ready to leave. Jean Chung asked behind her, "Dr. Shin, where are you going now?" Shin Jinglan thought about it, and made up a reason for herself. She said, "I'm going to the base to see what the wormhole is like now." Jean Chung immediately responded, "I go too." Shin Jinglan frowned. She didn't plan to take Jean Chung with her. Saving Edel was a secret. But if it was Jean Chung? Shin Jinglan was silent for a full minute. She finally nodded and said, "Come on." Jean Chung explained a few words to the Fu family, and got on Shin Jinglan's car. This time, Lightning and Snow White did not stop them. After all, there was no room for them in the car. But the rest of their journey was flat ground, and Lightning and Snow White could keep up by themselves. Not long after the Fu family saw them leave, another car came. Li Fingxing was in the car. He saw Shin Jinglan walking away again, and gritted his teeth to keep up. What they didn't know was that the president had already opened the network of Wulu Star due to the pressure of public opinion. Chapter 255. When they saw the information on the Star Network, they all started to join the discussion. And because the Star Network was opened, the difficulty of rescue was relatively reduced. Now, as long as the residents, who are still on Wulu Star, turn on the positioning system and send their coordinates to the new Star Network, there will naturally be volunteers to drive to pick them up. Jean Chung got in the car, and Shin Jinglan drove the car towards the wormhole without saying a word. Her eyes were always paying attention to the situation below, but Jean Chung suddenly said at this time, "Dr. Shin, Teacher Edel is actually not dead." His tone did not sound like a question, but more like an affirmation. Shin Jinglan was curious about why he suddenly became suspicious, so she asked, "Why do you think so?" Jean Chung, "Because you and the Swift Leopard reacted wrongly. You were too calm, and Lightning and Snow White didn't look like they were after their master passed away. After Lightning and Snow White were anesthetized by you, you were the only one who had contact with them. So, you told them the truth, and they followed you all the time. And you are driving to the base now not to observe the situation of the wormhole, but to find the transferred Teacher Edel." Shin Jinglan looked at Jean Chung with a little more appreciation. "You are very smart." Jean Chung frowned and asked, But how did you transfer teacher Edel? In that case, he could only think of one thing. You have a man-made wormhole? From the moment Shin Jinglan decided to take Jean Chung with her, she guessed that there would be such a moment. She did not deny it, and said, I don't have an artificial wormhole, but your partner does. She suddenly turned to look at Jean Chung, and said in a flat tone, Your partner is Fei Qixia. Jean Chung was startled and moved his butt slightly away from Shin Jinglan. He said in disbelief, Are you from the White Tiger organization? Seeing his defensive face, Shin Jinglan couldn't help but laugh and said, You have also cooperated with the White Tiger organization, so why are you afraid of the White Tiger organization? Jean Chung remained silent, but he was not as stiff as he was at the beginning. He sat up straight. If Shin Jinglan had the idea of harming them at the beginning, they would probably have died countless times. The White Tiger organization. Jean Chung only felt that it was mysterious, and it seemed that they were everywhere. What is their ultimate goal? Do they want to overthrow the federal government? Or do they want to dominate the Interstellar? Jean Chung has no doubt that their infiltration ability will help them achieve their goals sooner or later. As for why he went to the White Tiger organization, there are two reasons. The first is because of his brother. His brother plans to use the future full support for the development of the White Tiger organization as a bargaining chip in exchange for the help of the White Tiger organization to assassinate Jean Chung. He almost succeeded. If it weren't for Qinjiu, Jean Chung might have died on launching. The second is the internal struggle of the Shirong royal family. The war between Lilith's father was fueled by the White Tiger organization, and almost swept Lilith away. He didn't care about the future development of the Shirong royal family. He just didn't want Lilith to become a bargaining chip in their deal. So he used himself as bait to negotiate with the White Tiger organization. As long as the White Tiger organization withdrew from the fight of the Shirong royal family, withdrew its help to Jinyu, and protected himself in return, he would agree to Fei Qixia's condition. It sounded like a loss-making business for the White Tiger organization, but Fei Qixia agreed to it. Even his assistant didn't understand why Fei Qixia was willing to give Jean Chung this face. Fei Qixia didn't explain too much. He just informed the results and let others do it. For Fei Qixia, it was much more cost-effective to make a deal with Jean Chung, a smart man, than to make a deal with Jean Yu and the stupid pigs of the Shirong royal family. Even if Jean Chung couldn't afford the price he wanted now, he could afford to wait. He had waited for 20 years, so why was he afraid of waiting a few more years? Shin Jinglan looked at his profile and teased, Let me guess why you cooperated with the White Tiger organization, is it? Because of your little lover? Jean Cheng's face suddenly became hot, and his ears were dyed pink. He said, It's not a little lover, don't belittle her. Hearing his almost tacit answer, Shin Jinglan snorted and felt a little funny. Obviously, most of the royal family has no true feelings, but the Saxon family is more infatuated than each other, which is quite interesting. Shin Jinglan stopped teasing him and slowed down the car. She said, Please keep an eye out for me and find Edel's location. Jean Chung nodded. He looked at the two hurricane leopards following them and said, They will find out earlier than us. We just need to pay attention to their reactions. This is why Shin Jinglan was willing to bring two war beasts. About 10 minutes later, they met another group of people. About 5 or 6 humans were surrounded by a dozen alien beasts. Because they were holding torches, the alien beasts were still watching around. Jean Chung looked at Shin Jinglan and said, Let's go down and help them. Shin Jinglan didn't want to agree at first. She was still anxious to find Edel, but at Jean Cheng's strong request, she slowly landed the car. When the car landed, a lot of dust was raised around, and the sound of the engine attracted the attention of the alien beasts. Some of them changed their targets and rushed towards Jean Chung and his group. Jean Chung kicked the car door open with force, and used inertia to kick the alien beast lying on the door away. The alien beast fell hard to the ground, and instantly adjusted its posture and pounced again. As soon as the door opened, the alien beasts that were staring at them outside immediately rushed up, greedily looking at the two top-grade ingredients in the car. Bang bang bang. Jean Chung was about to fight them with his bare hands, and Shin Jinglan, who was sitting in the driver's seat, took out a pistol and fired 3 shots at the 3 alien beasts, each shot hitting their heads. Before Shin Jinglan came, she took a lot of alien beast toxin bullets on the train. She threw another gun at Jean Chung, and kicked open the door of the cockpit. Let's go! Don't deal with them in the car. Jean Chung certainly understood Shin Jinglan's meaning. If he didn't get out of the car, he would be besieged by more alien beasts, and it would be very likely that the floating car would be damaged and could no longer be used. And for them, staying in the car was not necessarily safe. This would very likely block their own retreat and be blocked in the car. They couldn't lose here. They had another very important task. To find it. Jean Chung got out of the car. The alien beast's dark green eyes showed greed. They smelled the aroma of food on Jean Chung. They were driven by instinct and wanted to hunt Jean Chung. Compared to the residents, who were resisting with weapons over there, Jean Chung looked easier to deal with, and the smell was sweeter. Alien beasts would also avoid danger and seek good fortune. They knew which side would benefit more at a glance. One of the courses that every beast control army must learn is shooting. Although Jean Cheng's accuracy was not as good as Shen Jinglan's, it was not difficult to hit the alien beast with a huge body. Soon, several more alien beasts fell to the ground. With the cry of an eagle from the sky, Jean Cheng's eyes emitted a dangerous golden light in the dark night. Hurricane and he worked perfectly together to deal with most of the alien beasts. Lightning and Snow White came late. They didn't need anyone to call them. They rushed to the crowd at the first time to protect the residents and wrestled with other alien beasts. Chapter 256. At this time, Li Fengxing, who was following behind them, also arrived. He parked his car next to Shen Jinglan's car. As soon as he opened the door, the alien beast also pounced on his car. Li Fengxing was not prepared and was frightened. Shen Jinglan turned around and shot in his direction, successfully giving Li Fengxing a chance to breathe. Shen Jinglan, don't you have a gun? Li Fengxing's eyes rolled around, fearing that Shen Jinglan would scold him for making such a low-level mistake. He coughed lightly, his face serious. Well, I forgot. Shen Jinglan, Shen Jinglan, you are so stupid. After saying that, she threw the guns and ammunition in her hand to Li Fengxing, rushed into the car, closed the door, and began to look for other weapons. Among the protected people, there was a young man who saw that their live broadcast in Fujia town was so popular, and he was extremely envious of their traffic. At this time, he saw that the people in front of him were all hot figures in the hot spots, and there was a picture of two war beasts fighting with alien beasts. He suddenly felt that the wealth was pouring towards him. He immediately turned on the live broadcast and aimed it at Jean Chung and others. Good evening, everyone. Here is the first-hand live broadcast of the front line of Wulu Star. Hurry up and notify your friends to come in and watch it together. Huh? Is it another new live broadcast room? Since the opening of the Star Network, there are so many live broadcast rooms in your Wulu Star that I can't see them all. Many live broadcast rooms just come in to see the traffic and want to make money. There is no substantial content. It's not as good as the crying giant sister fighting in Fujia town. That's right, it's right. When you see a lot of traffic, you start broadcasting. The evacuation scenes can be seen on the official live broadcast channel. Hello everyone, I jump up and down in various live broadcast rooms just to find a perfect electronic pickled mustard. So far, I have only seen 2 live broadcast rooms that are qualified, so I have to come in and taste whether this one is good or bad. Hiss. No, my family, this live broadcast room seems to be really something. Look, is that Jean Chung, Captain Shen and Master Li? Oh my god. It really is. I only bought a midnight snack, what did I miss? I will be your department representative. Captain Shen drove from the Wulixing station to the 3rd district and happened to meet Jean Chung, so she took Jean Chung with her. Now they are at the junction of the 3rd district and the 2nd district. They should have come down to help because they saw the residents being besieged. Where are they going? I heard that they are going to see the specific situation of the wormhole now. Can't we use satellite to see it? Cold knowledge. Wulixing is too poor and has no satellite. Really cold knowledge. Don't you praise Dr. Shen's shooting skills? Every shot is accurate in the head. Is this reasonable? It can't be that he practiced it by anesthetizing war beasts. Dr. Shen used to be the shooting champion of the Beast Tamer army. Don't you know? Dr. Shen used to be a Beast Tamer army? Yes, it seems that the war beast was sacrificed, so he changed his position. What a pity. Jean Chung and the others were still fighting with the alien beasts, and they didn't realize that they were being broadcast live at this moment. Since this place is the junction of the 3rd and 2nd districts, the number of alien beasts has increased exponentially compared to the 3rd district, and it is a bit difficult for them to deal with it alone. However, since the live broadcast here has become popular, someone has sent troops to support. Shen Jinglan finally found the spare gun in the corner of the carriage. She turned around and kicked away the alien beast that was trying to squeeze into the carriage, then quickly assembled the ammunition and left the carriage. Lightning and Bai Shui, who were originally guarding the residents of Wulu Star, suddenly looked up at the same time and looked at the darkness not far away. Their night vision is not as good as that of the Galaxy Wolf and the Night Emperor Bat, so of course they can't see what is hidden under the night. It's just that this feeling. They are too familiar. Shin Jinglan came out of the car, and 3 or 5 alien beasts came from nowhere. They pounced on Shin Jinglan together, and Shin Jinglan still had no expression on her face and raised her gun to aim at them. But at the moment when she pulled the trigger, she found that the gun in her hand could not fire bullets. Her gun jammed, looking at the bloody mouth that was gradually enlarging in front of her eyes. A trace of panic flashed under her calm expression. At this time, everyone realized that something was wrong here, but it was too late to help her. Shin Jinglan. Dr. Shin. In the shouting of Jin Chung and Li Fengxing, Shin Jinglan subconsciously raised his arms and closed his eyes. But the expected pain did not appear. She felt a warm feeling behind her, and she seemed to fall into a strong embrace. Immediately, she heard a muffled groan in her ear, and a bloody smell penetrated her nose. Shin Jinglan slowly opened her eyes, and saw an arm across her body, with the fangs of the alien beast piercing into it, and blood-red liquid dripping on the ground. The next moment, the alien beast was suddenly knocked away, and Bai Shui bit its neck, making it unable to move. Lightning followed closely, and fought with the remaining alien beasts. The air seemed to condense suddenly, and no one made a sound. Except for the roar of the beast, it was terribly silent. Everyone present looked at the man who suddenly appeared with disbelief. Even the bullet screen in the live broadcast room suddenly stopped. After a long silence, the bullet screen resumed to slide quickly. Is there something wrong with my eyes? I think I saw. Master Edel? Is it Master Edel's ghost? No, how can a ghost be bitten by an alien beast? Alive. Master Edel is still alive. This is the greatest news in the interstellar world. But he was clearly besieged by a group of alien beasts, and then disappeared. Can anyone tell me what's going on now? Does Master Edel know how to escape underground? Although, I really want to support them. Does anyone think that Captain Shin and Master Edel are a good pair? Supporting everything will only hurt you. I declare that the Love Deeply CP group has officially debuted. Get lost. What time is it now? You are still saying something inappropriate. Master Edel's arm seems to be seriously injured. It won't be disabled. Bah! Don't be such a bad mouth. Shin Jinglan looked up. Edel's gentle face was close at hand, and his light-colored pupils flickered dimly. Because of the pain, a thin layer of sweat covered his forehead. He frowned slightly, looked down at Shin Jinglan, and whispered, Where did you learn the emergency avoidance methods you learned in the beast-taming army? Shin Jinglan rarely refuted. She bit her thin lips and said, Why did you show up? Do you know that you will die if you show up now? Edel let her go, did not answer, but said, Go inside to see if there are other guns. This one can't be used, I will cover you. After that, Lightning and Snow White returned to their side to defend. Shin Jinglan came to the door under their cover. As soon as she entered the car, she immediately turned back and pulled Edel into the car. She locked the car door and isolated the alien beasts outside. They could only rage helplessly. Shin Jinglan took out the disinfectant spray specially used to treat wounds caused by alien beasts from the emergency medical kit in the car. She cut open Edel's sleeves with scissors and sprayed the deep holes where the bones were visible. Edel gasped in pain. Shin Jinglan blamed, You deserve it. It's better if you die of pain. Edel felt a little wronged. I saved you, and you still treat me like this? Shin Jinglan felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Their plan failed. Chapter 257. Shin Jinglan sighed. Her hands did not stop. She was still treating Edel's wounds. She asked, Are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? You should know what you are facing now. Why did you come out? Edel answered irrelevantly, You haven't talked to me so much in a long time. Shin Jinglan hadn't had such big mood swings in many years. She slapped Edel. Be serious. Edel shrugged and said, I know, but I can't watch you get into trouble. Edel had almost used up the bullets Chinjio gave him along the way. He heard someone calling for help here, and hurried over here. When he arrived, Shin Jinglan and the others were already helping the residents here. Edel even saw Lightning and White Snow, and he deliberately hid to prevent them from finding him. His original intention was to avoid exposure, but when he saw Shin Jinglan being besieged, he could not sit still. Shin Jinglan felt very complicated. If she had not checked the gun in advance, she would not have exposed Edel. Shin Jinglan could only comfort herself by saying that there were only a few of them here, and they could still get away with it by doing some ideological work on the residents of Wulustar. Edel seemed to see what she was thinking, shook his head, pointed at the guy who was live streaming, and said, The guy over there has been live streaming for a while. Shin Jingwan's head hurt more instantly, and she quickly thought about what other ways to let Edel leave safely. Just then, the sound of a suspended train came from outside. Shin Jingwan looked up and saw several military cars floating in the sky. They were the federal troops, who were dispatched to support after watching the live broadcast. Shin Jingwan just felt that it was over. Everything was over. Edel seemed to be calmer than her. Why panic? Don't panic. The worst thing is to go back to jail. I didn't expect that after eating military rations for decades, I would have a chance to change my taste and eat jail food. Shin Jingwan's face was livid, and she remained silent. Edel asked, "It was you who shot me to anesthetize me, right?" Shin Jingwan said him, and her eyes always stayed on the group of people in military uniforms outside. They were not the group of people arranged by the president, but they were familiar faces to them. But because of this, Edel's chance of escape was even slimmer. "Edel, how did you transfer me?" Shin Jingwan looked back at Edel, and her face was reflected in Edel's eyes. Shin Jingwan said coldly, "Don't worry about it." "Well, okay, I won't ask." Edel actually had the answer in his heart, but he didn't want to doubt Shin Jingwan. If Shin Jingwan didn't say anything, he wouldn't ask. After the federal army dealt with the alien beasts here, the leader walked to their carriage and knocked on the door. "Hey, are you guys done with your relationship?" Edel opened the window and punched out, almost hitting the man in the face. The man moved quickly and dodged Edel's attack. The man looked at Edel silently, and Edel looked back at him silently. After a long time, both of them suddenly laughed. "Edel, day after day, you can't spit out ivory from your mouth. Man, everyone knows your little thoughts about Dr. Shin." Edel interrupted quickly. Hey, don't go off topic. Nothing happened to us." The man glanced at him meaningfully and deliberately dragged out the tail tone. "Oh, nothing happened." "Happened." Edel saw that he was asking for a punch, and almost wanted to punch him again. But the man quickly restrained his smile and said seriously, "Edel, your job is not easy." "Edel, what did the higher-ups say?" The man said, "Let us invite you back and make the next plan." Edel sighed, he opened the car door, and was about to jump out of the car. Shin Jingwan subconsciously grabbed his clothes. Edel turned around, patted the back of her hand gently, and whispered, "It's okay, isn't Lao Yu here?" Shin Jingwan let him go. As soon as Edel got off the ground, Lightning and Bai Shui rushed up and threw him to the ground. The back of Edel's head hit the floor with a bang sound. He hissed and cursed with a smile. "You two want me to die, right? It hurts so much." Lightning and Snow White looked down at Edel. They sniffed Edel carefully, as if to confirm whether the middle-aged uncle in front of them was their little old man. Edel smiled lightly, and touched the head of a swift leopard with one hand. Lightning and Snow White did not resist, and let him touch it. After calming down the emotions of the two war beasts, the man called Lao Yu made a pleased gesture. Edel's eyes swept across the faces of Shin Jingwan, Jin Chung, and Li Fengxing, and he followed Lao Yu's footsteps. The young man who had just broadcast live found that the popularity of his live broadcast room was unprecedented. He smelled the breath of traffic for the first time, and his eyes showed a fanatical look. He ignored the obstruction of others, and rushed directly to Edel. He asked Edel questions by picking up the bullet screen in the live broadcast room. "Master Edel, are you a member of the rebel army? Otherwise, how do you explain that you were able to escape in that situation? Also, you disappeared when everyone else hadn't evacuated yet. Is it true that the evacuation of the federal army was actually your idea, as others said?" His questions were sharper than the last. Lao Yu frowned and winked at his men. Someone came over to take him away immediately, but he kept asking questions, as if he would not give up until he achieved his goal. After he was carried away, Lao Yu turned around and patted Edel on the back. "Let's go, ignore those people." The two swift leopards also wanted to get on the car, but this time, they were not allowed to sit in the same car with Edel. Lao Yu patted Edel on the shoulder and said, "I'm sorry." After that, he locked Edel's hands with the shackles in his hands. Edel had guessed it. He seemed very calm and said to Snow White and Lightning, "Listen to Aunt Shin." Lightning and Snow White were stopped outside and bared their teeth at the two federal soldiers. The two young men took a step back, feeling terrified. Shin Jingwan stepped forward to block the two. She looked at the slowly closing car door and murmured with a snort, "Who is Aunt, old man?" Shin Jingwan retracted her gaze and looked at the man who was still calling out. She stepped forward silently to peek at his comments. "No, buddy, you are too much. Don't you have any sense of propriety? Are the current internet celebrities too eager to be famous? They have no moral bottom line at all. That's right. Can someone like Edel, who is on the altar, be slandered at will? Back off. They shouldn't have come to save you. Can anyone close his live broadcast room? I've already reported him for spreading rumors, and his family members should beat him to death. Although most of the comments expressed dissatisfaction with the anchor's behavior, Shin Jinglong still saw the clues from it. Several discordant comments flashed by, but they did not escape her eyes. The host is right. Edel must have secretly communicated with the rebels. Support the federal government to investigate. The withdrawal of the federal army might be directed and acted by him to escape. The host, please ask a few more questions. Why did he run away? Shin Jinglong looked at the slanderous comments and fell into deep thought. Since it has been decided to relax the control of the Star Network on Wooloo Star, of course, there will be normal internet police intervention. In the past, such comments would disappear and be banned immediately. How did they manage to post them continuously now, unless these accounts exist specifically for smearing? It seems that the president's sudden decision to release the Star Network is not only due to public pressure, but also to use another more damaging method to deal with the current public opinion orientation. As long as all the dirty water is thrown on Edel, the president can stay out of it. I'm afraid Edel's fate will not be good when he returns to Jongtian Star. The storm on Wooloo Star that lasted all night finally came to an end. The federal army sent people to guard the wormhole again. The strength of the wormhole has dropped a lot compared to before, and the pressure of garrison has been relatively reduced. Residents of Wooloo Star who want to leave can leave, and those who don't want to leave can continue to stay on Wooloo Star and join the post-disaster reconstruction work that Wooloo Star is about to carry out. Edel was temporarily detained in the detention center, waiting for the next investigation. When Shinjio knew about this, she was still looking for a place to stay on Wooloo Star. She looked at the news about Edel on the Star Network, and sighed almost inaudibly. He couldn't let teacher Edel watch others get hurt in front of him, and Shinjio was not surprised by this result. She closed the terminal and looked at the mountain in front of her, alert. This place looks sparsely populated, and it is indeed a good place for her to hide. It's just that the mountain roads are difficult to walk at night, and there may be wild beasts, so the safety factor is relatively low. After she carefully climbed over a hill, the sky was slightly white. It was almost time for the sun to come out in the morning. Under the light, the outline of the whole mountain became clearer, and the mountain road became relatively easier to walk. In the case that Shinjio's wormhole cannot be used, the safest way is to hide in the mountains and wait for recovery. Shinjio deliberately found an undeveloped mountain range and climbed up from a quiet path. Even the federal army would not set foot in such a place. After all, it is a desolate mountain, and even if there are alien beasts, they can't hurt people. Let them fend for themselves here. The federal army's current focus should be on how to deal with public opinion pressure and disaster area reconstruction, as well as wormhole protection. Shinjio doesn't have to worry about being discovered in the short term. However, two quiet places also have disadvantages. I don't know if water and food can be guaranteed. She could only pray silently that there were some wild fruits on the mountain to fill her stomach. Whenever she came to a place with weeds, she would use a sharp sword to cut the weeds that were taller than a person. When she came to a steep hillside, she hooked the big tree on the top of the mountain with a long whip and slowly climbed up. It must be said that the weapon Wan Ling made for her was extremely handy. Shinjio walked for a whole night in a hungry and thirsty environment. After she climbed over 3 hills in the morning, she finally saw a big tree full of green fruits. There are actually pear trees here. Shinjio was filled with joy. She relaxed her vigilance and walked towards the fruit tree, not noticing the motionless figure hiding not far away. Shinjio had just walked under the tree when she suddenly heard a swoosh sound. The huge net hidden under the dead branches and leaves was closing, and Shinjio was about to fall into it. Shinjio immediately had a sharp blade in her hand, and she swung it hard to her side. The sharp blade cut through iron like mud, and the huge net broke and fell back into the ground. Her eyes suddenly fell accurately on the little boy in the bushes. The little boy was startled and immediately shouted, "Uncle Dougal! Help!" Shinjio wanted to throw the sharp blade into the bushes, but suddenly heard the child's voice. She paused, and then her neck hurt, and the scenery in front of her began to blur. The next moment, she fell heavily to the ground. The little boy was relieved to see that he had saved his life. He ran to the man who had taken back the tranquilizer gun, gave him a thumbs up, and grinned, "Uncle is still awesome." The man poked the boy's forehead and said helplessly, "Why did you come out here? Fortunately, you are not injured. If you were injured, how could I explain to your parents?" The little boy didn't care, and jumped closer to Shinjio. He said, Anyway, Uncle Dougal, you are the most powerful person in our village. No one can compare to you. I will definitely be safe if I follow you. Before he finished speaking, Chinjio, who had fallen down, suddenly sat up, hooked the boy's neck, and put the black dagger in front of his neck with his other hand. Chinjio was careless just now, and was shot with anesthetic without any defense. But fortunately, since she recovered in Fei Chisha's castle, her physical fitness has made a qualitative leap. One day she found that ordinary anesthesia could no longer knock her down. When she was shot just now, her vision was slightly blurred, and she knew that she was anesthetized, so she played along and wanted to see what the two men were going to do. The little boy was kidnapped, crying and shouting, making Chinjio's eardrums burst. Uncle Dougal, why don't you come to save me? I'm so miserable. I'm going to be killed by outsiders. The man called Dougal was very calm, just looking at Chinjio and the little boy silently. After a while, he suddenly laughed and said, "Okay, stop shouting. She doesn't intend to touch you at all." The boy didn't listen and was still shouting. Dougal sighed and said to Chinjio, "You." Before he finished speaking, people suddenly came around. They saw Chinjio holding a knife on the boy, and they all picked up their weapons and were eager to try. "Let him go. Otherwise I kill you. If you dare to hurt him, you will never get out of this mountain. Outsider, you are surrounded. Don't be ungrateful." Hearing this, Dougal couldn't help but have a headache. Things get more complicated. Chapter 258. Chinjio really had no intention of hurting him. She just wanted to buy herself a short respite through this way. Chinjio looked at Dougal. Dougal gave her a different feeling from others. Whether it was the children who were shouting or the adults who wanted to attack Chinjio with tools, they all had the same hostility. And the man stood aside from beginning to end to persuade others to calm down, and Chinjio did not feel any hostility from him. Chinjio's eyes fell on the man accurately, and she said, "Your name is Dougal, right? I have something to tell you." When everyone heard Chinjio's voice, the words with a little accent were like machine guns. "What else do you want to say? Stranger, can you call Mr. Dougal's name directly? Put down Shao Si, I can spare your life. Don't struggle anymore. We won't listen to anything you say." Chinjio ignored the reactions of others. She looked at the man silently, waiting for the man's response. The man raised his hand to stop the noise of others. He looked at Chinjio from a distance and said, "What do you want to say?" "Chinjio, I just strayed here. I will leave soon." Others did not believe Chinjio's words. They wanted to shout, but Dougal stopped them. Dougal looked her up and down and suddenly asked, "Are you Chinjio?" The thing Chinjio feared the most happened now. In a strange place, with her body function declining, she encountered a large number of people who wanted to catch her. Chinjio shook her head. "No, I am not Chinjio. I have an Interstellar resident ID card to prove it." Dougal sneered and said, "That thing can be faked at will." Chinjio frowned and tried to deal with him. "No, how can a resident ID card be fake?" "Dougal, as long as someone wants, there will always be someone who can do it. Ivana has done the same thing. What's so strange about it?" Chinjio was stunned. This person called the president's name directly, and seemed to have a hidden malice towards the president. "He doesn't look like a native resident here." Chinjio suddenly asked, "You are not from here?" Dougal nodded. "I am a stranger in their mouth, just like you." Someone on the side heard that Chinjio was the walking 100 billion, and immediately had evil intentions. He slowly approached Chinjio without everyone noticing. The palm of his hand holding the shovel was slightly sweaty. Just now, he saw that Mr. Dougal's tranquilizer gun couldn't knock her down. This woman is not easy to deal with. There is only one way in this situation. Knock her head. He has done many things to knock the heads of wild animals, but this is the first time he knocks on a person's head. Will he accidentally knock someone to death? He was nervous, and the hand holding the stick tightened again. Chinjio was about to ask something else, but Dougal's face suddenly changed. He ran towards her, shouting, "Be careful!" Chinjio heard a sound of breaking air, and she turned back suddenly, only to see a shovel swinging towards the back of her head. With her current reaction speed, she didn't have time to take out a weapon to intercept, but she could dodge immediately. Chinjio could dodge, but the child in her arms couldn't. Chinjio gritted her teeth and took the initiative to hug the child forward, and the shovel fell straight on her back. Chinjio groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood amid the exclamations of others. Although the child in his arms was not hit, the force from his back still frightened him. He couldn't even cry and sobbed in Chinjio's arms. He found that Chinjio seemed to have put all his weight on him. He looked back and saw a line of blood flowing from the corner of Chinjio's mouth and fainted. Dougal cast a sharp look at the man and the man took a step back. He argued, She is a wanted criminal. I did nothing wrong. We can exchange her for 100 billion star coins. Dougal felt Chinjio's breath. Although her breathing was weak, it was at least normal. Dougal patted Xiaoxi's head and comforted him. It's okay, get up quickly. Xiaoxi left Chinjio's arms with the help of Dougal. He looked back at Chinjio, who was lying on the ground, and suddenly said, Uncle Dougal, Dougal rubbed his head and said, It will be fine. He carefully moved Chinjio to his body, then looked at the man and said coldly, So for the sake of money, you can ignore Xiaoxi's life and death, right? You are not even as good as her, a foreigner. I didn't. Dougal, if she hadn't used her body to block your shovel just now, but ran away, do you think Xiaoxi's head is still alive now? The man moved back guiltily, and Xiaoxi's parents came forward and punched and kicked him. Are you a human? Do you want Xiaoxi to die so much? If Xiaoxi really gets into trouble, I will drag you down with me even if I die. The man was frightened by their madness, threw down the shovel, and turned around and ran. Xiaoxi's parents wanted to catch up, but Dougal said, Forget it, you should go see Xiaoxi first. After hearing this, the two immediately ran to Xiaoxi to check if he was okay. Dougal carried Chinjio on his back and walked towards the village. An elderly man raised his cane and blocked their way. Dougal glanced at the old man and said respectfully, Village chief. The village chief's voice was hoarse, and he asked slowly, Where are you taking her? Dougal answered truthfully, Into the village to recuperate. The village chief's wrinkled face showed displeasure. You want to bring outsiders into the village? Dougal, well, village chief, I am also an outsider. The village chief knocked the ground with his crutches and said angrily, You are not. You are now our villager. Dougal chuckled, Okay, I am a villager. He pointed at Chinjio behind him and said, Village chief, after all, she was injured to save Xiaoxi. We can't just leave her here, right? The village chief frowned, still disagreed. Just heard the kid say that she is an Interstellar wanted criminal, Dougal interrupted the village chief and said, Village chief, I am also an Interstellar wanted criminal. The village chief choked, but at Dougal's insistence, he still let go. He sighed and said, Okay, take her to the most remote place, and don't let her move around in the village. Also, it was you who decided to bring her back, so you have to take full responsibility for her care, and don't let her hurt other villagers. Dougal nodded quickly, and carried Chinjio to the village. Some villagers disagreed with the village chief's approach, thinking that he was inviting a wolf into the house, but the village chief just knocked on the ground, and the others didn't dare to ask more questions, so they could only let Dougal leave. Chinjio's last memory was that she was hit on the back, and she fainted in severe pain. Because of the shovel, the blood and chi in her body that were originally moving slowly began to run at a high speed, and her recovery speed increased exponentially. There is no creation without destruction, and a blessing in disguise. When she regained consciousness, she could clearly feel that she was lying on the bed, covered with a blanket. The light was dazzling, Chinjio's eyelids trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. In front of her was a low ceiling, and above it was a roof covered with traditional tiles. She moved her neck slightly, and heard someone say, Are you awake? Chapter 259. Chinjio looked in the direction of the voice, and found that the man sitting there was the man named Dougal. Chinjio asked hoarsely, Where am I? Dougal said, I took you back to the village to recover. Chinjio clearly remembered that the villagers wanted to take her away not long ago, so why are they suddenly willing to let her enter the village now? Dougal seemed to see her doubts, and took the initiative to explain, I asked the village chief to take you in. Chinjio supported herself on the edge of the bed and got up. Dougal's eyes lit up slightly. He sighed, Your body's recovery ability is really strong. You can achieve this effect after just 1 day of sleep. Chinjio covered her chest, which was still aching, and asked, Why did you help me? Dougal shrugged, played with a teacup in his hand, and said, Maybe because we are all outsiders. Chinjio didn't believe his far-fetched reason. She leaned back and said, You already know my identity. Why don't you want to take me to claim the reward like other villagers? Huh? You don't pretend anymore? Dougal chuckled and returned her forged Interstellar resident ID card to her. I state in advance that your clothes were changed by Xiaoxi's mother. I didn't touch you. These things were also found by Xiaoxi's mother. Chinjio, do you know something that makes you not believe the content on my ID card? Dougal threw his ID card and Chinjio's ID card to Chinjio. Chinjio took Dougal's ID card, and it looked like nothing was wrong. Chinjio thought for a moment and asked, Is your ID card also fake? Dougal, same as yours. Chinjio frowned. Who are you? Dougal stood up. He didn't want to continue the topic. Before turning around and leaving, he said, "Eat the food on the table. Xiaoxi's mother made it for you." The room returned to silence. Qinjiu stood up and looked at the rich food on the table. His stomach growled in cooperation. Qinjiu was not afraid that they would poison the food. After all, they had countless opportunities to attack her during her coma. There was no need to wait until she woke up. And ordinary poisons did not work on Qinjiu. Qinjiu's own purification ability exceeded the cognitive level of normal people. Qinjiu took a bite, his eyes lit up, and he began to eat quickly without stopping his chopsticks. Xiaoxi outside the door hid behind the door frame and peeked at Qinjiu. There were also a few little kids following him. "Xiaoxi, do you think that outsider is a bad person?" "I don't think so. If it wasn't for her, Xiaoxi would have been beaten to death by Uncle Lu." "That's not the case. Uncle Lu wanted to beat that outsider, but he didn't see Xiaoxi. I heard from my parents that the situation was urgent at the time, and Uncle Lu didn't care about Xiaoxi. He only had money in his eyes. What's the use of money? We don't need it in our village. Uncle Lu has always wanted to leave the village and live in a big city. He must want money. Anyway, I don't think she is a bad person. You see, Uncle Dougal is also an outsider, and he is also very good. What do they call outsiders? Wanted criminals." Qinjiu knew they were there, but he didn't say anything inside, and let them discuss at the door. Qinjiu just looked up at the door when she heard what they were discussing, especially when she heard that the man named Dougal was also a wanted criminal. Xiaoxi, who was peeking behind the door frame, saw Qinjiu looking up and immediately put his head back. Qinjiu said, "Come in and sit down." After she finished speaking, the sound of chatting outside disappeared instantly. Qinjiu waited for half a minute and didn't see anyone coming in. She didn't care and ate her own food. I don't know how long it took, but Xiaoxi, who was standing outside the door, suddenly appeared at the door. He walked a few steps to Qinjiu and sat down. A group of children outside didn't dare to come in, and only dared to watch outside the door. Xiaoxi didn't speak after coming in. He stared at Qinjiu closely. The only sound in the room was the clash of bowls and chopsticks when Qinjiu picked up the food. After a long time, Xiaoxi asked seriously, "Who are you? Why did you come to our village?" Qinjiu was almost full. She put down her chopsticks and looked up at Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi was a child about 11 or 12 years old. At this time, he sat at the dining table with only a small head exposed. "Qinjiu, I am an ordinary person who came to support the Wooloo Star wormhole." "No, you are lying." Xiaoxi's eyes were full of disbelief. He said, "You are the same as Uncle Dougal. You are a wanted criminal." Qinjiu asked back, "Why did Uncle Dougal become a wanted criminal?" Xiaoxi said, "Don't change the subject. I'm asking you now." "Qinjiu, it's too long to say. To put it simply, I was hunted by the president." Xiaoxi had a strange look on his face when he heard it. He muttered, "Who is this president? Why is he hunting Uncle Dougal and you?" "Qinjiu, the president, is also hunting down your Uncle Dougal?" "Why?" Xiaoxi shook his head and said, "It seems that the president wants to steal Uncle Dougal's things, but Uncle Dougal won't let him. So..." "Xiaoxi." Dougal's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Xiaoxi turned around and said in surprise, "Uncle Dougal." Qinjiu looked at Dougal, who interrupted Xiaoxi. She raised her eyebrows and asked, "Also?" Dougal flicked Xiaoxi's forehead and scolded in a low voice, "You told everything to others. You sold Uncle Dougal." Xiaoxi covered his forehead and said dissatisfiedly, "Where did I sell it? Obviously you are from the same hometown. You are also a wanted criminal, and she is also a wanted criminal. You are all hunted down by a man called the president. You are a good person, so she must be a good person too." Dougal was speechless. "If you insist on counting it this way, Xiaoxi is not wrong." Dougal sighed, drove Xiaoxi away, and sat in front of Qinjiu again. He held a bowl of steaming hot medicine in his hand, and he handed it to Qinjiu without saying anything. Qinjiu took it and drank it in one gulp without hesitation. Dougal raised his eyelids slightly and asked, "Aren't you afraid that I will poison you?" Qinjiu wiped her mouth and said, "Poison can't kill me." Dougal suddenly laughed. "That's right, Qinjiu's physique is definitely not simple, and ordinary poisons may not be able to poison her." "Qinjiu, what does Xiaoxi mean? You are also wanted by the president?" Dougal looked at her puzzled eyes and nodded gently. "Yeah." Chapter 260. "Why? Did you kill someone or set a fire?" Dougal shook his head. "None." "Then you..." "Personal grudge." Dougal finished speaking, His eyes lingered on Chinjio's inquiring face. Suddenly, he couldn't help laughing and said, "Maybe my situation is the same as yours, and I was imposed on a false charge." Chinjio wanted to ask a few more questions, but Dougal was ready to get up and leave. "It's safe here, you won't be found, you can just recuperate here. After a while, you can stay or go as you please." "Oh, of course." He suddenly turned around, blinked at Chinjio, and said, "It would be better if you can pay. If you don't have money, you can pay off your debts with labor." Chinjio, Looking at Dougal's back as he left again, she fell into deep thought. Dougal didn't seem to want to talk about the reward for him. In Chinjio's opinion, Dougal didn't seem to be an unforgivable person, and she was curious about the reason why he was rewarded. Chinjio opened the terminal, and tried to find Dougal's name on the Interstellar bounty list. As soon as the page was opened, the avatar on her student ID card jumped out, and the dazzling number 0 occupied a large space. Chinjio was stunned for a moment, and suddenly chuckled helplessly. "Well, it's pretty good." She looked through the entire bounty list, but couldn't find Dougal's name. There was a man who looked 70% similar to Dougal. Chinjio thought about it, and clicked on the bounty page of this person named Laker. There was the amount of his bounty, and the crime he committed. His bounty ranked 3rd in the entire list, second only to Chinjio and another desperado. The reason for the bounty indicated on his details page was collusion with the rebels and assassination of the president. The bounty was issued several decades ago. If you calculate, the president he assassinated should be the previous president, not Ivana. It's just that this incident happened only a few days after Ivana took office, so it's hard not to suspect that there is something fishy. But since Dougal didn't want to say it, Chinjio wouldn't ask about it. Chinjio stayed here for 2 days, trying to live a life of paying off debts. She lived a little distance from the village, but the villagers needed to pass the road in front of her house to get water. So Chinjio took the initiative to help them fetch water and move things, and she could do as much as she could. The villagers here avoided her at first, but after Chinjio helped her several times, she quickly became friends with the simple villagers and got along well with them. Even Xiaoxi often surrounded her, and called Xiaojio's sister every day, wanting to hear her stories about the outside world. Chinjio would try to use the wormhole when no one was around. After 2 days of rest, her wormhole could stably present half the size of a person. In 2 days, she would be able to go back. The 2 little guys, Guangming and Xiaoxia, must be missing her at home. Fortunately, I left them enough food before I went out, so they didn't starve. Chinjio went out as usual today to help Xiaoxi's mother harvest wheat, but Dougal came to her small house before she went out and said nervously, "Don't go to the direction of the village, go, the farther away from here the better." Chinjio heard something wrong in his words and immediately asked, "What's wrong?" "Dougal, do you still remember the middle-aged man who beat you?" After he went back, he was scolded by the villagers. He was not convinced, and actually went down the mountain to lead someone to catch you. The location of the village is very secretive, and it is difficult to locate it without satellites on Wulu Star. But if there are villagers leading the way, it will take half a day to find the location of the village entrance. Chinjio has been living in a deserted small house some distance away from the village for the past 2 days, and it will take some time to come in from the village entrance. After the villagers knew about this, they all dealt with those people at the door, and sent Dougal to inform them. Chinjio looked at Dougal, and she suddenly said, "I won't leave. Don't we have a new identity now? Even if we are discovered, we are not afraid." Dougal frowned and said, "My dressing habits have indeed changed a lot, but you, how can your physique deceive them?" Chinjio shook his head and said indifferently, "Don't worry, I have my own way." They were still talking here, and suddenly a shrill scream came from the direction of the village entrance. They looked at each other, and didn't care about anything else, and immediately rushed towards the village. At the entrance of the village, there were several alien beasts standing, and they were eating a piece of arm on the ground with twitching fingers. After a few seconds, the arm was eaten up. The owner of the arm was none other than Uncle Lu. He was holding his wound, which was still bleeding. His face was pale, and his lips were purple. He was obviously losing blood. The villagers did not dare to step forward, and could only watch this scene happen. Some of the timid ones had already fled far away, vomiting. The alien beast is eating people. Everyone run. I don't know who said this first, causing everyone to run away. The village chief called on them not to panic, but no one listened. Because of their scattered escape, the alien beasts also chased them in several directions. The village chief watched the alien beasts disperse into the village, and he was so angry that he beat his chest. There were traps everywhere outside their village, and ordinary people or beasts could not easily enter. Even if it was an alien beast, it would be trapped for a while. During this time, they had enough time to prepare weapons to kill them. But today, Lao Lu turned off all the traps for his own selfish desires, just to take those so-called federal soldiers up the mountain to capture Qingqiu. But when the alien beast appeared at the entrance of the village, not only did they not deal with the alien beast, but they immediately turned around and ran away, without any appearance of federal soldiers. Lao Lu was still standing there stupidly, thinking that this group of federal soldiers would deal with the alien beasts that fell into the village, so it was not surprising that one of his arms was bitten off. If it weren't for the courage of Xiaoxi's couple, his mother would have hit the alien beast's mouth with a stick, and his father would have taken the opportunity to take Lao Lu away. Lao Lu would have to die here today. The village chief looked at Lao Lu, who was shaky on the side, and felt heartbroken. Those people were not the federal army at all. They were clearly people who heard that there were benefits and wanted to get a share of the spoils. It was because of Lao Lu's behavior that the alien beasts were now released into the village. Even if they could kill these alien beasts in the end, there would definitely be casualties in the village. The village chief knocked on the ground with his crutches and said, "Take the children into the house quickly. Take the weapons. Don't run around." At this time, some villagers who still maintained their rationality hurriedly took their children into the house. They looked back and found that an alien beast actually pounced on the village chief. The village chief's ability to move was inconvenient, and if he was entangled, there would be only one outcome. The village chief also saw the alien beast pounce on him, and his gray pupil suddenly shrank, and he did not move. Village chief, let it go. Chapter 261. Just when he was facing death calmly, a young woman's voice suddenly came to his ears. "Dougal, go on." The next moment, the village chief felt as if he was being pulled up and thrown back with great force. The scenery in front of him changed several times, and finally, he crashed into a strong embrace. The village chief looked up and saw who else was behind him but Dougal. He immediately looked towards the entrance of the village and saw the stranger standing at the entrance of the village with a sharp sword in his hand. On the sharp sword, purple-black blood slid down the blade to the ground. Where is the shadow of the alien beast? The alien beast was cut into 2 pieces by her and fell to the ground. At this time, 2 more alien beasts were attracted by the movement here and rushed straight to Qingqiu. Dougal shouted in a hurry, "Qingqiu! Be careful behind you." As soon as Qingqiu's name came out, the federal army who were originally running for their lives stopped and hid not far away to observe. Qingqiu leaned back, and the alien beast passed in front of her. After landing, she quickly adjusted her body shape. She raised her knife and cut off the head of the alien beast directly. When she was about to deal with another alien beast, she heard a gunshot. Another alien beast was shot, drew an arc in the air, and fell to the ground with a lot of dust. Qingqiu immediately stabbed its neck and cut its nerves. Both alien beasts died, and the villagers could finally relax. Lao Lu had fainted due to excessive blood loss. Dougal was the only doctor in the village. Dougal put away his gun and walked quickly to his side to check his injuries. He was reluctant to treat such a profit-seeking villain, but as a doctor, he also had his own principles. Qingqiu witnessed Dougal putting away his gun, and she knew clearly that he had fired the last shot. Considering the last time he shot her with an anesthetic gun, Dougal's shooting skills were extremely accurate, and he was definitely not an ordinary person. However, someone who could be hunted by the president could not be an ordinary person. Dougal tied Lao Lu's arm tightly to prevent it from bleeding. He carried Lao Lu on his back and said to Qingqiu, "His condition is not optimistic. I take him back for treatment." Qingqiu nodded and responded, "Okay." There were still 2 alien beasts in the village making trouble. Qingqiu went out after hearing the screams, and quickly dealt with the last 2 fish that escaped. Fortunately, the people being chased only had slight scratches on their skin, and did not suffer injuries as severe as Lao Lu. The village chief staggered to Qingqiu, knocked heavily on the floor with his cane, and then gave Qingqiu a thumbs up. "Good job. Stranger, good job." Qingqiu scratched her head a little embarrassedly. She put away her weapon, and left under the gaze of everyone. The few people who were originally peeping filmed the whole process of Qingqiu killing the alien beast, looked at each other excitedly, turned around and quickly went down the mountain along the way they came. Dougal set up a health station in the village, and Qingqiu came to the door of the health station. At this time, Xiaoxi and others were also sitting around, waiting for the people inside to come out. Xiaoxi found Qingqiu's figure, and he jumped up happily. On his face with baby fat, his eyes were full of admiration. He came to Qingqiu and called out loudly, "Sister Xiaojiu." Qingqiu found Xiaoxi's change in attitude. She couldn't help but laugh, She rubbed Xiaoxi's head and said, "Go home, don't run around. I don't know if there will be other alien beasts." Xiaoxi couldn't take his eyes off Qingjio's face at all. He said, "Don't be afraid. With Sister Xiaojio here, no alien beast can hurt us." The other children also echoed, "Yes. Yes. Sister Xiaojio is invincible. You two are making trouble here. Listen and go back." At this time, the door of the health station was open from the inside, and Dougal was standing at the door with blood on his body. When the children heard Dougal's voice, they all gathered around. "What happened to Uncle Lou? Uncle Lou won't die, will he? What will happen if Uncle Lou's arm is eaten? Will Uncle Lou lose a hand in the future?" Dougal's head hurt because of their chattering. He waved his hand and said, "Don't ask so many questions. Listen to Sister Xiaojio and go home." The children saw that Dougal seemed to be really angry, so they didn't dare to ask any more questions, and Xiaoxi led the way to leave. When Xiaoxi left, he kept looking back at Qingjio, and his eyes were about to be drawn. Qingjio shuddered suddenly. She stopped looking at Xiaoxi and turned back to ask Dougal, "How is he?" "Dougal, his life was saved, but his hand is definitely gone. If he were at the foot of the mountain, he could install a mechanical arm if he had money. But our village rarely trades with star coins. After all, the people here are simple and self-sufficient, and they all trade goods. But he deserves it, so it doesn't matter if he doesn't get treated." Qingjio certainly wouldn't pity Lao Lu too much. His goal was to kill Qingjio, and Qingjio didn't care whether he lived or died. Dougal certainly understood Qingjio's thoughts, so he took the initiative to ask, "Let's not talk about him. What did you come for?" Qingjio looked up in surprise. She thought she needed to exchange some pleasantries before getting to the point. Unexpectedly, Dougal had already guessed her thoughts. "Qingjio, it's not safe here anymore. Do you want to go with me?" Dougal was a little surprised. "How long have you known me? Do you trust me?" Qingjio, "Well, you're not a bad person. As Xiaoxi said, we are fellow villagers who are called wanted criminals." Dougal, Dougal sighed and said, "I will leave, but I won't go with you." Qingjio was not surprised by Dougal's answer. She nodded and said, "Okay." After that, Qingjio handed a star coin card to Dougal. "There are tens of thousands of star coins in the card. You need to spend money when you leave the village. Take it." Dougal evaded, "No need, keep it for yourself." Qingjio refused to take it back, and put the star coin card directly into his hand, saying, "This is the most generous time in my life, don't be ungrateful." Dougal was amused by her, and finally accepted her kindness. If he went down the mountain, he would indeed need star coins. Dougal asked, "When do you plan to leave?" Qingjio, "Within this week." Dougal didn't say anything, but gave Qingjio a very beautiful jade buckle. He said, "Just think of it as me exchanging the jade buckle for your star coins, you take it." Qingjio knew that if she didn't accept it, Dougal would not want her star coins. Qingjio finally accepted it, and she said, "Then I wait for you to redeem it." Dougal, "Okay." Chapter 262. The men came down the mountain and immediately found the federal army, and said that they had something important to say, and that they had to let their leaders come out to meet. Everyone just thought they were a joke and ignored them. Only Li Fingxing, who was on duty nearby, was curious and willing to take the initiative to meet. Those people all knew Li Fingxing. When they saw that the person they were talking to was Li Fingxing, they immediately rushed forward and grabbed Li Fingxing's arm tightly, as if they had found their target customer. Li Fingxing showed an unhappy look on his face, but he still didn't get angry. He asked, "I heard that you have something to report, and you must find the person in charge here? What is so important?" The leader looked around and said mysteriously, "It's a secret. It can't be said here." Hearing this, Li Fingxing glanced at the guard behind him. The guard understood and took the initiative to leave. Before leaving, he took other people nearby and walked to a place that was still some distance away from here, looking at Li Fingxing and others from a distance. They were worried that the other party was a dangerous person, and they would attack Li Fingxing after sending them away. Li Fingxing was certainly not a fool, and his hand was already on the gun on his waist. He asked, "Okay, now there is no one around, you can talk." The man's face was shining, and his eyes were full of enthusiasm. He dimmed the terminal page to prevent the soldiers stationed in the distance from seeing it. He opened a video, and Li Fingxing looked down and recognized the girl he had met once. In the video, Qingjio wielded a sharp blade and cut off the body of the alien beast cleanly. There were many people dressed simply around, and they looked more like ordinary people living in seclusion in the mountains. The man finished playing the video, his voice trembling with excitement. "Master Li, she is definitely the wanted criminal Qingjio that the StarCraft is chasing. We found her, and we can also lead you. How can we get this 100 billion? Li Fengxing remained silent. He raised his hand and placed it on the page of the terminal, pulling the progress bar back and forth. The man looked at his behavior and boasted, Master Li, don't doubt it. It's definitely her. We also heard someone calling her name on the mountain. It was Qin Jiu. Li Fengxing paused. He asked, someone else called her name? The man nodded continuously, yes. Before she killed these two alien beasts, a man called her name. Li Fengxing said him, and operated on the terminal again. The man thought that Li Fengxing was just pulling the progress bar as before, but he didn't expect that he suddenly clicked on the trash can quickly and pressed the confirmation without pausing. Do you want to clear the video library? Yes. The video library has been cleared. Li Fengxing also deliberately selected the button to completely delete, leaving him no chance to recover. People as cautious and selfish as them would never upload the video to the cloud. After all, the data in the cloud could be stolen, and the first-hand information they had worked so hard to obtain would become someone else's dowry. Li Fengxing took a step back amid the man's crazy shouting, and the man stepped forward with a ferocious face and grabbed Li Fengxing's collar. The soldiers who were on guard at the side saw this, and immediately rushed up to control the men in front of Li Fengxing. You destroyed the evidence. You are also a rebel. I want to report it with my real name. Report that Li Fengxing is colluding with the rebels. Let me go! Let me go! Ugh! The man who was going crazy was covered with his mouth and dragged away. Although the other federal soldiers did not dare to move, their eyes were still looking over here. Everyone was curious about what happened to Master Li Fengxing. They faintly heard the words rebel army, and couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat for the man. Who is Li Fengxing? Can they also frame him casually? Don't want to die. Li Fengxing seemed very calm. He watched several people being dragged away, and suddenly Shen Jinglan's voice came from his side. What did you do to them? Li Fengxing turned around and looked at Shen Jinglan's inquiring eyes. He grinned and asked, can't they frame me? I am a senior officer, what can I do to them? Shen Jinglan rolled his eyes, his voice still cold. Just because it's you, the chance of doing something to them is higher. Li Fengxing shrugged, did not answer, and turned back to the temporary base. Shen Jinglan glanced at his back, then at the people being dragged away in the distance. She thought for a moment and followed them. Li Fengxing returned to the base and sat down, covering his face with a book. He murmured, Edel, you have to do me a favor in this matter. I have protected your proud student. Shen Jinglan followed the people being dragged away to a separate room, and she was stopped by someone. Dr. Shen, stop. Shen Jinglan glanced inside and asked, what is this place? This is where people who are about to be interrogated are detained. Dr. Shen, please leave quickly. Shen Jinglan raised her eyebrows and turned away silently. Interrogation? Interrogation of what? Interrogation of why they slander Li Fengxing? No, slandering officers should not be sent for interrogation, but to jail. Being able to be imprisoned here means that other people are very interested in the news they have. Is Li Fengxing a rebel? It's nonsense. Shen Jinglan chuckled disdainfully and turned away. It's better to suspect her than to suspect Li Fengxing. Not long after Shen Jinglan left, two more unfamiliar faces came to the door of the interrogation room. The guards at the door still blocked their way, but they were obviously prepared. One of them took out the documents in his hand and handed them to them for inspection. Sure enough, after the two looked at them, they saluted respectfully to the two officers and then made way behind them. The visitors nodded to them and walked straight in. There were only a few chairs in the interrogation room. After all, it was a temporary place, and the requirements could not be too high. Two officers entered, and the man with his hands and feet chained immediately stood up from his chair in a rage, almost falling to the ground. The officers looked at their behavior coldly, and the unpleasant words they kept saying could not shake the two men at all. When they had almost vented their anger, the leading officer said, I am here to understand your complaint against Li Fengxing. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can tell me now. When the man heard this, he spat and stared at the officer in front of him fiercely. He said, Bah! You are a bunch of snakes and rats. Li Fengxing destroyed the evidence. He is a rebel. Evidence? The officer clearly caught the key point in the man's words. He sat on the chair opposite the man, crossed his legs, supported his head with interest, and asked, what evidence did he destroy? The man found that this officer seemed to be different from Li Fengxing. He sat down in confusion and said, the evidence about the rebel Qin Jiu is the most wanted criminal in the galaxy. Oh! When the man heard this, he put down his crossed legs and sat up straight facing the man. He was obviously very interested in what the man said. He asked, Do you have any news about Chinchio? Chapter 263. The man sneered and said, Yes, I have news about her. Not only that, I also have her videos, but they were all deleted by you, Li Fengxing. The officer sitting on the chair asked the man standing beside him, Can it be restored? The man thought for a while and asked the man, Have you uploaded it to the Star Network? The man, No. If such secrets are uploaded, won't others know and swallow my bounty? The man heard this and shook his head and said, It's not easy to restore, it takes time. The officer waved his hand, and the man stood behind him again with his eyebrows lowered, saying nothing. It doesn't matter if the video is gone. Do you know how to find her? The man suddenly looked at the officer with vigilance when he heard this. He asked, Do you want to take the reward? The officer shook his head and continued to support his head. He said, I don't care about the reward. As long as you can tell us Chinchio's location, her reward will still be yours. Our mission is just to catch the wanted criminal. The man didn't quite believe what he said. He turned around and whispered with his companions. They seemed to be considering the credibility of the officer's words. The officer gave them enough time to discuss and sat aside patiently waiting. Their voices gradually decreased. Finally, the man turned around and looked at him and said, I can help you, but I have conditions. The officer made a pleased gesture. The man said, You report the fact that we found Chinchio now. We must ensure that we can get this reward. The officer still supported his head. He chuckled and replied, Okay, but... His tone suddenly turned cold. Although there was a smile on his lips, his eyes were like a sharp sword, pressing directly at the man. If Chinchio is not found in the end, can you take this responsibility? The temperature today was very comfortable, but the man felt a chill for some reason, and a thin layer of goose bumps appeared on his arms. He was a little afraid to look at the officer. He looked away, swallowed his saliva, and said, Yes. She must be there. The officer nodded, stood up, and said to the people behind him, Report this matter, release them, and let them lead the way. The person standing behind him lowered his eyes, and responded, Yes. So without Shen Jinglan and Li Fengxing knowing, a group of people swaggered to the mountains, not far away to capture Chinchio. The people on the mountain didn't know what was happening down the mountain. The famous sovereigns in their village were sitting in the hall of the village chief's house. The hall was full of people, and a sea of heads filled the entire space. The oppressive atmosphere in the room made everyone afraid to speak. They looked at the centenarian in the main seat, waiting for him to speak. The old man leaned on his cane and knocked on the floor as usual before speaking. Everyone was patiently waiting for the village chief to speak. The village chief looked up at the faces of everyone present. He coughed lightly, and then said, I called you here today, you all know why? Everyone nodded. Seeing this, the village chief continued, Regarding the issue of whether the outsiders should stay or go, you can express your opinions. Everyone looked at each other. They exchanged glances for a long time, and finally someone raised his hand. The village chief looked at him, raised his head, and signaled him to speak. Village chief, I think she can stay. After all, if she hadn't been there when the alien beast entered the village, we might have suffered more casualties. She doesn't seem like a bad person. After that person finished speaking, another person raised his hand to express his opinion. Village chief, I think she can't stay. If it weren't for her appearance, the subsequent events wouldn't have happened, and Lao Lu wouldn't have lost an arm because of it. If it weren't for you, Lao Lu, who was blinded by greed, the alien beast would have no way to enter the village. He deserved it. She is still a wanted criminal. Staying in the village is a disaster. Who is being harmed? If it weren't for her, the village chief wouldn't be able to stand here. She has such strong force, and is a wanted criminal. Who knows if she will go crazy one day and kill us all? You don't even know why she is wanted. Are you jumping to conclusions so quickly? If you say so, Mr. Doodle is also a wanted criminal. He has lived here peacefully for decades and treated many of you. Could he go crazy and kill you? Nonsense. We are talking about Chinchio. What are you talking about, Mr. Doodle? It was you who first assumed that Chinchio massacred the village. Can't we draw inferences from one example? Did she drug you? 1 or 2 people are protecting her. Do you also want to be wanted criminals? Stop talking nonsense. We didn't do anything. Why are we wanted? The crime of harboring a wanted criminal is enough to get you into trouble. Seeing that they were getting more and more excited, the village chief raised his cane and knocked on the ground twice. Dong dong. The village chief's knocking sound was a sign of authority. Sure enough, when everyone heard him knocking, they immediately stopped discussing and focused their attention on the village chief again. The village chief looked at the people who had just quarreled the most and said, Lu's wife, This matter is your man's own fault. You can't blame others. The woman was obviously dissatisfied, but now she was alone and weak, so she endured it and didn't want to get angry. The village chief said to one of the young men again, "If it weren't for Chinchio, your father might have lost more than just an arm, and his life would have been at stake. Do you understand?" The young man remained silent and lowered his eyebrows. The village chief sighed and said, "I am also one of the victims in this incident. I am an old man and almost became the food of the alien beast. Thanks to Chinchio who saved me. But apart from my personal experience, Chinchio is also a child worthy of trust. Just as we did not trust Dougal at the beginning, everyone is now in the stage of not trusting Chinchio." He pointed his cane at one of the women and said, "Xiaoxi's mother, Chinchio has been in the closest contact with you recently. Has she done anything to hurt you?" The woman shook her head and replied, "She is very good. She will take the initiative to help us with work and is a down-to-earth child." The village. The chief continued, "We chose to settle here many years ago and have been prepared not to contact other people in the galaxy. We are born in this village and die on this land. The outside world is in turmoil and desires are rampant. We are not greedy for the 100 billion bounty, so why should we push a good child to a dead end? Basically no one can find us here. Taking in one is taking in two is also taking in. No matter whether she is a wanted criminal or not, as long as she is kind-hearted, she should have a place in our village." "Oh okay, I said too much. Vote. Do you agree or disagree with Chinchio staying in the village?" Chapter 264. Village Chief. Please raise your hands if you agree with Chinchio staying. The people present looked at each other, and when one person raised his hand, the others who agreed also raised their hands. The village chief looked around and found that the number of people who raised their hands had exceeded 2/3 of the people present. He thought that there was no suspense about this matter, so he nodded and said, "Okay, through voting, our village has decided to let Chinchio stay." After the village chief finished speaking, some people were happy and some were sad. But since the decision had been made, they had no position to confront the whole village and refuse Chinchio's stay. The two Lu family members turned around and left with dark faces. And Chinchio, who was at the center of the discussion, was catching fish with Xiaoxi by the stream at this time. Xiaoxi pulled his trouser legs above his knees, and he waded forward, and the stream just reached his calf. He lifted his sleeves and stared at the flowing stream intently. The water here was not fast, and a few small fish occasionally swam in the clear stream. But Xiaoxi did not take action, and let several small fish swim past his feet. He held his breath and concentrated, with his hands ready, waiting for his prey. After an unknown period of time, he saw a big black fish coming down from upstream from a distance. He slowed his breathing and slowly approached it. When the black fish swam in front of him, he quickly leaned over, put his hand into the water, and grabbed the body of the big black fish. The big black fish felt the threat of the predator, quickly contracted its muscles, and twisted its body violently in the water to struggle to escape. The black fish was slippery, and it was struggling desperately, so Xiaoxi's palm could not control the body of the black fish at all. The black fish swung left and right a few times, escaped Xiaoxi's capture, and quickly swam away from his crotch. On the other hand, Xiaoxi was soaked by the splashes of the big black fish due to its resistance, and his hair was dripping water against his face. He seemed to be stunned by a black fish, and he stood there motionless with the same posture. The children on the shore couldn't help laughing when they saw his embarrassed appearance. "Ha ha ha! Brother Xiaoxi, didn't you say you would give us extra food tonight? Why are we still bullied by a black fish? Brother Xiaoxi, it's okay, we don't like fish very much, ha ha ha." Listening to their laughter, Xiaoxi's face turned red because of the hot blood rushing to his head, and he stuttered, This is an accident. I catch it for you again." Just when he was trying to save face, Chinchio, who was arranged by Dougal to help look after the children, suddenly had a black tool like a short javelin in her hand. Her originally dark eyeballs turned dark red, and at the same time, her dynamic vision was improved to the extreme. The black fish that was originally swimming flexibly in the stream seemed to be still in her eyes, and every movement of it was slowed down by hundreds of times. Chinchio raised the javelin and stabbed it, and the black fish was immediately pierced through the body and fixed in the middle of the stream, unable to move. The children looked in the direction of Chinchio's throwing, and saw that the red liquid was slowly diluted and flowed away by the stream. Then, the black fish, whose struggling movements gradually slowed down, appeared in the middle of the stream. "Sister Shijio is so amazing. Great. I can have an extra meal tonight. Sister Shijio, how did you do it? Can you teach me?" Chinchio also followed Xiaoxi's example, rolled up her trouser legs, waded into the water to get close to the black fish. The moment she grabbed the black fish and pulled out her weapon, the weapon disappeared. A black bracelet reappeared on her wrist. Qingjiu threw the fish to the shore, and went straight to the shore without paying attention to Xiaoxi's crazy flattery behind her, wanting her to teach him a lesson. At some point, Dougal also came to the stream, and he witnessed the whole process of Qingjiu catching fish from a distance. Qingjiu looked up and saw him there, so she took the initiative to ask, "Is Lao Lu better?" Dougal nodded and said, "He is better physically, but his brain is broken." Qingjiu asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Dougal, "No, he has not given up on using you to exchange for a bounty. Especially after losing an arm, he hopes to get a lot of star coins in exchange for advanced mechanical arms." Qingjiu did not seem surprised. People like him would not look for reasons in themselves, but would only blame others for their mistakes. Dougal looked at the black fish behind her that had lost its vitality, and a group of children who were discussing how to eat it. He suddenly asked, "Actually, you are not an ordinary human, right?" Qingjiu lowered her eyebrows and eyes when she heard this. The flash of panic in her eyes was hidden under her trembling eyelashes. She turned the black bracelet on her wrist and said, "I am just good at fishing. It's not as weird as you say." Dougal's face was full of disbelief. At this time, Xiaoxi was running towards them with a big black fish. Xiaoxi's face was full of excitement, and his voice was full of joy. "Uncle Dougal, look. Big black fish. We can have a snack tonight." Dougal helplessly stretched out his hand to rub his wet head and said, "Okay, snack. Go back and change your clothes quickly. You will catch a cold soon. I won't care about you." Xiaoxi laughed, immediately held black fish, and led the other children to run towards the village. Qingjiu was about to catch up with Xiaoxi, but was stopped by Dougal. Dougal said, "You don't have to hide it from me. You broke 4 ribs on your first day in the village, but you only needed 1 night to heal. This level of healing ability is not something humans can have." His eyes were sharp, and Qingjiu felt like a thorn in his back even if he didn't look at him. Qingjiu took a deep breath, turned around and looked at him. She said, "Does the answer matter to you? I won't harm the people here. I will leave soon and will not step into your life again. We will not have any intersection in the future. You can pretend that you have never seen me." Dougal did not speak. The sound of the stream flowing clearly entered Qingjiu's ears, and at the same time, there was the sound of the rapid beating of the heart. After a long time, Dougal suddenly asked, White Tiger Organization, do you know?" Qingjiu's pupils shrank suddenly when he heard it, and the sounds of the surrounding environment were instantly emptied. Only the beating sound of the heart that could not calm down occupied Qingjiu's brain. She looked up suddenly and asked in disbelief, "What did you say?" Dougal had already got the answer he wanted from her reaction. He said frankly, "White Tiger Organization, the White Tiger Organization led by Rokov." Dougal's words were so clear that it was difficult for Qingjiu to lie to herself again, whether she had heard it wrong. Qingjiu remained silent, but the look he gave Dougal was obviously guarded. Dougal snorted and said to himself, "It seems that I was right. You are a member of the White Tiger Organization." Qingjiu couldn't tell his true thoughts from his calm expression, but it seemed that he had no ill will towards the White Tiger Organization. She thought for a moment and asked, "You are also a member of the White Tiger Organization?" Chapter 265. But unexpectedly, Dougal shook his head and denied Qingjiu's answer. "Then you?" Dougal patted Qingjiu's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I won't let you out. I just saw your Interstellar resident ID card and your physique, and thought of something. I have nothing to do with the White Tiger Organization, and I don't care who you are. Let's go back." After saying that, Dougal turned and left. Qingjiu watched his back gradually turn into a small dot, and then disappear from her sight. No matter who Dougal was, and why he knew so much, Qingjiu also understood one thing very clearly. "I can't stay here any longer." When Qingjiu returned to the house, Xiaoxi was looking around inside. He finally waited for Qingjiu to come, and he didn't even care about the trouser leg that hadn't been put down yet, and immediately came up to block Qingjiu. Qingjiu looked him up and down, and found that he had changed his clothes and his body was dry again, which meant that Xiaoxi came out after returning home. Qingjiu asked, "What are you looking for me for?" Xiaoxi looked up. His eyes were full of smiles, and he said, "My mother said that you caught the black fish today. I invite you to my house for dinner tonight." Qingjiu couldn't help laughing when he heard it. She patted Xiaoxi's head gently and said, "Don't we eat at your house every day? Why did you specially come to invite me today?" Xiaoxi's happy expression could not be concealed, and even made Qingjiu feel a little abnormal. Different. Xiao Xi's eyes lit up. He reached out and grabbed Qin Jiu's arm, his tone full of joy. From today on, you are a villager in our village. I invite you to my house for dinner as your neighbor. Qin Jiu was a little confused. She asked, What do you mean? What country folk? Xiao Xi shook Qin Jiu's arm, and the longevity lock on her body jingled. He said, Today, the village chief held a village meeting. Most of the villagers agreed to let you stay in the village. In the future, you can live here for a long time like Uncle Dougal. After Xiao Xi finished speaking, he found that Qin Jiu's expression did not change at all, as if she was just listening to something insignificant. In an instant, his joy was also dispersed a lot. He stopped shaking Qin Jiu and asked carefully, Sister Xiao Jiu, are you unhappy? Qin Jiu couldn't say the goodbye words under Xiao Xi's hopeful eyes. She had to force herself to show a smile that didn't reach her eyes, and said, Happy? How can I not be happy? She ruffled Xiao Xi's hair and looked at him in a daze. Due to long-term running in the mountains, Xiao Xi's skin was tanned into bronze, and a pair of clear pupils stood out on such a face. There was pure joy in his eyes, without a trace of impurities. He sincerely hoped that she could have a formal identity and live in the village. Unfortunately, Qin Jiu was destined to disappoint a child's most innocent desire. Qin Jiu said, Okay, Xiao Xi, you go back first, will go later. Xiao Xi nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, turned around and ran towards the village. There were no entertainment activities in the village, and everyone had dinner early. It was only a little after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the village was already rising with smoke. Qin Jiu's place was still some distance away from the village. Qin Jiu stood in front of the house and looked at the smell of fireworks in the distance. She turned around and went back to the house silently. She knew that she did not belong to this place, and she would always be a stranger isolated from the outside world. Qin Jiu packed up her things and took a last look at the village dyed golden in the afterglow of the setting sun. She flipped her right hand in the air, and several tiny lightning flashes appeared, and then a small black hole formed in front of her. The black hole was spinning, doubling in size with each turn, and it finally became a black hole big enough to swallow Qin Jiu in front of Qin Jiu. Qin Jiu stepped into it with a reluctant look. The wormhole disappeared without a trace not long after she entered. The place that was originally uninhabited returned to dead silence again, and only the neatly arranged furniture and supplies announced the traces of someone's arrival. Not long after Qin Jiu left, many floating cars appeared above the village. The roar of the floating car engine attracted the attention of the villagers, and they all looked up to the sky, only to see several military floating cars slowly landing. The shadows of their huge bodies covered most of the village. The villagers came out of their houses, all curious about what happened. An uneasy atmosphere spread in the village. The adults protected the curious children and drove them back to their houses. They stood behind the village chief, looking at the group of outsiders who were about to invade the village as if they were facing a great enemy. The convoy stopped steadily in the open space outside the village. Among the people who came out, there was a familiar figure of the village chief and the others. It was the federal army brought up by Lao Lu. They walked in front with nods and pointed in the direction of the village to the man in the federal army uniform and said, It's here, Qin Jiu is here. When the villagers heard Qin Jiu's name, they immediately looked at the man vigilantly. The officer took 2 steps forward and looked at the situation in the village. The village seemed to be made of old-fashioned houses, and the chimneys on their roofs were still smoking. The officer frowned. Doesn't the kitchen in this village even have a purification system? Are they still cooking in the most traditional way? His eyes swept across the faces of the villagers. This group of people were dressed in rustic and backward clothes, and they were holding some backward and useless things in their hands. He felt disdain from the bottom of his heart, snorted, and finally stopped his eyes on the village chief. Others' eyes were focused on the old man intentionally or unintentionally. It seemed that this man was the backbone of the village. Only by talking to him could they get the information they wanted most directly. The officer came to the village chief, took off his gloves, and stretched out his hand to the village chief, and said politely, Hello, my name is Lu Dong, and I am affiliated with the Federal Army Operations Military Headquarters. The village chief pretended to be hard of hearing and ignored his outstretched hand. After all, his contemptuous eyes just now did not escape the eyes of the village chief, and the village chief did not want to pay attention to the man in front of him. LV Dong didn't get a response from the village chief for a long time, but he didn't care. He took back his hands and put on gloves. The man who led the way was sweating for the old man. LV Dong was definitely not an ordinary person. The pressure from him was like a shadow that enveloped them, lingering but unable to escape. The cold aura on him made people suspect that he was not from a famous family at all. He was more like a rebel than a rebel. After LV Dong lowered his head and put on his gloves, he looked at a young man next to the village chief. He raised his eyebrows and changed the subject of the conversation. Hello. He nodded slightly and nodded to Lao Lu's son. He liked the hesitation and greed in the young man's eyes. He took the initiative to ask, "Do you know where Qingjio is?" Chapter 266. Hearing Lu Dong's words, Lao Lu's son showed a hesitant look on his face. The village chief deliberately coughed loudly to remind him not to talk nonsense. The Lu family's son looked sideways at the absolute authority that was usually high above him, and he suddenly smiled disdainfully. "Old man, don't threaten me, I won't take it." "You? How did you talk to the village chief? You are so disrespectful." He didn't care about other people's accusations against him at all. He only looked back at Lu Dong under his mother's encouraging eyes. He was not blind. Of course, when he saw the people leading the way behind Lu Dong, he suddenly crossed his arms and looked at Lu Dong coldly, saying, "Why should I tell you? I won't get any benefit." A smile appeared on Lu Dong's fair face, which should not belong to a man. He replied, "Qingjio is an interstellar wanted criminal. As long as you can help the federal army catch her, you can share the 100 billion bounty." The Lu family's son pouted at the people behind him and said, "Hasn't it been divided by them?" LV Dong, of course not. For important wanted criminals, anyone who participates in the guidance work and gives any information about her whereabouts can share the bounty. You know, even if several people share it together, it is a considerable amount. A person behind Lu Dong was immediately displeased when he heard this. He walked to Lu Dong and said loudly, "This is different from what we agreed at the beginning. You clearly said that you have reported our names." LV Dong's right temple was throbbing, and the man's voice in his ear disturbed him. He said coldly, "Then tell me where Qingjio is." The man pointed at the village and shouted, "Do you still need to ask? She must be inside. Why don't we just go into the village and search?" As soon as he finished speaking, the other people in the village silently moved their steps and stood on the left and right of the village chief to form a human wall to block their way forward. LV Dong seemed to have guessed that there would be such a result. He asked the man, "Can you find Qingjio quickly without being disturbed by them and prevent her from escaping?" The man was speechless, but he wanted to quibble a few more words. But Lu Dong had already raised his hand impatiently to interrupt his further speech. LV Dong said to Lu's son, "As long as you can specify an accurate location for us, this bonus will definitely not be missing from you." Lu's wife also jumped out at this time and stood beside her son. Her eyes were full of greed. "Hey, this is still the credit of our old Lu. If our old man hadn't told them, how would they know about Qingjio? Our old man also lost an arm because of this, and our old man must also share a share of this bonus." The village chief couldn't bear it, and he dropped his crutches heavily on the ground, making a dong-dong sound. He looked at the two clowns of the Lu family and beat his chest in anger. "What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Ah? You still have the nerve to mention the matter of Lao Lu. If it wasn't Lao Lu, how could the alien beasts be attracted into the village?" "Oh!" LV Dong was very interested in what the village chief said when he heard it, and he asked, "Have alien beasts come here?" He looked at the people in the village again. He didn't think that the old, weak, sick, and disabled here had the ability to fight against the alien beasts. The man who led the way looked at the mother and son of the Lu family with hatred. If eyes could kill, they would have died several times. The man said, "It was the alien beast that Qingjio dealt with. I had a video as evidence, but it was deleted by Li Fengxing." He was willing to give in at this time not because he accepted the fact that he had to share a piece of the pie with the Lu family, but he figured it out. This matter is not difficult to handle. As long as Qingjio is found, and the person who shared the money disappears, they can still take the wealth for themselves. It is too easy to make a few people disappear silently in the interstellar space. Even in places like Wulu Star where alien beast disasters are still happening, people will only think that they have met with an accident and become the dinner of alien beasts. As long as no evidence is found, no one will doubt whether the truth is so. Of course, he doesn't think that the people in the police department will handle these cases seriously. Even if there are doubts, they will be hastily closed in the end. LV Dong is more and more interested in Qingjio. He is directly under the management of the president. Since the president issued an order to reward Qingjio, he has studied the video countless times. Qingjio is a magical person. It should be said that she is not human. She obviously has all the characteristics of a human, but she is superior to humans and has the healing ability that only alien beasts have. After studying her life, she can actually appease all the war beasts she meets. She is like a huge war beast magnet, and the war beasts will actively approach her. He thought about whether she might be a half-orc, but the moment she reacted to the alien beast toxin, he knew that she was not. She is likely to be an experimental product left over from the White Tiger organization, but she is so perfect, completely different from those useless wastes. The news he heard from the president was that she was dead, and the bounty was just a cover to contain Edel, but he did not think that Chinchio, with such a strong body, would die easily. So he was willing to believe what these stupid men said, and took the initiative to come forward to find out. After listening to the man's words, he winked at the people behind him, and they understood and immediately stepped forward to push the crowd away. The village chief was pushed aside and almost fell, but the villagers quickly supported him. He looked at the two walls of people in front of him and was furious. "What are you doing? What do you want to do? This is my village. It's not a place where you can run wild." Lu Dong chuckled and didn't bother to pay attention to the centenarian. In order to prevent them from having the opportunity to tip off, he asked others to stop the villagers behind them and keep an eye on the road conditions ahead. As soon as someone got ahead of them, the anesthetic in their hands would be shot on the villagers without hesitation. Lu Dong said to Lu's son, "Lead the way." Lu's son immediately walked in front and walked straight to the abandoned small house where Chinchio lived. When they came near Chinchio's house, Lu Dong raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. He pointed to both sides, and his subordinates immediately formed a circle to surround the entire small house. After doing all this, he approached the room. He carefully raised the gun loaded with alien beast toxin bullets and pointed it at the door. His subordinates kicked the door open under his instructions. Everything in the room was neatly arranged, as if the owner was not at home for the time being. Lu Dong frowned and asked the Lu family's son, "Where is the person?" Chapter 267. The Lu family's son shuddered at his cold tone and said cautiously, "No, she can't be absent. She is waiting at home at this time to go to Xiao Xi's house for dinner." "Yes. Xiao Xi. Maybe she is at Xiao Xi's house now." After he said that, he turned around and was about to go to Xiao Xi's house. But Xiao Xi's family was standing outside the human wall formed by the federal army, looking at this side with a worried look. The Lu family's son was stunned and asked, "Is Chinchio at your house?" "Xiao Xi, you are a child and can't lie. Tell your brother. Is Chinchio at your house?" Although Xiao Xi is young, he is not stupid. He rarely showed an innocent look. He seemed to not understand what Lu's son was saying. He asked, "What are you talking about? We are all here. How could someone be in our house? If you don't believe it, go and search." Lu's son nodded repeatedly and said to Lu Dong beside him, "Yes. Let's go to Xiao Xi's house to search." She must have gone to Xiao Xi's house. Lu Dong could actually see something from their attitude. Chinchio was probably no longer in the village. However, he decided to go to Xiao Xi's house to confirm it. A group of people came to Xiao Xi's house in a mighty manner. Lu Dong made a gesture, and the others rushed into Xiao Xi's house to search everywhere. In just 10 minutes, they came out and shook their heads at Lu Dong. "Wow! How is it possible? She was just playing in the water with those kids. How could she disappear? She must be somewhere else in the village." The Lu family's son still didn't give up. His dark eyes were full of paranoia. He said, "Search the village. You must search the village." LV Dong didn't want to pay attention at this time. The Lu family's son followed him closely, constantly instilling in him the idea of searching the village. Seeing that Lu Dong ignored him, the star coins that had been piled up into a mountain in his beautiful fantasy collapsed instantly and disappeared. No, no, no. The son of the Lu family suddenly quickened his pace and stopped in front of Lu Dong. He opened his arms. His eyes were almost obsessed with the desire for money. His face was distorted, and his voice was hurried. "It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. In addition to Chinchio, we have another wanted criminal here. His name is Dougal." As soon as these words came out, time seemed to be frozen, the air around him solidified instantly, and everyone present was motionless. Their eyes, whether surprised, angry, hateful, or indifferent, all gathered on the son of the Lu family. He didn't care about the reactions of others. He only had interests in his eyes. He looked at Lu Dong with hope and said, "This news was said by me alone, and I should get this wealth alone." Lu Dong chuckled. He brushed away the broken hair on his forehead, revealing pity in his eyes. He said, "Of course, if there is such a person." The Lu family's son heard this, and his tanned face showed an ecstatic expression. He held his mother's hands tightly, and the two of them could not hide their excitement. The village chief's face turned completely dark, but he did not speak, but watched the farce quietly. He did not think that Dougal would be caught easily. He could live here incognito for decades, and it was not just luck. In a place that the village chief did not know, Dougal must have done something to ensure his safety. He must have guessed how to deal with the current situation. After the village chief figured it out, he felt a little relieved. He was supported by others and followed their steps to Dougal's residence. Xiao Xi's mother was a little worried and was about to say something to the village chief, but was rejected by the village chief with a warning look. She pursed her lips and swallowed the words. The group changed their destination again and came to Dougal's residence. Lu Dong opened the door and saw a man who had lost an arm lying in front of him. The man was resting, and the door was suddenly opened. He turned his head curiously and looked at the door. When he saw a large group of strangers standing at the door, he was stunned for a moment, and he subconsciously looked for his familiar faces. Finally, he saw his son's face, and he felt relieved and asked curiously, "Son? What's going on?" His son walked up to his father and said, "Dad, these people are real federal troops. They are here to catch wanted criminals." After the fraud in the morning, the man obviously didn't believe his son's words. He looked at everyone warily, and then said coldly, "Let them get out." His son was startled and quickly covered his father's mouth. He glanced back. Fortunately, the group of officers didn't seem to care about it. She ignored his father's struggle and whispered, "Dad, don't talk nonsense. They are real federal soldiers, not liars." There are many military vehicles parked outside the village. Hearing this, the man did not struggle, but there was still a trace of doubt in his eyes. He pointed to his mouth, and his son understood and said, "I let you go, don't talk nonsense." The man nodded, and his son slowly let go of his hand. The man asked in the same voice, "Catch the wanted criminal, what are you doing here?" His son explained the whole story to him. When he talked about how he betrayed Dr. Dougal, the man was surprised. After a moment, this surprise turned into anger. He said, "You took Dr. Dougal away, what will happen to your father's injury? You are an unfilial son who only cares about money." His son didn't take it seriously. He grabbed his father's hand and tried to persuade his father sincerely, "Dad, if we get this bonus, what hospital can't we go to after we go down the mountain? What kind of robotic arm do you want to replace? I can replace one for you every day. Why do you need a village doctor to see you?" When Lao Lu heard it, it seemed to make sense, so he agreed to his son's plan. The son then asked loudly, "Dad, tell us, where is Dr. Dougal?" Lao Lu was really stunned this time. He said, "Dougal has not come back since he went out at noon today. You don't know where he is, and I, a patient, don't know even more." His son thought that Lao Lu was worried and deliberately didn't say it, trying to force him to share the bounty with him. He cursed the old man in his heart for being so ignorant, but he could still be of use to him. He lowered his voice and asked, "Dad, I won't take the bounty for myself. Our current mission is to catch Dr. Dougal as soon as possible. If you show me the way, can't we share the money?" Old Lu also seemed a little anxious. "I really don't know. What do you want me to say?" "Dad." LV Dong, who was watching this farce not far away, had lost his patience. He sneered and asked, "Is it over?" "I have checked, and there is no wanted criminal named Dougal." The Lu family's son turned around suddenly, took a few steps forward and walked to Lu Dong. He said anxiously, "No. He should not be called Dougal, he changed his name." "Oh." LV Dong took out his last bit of patience and asked, "What was his name before?" The Lu family's son was stunned when he heard this. He scratched his ears and cheeks, and turned around in place. He said to himself, "What's his name? What's his name? What's his name?" LV Dong's last bit of patience was exhausted. He turned around and said to the other federal soldiers, "Seal off the village. Before Qingjiu is found, this place must be strictly controlled." "Yes. Why do you seal off our village? We haven't committed any crime." LV Dong's eyes swept over the village chief who asked the question, and he said in a light voice, "Is it a crime to shelter a wanted criminal?" Chapter 268. You slander us without evidence. We need to report and complain. LV Dong shrugged, "Whatever." He was about to leave, and the son of the Lu family, who was still anxiously spinning, rushed forward and shouted, "Don't go! Don't go! I don't remember Dougal's original name, but the old man knows. He must remember it." He pointed at the village chief, and the wrinkles on the village chief's face deepened as he frowned. He snorted and said slowly, "Dr. Dougal is Dr. Dougal, there is no real name or fake name. I advise you to see if you have the ability even if you want to take the reward money. Don't make up reasons to lie to people, be careful to be arrested and go to jail." LV Dong glanced at the attitude of the village chief, and his face did not change too much. He didn't want to pay attention to the greedy people of the Lu family, and left Dougal's house. He would report the situation here to the president truthfully, and in the next few days, they would find someone to guard the village to prevent any fish from slipping through the net and quietly leaving. He asked his subordinates beside him, "Have you checked the surrounding roads?" The man nodded and replied, "I have checked, but I found nothing." But the man suddenly changed the subject. Lu Dong turned around and asked him, "What's the matter?" The man handed over a jade button in his hand. Lu Dong took it and looked at it. His eyes widened, and his dark eyes were full of disbelief. The jade button is made of fine white jade, and the warm touch makes people love it. There is no pattern on the jade button. If you look closely, you can find red lines that seem to have life under the snow-white surface. They are intertwined and slowly wriggling, like human veins, covering the entire jade button. This is... LV Dong admitted that he was shocked. The owner of this jade button and the family behind it were not ordinary people. Almost, just a little bit, the person with the highest voice in the Interstellar was not Ivana, but the family behind this jade button. But LV Dong's hand holding the jade button shrank unconsciously, and he squeezed it tighter and tighter. If it weren't for the special material of the jade button, it might have been broken into several pieces under his hands. This family still exists. It hasn't been extinct yet. This fact made Lu Dong unable to calm down. There were federal soldiers and villagers coming and going around. They were arguing and pushing, but they didn't affect Lu Dong at all. Everyone seemed to feel his abnormality. The sound of the crowds fighting gradually subsided, and they began to look in his direction and whisper. I don't know how long it took. Lu Dong took a deep breath and tried to calm the fluctuations in his heart. He looked up again. The doubt and shock in his eyes had disappeared without a trace. He asked, "Where did you get this jade button?" "I heard from them that it was found in Qingjio's room." LV Dong fell silent again. If Qingjio was just a wanted criminal, it would be easy to deal with, but she might have the support of that family, so things are not as simple as I thought at the beginning. He took the jade button back to himself, with a serious expression, and said, "Prepare the fastest interstellar train to Zhongtian Star for me, the faster the better. It's best to go down the mountain now." The man heard it, without asking the reason, agreed with a yes, and turned to leave to make arrangements for him. This matter involves too much. He must report to President Ivana immediately. When his subordinates came back, he ordered again, "From now on, no one in the village can go out, and no one from outside can come in. Any objection will be treated as obstruction of public affairs." Yes. Less than 2 hours after the regulations were issued, Lu's son ran out cursing. His voice at the entrance of the village attracted the attention of others, and also alarmed Lu Dong. Lu Dong walked to the entrance of the village, and looked at the madman. He asked in a cold tone, "What are you doing here?" When the Lu family's son saw him, he immediately ran to him and said, "You have to help me. Dr. Dujal has not come back, and my dad needs to change the medicine. Please let me go out and find a doctor, please." Lu Dong couldn't help but feel funny. "Didn't you ask us to capture this elusive Dr. Dujal? Why did you change now?" The Lu family's son never thought that there was anything wrong with him. He said, "That's different. At first, I thought I could exchange them for star coins, so my dad could go down the mountain to receive better treatment. But now it's not that we haven't caught the person. You are unwilling to give us a reward. We want to treat the disease." Lu Dong looked at his actions coldly, and said to his subordinates beside him, "See if there is a military doctor who can treat him casually, and also, this Dujal who suddenly disappeared, you should also check his whereabouts." The subordinates agreed and left with the man. Not long after, Lu Dong left with a hot jade button and headed to Wulu Star Station to board the interstellar train back to Zhongtian Star. When Qingjio returned to the hotel, he saw Xiaoxia pacing back and forth in the room with his hands behind his back like an old man, while Guangming was playing with the bed sheets out of boredom. Qingjio's sudden appearance made the two war beasts look over. When Xiaoxia saw Qingjio, his little face looked like he was about to cry. He opened his arms and ran to Qingjio and hugged Qingjio's legs tightly. Guangming flew to Qingjio's shoulder and rubbed her face. Qingjio felt guilty. She broke her promise. She had clearly agreed to leave for a while, and now it has been a few days. The two little guys must be very worried. Qingjio squatted down and stretched out her hand to respond to Xiaoxia's hug. She tapped Xiaoxia's nose and asked, "Have you eaten well these days when I was away?" Xiaoxia nodded, and it stretched out its claws to show Qingjio the muscles of its upper arm. Qingjio smiled and gave it a thumbs up. She asked Guangming again, "Has Guangming listened to Xiaoxia these days?" Guangming also nodded, stretched out his wings and pointed to the guest bed. The quilt and sheets on the bed were rolled into a circle by it, like a bird's nest built for Chinjio with quilts. Chinjio was a little amused and asked, "Is this the nest you built for me?" Guangming proudly raised his chest and patted his chest. Chinjio kissed his tightly closed eyes and praised him. Guangming is the best. At this time, Xiaosha carefully stretched out his hand to hook her trouser legs beside her. He looked up at Chinjio and seemed to have something to say. Chinjio asked, "What's wrong?" Xiaosha looked around and suddenly ran to the bathroom with a da-da-da sound. Then, he ran out with 2 long white paper towels in his hands. He crumpled the paper into a ball, put one on each side of his head, and called Chinjio Ying. Chinjio looked at his appearance and tried to understand what he meant. "You mean Lilith?" Xiaosha nodded immediately, pointed at the food next to it, and piled up a small cliff with other supplies in the hotel. Chinjio understood what it meant. She had completely forgotten about taking Xiaosha and Guangming back to report safety. If Lilith didn't see them appear, she would be very worried. The wormhole in Chinjio's hand should be able to be used once or twice. She calculated the time on Yunjian Star now, and it was almost night. She took the 2 war beasts to take a hot bath first, then dried their hair and combed them neatly. She also changed her clothes before setting off for Yunjian Star. They landed precisely near the cliff, and Chinjio keenly discovered that this place seemed a little different from the previous few days. Red cordons were drawn on both sides of the cliff, connecting the entire edge of the cliff, and Chinjio could not see the end. A temporary rest pavilion suddenly appeared in the open space not far away, and the lights were brightly lit at this time. Chinjio could also see the figures of 2 men from the window shadows reflected by the lights. Chinjio was curious. Is it necessary to be so cautious in this desolate mountain? She looked around and found that there was no one else here except the 2 men. Chinjio approached the pavilion with 2 war beasts. The sound of the wine bottle falling inside scared her. She quickly turned sideways and hid in the blind spot on the other side. At this time, she heard the conversation between the 2 people inside. "TSK, tell me, what's going on?" Those 2 little brats came here not only to help but also to make trouble. If they hadn't taken off their terminals and ran around, would we need to be on duty here now? It's already busy enough with the addition of several wormholes recently. Now they come to this place where there's no one to do shit, and there's not even a hot meal. Don't talk nonsense when you go back, or someone will report you. I'm telling the truth. Tell me, why are they here? They are both under surveillance, but they are deliberately doing these things. Isn't that just causing trouble? Also, the boss is not very clear-headed, saying that there are rebels hiding here. Can you tell me which rebel is so desperate that he wants to invade a place where even the terminal cannot be used normally? Brother, I know you feel bitter because you have a conflict with that guy. It's a bit uncomfortable to be assigned to this place to be on duty at this time. But there is nothing we can do about it. Who can guarantee that the 2 kids who escaped the crowd and came here are not contacting the rebels? The higher-ups decided to send more people to guard the place out of caution. Don't drink so much. I can't handle anything that happens later. Alas, the only advantage of coming here is that the Emperor is far away and they can't control us. We can drink a little wine to relieve boredom during working hours. It's late at night. I don't think anything will happen. Let's go to bed early. Okay, go to bed early, the man said and fell asleep on the bed. The other man didn't drink. He shook his head and picked up a book to read. There is no network here. The terminal will fail. The only entertainment is reading. Chinjio knew that they were discussing Lilith and Wan Ling. Now it seems that he has dragged them down. It is estimated that after he left, they were under close surveillance and their personal freedom was restricted. Now I don't know how the 2 are doing. Will they be placed under house arrest? Chinjio decided to take the risk and go to the wormhole to see the situation. Guangming and Xiaosha have strong night vision, so Chinjio asked Xiaosha to lead the way and go to the plane. Since they could not appear in front of everyone openly, Chinjio deliberately asked Xiaosha to choose a sparsely populated path. During the period, when Chinjio saw a flying camera, he immediately asked Xiaosha and Guangming to avoid it and try not to be discovered. They went around in circles, and it took them 3 hours to barely see the outline of the base, which was supposed to take only 1 hour. This is an abandoned shopping mall building on Yunjian Star. Chinjio stood on the top floor and looked down at the scenery below. Since the wormhole on Yunjian Star has been generated for some time, although it has not reached the point where the situation on Wulu Star is urgent and personnel need to be evacuated, the residents nearby have already moved away. There are tall buildings lined up one after another, but there is not a single light. They are swallowed by darkness and fall into the night. Maybe they will see the light of day again in the future, or maybe not. Chinchio went downstairs and approached the base. As they were about to reach the base, the guards became more strict. Chinchio didn't dare to get too close, she observed from the outer building. Fortunately, there were no patrolmen in this building for the time being, so she could hide safely. But the good times didn't last long, and before 10 minutes had passed, she heard someone talking. She immediately went upstairs carefully to avoid their patrols. Have you heard? A wanted criminal has been found but not caught. The president has dispatched his Star Guardian army to catch this wanted criminal. Is it the student named Chinchio? No, it's the man who killed the former president. What's his name? Laker. Ah? I remember saying he was dead many years ago? No, it seemed that he fell off a cliff and disappeared. Later I heard that their family disappeared overnight. I don't know if it was his hand or the president's. What? The president? No way. The president doesn't seem to be such a cruel person. It's hard to say. They were competing for the position of president at the time. Who knew? Did anything happen along the way? After all, keeping Laker is a problem. What's the situation now? The village where he was found is now under surveillance, and everyone who has anything to do with him must be closely monitored 24 hours a day. He hid in the wilderness, but he was still found. Maybe this is fate. How was he found? It is related to Chinchio you just mentioned. Originally, the federal army received the news and wanted to go up the mountain to capture Chinchio, but Chinchio was not caught, but the jade buckle of the Laker family was found in the village. Then a doctor named Dougal in the village disappeared at the same time. We are not fools. We can figure out the relationship after a rough analysis. Chapter 269. But the current president has become the president. Is it necessary to go to so much trouble to find him? Are you confused? He can kill the previous president, so why can't he assassinate the current president? You are right. But now when everyone is working together to resist foreign enemies, wasting troops to deal with personal grudges this. Hey, don't say that. Be careful if someone hears you and makes things difficult for you. Okay, I won't say it. The two of them walked behind Chinchio, and Chinchio lowered his head in thought. The jade button. Chinchio smiled bitterly silently. She originally wanted to return the jade button to Dougal, but she didn't expect it to cause her a big mess. But, from their conversation, it seems that Dougal disappeared after she left. Did Dougal receive the news in advance that someone was going up the mountain, so he left? No, this possibility is not high. It happened suddenly at that time, and she was lucky to escape. There was only one possibility. Dougal had planned to say goodbye to her and leave, but was there any reason for him to leave the village? Chinchio couldn't figure it out. Chinchio watched them go downstairs and leave, and she returned to the window to observe the base in the distance. Chinchio, who was playing with the bowl in front of him out of boredom, suddenly seemed to feel something, and stood up and looked out the window. Its action scared the man who was guarding nearby. The man jumped up from the chair, his back against the wall, and his voice trembled. You, what are you doing? Sit down. Roar. Chinchio was so annoyed with this coward in front of him. It bared its teeth and roared at him, and the man immediately screamed and leapt in fear. Chinchio had never wanted to roll his eyes as much as he did at this moment. He raised his claws and slapped the cage hard. The cage made a metallic collision sound, causing other war beasts to look up at him. It was locked in a cage. What was that man afraid of? After the man left, a small head suddenly appeared on the windowsill. It closed its eyes tightly, turned its head a few times, and accurately locked the direction of Chinchio. The small flame on Chinchio's tail burned more vigorously. It was Guangming. Guangming was about to call out twice, but his eagle beak was grabbed by Xiaosha next to him. Xiaosha forgot that Guangming couldn't see anything for a moment, and shook his head at him. Although Guangming couldn't see, he still understood the meaning of Xiaosha's action. He silently retracted his voice, and decided not to call. Chinchio found Xiaosha was there too, shook his tail twice, and slowly sat down. Chinchio didn't know what Xiaosha was gesturing in the air. He just seemed very happy that he could see his playmate again. But Xiaosha on the other side didn't think so. Xiaosha hated it for being a piece of wood. After asking for so long, they still didn't tell them how its owner was doing now. Seeing that someone was coming back, Xiaosha had to wave to it, and took Guangming to bypass the surveillance and leave. What's wrong? Captain. Captain. The S-level fire-tailed lion just went crazy. I'm so scared. You are so embarrassing. What are you afraid of when it's in the cage? I. It's so troublesome. Ask its owner to come and see. Okay. After saying that, the man left quickly. Leaving the captain, he called to guard the war beast. He saw Chiuchiu in the cage yawning loudly, then turned around and lay down with his butt facing the door, looking like he didn't want to bother with them. It was not until half a minute later that Lilith was brought by them. Lilith was under house arrest, but because of her status, they did not dare to be too rude to her. When Lilith walked into the room, Chiuchiu immediately sat up and looked back at Lilith. Lilith ignored the calls of the other two people, and opened the cage and walked in. The timid man hid behind his captain and looked at the open door of Chiuchiu's cage. His voice trembled and seemed to be crying, "Captain, Captain! The cage is not closed." His captain could not help it, turned around and knocked him hard on the forehead, and scolded in a low voice, "What are you afraid of? You still have a tranquilizer gun on you. How did you get into the War Beast Management Center in your condition?" I. Lilith stood in front of Chiuchiu and heard the conversation between the two. She glanced behind her. So cowardly, when Chiuchiu saw Lilith, he nudged her face with his nose, then raised his two front paws, straightened his upper body, and covered his eyes with his paws. Lilith frowned. Chiuchiu wanted to play hide-and-seek with her. Soon, Chiuchiu put down his front paws, stood up, and stepped on the cage with his two hind legs. The collision of his paws and the cage made a clang-clang sound, and then, in full view of everyone, he actually stood upside down. It was the first time for the man standing outside to see a fire-tailed lion standing upside down. He was stunned for a moment and couldn't close his jaw. After standing upside down, Chiuchiu closed his eyes and made a sound like snoring. Lilith was trying to get in sync with Chiuchiu and understand his abstract expression. Hide-and-seek sleeping upside down? No. Lilith looked up suddenly. Chiuchiu had already sat back in his original position, shaking his fire tail and tilting his head to look at Lilith. Does she understand? Of course Lilith understands. That doesn't mean hide-and-seek, that means invisible. One can't see, the other sleeps upside down. Isn't this Guangming and Xiaosha? Lilith stepped forward, leaned close to Chiuchiu's face, and asked in a very light voice, "Did Guangming and Xiaosha come here?" Chiuchiu shook his head and put his head on Lilith's shoulder. Sure enough, Lilith breathed a sigh of relief. The next day, they went to the cliff and didn't see Guangming and Xiaosha, but attracted the Federal Army. She was so afraid that Guangming and Xiaosha had been killed by the Federal Army. After they were brought back, the Federal Army questioned them separately, asking them why they went to the cliff. Lilith and Wang Ling had already confessed that they were here to help investigate the whereabouts of the two missing war beasts. As for why they didn't bring the terminal, the reason they gave was that the magnetic field here would affect the terminal signal. Seeing that they couldn't get anything out of them, everyone had to let them go. After all, the identities of the two were not simple, and they could not do too much. They could only arrange other people to guard them and prevent them from leaving. Therefore, they did not know the whereabouts of Guangming and Xiaosha, but through the investigation in the past few days, they were sure that Guangming and Xiaosha had not been found. Lilith was worried that they would be in danger again if they did not have enough food, so she looked for opportunities to sneak out every day. It was just that Su Zhongyuan, who usually helped them escape, suddenly disappeared for some reason. They asked everyone in the base, and no one knew where he was. Lilith whispered again, "Are they in good condition?" Chiuchiu shook his head on her shoulder again, and Lilith finally put down the big stone in her heart after getting a positive answer. It was a good thing that they could escape. Xiaosha was a ghost, and should be able to take good care of Guangming. In the dark building in the distance, Qingjiu's eyes were red, and her vision could reach more than 3 times farther than usual at this time. In her sight, Lilith's mental state seemed to be good, and she should not have been treated inhumanely. Qingjiu was relieved that Wang Ling and her condition would not be too different. At this time, her 2 war beasts returned to her side. She took a last look in Lilith's direction and turned away. Chapter 270. Qingjiu's wormhole fell into dormancy again, but this time Qingjiu could clearly sense that her wormhole could be used again as long as it was dawn. So Qingjiu and the 2 war beasts planned to spend the night in an abandoned building a little further away from the base. Fortunately, Qingjiu was not afraid of the dark, and Xiaosha was originally a nocturnal creature and could not see the light at all. Otherwise, staying overnight in an abandoned building at night would be a challenge to both body and mind. Qingjiu patted the dust on the ground and was about to sit down, but Xiaosha immediately stepped forward to stop her. Qingjiu? ? Xiaosha took off his little cloak, looked at it with some heartache for the last time, and then used it to wipe the place where Qingjiu had just patted the dust. It was not until the ground was spotless that it threw the little cloak aside and patted the ground for Qingjiu. Qingjiu, In fact, at this time, you can be less particular. But Qingjio would not refuse its kindness. She thanked Xiaosha and sat down. Xiaosha pulled Guangming to Qingjio's side. When they were about to sit down, a discordant cough suddenly came from the quiet environment. Qingjio was startled and looked around. But it was pitch black around her, and there was no one. Qingjio felt a chill on her back, and pinched the hem of her clothes fiercely. Did she touch something dirty? Qingjio stood up, and kept a posture that could run away at any time. She slowly retreated to the wall. Xiaosha's night vision ability was very strong, but there was no human figure in its side at this time. It hid behind Qingjio, carefully showing a pair of small eyes beside Qingjio's legs and looking forward. Qingjio felt Xiaosha's movements, and she asked, Xiaosha, did you see anything? Xiaosha shook his head, and the mouthpiece gently tapped Qingjio's body as it shook its head to transmit its signal. Even Xiaosha said there was nothing. Could it be that she just heard it? Now Qingjio clearly heard someone talking, and she immediately asked, Who? Who? The man's voice seemed very weak. In such a quiet environment, Qingjio still needed to carefully identify what he said. Save. Save. Me. Save. Save me. Save me. Qingjio finally identified the man's words. It seems that someone was injured. She asked, Where are you? Beside you. Qingjio was horrified, and her back was cold. There was no one around her except Guangming and Xiaosha. But the man said, by her side. Could it be the evil ghost who tricked her into going to hell? At this time, only Guangming, whose vision was different from theirs, seemed particularly calm. It hopped and jumped to an abandoned trash can next to Qingjio, and pecked with its beak, making a dong 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 sound. Qingjio was startled by the sound, and she looked in the direction of the sound. She didn't care that using the light would attract other people's attention at this time. She turned on the lighting function of the terminal, adjusted the brightness to the lowest, and then walked to the trash can. Is he in there? Guangming nodded to Qingjio, and Qingjio asked again, Is it a human or a ghost? Guangming didn't understand what Qingjio meant, and it continued to knock on the trash can twice. The weak voice of the man in the trash can came again, Human. It's a human. Qingjio remained alert, and did not open the lid of the trash can immediately, but put it down first. The man inside groaned, and Qingjio took 2 steps back, waiting for him to calm down before moving forward again. Qingjio took 2 steps back as soon as she opened the lid. She was afraid that the person inside was carrying some weapons, and was waiting for her to open the lid before launching an attack. After she opened the lid for a full minute, there was no much movement inside, so Qingjio walked forward cautiously. When the light shone on the man's bloody face, Qingjio shouted in astonishment, Lieutenant General Su? The person trapped in the trash can was Su Zhongyuan. He was huddled together in the small trash can, with blood on his face and clothes. He was breathing weakly, and looking up at Qingjio. His movements seemed to have exhausted all his strength. Qingjio immediately pulled him out, and the floor that had just been wiped became dirty again because of the blood. Su Zhongyuan lay flat on the ground. He opened his eyelids, and saw Qingjio grinning. It seemed that he was not destined to die, and God gave him a chance to meet Qingjio. Qingjio looked him up and down, and asked, Lieutenant General Su, where are you injured? Su Zhongyuan's condition looked very bad. His pale lips were trembling slightly, and the frequency of his chest rising and falling was obviously too fast. His blood loss was almost reaching a critical value. Qingjio was not professional in dealing with the wounded, not to mention that she did not have any medical supplies to help treat the wounds. If her wormhole was active, Qingjio would risk being exposed and transfer him without hesitation, but now... Su Zhongyuan closed his eyes gently, trying not to consume too much energy, but he could clearly feel that the temperature of his body was gradually dropping. The darkness before dawn was the most difficult, and the temperature in the air had dropped very low. He knew that if he couldn't survive this night, he would probably have to die here. Qingjio took off her coat and covered Su Zhongyuan with it. She knew it wouldn't do much, but it was better than nothing, and she could hold on for a while. Just as she was struggling, other footsteps appeared in the corridor. Qingjio's heart gradually sank. Who could appear in this building at this time? She glanced at Su Zhongyuan beside her, struggling in her heart. Should she do her best to protect someone who might not survive tonight, or take the opportunity to withdraw in time to save herself? Su Zhongyuan opened his eyelids again, and he uttered a word in a very light voice. Run! Qingjio looked at his worried eyes. She closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. When she opened her eyes again, the confusion in her eyes had completely faded. A long sword suddenly appeared in her hand, and the 2 war beasts felt her determination and adjusted to a state of readiness, staring closely at the direction of the stairs. But before he saw the figure coming up, Qinjiu heard a woman ask, "Is there anyone else? Are you injured? Are you okay?" Qinjiu heard this. She relaxed her grip on the sword blade a little, and she looked suspiciously at the corner of the stairs where there was nothing. From the sound, the person coming seemed to have no ill intentions. Was it a disguise? Wanting to trick them into revealing their location? Qinjiu did not respond, and the air remained silent. After another 2 minutes, the other party continued, "Don't worry, we are not bad people. We are a private rescue team nearby, not looters. If you don't believe us, we can leave." As the woman's voice fell, the surroundings became quiet again. Qinjiu was still considering whether the woman's words were credible, but he heard Su Zhongyuan whisper beside him, "Believe it." Qinjiu was silent after hearing this, and took a few breaths. The other party said, "Okay, we leave first. If you need help, you can come to Wangyang Commercial Building to find us. We're always here." After she finished speaking, Qinjiu really heard their footsteps getting farther and farther away. Finally, at this time, Qinjiu walked to the stairs and shouted, "Don't leave yet, there are injured people here."